Lin Fan was dumped by his girlfriend, but unexpectedly got a god-level lottery system. From then on, he stepped onto the peak of life. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Chufeng Group worth 20 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top manor worth 2 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300 million Huaxia coins. Chapter 1, God-level lottery system. This morning was not quite the same as usual. The sky was dark, as if a heavy rain was coming. Gate of Modu University. Xianxian, you finally came out. I bought 2 movie tickets. Let's go watch a movie together at noon. Seeing Lu Qian arrive, Lin Fan smiled and walked over. But Lin Fan didn't notice, Lu Qian's eyes were full of coldness at this moment. Lin Fan, don't come looking for me again from now on. Lin Fan felt a bad feeling rise in his heart, but he still asked with concern, Xianxian, are you feeling unwell? I'm very healthy. Lu Qian's voice was ice cold. Lin Fan, if you really want me to make it clear, fine, from now on, you're no longer my boyfriend. Lin Fan felt like his heart was stung by a scorpion. It hurt. Xianxian, we've been together for 4 years, why? Was I not good enough to you? Lin Fan, you're too naive. From the beginning, I only treated you as a backup. Lin Fan suddenly shook his head hard, refusing to accept this fact. Impossible, this is not true. Today is not April Fool's Day, Xianxian, don't joke with me. Lu Qian's lips curved into a mocking smile. Wake up, Lin Fan. The people chasing me line up from the front gate to the back gate. Do you really think I, Lu Qian, would fall in love with you? Love you, the poor guy? Love your double-digit bank balance? You have no money, no connections. If you weren't a bit handsome, I'd have dumped you long ago. Now everyone's about to graduate. Graduation means unemployment. Be realistic. I've been working hard, give me a little more time. Lin Fan tried his best one last time. 3 years? 5 years? Lu Qian sneered, do you know the housing prices in Modu now? Even if you work hard all your life, what's the use? Love is fragile in front of reality. Although, this was only Lin Fan's wishful thinking. Looking at the woman who was familiar yet strange in front of him, Lin Fan felt self-mockery and anger rise in his heart. This woman had been playing with his feelings all along. Damn it! A sharp car horn suddenly sounded, and then a blue Audi stopped beside Lu Qian. The door opened, and a young man in a suit stepped down, holding a small gift bag in his hand. Xianxian, this is the gift I bought you. See if you like it. Lu Qian opened the gift bag, her face full of surprise. It's the latest Fruit 12 phone. Haichao, I love it so much. Lu Qian grabbed Wu Haichao's hand, as if Lin Fan didn't exist. This is your ex-boyfriend. Lin Fan, right? Wu Haichao looked at Lin Fan with a mocking gaze. Yes. Lu Qian nodded and said, darling, let's go eat. Ignore him. Wu Haichao looked at Lin Fan with teasing eyes and said with a smile, seems you're my junior. If you can't find a job after graduation, come find me. Forgot to introduce myself, I'm Wu Haichao. My family is in the building materials business. Wu Haichao said this just to strike a blow to Lin Fan. Of course, there was also a bit of showing off. Lin Fan, we are people from 2 different worlds. Don't bother me anymore. What Haichao can give me, you can't. After speaking, Lu Qian got in the car with Wu Haichao. Watching the car slowly drive away, Lin Fan felt angry and unwilling. He didn't expect this relationship to end like this. Lu Qian, oh Lu Qian, one day, you'll regret the choice you made today. Lin Fan sighed and turned to leave. But just at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from above. Boom! The sound was deafening. Lin Fan didn't expect to be so unlucky. Being dumped was bad enough, now even lightning was targeting him. This is simply outrageous. Oh heavens, the scumbag is over there. You struck the wrong person. Lin Fan felt a numbness spread through his whole body, and then he lost consciousness. No one knew how much time had passed when Lin Fan, in a daze, heard a strange voice in his head. God-level lottery system is activating. 25%. 45%. 65%. 85%. System activated successfully. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself lying in a hospital room. So I'm not dead? The host has 3 chances to draw the lottery every day. Do you want to draw now? Lin Fan paused for a second. Got struck by lightning, and now even a system came out. Could this be what people mean by a blessing in disguise? Lin Fan smiled. Sure enough, the system may be late, but it never misses its turn. Drawl. The system's voice came slowly. Congratulations to the host for winning 100% shares of Chufeng Group. Congratulations to the host for winning 300 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations to the host for winning a primary gene potion. Lin Fan felt only excitement in his heart and couldn't help shouting, "Holy crap! Chufeng Group, that's a real estate company worth 20 billion. Counting it like this, doesn't that make me a billionaire? Primary gene potion, after drinking it, can enhance body strength and improve looks. It's totally heaven-defying. And 300 million Huaxia coins, how should I even spend that?" Lin Fan even started to doubt if he was dreaming. At this time, his phone received a deposit message from Huaxia Bank. Your bank card account 2244 has received a deposit of 300 million yuan. After transaction, balance is 300,956.46 yuan. This is real. Lin Fan, who received the message, jumped straight up from the hospital bed. "Patient, your body is still weak, don't stand up." A female nurse walked into the room from the doorway. Lin Fan held back his excitement and asked, "Doctor, who brought me to the hospital?" "A female student named Suya just called for emergency help, said someone was struck by lightning. But don't worry, we checked you and there's nothing seriously wrong. That Suya even paid 1,000 yuan for your medical bill. She left after hearing you were out of danger." Suya? Lin Fan felt that name sounded familiar. Right, isn't that the campus beauty of Modu University? Really didn't expect that it was the campus beauty who brought him to the hospital. As soon as the system appeared, even romantic luck followed. After getting back, he had to return the medical fee to her. At this moment, Lin Fan still had some doubt in his heart. He clearly remembered being struck by lightning at that time. And yet nothing happened, it could only be thanks to the system. Truly, narrowly escaping death means blessings will follow. After the female nurse left, Lin Fan couldn't wait to take out the primary gene potion and drank it. At first there was no feeling, but slowly, Lin Fan realized he was becoming more energetic. That feeling was very comfortable. Lin Fan's looks also improved a bit, though not very noticeably. He didn't like the smell of medicine in the hospital, so not long after, he completed the discharge procedure himself. He was very much looking forward to what kind of expression Lu Qian would show the next time they met. Of course, asking Lin Fan to persuade Lu Qian to come back was definitely impossible. A woman who has changed her heart is not worth him trying to keep. And after today's events, Lin Fan finally saw Lu Qian's true face. A little after 2 in the afternoon, after eating, Lin Fan arrived at a Ferrari car dealership in Modu City. Now that he had money, of course he had to buy a car. Otherwise, how could he match his identity? Chapter 2: Buying a car. "Sir, welcome to Haidong Ferrari Center." Seeing a customer arrive, 2 female sales staff at the door greeted him with smiling faces. Ferrari is a luxury car brand. Only rich people come here, so the large showroom wasn't crowded. Isn't this Lin Fan? One of the female sales staff recognized Lin Fan, and her expression immediately turned mocking. Thought he was some rich second generation, turns out he's just a poor loser. Han Yuding was Lin Fan's high school classmate. She knew very well about the other person's background. Lin Fan also recognized Han Yuding, and a flash of disgust passed through his eyes. Han Yuding was someone who looked down on the poor and chased the rich. She had always been like that in high school, and now, it seemed she hadn't changed at all. "Lin Fan, you're in the wrong place, aren't you? Open your eyes and look carefully, do you know what kind of store this is?" Han Yuding crossed her arms and looked at Lin Fan with mocking eyes. "Yuding, you know him?" another female salesperson asked. Han Yuding nodded. "Just look at the cheap clothes he's wearing, and you'll know he has no money. In short, don't bother with him, so we don't waste time." Han Yuding wore a face full of disdain. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's true I don't have money, but can't I just take a look at the cars? No matter how much you look, you still can't afford it." Han Yuding snorted coldly, "You just want to take a few pictures here and then show off. I've seen many people like you." Han Yuding ignored Lin Fan and walked far away. The other female salesperson thought for a bit and also walked away. Salespeople for luxury cars like them, even though the commission is high, sometimes might not even sell one car in a whole month. So there's really no need to waste time. But Lin Fan didn't leave because of that. Instead, he went to look at the cars by himself. Today, he had to slap Han Yuding in the face properly. Really, how blind can a person be to look down on others like that? Seeing Lin Fan walking around the store alone, the female salesperson worried and said, "If we ignore him, what if he goes to complain to our manager?" Han Yuding said, "Some people are just like this. They don't have money, but they still want to act like big shots." After thinking for a while, Han Yuding called over an intern salesperson in the store. "Xiaolei, go and take care of that customer over there." Han Yuding pointed at Lin Fan. She didn't want to deal with things that gave no return. As long as someone else went to serve him, even if Lin Fan complained later, she could still handle it. "Okay, Sister Ting. Huaxia had just started working here and didn't have all the schemes Han Yuding had. Sir, may I ask how to address you? Huaxia came in front of Lin Fan and asked politely. Huaxia was the kind of woman who was easy on the eyes, with delicate and fresh looks. My surname is Lin, just call me Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan showed interest in the sports car in front of him, Huaxia took the initiative to introduce it. This Ferrari sports car uses a 3.9T engine with a maximum horsepower of 720 and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.9 seconds. Mr. Lin, you can sit inside and take a look. Huaxia opened the car door. Lin Fan sat inside. He had to admit, the car's interior was extremely luxurious, and it felt very different. Lin Fan had a dream of owning a sports car, and that's why he chose to look at luxury cars. Do you have any top configuration models in stock? Lin Fan didn't really care about the price. After all, he still had 300 million Huaxia yuan lying in his bank account. Huaxia shook her head. Top configuration cars are quite rare. If you order now, it may take 2 to 3 months. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Waiting 2 or 3 months just wouldn't do. Which model do you have in stock? Show me. Huaxia led Lin Fan to look at another car. This one is a Ferrari Roma. We just happen to have one in stock. The guide price is 2.38 million. Lin Fan shook his head. The car is nice, but this price. Mr. Lin, if you think the price is high, actually, I can apply to my manager for some discount. No, I think the price is too low. Change to another one. Huaxia. Sir, even 2.38 million is considered low? That kind of money could buy more than 10 fuel-efficient and durable cars, okay? Indeed, silent showing off is the deadliest kind. The world of the rich, she couldn't understand it. Suddenly, Huaxia's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, how about that convertible sports car over there? Following Huaxia's gaze, Lin Fan saw a gray convertible sports car. The car had a streamlined body and a very aggressive look. That should be a limited edition Ferrari 812, right? Lin Fan had read about that car online. The price of that car is not cheap, it costs more than 10 million. Huaxia explained, yes, it's indeed a limited edition, and we have one in the garage. That was booked by a previous customer, but later, due to some reasons, he didn't want it anymore. But Mr. Lin, don't worry, that car just arrived at the store, and it is definitely brand new, no problems at all. Lin Fan nodded. If I can drive it away today, I'll take it. Huaxia was shocked. Mr. Lin, that car, after all the paperwork, will cost almost 16 million. Are you sure? If she sold that Ferrari, Huaxia would get a nice commission. Lin Fan took out his bank card and said, just swipe the card. The password is 6/8. He didn't want to waste too much time choosing a car. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Huaxia was extremely excited as she took Lin Fan's bank card and headed to the front desk. These rich people buying cars are so different, it's like buying cabbage. On the other side, Han Yuding saw Lin Fan walking back and forth in the showroom, and the mockery on her face grew stronger. If you don't have money, just admit it, why still pretend? Xiaolei, come here for a moment. Han Yuding called Huaxia over and scolded her. Xiaolei, you're new here, you need to learn to analyze who the potential customers are. For the person you just served, don't pay too much attention, because it's obvious he has no money. No, Sister Ting, Mr. Lin has his eye on the limited edition Ferrari 812 and said he wants to pick it up now. Han Yuding looked incredulous. How is that possible? That car costs almost 16 million, how could Lin Fan, a poor guy, afford it? Huaxia replied, it's true, he gave me his bank card and password and told me to swipe it directly. Han Yuding crossed her arms and still couldn't believe that Lin Fan could come up with over 10 million. I bet there's no money in that bank card. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Hearing this, Huaxia started to doubt too. Because there aren't many people who can suddenly come up with 16 million. With doubts in her mind, Huaxia took out the card machine. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, if this doesn't swipe through for 16 million, let's see how you get out of this. Han Yuding watched from the side, already planning in her mind how to embarrass Lin Fan. Yes, if it doesn't work, she'll post Lin Fan's embarrassing moment in the high school class group. Let's see how this guy faces people in the future. Huaxia entered the price carefully, then cautiously entered the password. However, the card machine displayed a failure to swipe. See, I told you Lin Fan has no money, you've been fooled. Han Yuding sneered endlessly. This outcome was exactly what she had expected. No, wait, it looks like I entered the wrong password. Huaxia entered the password again, and this time, it went smoothly. The card was successfully swiped. The card machine printed out the receipt with a zzz sound. No way. Looking at the receipt in front of her, Han Yuding was utterly shocked inside. When did Lin Fan become so wealthy? Did he win the lottery?
Or did he hook up with some rich woman?
Thinking about her own behavior earlier, Han Yuding regretted a million times. Lin Fan was her classmate. If she had taken the initiative to serve him, this sale would definitely have been hers.
What a pity, there's no such thing as regret medicine in the world. The happiest person was Guo Xiaolei. The successful transaction meant she would get a nice commission. Xiaolei, check how much money is in this bank card.
After the shock, Han Yuding's gaze towards Lin Fan changed, and she whispered to Guo Xiaolei. Han Yuding really wanted to know how much money Lin Fan had in that bank card. If he could take out 16 million to buy a car, there must be more money left.
Sister Ting, isn't this a little inappropriate? Guo Xiaolei didn't want to do this as it involved customer privacy. What are you afraid of? There's no one else who knows about this except us two. Hurry up, Lin Fan is coming. Honestly, Guo Xiaolei was quite curious as well.
In the end, curiosity overcame her reason. As they counted the numbers on the search results, Han Yuding and Guo Xiaolei were both stunned.
This is over 280 million. Am I seeing things? Han Yuding regretted even more.
If it hadn't been for what happened earlier, maybe she could have become good friends with Lin Fan.
This guy was a rich man. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a rich man? Mr. Lin is really rich. Guo Xiaolei exclaimed.
Xiaolei, you're still not familiar with the car pickup process for clients, so let me handle it from here. Han Yuding planned to apologize to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan hadn't taken the earlier incident to heart, that would be the best outcome. At the same time, Han Yuding wanted to get closer to Lin Fan. If she could get close to him, her life would be set for the future.
As for saving face? Han Yuding had no idea what that was. Guo Xiaolei was dissatisfied, but didn't dare say anything.
She could only lower her head, walking away in silence, unhappy.
Han Yuding was an old employee here.
Offending her would make life difficult in the future. Han Yuding took the bank card and a contract, smiling brightly as she walked up to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, I'm really sorry about earlier. Here is your bank card and car purchase contract. Once you sign it, you can pick up your car.
Han Yuding's attitude had completely changed from her earlier coldness. However, Lin Fan only gave Han Yuding a faint glance.
Where's that saleswoman? Let her come here.
Lin Fan didn't want to get too close to Han Yuding. He knew very well that Han Yuding's sudden change of attitude was entirely due to his money.
You mean Guo Xiaolei?
She had something else to do. I'll take care of the rest of the process.
Seeing you, I don't even feel like picking up the car anymore. If Xiaolei doesn't come, I might ask for a refund.
Lin Fan had no good feelings for Han Yuding, and he was very aware of her little intentions.
Han Yuding looked embarrassed.
She could only call Guo Xiaolei over. But Han Yuding had no intention of leaving. She was still thinking of ways to improve Lin Fan's impression of her. It was said that someone had picked up a limited edition Ferrari A12, and even the manager of the car dealership came out. The manager of the dealership was extremely polite to Lin Fan. In his eyes, Lin Fan was definitely a rich second generation since he dared to spend 16 million on a car. After completing the paperwork, Lin Fan followed Guo Xiaolei to inspect the car. The rest of the process went smoothly. The manager of the dealership originally wanted someone to accompany Lin Fan to the vehicle registration office to handle the license plate. But Lin Fan refused, saying that it was simple, and he could handle it on his own. As soon as Lin Fan drove the car out the door, Han Yuding chased after him. Lin Fan, I apologize to you. The things I said earlier, I was really just joking. Please don't take them seriously. Han Yuding still wasn't giving up. Lin Fan found it amusing and stopped the car.
Lin Fan, let me treat you to a meal. Han Yuding said.
As long as she could get close to Lin Fan, she would have everything.
Sure.
Lin Fan said with a smile. Han Yuding thought Lin Fan had agreed, opened the car door, and quickly got in. Han Yuding was all smiles.
I knew you still see me as a friend.
Thank you, Lin Fan.
Where should we eat? Get out, don't dirty my car.
Lin Fan suddenly changed his attitude. He felt like kicking Han Yuding out of the car.
Han Yuding was scared. Didn't you say? I was joking earlier too. Why take it seriously?
Lin Fan sent back her own words. This annoying woman dared to have thoughts about him. What a joke. Han Yuding realized she had been played by Lin Fan. Her chest heaved with anger. She glared at Lin Fan and got out of the car, leaving.
Looks like Lin Fan was out of her reach. The Ferrari roared loudly as it sped down the busy street.
Many people were drawn to the car's luxurious appearance and turned to look. That sports car is so cool. It looks like a Ferrari A12, the bare car price is over 5 million.
Come on, that's a limited edition. Without more than 10 million, don't even think about it.
This is so cool, I wonder who the rich kid sitting in the car is. The passenger seat should have a beauty in it, but unfortunately, there's none. I wish I could sit there.
Many beauties started to swoon over it. Stop dreaming. How could someone who can afford such a luxury car possibly be lacking a girlfriend?
The vehicles on the road also tried to keep as far away from Lin Fan as possible.
What if they accidentally bump into him? It would be a disaster. Even insurance wouldn't cover it. Honey, look at that car.
It's so stylish, let's switch to one like it someday.
Switch? What nonsense. A car worth over 10 million? Can we even afford it? Slow down, if you crash, I'll trade you in first.
Lin Fan first went to the vehicle registration office to get the license plate, then drove around the outskirts of the Magic City for a few rounds. By the time he returned to the university entrance, the sky had already darkened. Lin Fan wanted to find Suya, after all, she helped him in the morning and even paid the 1,000 yuan for his medical fee. Lin Fan wasn't the type to forget a favor.
Of course, Lin Fan also knew that Suya was the famous campus belle of Magic City University.
But at this moment, he didn't have much in mind. He just wanted to treat Suya to a meal and return the 1,000 yuan to her.
Sorry, sir, this is a campus area, you can't drive in.
As soon as Lin Fan arrived at the school gate, he was stopped by the security guard. According to the school's rules, social vehicles are indeed not allowed in without permission.
I'm a student from the computer science department, here's my student ID.
The security guard glanced at Lin Fan, then please register.
The school didn't actually have a rule saying that students couldn't drive in.
In fact, many rich second-generation kids like to drive into campus, after all, the car's price often determines how successful their attempts to impress girls will be. The security guard had seen many luxury cars, but he didn't recognize the one Lin Fan was driving.
While Lin Fan was registering, the guard quickly checked it online. My goodness. Limited edition Ferrari 812, over 10 million.
You know, the cars usually driven by the rich second-generation kids are at most worth a few $100,000.
Which family's young master is this? How come I've never seen him before? Chapter 4, Campus Belle. After Lin Fan finished registering, the security guard didn't make things difficult for him and immediately let him in. Oh my god, what am I seeing? That's the limited edition Ferrari 812, right? It's so cool, when can I afford one? Stop dreaming, that thing is not something ordinary people can afford. Did you see the handsome guy in the car? That's my husband. Bullshit, that's obviously my husband. The female students on the roadside began arguing.
Lin Fan ignored the envious gazes and drove straight to the university library. Suya was not only the campus belle but also a top student, so she liked to stay in the library.
Just didn't know if she'd be there tonight. There's one downside to driving a sports car, the chassis is too low.
Especially on campus, where there are speed bumps everywhere, so Lin Fan didn't dare to drive too fast. It would be bad if the bottom scraped.
Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at the library. Interestingly, at the entrance of the library, a rich second-generation kid was confessing to Suya.
The rich kid held a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring, kneeling on one knee. There were many lights and balloons set up, creating a warm atmosphere.
And standing in front of that rich second-generation kid was none other than the campus belle of Magic City University, Suya.
Suya was tall, wearing a turquoise long dress, her features delicate, and her aura graceful.
Suya, I've liked you for a long time, accept me.
There was also a group of rich second-generation kids hired as extras, of course, they were all students of the school.
Accept him. Accept him.
The students shouted loudly.
Li Chen, haven't I told you before? Don't come looking for me again, I don't like you. Suya's face showed some anger.
These days, there have been so many people confessing their love to her, she can't avoid them, and it's really annoying. If it were usual times, the school teachers would step in and handle it. But now, with graduation approaching, no one can control it. You see, if you don't act crazy now, there won't be any chance once you leave the campus. Suya, this diamond ring cost me more than 30,000 yuan.
Try it on, you'll definitely like it.
Suya didn't say anything, she just turned around and walked away.
Okay, confession failed. Wait a minute.
Seeing Suya walking away, Lin Fan got into his car and chased after her.
Wow, here comes another one.
The headlights were blinding, and the luxurious sports car's perfect body immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Suya turned around and immediately recognized Lin Fan. It's you.
In the morning, Lin Fan collapsed at the school gate, and it was she who called the hospital. Later, she also helped Lin Fan cover part of the medical expenses.
But Suya didn't know what Lin Fan's name was.
Lin Fan got out of the car. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Fan, thank you for what you did this morning. Suya shook her head and said, it was nothing, I'm just glad you're okay.
Still, I have to thank you. How about this, let me take you to dinner and return the money to you. Suya refused, no need for dinner. That's not going to work. After all, you helped me. Suya looked Lin Fan up and down again.
She guessed that Lin Fan was probably also from a wealthy family. However, Lin Fan gave her a much better impression than other rich kids. Lin Fan was already handsome, and after drinking the basic gene potion, his looks had improved even more.
If it's just a dinner, it might not be a bad idea. Suya thought for a moment and asked, can I bring 2 of my roommates?
Staying at school might still result in more people pestering her, so it would be nice to go out for something to eat. But Suya didn't feel comfortable going alone with Lin Fan, so she decided to bring her roommates.
No problem, bring as many as you like. Then wait a moment, I'll go back to my dorm.
Hearing Suya agree, the rich kid who had confessed to her felt his heart shatter.
It was over, the goddess was taken away.
The worst part was that the other guy was more handsome and had a better car.
People really can be so unfair, it's infuriating.
As Suya returned to her dorm, the other boys all dispersed. But many girls stayed behind, hoping to get Lin Fan's phone number. Lin Fan naturally didn't give it out.
Suddenly, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar call.
Without thinking, Lin Fan hung up immediately.
But soon, the call came again.
Lin Fan, helpless, had no choice but to answer.
Hello, I'm Zhao Yang, the general manager of Chufeng Group. Are you Mr. Lin Fan?
Chufeng Group had been acquired, so Zhao Yang urgently needed to contact Lin Fan.
Chufeng Group's general manager?
Originally, Lin Fan planned to visit the company tomorrow, but he didn't expect Zhao Yang to call so soon.
That's right, I'm Lin Fan. Great. Finally, I got through to you. Zhao Yang said excitedly, Mr. Lin, you're in Modu, right? Let me treat you to dinner.
Lin Fan was now the boss of the company, and Zhao Yang had to serve him well.
I've already made an appointment with someone, no time.
Actually, Mr. Lin, I have a document here that needs your signature to take effect.
It's urgent, I'll come to find you right now.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, then come to the school gate of Modu University.
Chufeng Group wasn't far from the school, just a 10-minute drive. Alright, I'll be there right away.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan continued waiting for Suya. It took another 5 or 6 minutes before Suya finally came out of the dorm. Suya had changed into a new outfit, looking even more beautiful.
Where are your roommates? Lin Fan asked. They all went out, I couldn't reach them.
Forget it, I'll just go with you alone. Suya felt helpless, but since she had agreed to Lin Fan, she should keep her word.
Get in the car. Suya got into the car and sat in the passenger seat.
She felt a little uneasy in her heart, after all, she wasn't very familiar with Lin Fan. Agreeing to go eat together was quite sudden.
This car of yours must be very expensive, right? Suya didn't know much about sports cars.
It's not expensive, just over 10 million.
Suya was speechless. Over 10 million is not expensive? Big brother, does your family own a mine or something?
Lin Fan drove the car to the school gate and stopped by the side.
I need to wait for someone, it'll be quick.
Lin Fan took out his phone, asked Suya for her WeChat, and paid back the money he had advanced for the hospital. Suya didn't ask who Lin Fan was waiting for, just waited quietly.
Not long after parking, a blue Audi stopped not far away.
Seeing the 2 people in the car, Lin Fan frowned.
It was Huaxia and Lu Qian.
The 2 of them had been out playing all day and had just returned. At the same time, Huaxia and Lu Qian also noticed Lin Fan. They exchanged a look, both of them in shock. After half a day, Lin Fan had actually driven a luxury sports car. This was really strange.
Moreover, Lin Fan was with the campus beauty, Suya. This made Huaxia even more furious.
Back when he was in school, he had pursued Suya, but she completely ignored him.
Although Lu Qian was also considered a beauty, she couldn't compare to Suya at all. A flower stuck in cow dung. Let's go take a look.
Huaxia got out of the car first and walked toward Lin Fan.
Lu Qian followed him right away.
Huaxia had a mocking expression on his face. Lin Fan, you're quite lucky, just broke up with Qian Qian, and you're already with another woman.
Why didn't the lightning strike you this morning?
Huaxia, stop spouting nonsense, Lin Fan and I are just friends.
Lin Fan didn't speak, but Suya couldn't hold back first.
Many people had pursued her, but she still remembered Huaxia.
Of course, all the memories were unpleasant. Friends? Who would believe that?
A trace of resentment flashed in Huaxia's eyes. Suya, your taste is quite good, so many people at school like you, and you actually pick Lin Fan. Lu Qian also started mocking sarcastically. Let me tell you, Lin Fan is just a poor loser.
This car must have been rented. Suya, don't let Lin Fan deceive you.
Chapter 5, May all lovers in the world eventually become siblings.
Wu Haichao, you'd better shut up.
If this wasn't in front of the school gate, Lin Fan really wanted to beat Wu Haichao up.
Hey, I just said a couple of words and you're not happy? Limited edition Ferrari 812, renting it for a day must cost a lot, right? Lin Fan, you should take a look at yourself, thinking that renting a luxury car makes you a rich person?
A toad wants to eat swan meat. Suya was afraid that Lin Fan and Wu Haichao would fight. She pursed her red lips and said,
Lin Fan, let's go.
Wait a bit longer.
Lin Fan smiled, there are too many crazy dogs these days, just ignore him.
You. Wu Haichao's face turned red with anger. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone rang again.
Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the gate of MOD University, where are you? Do you see that gray convertible sports car? The person in the car is me.
Zhao Yang looked around for a while, quickly spotting Lin Fan's figure.
I see you. Zhao Yang seemed a bit nervous, quickly walking over. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting.
I never expected you to be so young, truly a young achiever.
Zhao Yang began with some flattery.
He didn't have much information about Lin Fan, but anyone capable of buying the entire Chufeng Group must be no simple person.
Mr. Zhao. Wu Haichao, standing nearby, recognized Zhao Yang and quickly greeted him.
However, Zhao Yang ignored him. Wu Haichao's family ran a construction material company and had dealings with the Chufeng Group. Seeing the general manager of Chufeng Group being so respectful in front of Lin Fan, Wu Haichao was stunned. A bad premonition surged in his heart, and he cautiously asked.
Mr. Zhao, who is he?
Zhao Yang said, Mr. Lin holds all the shares of Chufeng Group, what do you think, who is he?
What? Not only Wu Haichao and Lu Qian, even Suya in the passenger seat was in shock. Chufeng Group, that's a real estate company worth 20 billion.
And Lin Fan holds all the shares.
Doesn't this mean he is a billionaire? At first, Suya just thought Lin Fan was a rich second generation.
Now, it seems that she has underestimated Lin Fan.
How is that possible?
This Lin Fan is just a poor pauper. President Zhao, you must have mistaken someone, even this car was rented by Lin Fan.
He can't be the person you're looking for. Zhao Yang looked at Wu Haichao, frowning.
He could tell from Wu Haichao's tone that this guy had definitely offended Lin Fan.
Wu Haichao, who do you think you are? How dare you question Mr. Lin like that?
This limited edition Ferrari 812, it's nearly impossible to find another one in the entire Magic City.
Why don't you rent one and show me? Slap.
Zhao Yang slapped Wu Haichao hard across the face. Go back and tell your father that from now on, Chufeng Group will cancel all cooperation with your company.
Wu Haichao was shocked, his face pale. Could it be that Lin Fan was really a hidden rich second generation? If that's true, then he was definitely finished.
In front of a giant like Chufeng Group, Wu Haichao's small family business was nothing.
President Zhao, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Zhao Yang said coldly, you offended Mr. Lin, what's the use of apologizing to me? Sweat dripped down Wu Haichao's forehead. Lin Fan, I'm sorry.
Wu Haichao lowered his head, bending over, his voice trembling. Seeing Wu Haichao like this, Lu Qian was also at a loss, not knowing what to do. With Lin Fan's current identity, it would be easy for him to destroy them. The funny thing was, she had mocked Lin Fan this morning.
Lin Fan laughed, Wu Haichao, weren't you just very arrogant?
Lin Fan, no, Mr. Lin, I didn't know your identity earlier. Please show mercy, forgive me just this once.
Get lost.
Lin Fan had no time to bother with Wu Haichao.
No, Mr. Lin, you can't cancel the cooperation.
Wu Haichao's family company was facing a financial crisis, and most of their orders came from Chufeng Group. Once Chufeng Group cancelled the cooperation, his family company would definitely go bankrupt. Wu Haichao, Mr. Lin told you to get lost.
Are your ears deaf? Zhao Yang shouted angrily. Wu Haichao almost felt like he wanted to die.
He had caused such a big mess, and when he went back, his father would definitely not spare him.
Wu Haichao left in a depressed and miserable state. Haichao, wait for me.
Lu Qian was flustered and chased after him.
You jinx, troublemaker, get as far away from me as you can.
Wu Haichao hated Lu Qian to the core, it was this woman who made him offend Lin Fan.
Haichao, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lu Qian was about to cry.
She chose Wu Haichao simply because of the money his family had. Who would have thought, Lin Fan was actually the wealthiest one? Lu Qian deeply regretted it in her heart. But one wrong step leads to another, she couldn't lose Wu Haichao now. You're doing this on purpose to harm me, Lu Qian, get away from me.
And give me back the phone I gave you.
Wu Haichao snatched the Fruit 12 phone from Lu Qian's hand and got into the car, leaving.
He never truly liked Lu Qian.
The two of them got together, but it was only because they each had their own agenda. Married couples are like birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly in different directions.
Not to mention, they weren't even married.
On the other side, Zhao Yang handed a document to Lin Fan and asked him to sign.
Mr. Lin, when will you have time to go to the company? Zhao Yang asked. Tomorrow morning, perhaps.
Lin Fan also understood that now the company was under his name, there were indeed many things to handle.
Okay, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. No need, I'll drive myself there.
Zhao Yang thought that Lin Fan might be going to a date, so he didn't linger too long.
Mr. Lin, I'll leave now. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal.
Lin Fan didn't say much and drove away.
However, he hadn't driven far when Lu Qian caught up again. Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, I know I was wrong, give me a chance, I still have feelings for you.
Lu Qian's face was covered in tears, begging bitterly.
Lin Fan glanced at Lu Qian and could only let out a cold laugh. He had seen shameless people before, but never anyone whose face could block bullets. She had just been dumped by Wu Haichao, and now she came running to him.
Face? Did she not want her face anymore?
Lu Qian, you didn't say that this morning. I remember, you said I was just your backup.
No, I was joking with you. Please don't take it seriously.
Lu Qian cried and said, Lin Fan, we were together for 4 years.
Can you really be this heartless?
Lu Qian glanced at Suya, who was in the passenger seat, with a flash of resentment in her eyes. If what happened this morning hadn't occurred, maybe she would be the one sitting in that seat now.
But sadly, there are no ifs in this world. Lu Qian, stop pretending here. Now, even looking at you makes me want to puke.
Lin Fan didn't waste more words on Lu Qian and stepped on the gas.
The Ferrari roared and sped away down the distant street.
Watching Lin Fan and Suya's figures fade away, Lu Qian was furious. In the end, she shouted the most vicious curse in the world. May all lovers in the world become siblings.
Chapter 6 Misunderstanding.
I really didn't expect you to have your own company. Sitting in the car, Suya couldn't help glancing at Lin Fan.
If it was just a small company, Suya wouldn't be this surprised. Actually, it's nothing.
Lin Fan said, let's go to me a Western restaurant, I heard their Western food is good.
Anything is fine.
Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove to me a Western restaurant. The restaurant was decorated luxuriously, with crystal chandeliers casting soft light, making the whole place elegant and quiet. The two entered the restaurant, and when Suya saw the prices on the menu, she was immediately stunned. This place truly was a high-end Western restaurant, a steak cost over 1,000 yuan.
How about we go somewhere else?
Suya wasn't the kind of woman who liked taking advantage of others. If she had known things were this expensive, she would never have come.
We're already here, let's eat before we go.
Seeing Suya's hesitant look, Lin Fan smiled. In today's world, girls like Suya were really rare. If it had been Lu Qian, who was full of vanity, she would have been taking pictures for her social media by now.
Lin Fan took the menu and ordered 2 steaks, 2 plates of pasta. That's enough, we won't finish it all.
Seeing Lin Fan order so much, Suya quickly stopped him. Lin Fan nodded and put down the menu.
By the way, Suya, have you found a job?
Nowadays, there were college students everywhere, and jobs were hard to find, especially good ones. I submitted a resume online 2 days ago, and I've already received a response.
I can go for an interview the day after tomorrow. Where is it? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yanjing.
Suya explained, my parents both work there. When the time comes, I can live with them.
So that's how it is.
Originally, Lin Fan wanted Suya to join his company, but after hearing that, he gave up the idea. By the time they finished eating, half an hour had passed.
Suya, I need to buy some clothes. How about coming with me? After buying clothes, I'll take you back to school. Suya didn't refuse. The two left the restaurant and came to a large nearby mall.
They visited several brand stores, but Lin Fan wasn't satisfied with any.
Finally, the two came to a Gucci clothing store. The clothes here were stylish yet elegant, and of course, not cheap.
Lin Fan picked out a few nice outfits, and after changing into them, he looked even more refined. While Lin Fan was still trying on clothes, 2 women and a man walked in through the door.
Suya, it's really you.
The 3 were Suya's classmates.
They happened to be shopping too and noticed someone familiar. When they came in, it turned out to be her. What a coincidence, you're here to buy clothes too.
Suya still had a pretty good relationship with the 2 girls.
One person shook his head, the clothes here are too expensive, we can't afford them.
Indeed, the clothes here are all over 1,000 yuan each, not something an ordinary person can afford.
The boy standing behind them stepped forward and said, Suya, which one do you like? I'll buy it for you.
The boy's name was Su Zhengyu, and he was one of Suya's admirers.
Although he wasn't a rich second generation, his family did have a little bit of money. No need, I'm just here to accompany my friend to look at clothes. Friend, is it a guy or a girl? The two girls began to gossip. Suya didn't know how to answer.
If she said it was a guy, it would definitely lead to misunderstandings. At this moment, Lin Fan happened to walk out of the fitting room.
Suya, can you help me take a look? How does this one look?
Lin Fan came in front of Suya.
Who is this guy? He's so handsome. Suya, he can't be your boyfriend, right?
The two girls looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes.
Suya quickly waved her hand and explained, No, he's just a regular friend.
The two girls didn't believe it, and Su Zhengyu believed it even less.
A regular friend wouldn't go shopping for clothes together, right? You have to know, in the 4 years Suya had been in college, she had never gone shopping alone with a boy.
Su Zhengyu felt heartbroken, his goddess was being taken by someone else.
Suya, I feel like I've seen this friend of yours somewhere.
His name is Lin Fan, he's from our Magic City University, but he's from the computer science department. Su Zhengyu squinted his eyes, and the more he looked at Lin Fan, the more displeased he became.
He knew many rich second-generation students in school, but he didn't know Lin Fan.
Clearly, Lin Fan wasn't some rich person. Especially when Su Zhengyu saw the cheap clothes Lin Fan had just changed out of, it made him more certain that Lin Fan was just a poor loser.
Su Zhengyu couldn't understand why Suya would like someone like this.
Suya, this friend of yours is useless, how come he only picks out clothes for himself and doesn't help you choose anything?
Su Zhengyu said sarcastically.
He was sure Lin Fan couldn't afford anything, so he wanted to put Lin Fan in an awkward position. The two girls didn't think as much as Su Zhengyu, but they also disliked Lin Fan's behavior.
When you go shopping, how can a guy not buy things for the girl?
Yeah, Suya, your boyfriend is really too stingy, one of the girls said.
No, you're misunderstanding, he's really not my boyfriend. Suya explained again.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Suya, over there is women's clothing, you can go take a look.
If you like anything, I'll buy it for you later. Right now, Lin Fan didn't care about money. But what? He already said it, let's go, we'll go with you to have a look.
Before Suya could finish, the two girls had already dragged her to the women's clothing section. Su Zhengyu didn't follow, just stood by and watched. Lin Fan ignored Su Zhengyu and continued trying on clothes. More than 10 minutes passed, and Lin Fan had finished trying on his clothes.
He asked the clerk to pack them up. On the other side, Suya tried on 2 long dresses, but she didn't plan on buying them.
After all, each one cost over 4,000, and she had never worn such expensive dresses before.
Suya, these 2 dresses are really beautiful. Buy them, your boyfriend is paying anyway.
The two girls persuaded.
I don't like them. Suya shook her head and put the dresses back.
She and Lin Fan were really just regular friends, and she didn't want him to spend too much.
Pack these 2 dresses as well.
Lin Fan walked over and instructed the nearby clerk. He could tell Suya really liked these 2 dresses.
Lin Fan, forget it, Suya said. It's okay, you spent quite a bit of time accompanying me to look at clothes, I should buy you something.
These 2 dresses together cost more than 8,000, but to Lin Fan, it wasn't much. Before Suya could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already paid using his phone. Along with the clothes Lin Fan had picked out, the total came to.
This time, it cost more than 50,000. Lin Fan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Suya is really lucky to have a boyfriend like you.
The two girls showed an envious expression.
Don't misunderstand, Suya and I are really just ordinary friends.
Lin Fan explained with a bitter smile.
I don't believe it. You bought such expensive clothes for Suya, how could you just be ordinary friends?
Well, this matter can't be explained clearly. Lin Fan simply stopped explaining and handed the packed dress to Suya.
Suya lowered her head, not saying anything.
Who knows what she was thinking inside?
Chapter 7, Top Class Manor.
Still pretending, your credit card is probably maxed out.
Su Zhengyu muttered with a look of disdain.
In Su Zhengyu's eyes, Lin Fan was completely just putting on an act. Suya, we're leaving, do you still want to shop? One of the girls asked.
No, I should go back too.
Su Zhengyu saw an opportunity and spoke up. Suya, my car is parked downstairs, let me drive you back.
No need, I'll go back in Lin Fan's car. Suya refused. Oh, Lin Fan has a car too? Su Zhengyu pretended to be surprised.
In his view, even if Lin Fan had a car, it could never be anything good.
Mine is a BMW X2, not expensive, just over 300,000. I wonder what kind of luxury car Lin Fan drives? Let's go take a look.
Su Zhengyu looked at Lin Fan with a challenging gaze. It's just a trash car, it can't compare with yours. Lin Fan said casually.
You're too modest.
Su Zhengyu sneered inside, how about we all go and take a look?
The two girls nodded and followed Lin Fan to the parking lot.
The parking lot was filled with cars, and soon, Lin Fan stopped in front of a car made in an island country.
Just this one?
Looking at the 10,000 yuan old car in front of him, Su Zhengyu's expression became more mocking.
Not to mention, Lin Fan, with this junk car, how dare you go shopping with Suya?
The other two girls also showed disdain.
They thought the man Suya liked wouldn't be too bad.
But the result was,
Lin Fan, listen to my advice, stay away from Suya in the future.
You two are from completely different worlds.
There are plenty of good men chasing Suya, they don't need you. Lin Fan didn't say anything, silently took out the set of Ferrari car keys from his pocket.
As he pressed the button, the limited edition Ferrari 812 in front immediately lit up with dazzling lights. Then, the car's top slowly opened.
It was extremely high-tech.
Sorry, that one is the real car. Looking at the luxury sports car in front of them, Su Zhengyu and the others were stunned.
Is this also a junk car?
In the end, it turned out the fool was actually themselves. Remembering what he had just said, Su Zhengyu's face turned bright red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Compared to Lin Fan's Ferrari, his own car truly looked like a junk car. One of the girls leaned towards Suya and whispered, "Suya, this car looks so cool, it must be over 1 million, right?"
I heard Lin Fan say, it's over 10 million. Over 10 million? My god, Lin Fan's family must have a mine. Suya, Lin Fan really isn't your boyfriend? Suya was at a loss for words. I already said, he's really not.
In that case, Suya, fair competition, you can't blame us for snatching him away.
The two girls approached Lin Fan and started asking for his WeChat.
Suya was speechless. Is this what they call fake sisterhood?
Lin Fan, we have a good connection, let's add each other on WeChat, we can stay in touch often. Sorry, my phone is out of battery.
Lin Fan made an excuse to refuse. Ever since he bought the sports car, more and more girls had been asking for his contact information.
I see.
The two girls realized that Lin Fan wasn't interested in them, so they didn't push it further.
Suya, let's get in the car. Lin Fan looked at Suya. Suya nodded and sat in the passenger seat.
Unfortunately, the car only had 2 seats, otherwise, the two girls would have liked to try what it feels like to sit in a luxury car. As for Su Zhengyu, feeling embarrassed, he had already slipped away with his tail between his legs. Blowing in the evening breeze, looking at the street outside, Suya didn't say a word the whole time.
Half an hour later, the two returned to school. Suya got out of the car and didn't go to take those 2 dresses.
Lin Fan, the things you gave are too expensive, I can't accept them.
If you take them back now, maybe you can still return them.
Suya was the kind of more traditional girl who wouldn't accept someone's gift for no reason. Even though she had good feelings toward Lin Fan, it hadn't reached that level yet. Lin Fan touched his nose and said, "Actually, I feel these 2 dresses really suit you."
As the car stopped, some girls who liked watching drama also gathered over.
They whispered among themselves. Seeing more and more people around, Suya's cheeks turned red. "I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, Lin Fan.
If you ever come to Yanjing, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's leave it at that." Suya ran back to the dorm with a red face. As for those 2 dresses, Suya didn't take them.
Lin Fan felt very helpless.
If Suya weren't leaving so soon, he really wanted to win her over. These days, girls like Suya were very rare. But when it comes to feelings, sometimes it really depends on fate. Lin Fan drove back to the dorm building, and not long after he parked, his roommates came down. "Nice one, Lin Fan, even driving a luxury sports car now. Just now someone said you were driving a fancy car, we didn't believe it, but now it's clearly true. Lin Fan, are you some rich young master from a powerful family? Hiding it pretty deep."
During the 4 years of university, Lin Fan's relationship with those roommates was pretty good. Lin Fan smiled and didn't explain. "Lin Fan, that's not cool, being this rich and still hiding it from us." Lin Fan said, "It's late now. How about this, tomorrow I treat you guys to a meal, you choose the place."
"That's more like it."
Lin Fan went back to the dorm to pack clothes, then left the school.
He planned to stay in a hotel.
The next morning, Lin Fan woke up in a luxury hotel room. The first thing after waking up, of course, was the lottery draw.
System, draw the lottery.
Lin Fan was very excited, wondering what good thing he would get today. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 100% shares of Baihao Hotel. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a top-level manor in Modu. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 80 million Huaxia yuan. Excited, Lin Fan took out his phone and searched online. He found that Baihao Hotel had a market value of 15 billion, with branches in many big cities.
It was a famous hotel brand in Huaxia.
As for that top-level manor, it had a building area of 2,000 square meters, in European style, worth nearly 2 billion. Lin Fan originally planned to buy a house today, didn't expect he'd get one from the draw.
And it was even a top-level big manor. He'd find time to go check it out today. Not long after, Lin Fan's phone also received a message about the 80 million deposit.
In the middle of the excitement, Lin Fan suddenly remembered he forgot to call home last night. Lin Fan's hometown was in a small county, and his family wasn't rich. Now suddenly becoming a billionaire, Lin Fan didn't know how to explain it to his parents. Thinking for a bit, Lin Fan found his mom's bank card number and transferred 300,000 to her. After finishing all this, Lin Fan left the hotel and went to eat breakfast. Lin Fan had arranged to go to the company with Zhao Yang today. When he arrived at Chufeng Group headquarters, it was already 9 o'clock.
Mr. Lin.
Zhao Yang had long been waiting for Lin Fan at the entrance of the headquarters.
As soon as Lin Fan arrived, Zhao Yang quickly came forward, looking very respectful.
What surprised Lin Fan was that Wu Haichao also came. Standing next to Wu Haichao was a middle-aged man. He should be Wu Haichao's father. They came here today mainly to apologize to Lin Fan.
Because if Chufeng Group cancelled the cooperation, their only ending would be bankruptcy. Chapter 8, Zheng Xiaoqing. Mr. Lin, please come in.
Zhao Yang made a gesture of invitation. Lin Fan nodded, ignoring Wu Haichao and Wu Chang beside him.
Mr. Lin, I already know about what happened yesterday.
It's my son's fault, and I came here specifically to apologize to you. Wu Chang was sweating heavily, feeling an enormous pressure in front of Lin Fan. This person was not old, yet he was the behind-the-scenes boss of Chufeng Group. He guessed that Lin Fan's background must be terrifying.
It was all because of his son, otherwise, how could they have offended Lin Fan? Apologize? What for? We are not even familiar with each other.
Lin Fan directly bypassed the two men and entered the gate of Chufeng Group.
Mr. Lin.
Wu Haichao and Wu Chang tried to chase after him, but Zhao Yang stopped them.
Mr. Lin has no intention of forgiving you. Go away, don't embarrass yourselves here.
No, Mr. Zhao, please help us, let us meet Mr. Lin once more. Zhao Yang shook his head and said, if you had known this earlier, why bother? If you want to blame someone, blame your son for offending Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhao, we've known each other for so many years.
Please give us a chance. Don't cancel our cooperation. Wu Chang pleaded. Chufeng Group is now controlled by Mr. Lin. I can't help you.
Besides, my relationship with you is only a business one, not personal. After saying that, Zhao Yang also entered the gate. He specifically instructed the security at the gate not to let Wu Haichao and Wu Chang enter.
Dad, what should we do now? Wu Haichao was out of ideas. Wu Chang slapped Wu Haichao heavily, what should we do? How would I know?
This mess is all your fault. There are plenty of women in the world, why did you have to find that disaster, Lu Qian? Lin Fan directly went to the chairman's office and looked at the company's financial report for the last quarter. As for other matters of the company, Lin Fan didn't want to get involved. Things would proceed as they should. Mr. Lin, I've called the company's leaders for a meeting, and I'll introduce them to you.
No need, I'm busy, I'll leave soon.
After staying for half an hour at the company, Lin Fan left in his car. He took the property deed for the mansion from the system space and followed the address to find it. As he arrived at the gate of the mansion, Lin Fan saw the tall European-style building inside. The garden in front of the building was fully equipped, with rockeries, fountains, and tall trees. Lin Fan got out of the car at the mansion gate, noticed that the gate wasn't closed, and walked right in. The ground was very clean, and the flowers and plants along the road were well maintained and beautiful.
Hey, who are you? How dare you just barge into someone's home?
A beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Fan, her voice carrying a hint of anger.
Zheng Xiaoqing was the housekeeper here. An hour ago, she had received notice that the owner of the mansion would be coming.
Zheng Xiaoqing had been the housekeeper here for half a year and had never met the mansion's owner. Lin Fan turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing in front of him.
Zheng Xiaoqing wore an office lady outfit, white on top and black on the bottom, with a curvy figure and impressive beauty.
Lin Fan sized up Zheng Xiaoqing and smiled, I'm Lin Fan.
Are you the owner of the mansion, Mr. Lin?
Zheng Xiaoqing did not expect Lin Fan to be so young and was quite surprised. Lin Fan nodded and took out his ID and the mansion's property deed, handing them to Zheng Xiaoqing.
It really is you. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I just offended you.
Let me introduce myself. I am the housekeeper here, my name is Zheng Xiaoqing. Zheng Xiaoqing hurriedly apologized.
It's all right.
Lin Fan waved his hand, I'll be living here from now on.
Take me on a tour. Okay, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be so young, Mr. Lin.
Zheng Xiaoqing smiled, leading Lin Fan to the hall.
Mr. Lin, here is the kitchen. There is a swimming pool in the back garden.
Zheng Xiaoqing carefully introduced the mansion and handed Lin Fan a set of keys. I'll go upstairs to take a look.
Xiaoqing, please help me drive the car in first.
Lin Fan took out the car keys. Zhang Xiaocheng didn't think much and immediately walked out of the hall. Lin Fan walked up to the second floor and had to say, it was really very big here. Living alone here would definitely be very lonely. Lin Fan chose a large room facing south and planned to live here. Standing in front of the window, he could still see the distant street view. Not long after, Zhang Xiaocheng walked back with a gloomy face. Is the car parked? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Xiaocheng shook her head. Mr. Lin, I have never driven such an expensive car, I'm afraid I would scratch it and can't afford to pay. It's okay, even if you scratch it, you won't have to pay. Just drive with peace of mind. Zhang Xiaocheng felt helpless, and hearing Lin Fan say this, she could only go out again. Arriving at the entrance, Zhang Xiaocheng carefully got into the car. She drove very slowly, afraid that she would accidentally crash the car. Lin Fan strolled around the estate and finally returned to the hall. Xiaocheng, besides you, how many people are there in this estate? Zhang Xiaocheng replied, apart from me, there are 3 servants, they are responsible for managing the estate. If Mr. Lin, you are going to move in, you will need to hire a chef, and security personnel are also a must. You can handle that. Zhang Xiaocheng was the housekeeper, so these things were naturally her responsibility. Also, don't call me Mr. Lin, just call me Lin Fan. Zhang Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and said, well, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Lin Fan asked. I don't plan to continue being the housekeeper here. If Mr. Lin trusts me, I can recommend someone for you. Why do you want to leave as soon as I arrive? Is it because the salary is too low? No. Zhang Xiaocheng explained, I studied economic management. Leaving here is just to find a more challenging job. Zhang Xiaocheng was a returnee, and being a housekeeper here was indeed a bit of a waste of her talents. She chose to be a housekeeper here at first because she needed a stable job. Now that she has paid off her loans, it was time to think about her future. What a coincidence, I'm planning to establish an investment company soon, just the kind of talent I need. How about this, you continue to be the housekeeper here, and I'll pay you double. After the investment company is established, I will also let you manage it. Lin Fan still had a lot of money in his bank card, and he wanted to invest it. Zhang Xiaocheng hesitated. To be honest, the salary Lin Fan offered was too tempting. And this job really wasn't bad. What's wrong? Is this job not challenging? It's not that, I'm afraid my lack of experience will disappoint you. It's okay, I believe in you. Zhang Xiaocheng felt a bit speechless. Should she say she met a good boss? Or say that this boss was too casual? I might move in tonight, so please quickly hire a chef, preferably one who can cook both Chinese and Western dishes. Okay. Zhang Xiaocheng replied. By the way, Mr. Lin, we need to add some furniture here. I don't know if you have any requirements in this regard. Anything is fine, for these small matters, you can decide on your own in the future without asking me. Lin Fan remembered something, took out his phone, and transferred 20 million to Zhang Xiaocheng. This is for the estate's expenses. Whenever it's used up, just tell me. Zhang Xiaocheng didn't expect Lin Fan to trust her so much and shook her head helplessly. Then I'll go do my work. If you need to find me, just call me directly. Zhang Xiaocheng left. Lin Fan had nothing to do and planned to sit for a while before leaving. At that moment, angry voices came from outside the hall. Li Fei Peng, how many times have I told you, this is a private place, you cannot come in. Go out. Zhang Xiaocheng was furious. In front of her stood a young man in a suit. The young man's name was Li Fei Peng, Zhang Xiaocheng's high school classmate and suitor. He often came here to harass her. Li Fei Peng was holding a bouquet of roses. Smiling brightly. Xiaocheng, today is your birthday. I booked a private room at Yilongchuan, let's go have a meal together. Zhang Xiaocheng bit her pearl white teeth. Li Feiping, how many times have I told you? Don't come looking for me again. Li Feiping, stubborn as ever, showed no intention of leaving. Xiaocheng, give me a chance, I'm not that bad. As long as you accept me, I can give you everything you want. Xiaocheng, what's wrong? Lin Fan walked out from the hall. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm disturbing you, this is a private matter of mine. Zhang Xiaocheng tried to calm her anger. Li Feiping, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Li Feiping still didn't leave, his gaze toward Lin Fan was full of hostility. Xiaocheng, who is he? Li Feiping asked coldly. What he is, has nothing to do with you. Li Feiping narrowed his eyes, glaring at Lin Fan. He can't be your kept man, can he? Li Feiping, clean up your mouth. Zhang Xiaocheng was about to burst with anger. What, did I hit the nail on the head? Mr. Lin is the owner of the estate, don't talk nonsense here. Li Feiping sneered after taking another look at Lin Fan, him, the owner of this estate? Xiaocheng, you really think I'm a fool? It was said that the owner of this estate was very mysterious and hadn't appeared since it was built. Li Feiping was definitely not going to believe that this young man was the owner of the estate.
I give you 3 seconds, if you don't leave, I'm calling the police.
Zheng Xiaoqing took out her phone, ready to call the police.
Fine, I'll leave.
Li Feiping looked at Lin Fan, his gaze dark. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Xiaoqing in the future, or the consequences will be serious.
Clearly, Li Feiping viewed Lin Fan as a love rival.
After saying that, he turned and left.
Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry.
Zheng Xiaoqing said apologetically.
No problem, go do your thing.
Lin Fan frowned as he watched Li Feiping leave. He would have to bring in 2 security guards in the future, so no one could just wander in here anymore.
Then I'll leave first.
Zheng Xiaoqing brushed her messy hair back and left as well.
Lin Fan rested in the estate until the afternoon, when Zheng Xiaoqing returned.
Zheng Xiaoqing had worked hard all day and hadn't found a suitable chef, but she did bring back 2 housekeepers.
Mr. Lin, I didn't find a chef today, so how about I make something for you to eat? You can cook?
Lin Fan was surprised.
Of course, I learned a lot when I studied abroad. Zheng Xiaoqing said proudly, asking, Mr. Lin, do you want Chinese food? Or Western food?
Western food, but don't make too much, I still need to go out tonight. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded, tied on an apron, and went to the kitchen to fry 2 steaks for Lin Fan. Zheng Xiaoqing's cooking was indeed good, and Lin Fan kept praising her. At night, Lin Fan received a call from his roommate.
Lin Fan, you promised to treat us today, don't forget. I'm just about to go out, where are you?
At the usual place, the barbecue stall by the river.
Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, such a good opportunity, and you just want barbecue? Though those roommates knew Lin Fan had money now, they didn't have any outrageous requests.
This friendship really was rare.
Lin Fan, you really want to treat us to a big meal? We might not be used to it, hurry up and come out, everyone is here.
After hanging up, Lin Fan quickly drove out. Lin Fan didn't notice that not far behind him, a white car was closely following. And the driver was Li Feiping. After going back, Li Feiping grew more and more angry, so he brought 3 people over, planning to give Lin Fan a lesson.
Panga, are you sure you want to teach that guy in the sports car a lesson? He looks very wealthy, we might not want to offend him.
The others in the car expressed their worries upon seeing Lin Fan driving an expensive car.
Li Feiping was also feeling a bit scared. He didn't expect Lin Fan to actually have a luxury car.
But just going back like this, he was unwilling.
Let's follow him and take a look, maybe that sports car is rented.
A few minutes later, the Ferrari stopped by the roadside, and Lin Fan went alone into a barbecue stall. That kid actually came here to eat barbecue, Brother Peng, it seems he's not a rich man. Indeed, rich people rarely come to such places to spend.
Li Feiping sneered, I knew it, that kid is just a poor beggar. Maybe that sports car is modified too, smash it for me later. Okay, Brother Peng, let's act now. Idiot, there are so many people here, wait a moment.
Seeing that Lin Fan wouldn't come out for a while, Li Feiping took the 3 men to a nearby shop to eat something. On the other side, Lin Fan also met those roommates.
Lin Fan, you finally came.
Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, thank you for waiting. Lin Fan ordered a lot of food and even asked for a case of beer. An hour later, except for Lin Fan, everyone was drunk. Lin Fan also drank, but since he took the primary gene potion, his alcohol tolerance increased. After sending off his roommates, Lin Fan wanted to hire a designated driver. But those drivers, upon seeing Lin Fan's car, dared not take the job. After all, that was over 10 million worth of limited edition sports car.
If anything went wrong, it would be a big trouble.
In despair, Lin Fan had to call Zheng Xiaoqing to come out. Zheng Xiaoqing arrived quickly, driving the sports car to take Lin Fan back to the manor. As the car passed through a quiet street, a white sedan suddenly chased up, forcing Lin Fan's Ferrari to stop. Li Feiping and the 3 got out of the car, looking aggressive.
Smash that broken car for me. The 3, holding iron rods, began to smash wildly on the car body.
Lin Fan frowned and quickly pulled Zheng Xiaoqing out of the car.
Li Feiping, what do you want to do? Make your people stop.
Zheng Xiaoqing shouted angrily.
Xiaoqing, today I will just teach this kid a lesson, you don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Fan also got angry.
Today, he didn't want to stoop to Li Feiping's level at the manor. Unexpectedly, this Li Feiping would even call people to smash his car.
This was too much. Just because you drive a modified car, you think you are a rich person, kid?
You better leave Xiaoqing now, or I can still give you a chance.
Li Feiping pointed at Lin Fan, looking arrogant. Xiaoqing, call the police.
Lin Fan ignored Li Feiping. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and took out her phone.
Stupid bitch, you actually help him.
Li Feiping, unable to contain his anger, rushed over to snatch Zheng Xiaoqing's phone.
Lin Fan reacted quickly, tripping Li Feiping with a kick.
Seeing Li Feiping being attacked, the other three rushed over. After taking the primary gene potion, Lin Fan's speed and physical strength were both enhanced.
Those few people were naturally no match for Lin Fan. Damn it, this kid is so strong. We miscalculated.
Seeing Lin Fan's strength, Zhang Xiaoqing was also stunned. Lin Fan stepped on Li Feiping, coldly saying, "Dare to bring people to smash cars, get ready to pay." Li Feiping tried to stand up but failed. With Lin Fan stepping on him, his face turned bright red.
This action didn't cause much injury, but was extremely humiliating. Isn't it just paying money? How much could your broken modified car be worth? You better let me go, otherwise, you'll regret it in the future.
Lin Fan said, "Your tricks won't work on me, causing willful damage to property and serious circumstances, get ready for jail." The Ferrari had been smashed over a dozen times, and the body was deformed. Li Feiping gritted his teeth. "I tell you, my dad is the general manager of Baihao Hotel, with an annual salary of over $1 million. Do you think I would be afraid of you?"
General manager of Baihao Hotel? Lin Fan laughed. "Call your father, see if he can save you." Li Feiping took out his phone and called his father, Li Zhiwei. Dad, I've been beaten up outside, come save me." Who? Who dares to hit my son?"
A roaring voice came from the phone. Li Feiping is the only son in the family, so he is very pampered. Lin Fan directly snatched Li Feiping's phone and said, "I'm Lin Fan, I hit your son."
Lin Fan? Such a familiar name. Today, someone acquired the Baihao Hotel, and that person's name is Lin Fan. Could it be that this is just a coincidence? Are you the Lin Fan who bought the Baihao Hotel?
Li Zhihui was uncertain.
That's me. Lin Fan said, "Now I've hit your son, I don't know if you have any objections?" No objections, no objections. Li Zhihui's attitude changed immediately. How could he offend his own boss? You have no objections, right? Well, now I have objections. Your son smashed my car, what do you think we should do? Chapter 10 Koenigsegg. Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding.
Li Zhihui wished he could slap his son to death. Why did you provoke the wrong person? Of all people, you went after Lin Fan. How about this, Mr. Lin, I will compensate you with a new car.
Compensate me with a new car, huh? Very good.
Lin Fan said, "That car of mine was just bought yesterday, a limited edition Ferrari 812, worth 16 million.
What? 16 million?
Li Zhihui was stunned. If it were a couple of million, Li Zhihui could still take it out.
But more than 10 million, wouldn't that take his life? How did I raise such a useless child?
Li Zhihui shouted angrily. Li Feiping also knew he had offended the wrong person, his face pale. Even his father feared Lin Fan's identity. Oh my god, who exactly is Lin Fan?
Could he really be the owner of the estate?
Thinking of this possibility, Li Feiping regretted it deeply. So, that sports car is real?
Mr. Lin, I don't have that much money.
How about this, you send the car for repairs, whatever it costs, I'll accept. Li Zhihui did not expect things to turn out this way.
I will have my lawyer talk to you about the compensation.
The police are almost here. If you want to see your son, go to the police station yourself. Also, be prepared to submit your resignation letter tomorrow. Li Zhihui is the general manager of Baihao Hotel. After this incident, Lin Fan will definitely not use him again.
Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding.
Li Zhihui didn't want to lose his job.
Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the police will find out.
Lin Fan said nothing more and hung up the phone.
Not long after, the police arrived at the scene.
Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaochang were taken back to give their statements. The dashcam in the car also captured the criminal acts of Li Feiping and others. Intentional damage to property was enough for Li Feiping to spend a few years in jail. Lin Fan contacted the Ferrari service personnel and was told that the car would need to be sent to the factory for repairs. Although the car was not severely damaged, it was a limited edition car, so the repair fees would be in the hundreds of thousands.
Until late at night, Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing only left the police station after finishing their statements.
Mr. Lin, it's all my fault. Zhang Xiaoqing said self-reproachfully. If it weren't for her, Li Feiping wouldn't have troubled Lin Fan.
It's okay.
Lin Fan took out his phone and saw several missed calls, all from his mom.
He hadn't noticed in the police station.
Now it was already late at night. Lin Fan planned to call back tomorrow. It's so late, Xiaochang, you should go back and rest.
Zhang Xiaochang nodded and didn't say more.
The two took separate taxis back. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up from his soft bed. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, the lottery.
System, lottery.
Lin Fan was full of expectation. He had drawn good things the last 2 times, he wondered what he would get this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing all the shares of Yilongxuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a Ducati Superleggera V4. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a Koenigsegg 1:1.
Yalanchuan is a very famous top restaurant in Magic City.
It's not only expensive, but if you want to eat there, you generally need to book a week in advance. And the private rooms there are quite special, operating on a membership system, so ordinary people can't even get in. The Ducati Superleggera V4, though just a motorcycle, costs up to 1.5 million.
Ducati, the Ferrari of motorcycles.
And the Koenigsegg 1:1 that I won in the lottery almost made Lin Fan faint from excitement. The Koenigsegg 1:1, a limited edition luxury sports car, there are only 6 in the world.
Its price is over 100 million. My Ferrari that I just bought was smashed, and now I've won a luxury car. The system really understands me. System, I love you so much.
After the excitement, Lin Fan took out his phone and dialed his mom's number.
Mom, have you had breakfast? Lin Fan asked, feeling happy. I've already eaten, Lin Fan. I called you last night, why didn't you answer?
Lin Fan explained, I was busy with something, so I didn't notice.
Well, I suddenly got a 300,000 transfer to my bank account yesterday, is it related to you?
When Lin Fan's mom received the transfer notification, she was also shocked. She had lived most of her life and had never received such a large sum of money.
It's like this, Mom, I did some business with a friend and made a bit of money. So, you can keep the money.
Lin Fan casually gave an excuse.
Aren't you still studying? What business are you doing?
Lin Fan's mom asked further.
It's all legal business. Lin Fan answered quickly. Next week is Dad's birthday, I'll go back then, we'll talk then. Lin Fan's mom said, didn't you get a girlfriend? You could bring her back too. Don't mention it, we broke up.
Lin Fan gave a bitter smile.
Oh, that's really a pity.
Lin Fan's mom's voice carried regret. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan ended the call. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lin Fan opened the door. At this time, Zhang Xiaoqing had already prepared breakfast. Before she could hire a chef, she had to do it herself, even if it was tiring.
Good morning, Mr. Lin.
Zhang Xiaoqing greeted Lin Fan with a smile.
Lin Fan nodded and invited Zhang Xiaoqing to sit down and have breakfast together.
At first, Zhang Xiaoqing felt a bit awkward, after all, she was just a housekeeper. But slowly, Zhang Xiaoqing began to relax. She found out that Lin Fan was the type of person who was easy to get along with.
Mr. Lin, you said you want to set up an investment company, when are you planning to do that?
I need to make some preparations in advance. Lin Fan said, this isn't urgent, right now the general manager position at Baimao Hotel has opened up, find a new person for it. Lin Fan didn't like Li Zhihui at all, there was no way he'd let him stay at Baimao Hotel.
No problem, I'll take care of it. Zhang Xiaoqing felt that she was almost becoming Lin Fan's personal secretary. I'm really curious, how many companies do you actually have?
Zhang Xiaoqing quietly looked into Lin Fan's eyes.
You'll know later.
Lin Fan didn't answer directly. Now that he had the system, who knew what he might win tomorrow?
After breakfast, Lin Fan walked alone in the manor.
Seeing that Zhang Xiaoqing hadn't followed, Lin Fan took the 2 cars he won out of the system space. The 2 cars had already completed all the paperwork and were ready to drive. This saved Lin Fan a lot of time.
Soon, the Koenigsegg sports car and Ducati motorcycle appeared at the manor gate.
The Koenigsegg 1:1, which costs over 100 million, looked even more domineering than his previous Ferrari 812. Of course, its performance was also far superior. And the Ducati Superleggera V4 motorcycle also had a luxurious look.
It would be pretty nice to go for a ride at night. Chapter 11, Cousin.
Lin Fan parked the 2 cars in the garage, and at that moment, his phone rang again. Lin Fan looked at the screen, it was his mom calling, and he pressed the answer button.
Mom, what's up? Lin Fan, didn't you break up with your girlfriend? I just remembered, my friend's daughter also works in Magic City, how about? Have you all met before?
Lin's mother really hoped her son would settle down soon. Lin Fan understood that his mother was setting him up for a blind date.
Lin Fan smiled bitterly, Mom, I'm very busy right now, let's put love aside for now. Lin Fan, you're not young anymore, while I'm still young, I can help take care of the kids.
It's settled then, I'll have that girl add you on WeChat, make sure to seize this opportunity.
Lin's mother didn't give Lin Fan a chance to refuse and quickly hung up the phone.
Lin Fan put down his phone with a helpless expression.
Alright, this blind date was unavoidable.
But since it was arranged by his mother, meeting her wouldn't be a big deal. In July, the weather was very hot, even in the morning. With nothing to do, Lin Fan went swimming at the pool. Before long, Zhang Xiaoqing approached Lin Fan again. Ever since he drank the gene potion, Lin Fan's body could be described as perfect. Especially those 8-pack abs, which left Zhang Xiaoqing in awe. His physique looked even better than those who worked out every day. Zhang Xiaoqing's heart raced and her face turned red.
Mr. Lin. Mr. Li Zhihui is here, he says he wants to see you.
Li Zhihui's son smashed Lin Fan's car last night, and he was here to compensate.
Not meeting, let him go. Lin Fan knew Li Zhihui's intentions, so he didn't want to see him.
As for the compensation, a lawyer would handle it with them. Zhang Xiaoqing said, Li Zhihui said he would voluntarily resign as the manager of Baihao Hotel, and he is willing to offer 3 million as compensation. Li Zhihui was very wary of Lin Fan's identity, fearing retaliation later. That's why he was willing to offer 3 million to settle this matter. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, take the money, and let's leave it at that. Knowing that Li Zhihui's assets were limited, Lin Fan realized he couldn't squeeze much from him.
After deducting the car repair costs, this amount was about right.
Zhang Xiaoqing nodded and said, by the way, there are suddenly 2 more cars in the garage, are they yours? Zhang Xiaoqing felt very strange, she remembered the garage was empty when she had come in the morning.
How could 2 cars suddenly appear?
Moreover, the most important thing was that one of them was a limited edition sports car worth over 1 billion.
Yes, it's mine, I just had someone drive it back. Lin Fan explained. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't ask further.
Of course, deep down, she was still very shocked. After all, that limited edition Koenigsegg 1:1 was hard to find even in all of Huaxia.
At noon, Lin Fan specifically instructed Zhang Xiaoqing not to prepare food.
He drove that Koenigsegg 1:1 to Yilongxian. Now that Yilongxian was under Lin Fan's name, he wanted to try its delicious dishes. The luxury sports car drove through the bustling streets, and passers-by marveled.
Wow, what car is that? It looks like a Koenigsegg. It's a Koenigsegg 1:1, a limited edition, over 1 billion.
I had only heard about it before, but now I finally see the real thing, so cool.
The guy in the car is handsome too, I'm in love.
Lin Fan naturally ignored all the envious gazes. Half an hour later, he arrived at the parking lot of Yilongxian.
Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?
The security guard at Yilongxian asked respectfully.
No, I want to see your manager. Oh, just say my name is Lin Fan.
Lin Fan stated his purpose directly.
The guard, noticing Lin Fan's luxurious sports car, didn't dare to delay and immediately called the manager.
Upon hearing that Lin Fan had arrived, the manager hurriedly rushed to the entrance and instructed the guard to let him through.
Mr. Lin, hello, I am the manager of Yilongxian, my name is Lu Bin.
Before Lin Fan, the manager Lu Bin was extremely respectful.
Mr. Lin, I wonder if you've had lunch yet? Not yet, I came here to taste the dishes at Yilongxian. Lu Bin said, alright, I will arrange it for Mr. Lin right away. Please.
Lu Bin smiled and invited Lin Fan into Yilongxian.
Yilongxian was large, and the environment was elegant.
There are ordinary private rooms, and there are VIP private rooms.
Of course, to enter the VIP room, one must have a certain status.
Although the consumption here is quite high, it is famous for its reputation. Lu Bin arranged the highest level room for Lin Fan, and brought the menu to introduce the signature dishes here. Lin Fan listened quietly, and at that moment, his phone rang again.
Sister, is there something?
The call was from Lin Fan's cousin.
What's wrong? Can't I call you if nothing's happening?
Lin Shuayan said, I'm still on the high-speed train, I'll be in Magic City in half an hour.
Sister, are you coming to play in Magic City?
No, I'm coming here to work.
I just graduated. Lin Fan, what about you? You also graduated, right? Did you find a job?
Lin Fan smiled but said nothing.
With his current status, did he even need to look for a job?
After I get to Magic City, I'll first look for a place to stay.
How about I treat you to dinner tonight?
Lin Fan said, it should be me treating you.
Sister, don't look for a place to stay, I'll arrange it for you. From the sound of your tone, have you hooked up with a rich woman? Lin Shuayan teased.
Lin Fan did not explain too much. Sister, I'll go to the high-speed train station to pick you up and then we can eat together.
No need to come, I have 3 friends with me. It's okay, I'm going over now.
Lin Fan hung up, stood up, and said to the side Lu Bin. Manager Lu, please hold the private room for me.
I need to pick up a few friends. Mr. Lin, how about you rest here for a bit? I can go for you. No need.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
By the way, do you have a car? That Koenigsegg only has 2 seats and cannot fit many people. I didn't drive here today. Lu Bin said. Then forget it. Lin Fan walked out of Yilongxian.
Renting a car is convenient now, he operated it on his phone and rented a BMW sedan. After arriving at the high-speed train station, Lin Fan waited a few minutes before he saw Lin Shuayan and the others.
Besides Lin Shuayan, there were also 2 men and 1 woman.
They came here to work, each with a suitcase.
Lin Fan. Sister.
Lin Xuan sized Lin Fan up for a while and said, "It's been 2 months, and you've gotten more handsome."
Lin Fan smiled.
Although Lin Xuan is not Lin Fan's biological sister, they have played together since childhood, so their feelings are naturally very good. "Let me introduce you, these three are all my friends.
This is Ding Lei, this is Chen Meilin, and this is..."
Chapter 12 A bottle of wine worth over 100,000.
Lin Xuan introduced each of them to Lin Fan.
The four of them have all been hired by the same company and will start work tomorrow.
"I'm so hungry, Xuan, why don't we go eat first?" Chen Meilin beside Lin Xuan said.
Ding Lei said, "I happen to have a friend who owns a restaurant, so how about we eat there?
It's not far from here."
After sitting on the high-speed train for several hours, they were indeed starving. Lin Fan smiled, "No need, I've already booked a place.
Just follow me. And sister, wait a bit and I'll arrange a place for you to stay."
Ding Lei questioned, "I heard your sister say you haven't found a job yet, you're not planning to treat us to fast food, are you?"
"I can't stand that."
From Ding Lei's tone, it could be heard he didn't think much of Lin Fan.
Chen Meilin glanced at Lin Fan with disdain and interjected, "I don't want fast food either." Lin Xuan showed a helpless expression. Her two friends come from well-off families and are indeed picky about dining.
"Since a place has been booked, let's just make do with it,"
Lin Xuan persuaded.
Besides Lin Xuan, the other three were not very willing. Regarding this, Lin Fan did not explain too much. He took the four people away from the high-speed train station. Including Lin Fan, there were a total of 5 people, and it felt a bit crowded in the rented car. Lin Fan focused on driving. Lin Xuan looked at the street scenery outside the car window and after a while, curiously asked,
"Lin Fan, where are you taking us to eat?"
Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know soon. You just graduated and haven't found a job yet, so don't take us to too high-end a place." Lin Xuan was afraid that Lin Fan would spend recklessly.
"To be honest, sis, I made some money from business a while ago."
Lin Fan did not directly mention that his assets were over 10 billion.
But even if he said it, Lin Xuan probably wouldn't believe it. "What business?" Lin Xuan became even more curious. "Catering." Ding Lei, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up, "What catering? It wouldn't be delivering takeout, would it?"
Lin Fan only smiled without answering. Lin Xuan got a bit angry, "Ding Lei, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute."
"Don't misunderstand, I was just joking with your brother."
"By the way, Xuan, I saw a hotel nearby that has discounted rooms.
Should I book one for you too?" Seeing Lin Xuan getting angry, Ding Lei quickly changed the topic.
Lin Xuan said, "No need, Lin Fan said he would make arrangements for me." Ding Lei was not very interested in that. In his view, even if Lin Fan arranged something for them, it definitely wouldn't be a good place.
It would be better to find one by themselves. In the end, all 3 of them booked hotels online. 20 minutes later. "We've arrived." Lin Fan parked the car and got out first.
Lin Xuan took her luggage and looked at the Yulongchuan restaurant in front of her, puzzled.
"Lin Fan, you can't be treating us to eat here, right? It looks so high-end." Lin Fan nodded. Ding Lei frowned, "Are you joking with us? Yulongchuan is a very famous restaurant in Magic City, it has even hosted foreign leaders, normal people can't just walk in. To eat here, you generally have to make a reservation in advance. And Lin Fan, do you have that much money?"
Ding Lei had been to Magic City a few times, so he knew some information. He didn't believe that Lin Fan had the ability to bring them here to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit ran out from the entrance of Yulongchuan and came to Lin Fan.
"Mr. Lin, you finally returned."
That person was naturally Lu Bin, the manager of Yulongchuan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lin Fan nodded and looked at Lin Xuan. "Sis, let's put our luggage down first, then we can go eat."
"Just place it on the ground, I'll have someone help you take it."
Lu Bin was a smart man and quickly called over a few waiters from Yulongchuan to help carry the luggage.
Lin Xuan was confused. "How can we eat here? And what kind of service is this? Wait, that person called Lin Fan Mr. Lin, and his attitude was so respectful, what was going on?" Ding Lei and the others were also bewildered.
They clearly did not expect to see such a situation. It seemed that Lin Fan had indeed booked a table here.
Moreover, it appeared that Lin Fan's identity was not ordinary. To the extent that the people here treated Lin Fan with utmost respect.
Before Lin Xuan and the others could regain their composure, Lin Fan had already walked into Yulongchuan.
Lin Xuan quickly chased after him. "Lin Fan, what's going on? Who was that person just now?" This was Lin Xuan's first time in such a high-end restaurant.
Lin Fan smiled, "I know you have many questions, let's talk after we finish eating." Lin Fan hadn't had lunch yet, he was hungry too. Ding Lei and the others followed behind Lin Fan, and their eyes finally changed as they looked at him. Seeing Lin Fan able to book a table here, combined with the attitude of that man just now, it could be seen that Lin Fan indeed had some capabilities. In the elevator, Lin Fan quickly took them to the highest standard private room in Yilangshuan. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the private room, Lin Xuyen and the others were dumbfounded. At that moment, the waiters at Yilangshuan were already serving the dishes. On the dining table, there were a dozen dishes arranged.
The aroma wafted in the air. Mr. Lin, these dishes were prepared for you in advance by Manager Liu. Here's the menu, if there's anything you like, you can order more.
A young female waiter handed the menu to Lin Fan.
Sis, you can order, don't be shy.
Lin Xuyen took the menu and looked at it, discovering that all the dishes on it were sky-high prices. She dared not order anything. Ding Lei and the others looked at the menu for a while, shook their heads, and finally handed the menu back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no choice but to add a few more dishes himself.
Is this enough? We can't finish it.
Lin Xuyen roughly calculated the dishes on the table and found they cost over 10,000 yuan. She began to doubt whether her brother had become a wealthy person.
Then let's eat. Actually, it's my first time dining here too.
Lin Fan smiled.
Mr. Lin, there are 2 bottles of wine here, should we open them?
The waiter brought out 2 bottles of Macallan M Crystal.
Open them. Wait.
Ding Lei recognized those 2 bottles of wine and immediately stopped him. Those were Macallan M Crystal, 1 bottle costs 180,000.
Lin Fan, it seems you didn't order these 2 bottles. If Lin Fan couldn't pay the bill, they would be doomed.
2 bottles of wine add up to over 300,000.
The waiter explained, oh, actually, these 2 bottles were brought by Manager Liu from home. He said they are a gift for Mr. Lin. A gift? Ding Lei was even more shocked. God, who exactly is Lin Fan? How could someone give him wine worth over 100,000? It's fine, open it. Let my sister have a taste.
Whether a gift or bought, Lin Fan didn't lack that little money. Lin Xuyen said, I don't handle alcohol well, but I can try a sip. This wine should be expensive, right?
Lin Xuyen didn't know much about wine. 18,000 a bottle, do you think it's expensive?
Ding Lei shook his head and said,
it's more expensive than that 82 Snow Sprite, no, that Lafite. 18,000?
Hearing this price, not only Lin Xuyen but also Chen Meilin and another person were shocked. They had just started working, and their monthly salary was only a few thousand. In other words, after working hard for a year, they still couldn't buy a bottle of such wine. God, the world of the rich is too crazy. Lin Fan, I really apologize for earlier.
Ding Lei took the initiative to apologize, no longer daring to show any disrespect.
At this point, even a fool should guess Lin Fan's identity was not simple.
Fortunately, Lin Fan didn't hold it against him.
Lin Xuyen found it hard to understand her brother and quietly asked, Lin Fan, that person at the door should be the manager here, right?
That's right. Then why would he give you such expensive wine? What's your relationship? Lin Fan said, sister, if I say this Yilangshuan is mine, would you believe it?
Lin Xuyen shook her head, I don't believe it.
For a restaurant as big and high class as Yilangshuan, Lin Xuyen didn't believe Lin Fan could buy it. Okay, sister, then don't ask. Anyway, even if I tell you, you won't believe me.
Lin Xuyen. So, the waiter opened the wine and poured a glass for each person. After a little drink, Chen Meilin looked at Lin Fan with an increasingly exposed gaze.
She kept throwing flirtatious looks at Lin Fan.
Lin Xuyen pushed Chen Meilin and reminded her, hey, you already have a boyfriend, don't have ideas about my brother. Chen Meilin said, Xuyen, I didn't notice before, your brother is so handsome.
We are friends, if we can get closer, wouldn't that be better?
Handsome is one thing, but mainly, Chen Meilin focused on Lin Fan's connections. Someone would give wine worth over 100,000 to Lin Fan, which shows he is not simple.
Get away, my brother wouldn't be interested in you. Half an hour passed, and everyone was full. They had never eaten so much before. After all, good food shouldn't be wasted. Besides, there may not be another chance to come here, so they certainly had to eat a little more. Seeing Ding Lei still staring at the bottle of wine on the table, Lin Xuyen said, just drink a bit, how can you still want more? Are you addicted?
Ding Lei explained, no, I want that wine bottle. This is probably the most expensive wine I've ever had, it will be enough to boast for my whole life.
Ding Lei stood up, shamelessly asked, Lin Fan, can I take that wine bottle?
Lin Fan was speechless. Take it. Just an empty wine bottle, it didn't mean anything to Lin Fan. As for the other unopened bottle, Lin Fan planned to take it home. Later, you can slowly savor it.
Thank you.
Ding Lei took the wine bottle, treating it like a treasure. Ding Lei, you've drunk too much. Lin Xuyen sighed helplessly.
All right, since I'm full, I should head back.
Lin Fan said, "Sister, I've arranged a place for you to stay, someone will come to pick you up later.
If you feel bored at night, I'll take you out to have fun."
Lin Fan let everyone out of the private room, arriving at the entrance of Yilangshuan.
Before long, a black Lincoln stopped by the roadside.
It was someone from Baihao Hotel. Lin Fan had already instructed them to reserve a room.
"Lin Fan, I'm leaving."
Lin Xueyan got into the car, and her 3 friends happened to be going the same way, so they got in too. 10 minutes later, Lin Xueyan and the others arrived at a nearby Baihao Hotel.
As soon as Lin Xueyan got out of the car, hotel staff came out to greet her.
"Miss Lin, the presidential suite is ready, please follow us."
"Presidential suite? You must be mistaken." Lin Xueyan was stunned.
Given the standards of Baihao Hotel, a presidential suite would cost over 10,000 a night.
She couldn't afford that.
"No mistake, this is arranged by Mr. Lin."
"Miss Lin, this is your room key."
Mr. Lin also said, "You can stay here as long as you want."
Lin Xueyan took the room key. She never expected Lin Fan would arrange a presidential suite for her. What identity does this guy have now? Lin Xueyan was extremely curious.
"No, I have to ask Lin Fan for clarification tonight."
Ding Lei and the others, upon hearing that Lin Xueyan was staying in a presidential suite, were left with nothing but regret.
Originally, Lin Fan had also prepared a place for them. To put it another way, even if Lin Fan had prepared a luxury room for them, that would have been very nice.
But they rejected it. "Xueyan, will you be scared staying here alone? Let me stay with you,"
Chen Meilin said, linking arms with Lin Xueyan. Actually, she also wanted to experience the presidential suite. Moreover, she wanted to extract more information about Lin Fan from Lin Xueyan. All signs indicated that Lin Fan was a wealthy man.
"This is a 5-star hotel, it's safe and has guarantees, what am I afraid of?"
Chen Meilin said, "Mainly, I want to accompany you shopping at night, it's settled."
"Don't think I don't know you're after my brother."
Lin Xueyan directly exposed her.
"You have a boyfriend now, don't come to ruin my brother."
"I just want to be friends with your brother,"
Chen Meilin explained. "I don't believe you."
On the other side, Lin Fan had Lu Bin drive him back to the estate in the Koenigsegg.
Back in the room, Lin Fan looked at his phone and found someone added him on WeChat.
"My name is Zhang Lily, let's go out to dinner tonight." Seeing that verification message, Lin Fan clicked to agree. Looks like this Zhang Lily is the girl that his mom introduced. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and replied, "You pick a time and place."
"Let's go to Mia Western Restaurant at 8 o'clock, don't be late."
Originally Lin Fan had some expectations, but hearing this, all goodwill vanished. Mia Western Restaurant is a high-cost place. For their first meeting, she actually chose such a place.
What is this? A test?
However, Lin Fan didn't refuse, since it was arranged by his mom, he'd just go along with it. Time passed quickly, and night fell over the land. Lin Fan didn't take the Koenigsegg sports car but put on a helmet and rode out on the Ducati motorcycle.
"Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic."
Lin Fan hummed a tune, heading to Mia Western Restaurant.
The Ducati is indeed the Ferrari of motorcycles.
Its perfect body still made Lin Fan the most handsome guy on the street. In the streets of the Magic City, motorcycles are quite rare since the paperwork is too complicated. However, Lin Fan's motorcycle was drawn from the system, so all paperwork was naturally complete.
Chapter 14 Blind Date. When Lin Fan arrived at the Mia Western Restaurant, he was already late.
He parked the car and then sent a message to Zhang Lily to confirm the location. Entering the restaurant, Lin Fan saw Zhang Lily at a window seat.
Zhang Lily was about 1.7 meters tall and had a slim figure.
Her face was covered with makeup, making her look somewhat alluring.
"You must be Zhang Lily, right? I'm sorry I'm late."
Zhang Lily glanced at Lin Fan and said impatiently, "Why did it take you so long?"
"I've been waiting for you."
Although Lin Fan was very handsome, Zhang Lily thought that being handsome didn't help fill the stomach. Especially on their first meeting, this guy actually arrived late.
Not caring at all.
People like him deserve to be single.
"It's my fault." Lin Fan smiled and sat down, asking, "Do you want to eat something first?" "Let's wait a bit."
Zhang Lily said with a proud expression, "Since we are here for a blind date, there are some questions I need to ask clearly."
"You can ask."
Lin Fan picked up a cup and poured a glass of plain water.
Zhang Lily said, "I heard from your mom that you started a business and made some money, right?" "Yes, I made a little, but not much."
Lin Fan was just trying to get through this, so he didn't tell the truth.
Moreover, he had no good feelings towards Zhang Lily in front of him.
"My demands are not high. After we get married, all the money must be handed over to me to take care of, you can't interfere. Also, you have to buy a house in Modu. And you must have a car, not too expensive, just around 200,000.
How about that?"
Lin Fan was speechless. This was the first time he had seen such bizarre demands. After marriage, to have her take care of the money without interference. If this woman keeps a toy boy outside, he wouldn't even have a place to cry.
Buying a house in Modu? Please, I already have a 20 billion manor. Why buy a house?
As for the car, honestly, buying a 200,000 car wouldn't suit Lin Fan's current status. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Zhang Lili said, in Modu, this demand is relatively low. You should know, it's not easy to find a girlfriend nowadays. Lin Fan shook his head, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your conditions. If that's the case, there's no need for us to waste time. Zhang Lili was a bit angry, grabbed her bag, and stood up to leave. If she had known it would be like this, she would not have come out.
Lin Fan didn't say anything to keep her.
Because he didn't like overly snobbish women like Zhang Lili.
Excuse me, sir, is that motorcycle in the parking lot yours?
A waiter found Lin Fan.
Yes, it is. What's the matter? Oh, it's that your motorcycle is blocking the road, could you please move it? Lin Fan took out the key to his Ducati motorcycle. Could you please move it for me?
The waiter looked embarrassed, sir, your Ducati is so expensive, over $1 million.
What if I accidentally break it?
Lin Fan took out several hundred-yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to the waiter.
It's fine, just go and move it. This is a tip, take it. The waiter didn't expect Lin Fan to be so generous and took the key. Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled and went to move the motorcycle.
Zhang Lili was about to leave but, upon hearing that Lin Fan's motorcycle was worth over $1 million, immediately changed her mind.
At first, Zhang Lili thought Lin Fan wasn't wealthy, resulting in her previous demands. But now it was different.
Lin Fan could afford a motorcycle worth over $1 million, proving he was very rich. Since he was a wealthy man, Zhang Lili certainly would not miss such a great opportunity.
Zhang Lili smiled and sat back down.
Lin Fan, actually, I was just kidding with you, don't take it seriously. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with you. Zhang Lili was satisfied, but Lin Fan had no way of being interested in her.
Moreover, after Zhang Lili stood up, Lin Fan discovered a big secret.
That is, Zhang Lili is pregnant. Zhang Lili is relatively thin, but her belly is slightly bulging. It is obvious that she is pregnant, at least 3 months alone.
Damn, this is the rhythm of looking for a man to take over. I have a question, I hope you can answer honestly.
Lin Fan said. The more Zhang Lili looked at Lin Fan, the more satisfied she felt. This guy is handsome, not to mention, most importantly, he is very wealthy.
What question?
Zhang Lili said with a beaming smile.
Are you pregnant?
Lin Fan wanted to see how Zhang Lili would answer. To Lin Fan's surprise, Zhang Lili admitted it directly.
Yes, I have been pregnant for over 3 months.
Lin Fan, when we get married, my child will be your child. Lin Fan's mouth twitched.
For a moment, he did not know how to speak. This woman actually spoke of the situation so refreshingly and uniquely. No one else is like her. Buy one, get one free? Recycling old goods?
Anyone who marries this woman will probably be mentally broken. Seeing that Lin Fan was silent, Zhang Lili frowned.
What's wrong? Do you dislike me?
If that's the case, then I can also choose to have an abortion. Lin Fan was at a loss for words and chose silence. This Zhang Lili is definitely the most shameless woman among all the women Lin Fan has seen. And there is no comparison. Seeing that Lin Fan still said nothing, Zhang Lili said.
We just met, let's not talk about marriage for now, let's eat something first.
Zhang Lili took the menu, looked at it for a while, then called the waiter over to start ordering. There will be plenty of time later. Zhang Lili felt about 70% confident she could win over Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan is so rich, she insisted on having a big meal tonight. Zhang Lili was not polite at all, choosing only the expensive items. After all, Lin Fan would pay the bill, so she didn't need to think too much.
Zhang Lili went through the entire menu, ordering nearly 10 dishes. Things like Australian lobsters, caviar. The total counted to nearly 20,000 yuan. It seemed Zhang Lili really regarded Lin Fan as a fat sheep to slaughter. Even if Lin Fan doesn't fancy her in the end, she wouldn't lose anything. Lin Fan, what do you want to eat?
I'm not hungry, just a glass of orange juice is fine. Lin Fan knew Zhang Lili's little thoughts but did not expose it.
But wanting to scheme against him? No way. By the way, Lin Fan, you ride such an expensive motorcycle, you must have a house in Moda too, right?
Lin Fan directly took out the property certificate of his estate and placed it on the table. This property certificate was taken out from the system space, so it was easy to retrieve.
This is the house I live in. Zhang Lili took the property certificate and looked at it, and when she saw the area, she was overjoyed. Over 2,000 square meters, I'm not seeing things, am I?
Zhang Lili was stunned. If this property certificate is real, then Lin Fan is definitely a rich man.
Lin Fan, how about after dinner, you take me to your house to sit for a bit? No problem. Chapter 15 The Unlucky Zhang Lily.
Lin Fan only agreed verbally. He did not want to have too much contact with a woman like Zhang Lily.
Soon, the dishes Zhang Lily ordered were brought to the table. Zhang Lily took out her phone to take pictures.
Such a happy event, of course, should be posted on social media to show off.
Lin Fan ignored Zhang Lily, took a few sips of orange juice, and then stood up.
I'll go to the restroom, I'll be back soon. Lin Fan planned to slip away. As for whether Zhang Lily had money to pay the bill, that was her own business.
Go ahead. Zhang Lily waved her hand, not realizing Lin Fan intended to leave. Lin Fan turned around.
He did not go to the restroom, but went to settle the bill. Of course, he only settled the bill for the glass of orange juice. As for the other dishes, they were ordered by Zhang Lily, they were unrelated to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not a fool and would not let Zhang Lily manipulate him. Like this, Lin Fan walked out of the Mia Western restaurant and left on his Ducati. Zhang Lily naturally had no idea of Lin Fan's departure. At this moment, she was eating while posting on social media.
Lily, how could you eat such delicious food without inviting us? That's not nice. Lily, are you on a date with some big boss? Australian lobster, caviar.
Just looking at them makes my mouth water.
Seeing the replies on her social media, Zhang Lily's vanity was greatly satisfied.
Once she gets close to Lin Fan, she could eat lavish meals every day. However, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan still had not returned.
Zhang Lily finally sensed that something was wrong. Hello, have you seen the gentleman who was sitting across from me?
Zhang Lily called over a nearby waiter.
Well, that gentleman has already left. Left?
Zhang Lily became furious, picked up her phone, and wanted to call Lin Fan.
That guy actually left without a word. How could he be so inappropriate?
Zhang Lily called several times, but no one answered.
When did he leave? Zhang Lily's anger grew.
About 10 minutes ago, that gentleman paid the bill before leaving.
That's good.
Hearing that Lin Fan had paid the bill, Zhang Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. She usually spends money freely and has maxed out her credit card, now she didn't even have a penny on her. If she had to pay, she really couldn't come up with the money. That gentleman only ordered a glass of orange juice, so he just settled the juice bill.
Hearing the waiter's latter sentence, Zhang Lily almost fainted from anger. Lin Fan, you jerk.
Zhang Lily was almost in tears, looking at the delicious food on the table, wanting to cry but having no tears. She intended to take advantage of Lin Fan, but unexpectedly ended up losing out.
What to do if the food is so expensive and she has no money to settle the bill? I don't have any money on me, can I owe you?
Zhang Lily said in a negotiating tone. She vowed that after going out, she would definitely settle accounts with Lin Fan. She forgot that these dishes were all ordered by her alone.
That's definitely not possible, the waiter questioned. This lady, you're not trying to run out on the bill, are you?
I have no money, how about this, I'll stay and wash dishes for your restaurant.
The waiter looked at the bill and said, the total for these dishes is about 20,000, even if you washed dishes for half a year, you wouldn't be able to pay it off. Zhang Lily cried out loud. Forget it, I'll borrow money from a friend.
Lin Fan took a stroll in the suburbs and then ate a little something before returning to the manor. The manor was very quiet. Lin Fan took a hot shower and was just about to go to bed when Zhang Xiaoqing arrived.
Mr. Lin, I have something to discuss with you. Xiaoqing, why are you still awake so late? If it's about work, let's talk tomorrow.
Zhang Xiaoqing said, this matter is urgent.
Then go ahead.
Zhang Xiaoqing explained, this afternoon, I found an investment company I want to acquire directly. After all, re-registering would be cumbersome and take a long time.
Mr. Lin, what do you think?
Zhang Xiaoqing was indeed a strong woman, still thinking about the investment company at this late hour.
Just do it as you said.
Lin Fan didn't say much, after all, Zhang Xiaoqing was the expert in this area.
Okay, I'll give you a plan tomorrow. How much will the acquisition cost? Lin Fan asked.
About 50 million, and I also have my eye on 2 high-quality projects, which might require even more funding. Zhang Xiaoqing patiently waited for Lin Fan's reply. She knew it might be a bit difficult for him to come up with so much money at once. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I have 300 million in cash, if that's not enough, you can use the Baihao Hotel shares as collateral at the bank. Zhang Xiaoqing was taken aback, then nodded seriously, I will handle this matter well.
Mr. Lin, I will head back now. Good night. Wait. Xiaoqing, I see you running around, you must be tired. Why not move to the manor to live?
Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Xiaoqing's face turned red.
Mr. Lin. Could it be that he has his eye on her? Don't get me wrong, I just think you look too tired. Moreover, the manor has many rooms, leaving them empty is a waste. If you live here, it will be more convenient for you to report your work in the future. I'll think about it.
Zheng Xiaoqing walked away, her face blushing. Indeed, Lin Fan's words are easy to misunderstand. In the morning, Lin Fan got up.
System, lottery. Ding.
Congratulations, the host has won one school district house.
Ding. Congratulations, the host has won one Hazyman crystal piano. Ding.
Congratulations, the host has won 5 million Huaxia coins.
One school district house?
Lin Fan double-checked and found that it was indeed a whole house, not just an apartment. This house in the school district has a total of 80 suites, worth several hundred million. The Hazyman crystal piano is worth 20 million, designed and built by top designers in Huaxia. Of course, Lin Fan didn't know much about music, so this piano wasn't very useful to him. As for the 5 million Huaxia coins, Lin Fan was very puzzled. It seemed that the cash drawn from the system was getting less and less.
Could it be that the system was out of money? Lin Fan mumbled for a while, and at that moment, his phone rang.
It was his mom calling, and Lin Fan knew very well that she must be asking about last night's incident. Lin Fan quietly left, leaving Zhang Lili alone in the dining room. Zhang Lili must have complained to Lin's mom. However, Lin Fan didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Zhang Lili ordered her own dishes, so she should pay for them herself.
Mom, what's up? Lin Fan, what happened last night? Lin's mom questioned.
Lin Fan did not hide anything and recounted everything that happened last night word for word.
You say that girl is pregnant? I had no idea at all.
Lin's mom was also very surprised. If she knew the other party was that kind of person, she would never have introduced them to her son. It seems that even a good friend's daughter is not reliable.
Chapter 16 Young Linlin.
After such an incident, it seems he wouldn't have friends to do anymore. Lin Fan said, Mom, don't arrange blind dates for me anymore.
Love sometimes really depends on fate. Okay, then I won't arrange anything for you.
After hanging up, Lin Fan changed into another set of clothes and then walked out of the room.
Good morning, Mr. Lin.
The young maid at the door greeted Lin Fan.
Lin Fan turned around and glanced at the maid. How come I've never seen you before? The maid was about the same age as Lin Fan, with a ponytail and delicate features. She was a great beauty. Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Linlin. I happened to take a leave of absence a couple of days ago. How long have you been at the manor?
Yang Linlin replied, It's been 3 months, but you were not here before, Mr. Lin. Yang Linlin's voice was also very pleasant, making people feel refreshed. Lin Fan looked at Yang Linlin again and didn't ask further. Not to mention, Zhang Xiaoqing's taste was indeed good, finding such a beautiful maid. Lin Fan went downstairs for breakfast. Now that there was a chef in the manor, Zhang Xiaoqing didn't have to make breakfast for Lin Fan anymore. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoqing had brought back 2 security guards, so the safety of the manor was guaranteed. Zhang Xiaoqing had gone to discuss the acquisition of the investment company early in the morning, so she didn't come over. While Lin Fan was having breakfast, Yang Linlin walked over gracefully. Mr. Lin, a delivery truck just arrived outside, saying it has your package. Lin Fan knew it was the piano he had drawn and said, Let them bring it in. Yang Linlin nodded and walked toward the front door. Before long, the Hazyman crystal piano was brought in and placed in the corner of the hall. As expected of a 20 million piano, it exuded luxury from every angle. Mr. Lin, can you play the piano? Yang Linlin asked curiously. Lin Fan shook his head, no. The system was also strange, even allowing him to draw a piano. Of course, this also proved that the things drawn from the system were indeed random. Linlin, can you play? Yang Linlin said, I learned a little in school before, but I've almost forgotten everything. Then you go try it. Forget it, I'm afraid Mr. Lin will laugh at me. How could that be? Yang Linlin was a bit embarrassed but still sat down at the piano to play a piece of Pachelbel's canon variations for Lin Fan. Although the rhythm wasn't very smooth, Yang Linlin managed to finish the piece. Not bad, Linlin, I didn't expect you to be so great. Yang Linlin's face turned red. Mr. Lin, please don't laugh at me, I know I played badly. Sister Xiaocheng is much better than me, let her play for you later. Zhang Xiaoqing indeed knew more, she could dance, play the piano, and cook. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan took his Ducati and went out. He was going to pick up the property certificate for his school district house. Not long after leaving the door, Lin Fan ran into trouble. At an intersection, a Volkswagen sedan crashed directly into him from the side. Fortunately, Lin Fan's reflexes were quick, and he wasn't hurt. But that motorcycle wasn't so lucky, it was knocked down, and the body was deformed. There were many pedestrians on the road, and after the accident, many people surrounded them.
The Volkswagen stopped, and a young woman in a white short skirt got out. "Hey, can you drive or not?" The young woman glared angrily at Lin Fan.
She was holding a smartphone and was live streaming.
"Look at my new car, even the front is dented."
The female streamer was heartbroken upon seeing the damage to the front of her car. Without further ado, she started shouting at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless. Why was he having such bad luck today, encountering this road bully? But thankfully, no one was hurt. "You tell me how to resolve this." Lin Fan didn't say much. He wanted to be clear, reasoning with women was pointless. "What else can be done? My car cost over 100,000, you have to pay." The female streamer had a bit of popularity in her livestream, and her fans had witnessed the whole crash. "Sister Do, you were so unlucky, your new car is wrecked." "What funny thing, live streaming a crash?" "Sister Do, make that person buy you a new car." The fans in the livestream were sending barrage comments. However, the female streamer named Do didn't look, she only wanted Lin Fan to pay. Of course, there were many rational viewers in the livestream, who immediately raised doubts. "Sister Do, this time you are fully responsible. You should yield to the straight traffic, did you waste your driver's license? Let's settle this privately, otherwise, when the police arrive, you'll get points deducted." "I should pay?" Lin Fan couldn't help but find this absurdly thinking female streamer funny. "Let's wait for the traffic police to determine responsibility." He was curious how this woman got her driver's license. She didn't even understand the most basic traffic rules. The female streamer named Do said, "I'm in a hurry, you pay, and this matter is over." Lin Fan didn't speak and took out his phone to call the police. "Calling the police won't help, you have to pay today." The female streamer named Do was very angry. She looked at the barrage comments and suddenly panicked. She realized that she seemed to be fully responsible this time. But wrong is wrong, she couldn't lose face. "The road is so big, can't you move to the side?" The female streamer continued to criticize Lin Fan. Lin Fan pretended not to hear and patiently waited for the police to arrive. "Lady, it's clearly your fault, and you still want to reason?" A few minutes later, the traffic police arrived. As expected, that female streamer was fully responsible. "Okay, I accept it, isn't it? This broken motorcycle, I'll pay you for a new one." The female streamer thought Lin Fan's Ducati wasn't worth much. However, as soon as the female streamer said this, her livestream exploded. "Silly girl, I just checked, that's a Ducati Superleggera V4. A car worth $1.5 million, selling it wouldn't cover your compensation. It's over, this woman is crazy. Everyone, disperse, the streamer will live serenely in the end. This show is brilliant, I want to see Sister Do go bankrupt. Are you sure you want to buy me a new car?" Lin Fan didn't know what to say. "Do you look down on me?" The female streamer, named Do Jia, said angrily, "I make over 10,000 a month from live streaming. Do you think I'm poor?" Lin Fan shook his head, looking at the streamer as if she were a fool. "Alright, then you can compensate with a new one. 1,500,000. Will it be by bank transfer or cash? 1,500,000? Are you blackmailing me? This broken car is worth 1,500,000? Who are you trying to fool?" The streamer didn't believe him, thinking Lin Fan was just messing with her. "Ducati Superleggera V4, you can check the price online," Lin Fan said with a smile. Of course, Do Jia didn't believe it, but when she glanced at the live stream comments again, her face turned pale instantly. Do Jia is so bossy, saying she'll compensate for a 1,500,000 car just like that. Just give cash, let's see how it looks when 1,500,000 cash is piled together. The streamer's hands started trembling, but she still went online to check the price of the motorcycle. As expected, when she saw the price, the streamer started crying. Chapter 17 Shock. "Big brother, I was wrong. I don't have that much money." The streamer's eyes were red, looking at Lin Fan pitifully. If she had known the motorcycle was so expensive, she definitely wouldn't have said those things earlier. "Stop saying useless things. Just tell me how much you can compensate." The streamer said, "I still have 30,000 in my bank account, I'll give it all to you. The repair costs for the motorcycle can also go through my insurance." As for the new car, she dared not mention it again. 1,500,000, even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be able to compensate. Lin Fan didn't say anything more and immediately contacted Ducati's after-sales service. Although the damage to the motorcycle wasn't severe, it couldn't be ridden anymore. It needed to be towed back for repairs. As for the repair costs, that was up to the insurance. After receiving the streamer's 30,000, Lin Fan left. Lin Fan walked to a nearby bus station, planning to take the bus to pick up the property certificate. Before the bus arrived, a white Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face.
Isn't this Lin Fan?
The man sitting in the driver's seat greeted Lin Fan.
Zhang Yang, long time no see.
Lin Fan froze for a moment, quickly recognizing him.
Zhang Yang was Lin Fan's high school classmate, and they were once neighbors. However, after high school graduation, Zhang Yang's family moved away.
The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. If Zhang Yang hadn't greeted him, Lin Fan wouldn't have recognized him.
Where are you going? Zhang Yang asked. I'm going to Jinhu Community. What a coincidence, I'm going to Jinhu Community too. Don't wait for the bus, get in the car, I'll take you there.
Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then got into Zhang Yang's car. Zhang Yang drove, then turned his head and asked, Lin Fan, you graduated from university, right?
Yeah, just graduated.
Zhang Yang sighed, if you don't graduate from a prestigious university now, it's really hard to find a job. Lin Fan sized up Zhang Yang and said, it seems like you're doing well now, what are you doing?
Me?
I run a real estate agency, I make about 100,000 a month.
See the car I'm driving?
Not too expensive, just over 300,000. Zhang Yang said proudly. He had been out for 4 years, and having such achievements already made him a successful person.
Lin Fan, do you want to come work for my company? I'm not planning to find a job right now.
Lin Fan refused. Since getting the system, he had planned to be a salted fish.
He would never work again. Zhang Yang frowned, not working?
Lin Fan, you graduated from university and don't want to work, then what do you want to do?
Do you plan to live off your parents?
Zhang Yang showed a look of disdain.
I have my own company.
Lin Fan explained.
What are you talking about?
Zhang Yang didn't believe him.
Lin Fan, I've been out for 4 years, and I've only just accumulated some capital. You just graduated, how could you have your own company?
Since we're friends, don't play this trick with me. Lin Fan, being grounded is the most important thing.
Zhang Yang felt that Lin Fan was boasting, and looked down on him even more.
Lin Fan just smiled.
By the way, Lin Fan, what are you doing at the Gold Lake community? Do you have friends there?
No, I bought a house there, I'm going to pick up the property certificate.
Zhang Yang's face showed even more mockery.
Lin Fan, how should I say hello to you?
You're really good at bragging, do you know how much the house prices are at Gold Lake community?
It's a school district house, with an average price of over 80,000 per square meter, even I can't afford it.
You still have to take the bus, yet you tell me you bought a house at Gold Lake community?
Lin Fan fell silent. Since the other party didn't believe him, there was no need to explain. Zhang Yang was not a bad person, but his vision was too narrow.
Lin Fan, listen to me, go find a job first, if it doesn't work out, you can come work with me. No need.
Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, Zhang Yang stopped persuading him. When they arrived at Gold Lake Community, the two got out of the car.
Lin Fan, I scheduled a client to see the house, if you're not in a hurry to go back, you can wait for me, I'll take you back later. You do your own thing.
Lin Fan ignored Zhang Yang and walked straight to the sales office.
This guy is still putting on an act here.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
The houses here cost several million, can Lin Fan afford it? Clearly impossible.
Seeing that the client hadn't arrived yet, Zhang Yang followed Lin Fan. He wanted to see what Lin Fan was up to. Lin Fan entered the sales office and found it crowded with people. Today was the opening day of the property, so there were naturally many people buying houses. Lin Fan directly found the head of the sales office and explained his purpose.
So you are Mr. Lin, hello.
Upon learning that Lin Fan was the one who bought a school district house, the head of the sales office didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. This was a big wealthy person, and he must be well served.
Mr. Lin, please sit in my office first, I'll make you some tea.
No need, I came specifically to pick up the property certificate. The head smiled and said, the property certificate has long been prepared, Mr. Lin, please wait here, I will get it for you right away. Soon, the head came out carrying a large cardboard box. Mr. Lin, please take a look, it's all here. Lin Fan opened it and took a look, great, it was indeed his property certificate. Although there were 80 houses inside, Lin Fan's expression was very calm. There were many houses, but he couldn't live in that many. What was most important was that the value of these 80 houses couldn't even compare to half of the manor. However, at this moment, behind Lin Fan, Zhang Yang's heart was already in turmoil. Oh my god, this box was actually filled with property certificates. And all printed with Lin Fan's name. Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes, confirming whether he had seen incorrectly.
Lin Fan, how did you buy so many houses?
Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Now he finally believed that Lin Fan was not bragging. Not only did he buy a house, but he also bought a whole building. Without a few billion in funds, it was simply impossible to buy it.
Oh my god, how could Lin Fan be so wealthy?
Lin Fan turned around and looked at the shocked Zhang Yong, saying nothing.
Mr. Lin, what are you doing here?
At that moment, a middle-aged man came up to Lin Fan, his attitude respectful. Seeing that it was Zhao Yan, Lin Fan smiled and said, I came here to buy a house, to pick up the property certificate.
Looking at the whole box of property certificates, Zhao Yang couldn't help but smile wryly.
As expected of Mr. Lin, even when buying a house, he buys a whole building.
What are you doing here? Lin Fan asked.
Zhao Yang explained, the houses in this Gold Lake community were designed by our Chufeng Group. I came here at the invitation of Gold Lake Real Estate to participate in an event.
Let me introduce you, this is the major shareholder of Gold Lake Real Estate, Go Yen.
This is our Chufeng Group's chairman, Lin Fan, Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man behind Zhao Yang stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Fan. Mr. Lin is so young, yet already the chairman of Chufeng Group. His future is limitless. When you have time, I'll invite Mr. Lin to dinner. Lin Fan just nodded and said nothing. With his current status, many people wanted to invite him to dinner.
If he agreed to every invitation, wouldn't he be exhausted?
At this moment, Zhang Yong behind Lin Fan was even more shocked. He never expected that Lin Fan was actually the chairman of Chufeng Group.
Chufeng Group is a real estate company worth 20 billion. This couldn't be fake. Zhang Yong knew Zhao Yang's status.
After all, Zhao Yang often appeared in the news as the general manager of Chufeng Group. Recalling the words spoken earlier, Zhang Yong felt very embarrassed.
Compared to a big company like Chufeng Group, his real estate agency didn't even count as a hair.
Funny enough, he had just doubted Lin Fan. He even wanted to introduce a job to Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yong suddenly felt inferior. I have things to do, I'm leaving first, no need to see me off.
Mr. Lin, take care.
Since he already got the property certificate, Lin Fan should go back. Lin Fan, I'm really sorry about earlier. Where do you live?
I'll give you a ride. Zhang Yong realized and quickly chased after Lin Fan. No need, I have a car to go back.
You go on with your own business. Zhang Yong wanted to say something, but just as he stepped out the door, he saw a luxury sports car stop in front of Lin Fan. It was Zhang Xiaoqing driving that Koenigsegg.
Zhang Xiaoqing was wearing an OL uniform and a pair of sunglasses, looking elegant and confident. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here?
Zhang Xiaoqing had just returned to the manor and immediately drove over after getting Lin Fan's notification. She felt like she was becoming Lin Fan's chauffeur.
Buying a house.
Lin Fan opened the car door and moved a box of property certificates inside.
What is this?
Zhang Xiaoqing curiously opened it to take a look. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated, it's all property certificates.
No big deal.
Lin Fan got into the car.
Mr. Lin, you bought so many houses, do you want to rent them out?
Zhang Xiaoqing tried to calm her excitement.
Not sure yet, let's go back and talk. What did I see? A Koenigsegg NE01, a limited edition sports car. Lin Fan, is this car yours?
Zhang Yong was incredibly shocked. He heard there were only 6 of these cars in the world, worth over 100 million.
Lin Fan nodded. I have things to do, let's talk next time.
Zhang Xiaoqing stepped on the gas, and the two returned to the manor. Watching Lin Fan's car drive away, Zhang Yong smiled bitterly.
He thought running a small company was impressive, but in reality, sometimes you really can't compare people to one another.
Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing returned to the manor, and he moved those property certificates into the room. With nothing to do, Lin Fan simply sat in the room playing games. Soon, Zhang Xiaoqing came looking for him again.
Mr. Lin, the crystal piano you bought has such amazing sound quality.
I have a friend who is into music, she wants to come over and take a look.
What do you think?
Lin Fan was focused on his game and didn't look at Zhang Xiaoqing. I like it quiet, don't bring just anyone into the manor. Zhang Xiaoqing said, my friend is a girl, very pretty, and she is single. Lin Fan looked up at Zhang Xiaoqing. Actually, I prefer lively places.
When is your friend coming? Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, maybe tonight. So, you agree then?
Lin Fan smiled and said, it's just to look at the piano, it's fine, if you have other single friends, feel free to bring them over to hang out.
Zhang Xiaoqing was speechless. Here I am, a single beauty, and you're not even interested. And you want me to bring more friends over?
You think too highly of yourself. Lin Fan stayed in the manor all day. Until night fell, Zhang Xiaoqing finally brought her friend over.
Wow, this manor is enormous.
Zhang Xiaoqing's friend exclaimed. Zhang Xiaoqing said, you're a little rich lady, if you like it, you can buy one in the future. Let's go inside, I'll take you to see the piano. Zhang Xiaoqing and Song Shuer entered the hall. As soon as Song Shuer saw the crystal piano, she sat down, unable to part with it. Song Shuer tried the sound and was pleasantly surprised. I have never played such a wonderful piano, I wish it were mine. Zhang Xiaoqing said, this crystal piano is the only one in the world. If you like it, I can ask Mr. Lin for you. How much did he buy it for? I think it was over 20 million. Upon hearing this price, Song Shuer's expression immediately fell. Forget it, I can't afford it. A normal piano costs over 10,000 at most, and this crystal piano costs more than 20 million. It's really not something an ordinary person can play with. Lin Fan felt a bit sleepy and lay in bed to sleep. When he heard the pleasant piano sound downstairs, Lin Fan woke up. Lin Fan tidied up his clothes and walked downstairs. Seeing Song Shuer sitting at the piano, Lin Fan's first feeling was that he had seen her before. Right, isn't this the star Song Shuer? Although Song Shuer is not the top star, her beauty can definitely be called stunning. In addition, Song Shuer is also a well-known female singer in Huaxia. Lin Fan is a fan of Song Shuer. Unfortunately, Song Shuer had peaked as soon as she debuted, but she hasn't released much work in the last 2 years. Are you Song Shuer? Lin Fan stared blankly at Song Shuer and asked. Song Shuer smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to know my Shuer. Who is he? Song Shuer looked at Lin Fan with confusion. Oh, he is the owner of this manor, Lin Fan, Mr. Lin. Zhang Xiaoqing introduced. Mr. Lin is so young. Song Shuer felt a bit surprised and looked at Lin Fan a few more times. To be honest, Lin Fan is really quite handsome. The most important thing is that Lin Fan has a very special charm. It is far beyond what those young stars in the entertainment circle can compare to. No need to be polite, just call me Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled. By the way, Song Shuer, I have a question for you. Lin Fan had a curiosity in his heart. You can ask. Your singing is so beautiful, why haven't you held any concerts in the past 2 years? And you have so few works. Song Shuer lowered her head, her expression dim. She seemed to have something on her mind. After a long while, Song Shuer finally said, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone. Don't worry, I won't say. Song Shuer looked at Zhang Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, you explain it. Zhang Xiaoqing explained, Shuer's voice has had problems, and she can't sing now. Chapter 19 odds and ends. But it sounds like she has no problem with her voice. Lin Fan was skeptical. Could it be that singing too much ruined her voice? Well, it seems that singing also has its risks. Zhang Xiaoqing said, of course, she can speak normally, but she can't sing high notes. That's why Shuer has gradually faded out of the music scene. Affected by her voice, Song Shuer lost her previous confidence and even gave up her performing career. Lin Fan said, if you can't sing, you can actually lip-sync. In today's music scene, isn't lip-syncing common? Hey, what do you take my Song Shuer for? Song Shuer got angry. With her fame, if she continued to hold concerts, she could indeed make a lot of money. But Song Shuer didn't want to lip-sync. She is a principled person. I'm sorry, I just said it casually. Lin Fan scratched his nose. The system detected mysterious energy. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Mysterious energy? System, what the hell are you doing? Lin Fan looked confused. Mysterious energy locked. The system's voice continued to ring. At this moment, Lin Fan saw a blue light suddenly illuminate around Song Shuer's neck. Mysterious energy can upgrade the system. The host can find a way to obtain the blue gem necklace on Song Shuer. Lin Fan frowned. What's the point of upgrading the system? After upgrading the system mall can be opened, and then, the host can exchange for any items in the mall. Sounds interesting. Lin Fan became interested in the system mall. Song Shuer, the blue sapphire necklace you are wearing, can I see it? Lin Fan said to Song Shuer. Why do you want to see my necklace? Song Shuer felt puzzled, but she still took off the necklace and handed it to Lin Fan. That blue sapphire necklace seemed ordinary, but the system actually detected mysterious energy. This left Lin Fan confused. I really like this necklace, can you sell it to me? Name your price. Lin Fan planned to get this necklace first. Not for sale. Song Shuer took the necklace back. 10 million. Lin Fan made his offer. Song Shuer was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to offer such a high price. Seeing that Song Shuer didn't speak, Lin Fan spoke again. 10 million, plus this piano. 20 million. Song Shuer shook her head, even if you offer 1 billion, I won't sell. This necklace was passed down to Song Shuer when her grandmother passed away. To Song Shuer, this necklace had special meaning. Besides, Song Shuer wasn't short on money. Xiaoqing, let's go and get some late-night snacks. Song Shuer linked arms with Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing gave Lin Fan a helpless expression, then left with Song Shuer. Lin Fan was also quite helpless.
Well, the plan failed.
It seemed that getting the blue sapphire necklace from Song Shuer was not an easy task. But there would be opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush.
The next morning. Lottery. The lottery was ongoing.
Ding, congratulations, the host has won a bottle of Chanel perfume. Ding, congratulations, the host has won an ancient painting Flower and Bird by Su Wei from the Ming Dynasty. Ding, congratulations, the host has won 200,000 Huaxia coins.
Perfume? I'm not a woman, what do I need perfume for? Out of curiosity, Lin Fan extracted that bottle of Chanel perfume and checked its price online.
Unbelievable, this perfume was a luxury item, worth over 8 million.
Spoiled system, this perfume is worth 8 million, can't you just cash it out for me? And this ancient painting from the Ming Dynasty, I don't have a hobby for collection. System, can you cash it out?
The system explained, what the host draws from the system is random, and the system cannot control it. Lin Fan didn't say much more, shook his head, and got up to have breakfast.
Zhang Xiaoqing was busy handling the investment company's affairs and didn't come over until noon. Mr. Lin, the investment company's matters are resolved.
Zhang Xiaoqing had a smile on her face.
That's good.
Lin Fan just wanted to be a hands-off manager. As for other matters, he didn't want to manage. I have to manage the estate in the new company, Mr. Lin, I'm exhausted these couple of days.
Shouldn't you treat me? No, you should treat the estate staff to a meal.
Zhang Xiaoqing corrected herself. Sure, I'll contact the manager of Yilongshan right away to reserve a private room. Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Just treat everyone to an ordinary meal, no need to go to Yilongshan. They were all ordinary people, not like Lin Fan.
Lin Fan thought for a bit, then you arrange it, I'll treat. Okay.
Zhang Xiaoqing called to inform the estate's chef and another security guard who was off duty.
Besides Zhang Xiaoqing, there were 6 other employees in the estate.
Zhang Xiaoqing rented 2 cars, and half an hour later, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Today, Mr. Lin is treating, everyone don't stand on ceremony, eat whatever you want. Once in the private room, Zhang Xiaoqing said to everyone. Yang Linlin sat next to Zhang Xiaoqing, and Lin Fan noticed her complexion wasn't good.
Linlin, are you feeling unwell? Mr. Lin, I'm fine, thank you for your concern.
Yang Linlin was beautiful and diligent, so Lin Fan had a better impression of her. As everyone was eating, suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open. 5 or 6 people barged in fiercely. At the front was a bald man with a scar on his face.
Changgu, it's him. It was he who set me up the night before last.
Zhang Lili pointed at Lin Fan, her face filled with rage.
Remembering what happened that night, Zhang Lili was furious.
That night, she wanted to take advantage of Lin Fan, so she ordered 20,000 worth of dishes at the Western restaurant, but Lin Fan unexpectedly just ran away. Later, Zhang Lili borrowed money from friends, and only then did she manage to leave the Western restaurant smoothly. After returning, the more Zhang Lili thought about it, the angrier she became, but unfortunately, she didn't know where Lin Fan lived. Today, unexpectedly, while out for a meal, she ran into him.
What a narrow road for enemies.
Zhang Lili immediately called someone over, planning to give Lin Fan a taste of her anger.
The bald man looked Lin Fan up and down and sneered, "Kid, you dare to calculate against my brother's woman? Tell me, how will this be resolved?"
Zhang Xiaoqing and the others were scared and stood up. The 2 security guards in the manor exchanged glances and stood in front of Lin Fan. They were all trained, and if the master was in danger, they had to step up. Mr. Lin Zhang Xiaoqing was a bit afraid.
"It's fine, you go stand aside."
Zhang Lili angrily said, "Lin Fan, you kneel down and apologize to me, then pay me 500,000 for emotional distress, and this matter will be over."
"What if I refuse to pay?"
"Refuse to pay?" The man called Brother Chang sneered, "If you don't pay, then you have to crawl out today."
Brother Chang's eyes narrowed.
It was clear that this person was not easy to deal with.
"You can try."
Lin Fan showed no fear. Zhang Lili sneered, "I thought you were a rich person, but it turns out you've just been bragging. A poor loser who runs away from a meal." Originally thinking Lin Fan was a wealthy person since he drove a motorcycle worth over 1 million, Zhang Lili miscalculated.
"Those dishes weren't ordered by me, it has nothing to do with me."
Lin Fan didn't care at all.
"How can you make a girl pay? Aren't you a man?"
Zhang Lili was so furious, she felt like she would explode. Lin Fan just smiled it off. In that situation, probably only a fool would let Zhang Lili toy with him. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance, if you don't kneel down and apologize, I'll have to make a move."
Brother Chang warned in a threatening tone. "Go ahead and make a move, let's see who laughs last."
"Very well, looks like you're not afraid of dying." Brother Chang said, "You don't even know who on this street doesn't know my brother Chang's name."
"Make a move. Beat this kid up.
Make him understand why the flowers are so red."
Brother Chang ordered. His 4 little brothers immediately rushed over, wanting to grab Lin Fan. At this moment, the 2 security guards also moved. They were indeed trained, and in a fight, they did not fall behind at all. But Lin Fan was even fiercer than them. Lin Fan's movements were quick, and he took down 2 people in an instant. Brother Chang let out a roar, wanting to step in himself, but at that moment, Lin Fan had already picked up a wine bottle from the ground and smashed it down on Brother Chang's head. Brother Chang didn't even have a chance to react before being hit by the wine bottle. The bottle shattered, glass mixed with blood fell to the ground. Brother Chang let out a horrible scream, holding his head and retreating to the corner. On the other side, the 2 security guards also knocked down 2 people. They didn't expect Lin Fan's skills to be so impressive, and their admiration for him grew stronger. Mr. Lin. The 2 security guards stood behind Lin Fan. Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin were still in shock. They took out their phones, both planning to call the police. Not expecting Lin Fan to be so capable, resolving these few people in just a few moves. Brother Chang, are you alright? Zhang Lili said in fear as she went to help the bald man up. The outcome was different from what she expected, and Zhang Lili panicked. Do you still want to fight? Lin Fan looked at the bald man with a mocking gaze. Lily, quickly help me call 120, I need to go check my injuries. Kid, I'm telling you, if you don't pay me 1 to 200,000, this matter is not over. The bald man pretended to be seriously injured. He knew he couldn't win against Lin Fan, so he decided to change his strategy. Ha, and trying to extort too. Lin Fan was speechless. He thought this brother Chang was supposed to be tough after all. Seeing the painful expression on the bald man's face, Lin Fan almost wanted to give him an Oscar. This acting is probably countless times better than those young stars in the entertainment industry. It can be called perfect, reaching the peak. It seems this brother Chang often scams people in his daily life. You want to go to the hospital, right? Do you want me to take you? Lin Fan walked towards brother Chang. Kid, don't be too arrogant, I have friends who are doctors. When they check for a concussion, I will make you pay a fortune. Slap. Lin Fan slapped the bald man across the face with a crisp sound. He also gave Zhang Lili a slap on the face. I hate it the most when others threaten me. Lin Fan, you dare to hit me. Zhang Lili gritted her teeth. So what if I hit you? Should I pick a date to do it? Lin Fan sneered. I will call the police, I will report the injury. Zhang Lili learned from the bald man, copying his playbook. Lin Fan ignored the 2 and turned around. Did any of you see me hit someone? Mr. Lin, we didn't see anything. Everyone spoke in unison. Very good, starting this month, your salaries will double. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Everyone was extremely excited. The bald man and Zhang Lili looked ugly. At this moment, a few more people entered through the door. Xuan Daxiang, what kind of ghost are you playing? How dare you bring people here to cause trouble? The middle-aged man at the front had a stern look. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I'm just here to handle some personal matters, and I will leave right away. The bald man seemed a bit scared of the other party. Oh, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Gu Yan recognized Lin Fan and hurried over with a respectful expression. Lin Fan also recognized Gu Yan. After all, they had just met yesterday. Gu Yan is a shareholder of Jinhua Real Estate and also the owner of this hot pot restaurant. I came here, of course, to have a meal. But, the environment here is not that great. Lin Fan shook his head. Gu Yan felt a bit awkward. He originally wanted to get on Lin Fan's good side but ended up giving a bad impression instead. Damn it, it's all this Zhuang Daqian's fault. I will teach you a lesson for bothering Mr. Lin. Gu Yan heavily slapped the bald man. At this point, the bald man's face was already red and swollen, looking like a pig's head. The bald man was now in a panic. Seeing Gu Yan's attitude towards Lin Fan so respectful, could it be that Lin Fan is truly a big figure? Mr. Gu, who is he? The bald man asked cautiously. Mr. Lin is the chairman of Chufeng Group. Zhuang Daxiang, are you trying to get yourself killed by offending Mr. Lin? Chufeng Group? The faces of the bald man and Zhang Lili instantly turned pale. Chairman of Chufeng Group? They never imagined that Lin Fan's background was so impressive. If they had known Lin Fan was a billionaire, even if they borrowed 100 of their courage, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble. Mr. Lin, how do you want to deal with these two? Gu Yan asked. Lin Fan, I didn't mean to offend you, please let me go. Zhang Lili's legs went weak, and she knelt down. Mr. Lin, spare us. The bald man also began to beg for mercy. Didn't you just say that you wanted to check for injuries? I will take you there. Mr. Lin, for you to hit us is our honor. It must be said that this bald man's ability to flatter is also top-notch. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time on these two. We'll leave right away. Next, a funny scene appeared. The bald man and Zhang Lily actually lay on the ground, their bodies like barrels, rolling out of the private room. Mr. Lin, I will change you to another private room. This meal is on me. Guyan smiled. Lin Fan didn't refuse, after all, he was hungry too. If they changed places, it would waste time. Half an hour later, everyone was full. Zhang Xiaoqing rented 2 cars and went back with others. Before Lin Fan reached the hot pot restaurant's parking lot, he saw a crowd surrounding his Koenigsegg tightly. Those people had never seen such a luxurious car before. Everyone is queuing up to take pictures. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head and squeezed into the crowd. Please make way. Hey, young man, don't you understand the order of arrival? If you want to take a picture, you need to queue up. Seeing Lin Fan forcing his way in, 2 beautiful internet celebrities expressed their dissatisfaction. Even if you're handsome, you still need to line up. Lin Fan ignored those people, worked hard, and finally squeezed in. What are you pushing for? I'm taking a picture. A woman was live streaming and suddenly got bumped into, looking very displeased. It's you. The female streamer turned around and instantly recognized Lin Fan. She would remember this face for a lifetime. It's you. Lin Fan also recognized the female streamer. Yes, it is that streamer called Sister Do. Yesterday, she heard that Lin Fan's Ducati was worth 1.5 million and cried directly. What a coincidence. Lin Fan said. Sister Do glared at Lin Fan, remembering what happened yesterday and becoming angrier. Because of the car accident, she was still ridiculed by the audience in the live stream. Everyone wants to take pictures, go to the back of the line. The female streamer snorted coldly, not showing Lin Fan any good expression. It's Millionaire Brother. Millionaire Brother is here too, what a coincidence. Sister Do, go ask Millionaire Brother if his Ducati is fixed. As Lin Fan appeared, Sister Do's livestream chat became lively. Clearly, those viewers recognized Lin Fan. And since yesterday's incident, Lin Fan had gained a nickname. It was Millionaire Brother. Sorry, this car belongs to me, I'm driving it away. The female streamer smiled mockingly, are you joking? This Koenigsegg 1:1 costs over 100 million, how can you claim it's yours? The people around also did not believe it. Hey young man, stop boasting. I can say it's mine too. If you want to take a photo, queue up, don't embarrass yourself here. The viewers in Sister Do's livestream also did not believe it. Has Millionaire Brother had too much to drink? This limited edition Koenigsegg, there's probably only one in the whole of Huaxia, how could it be his? Everyone, clear the way, I need to wake him up. Lin Fan did not waste words, he took out the Koenigsegg car key from his pocket. With a press of the key, the Koenigsegg's headlights lit up. The car door automatically opened. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. They stared blankly at Lin Fan. In their hearts, there was nothing but shock. Oh my god, who exactly is this Millionaire Brother? He actually drives a luxurious sports car worth 100 million. So infuriating, he tricked us all. Sister Do's livestream exploded, everyone guessing Lin Fan's identity. They thought having a 1.5 million Ducati was already impressive. But it turned out he also had a Koenigsegg 1:1. Which rich young master is this guy? Can you clear the way now? Lin Fan asked expressionlessly. Sure. Sister Do put down her phone and stepped aside. Her face no longer held the previous arrogance, and even her voice became softer. Others also willingly cleared the way, after all, they could not afford to offend such a big shot. Lin Fan got into the Koenigsegg and started the car. Hey young man, are you free now? Let me treat you to a meal. A woman with an internet celebrity face came to the front of the car, casting a seductive glance at Lin Fan. Not free. Then can I have your contact information? Lin Fan remained silent, driving away in the Koenigsegg. He was not interested in such women. As Lin Fan left, those people slowly dispersed. However, they were still speculating about Lin Fan's identity. What a pity, we only took a few photos, if only we could get that handsome guy's phone number. Lin Fan returned to the manor and took another nap. When he woke up, he found that Zhang Xiaoqing had also come to the manor. Mr. Lin, are you really going to double our salary? What? Do you think I'm joking? Lin Fan sat down on the sofa. Or are you saying that I can't afford it? That's not what I meant. I'm just confirming, after all, I'm the steward of the estate. The matter of salary falls under Zhang Xiaoqing's responsibility, so he naturally had to ask for clarity. Oh, almost forgot. Lin Fan remembered something and said, you can raise others' salaries, just not yours. What did you say? Zhang Xiaoqing said angrily, Mr. Lin, are you targeting me on purpose?
If everyone else gets a raise but she does not, Zhang Xiaoqing felt her mindset was about to explode. Lin Fan said, now that there's nothing much happening at the estate, your primary task is to manage the investment company well for me.
If you perform well, I'll directly give you shares in the company.
Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes.
The company has just been established, and you're already painting a big picture for me. Humph, a cunning businessman.
Dare to go against the boss, I'll deduct your salary next month.
No.
Zhang Xiaoqing corrected herself, I was just praising you earlier. Mr. Lin, you're the best boss in Huaxia.
Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm going out. Lin Fan planned to go for a drive. Mr. Lin, where are you going? To have fun.
Zhang Xiaoqing shook her head, feeling quite helpless.
Is this how the rich live? So nice.
By the way, Mr. Lin, a couple of days ago you mentioned that I could move to the estate.
Is that still valid?
With Zhang Xiaoqing's current abilities, she still could not buy a house in the magical city. Just right, her rental agreement was about to expire, so she wanted to move to the estate. This way, she would save on rent. And she wouldn't have to run back and forth every day.
Of course it's still valid.
Zhang Xiaoqing said, then I'll move my things over in the next couple of days.
There are plenty of rooms here, just pick one. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Time passed quickly. Another day went by.
This morning, Lin Fan got up relatively early.
System, draw.
The lottery was in progress. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 20 bottles of Macallan Emlily Crystal. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 1,500,000 Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations host for drawing a good voice pill. This time, Lin Fan didn't win any assets. But he did get 20 bottles of Macallan Emlily Crystal.
That's some fine wine.
One bottle is worth over 100,000. If I win more wine in the future, I could set up a wine cellar. As for the 1,500,000 cash, it made Lin Fan a bit disappointed. Because the cash drawn from the system was getting less and less.
Lin Fan didn't know why. System, what is this good voice pill?
The good voice pill can make a person's voice reach its perfect state, the system explained.
Lin Fan thought of another possibility and asked, can it fix a voice? Song Shuer had a problem with her voice.
If it could cure her, maybe he could get that sapphire necklace. At that point, he could also upgrade the system.
Of course, it can. Great.
Lin Fan wanted to contact Song Shuer, but he didn't have her contact information. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan immediately called Zhang Xiaoqing. Lin Fan, you're calling so early, I'm not fully awake yet. Because of the investment company matter, Zhang Xiaoqing had gone to bed later last night. She didn't expect to be woken up by Lin Fan so early in the morning.
Can't people sleep well anymore?
Zhang Xiaoqing, give me your good friend Song Shuer's phone number.
Why? You called me early in the morning just for this?
Zhang Xiaoqing said, Lin Fan, you're not trying to chase my friend, are you? I'm telling you, Shuer is a big star, many people are chasing her, you have no chance.
So I advise you to give up.
Zhang Xiaoqing thought Lin Fan had fallen for Song Shuer.
It's no wonder, who wouldn't like a beauty like Song Shuer?
I need her for serious business, hurry up, don't waste time.
Alright, I'll send it to you right away.
Zhang Xiaoqing hung up the phone, then found Song Shuer's phone number and sent it to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan. Shuer is very busy, and she might not be in the Magic City right now.
Lin Fan ignored it and immediately dialed Song Shuer's phone.
Hello, Song Shuer, this is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Song Shuer paused for a moment and said, why? Do you still want my necklace? I won't sell my necklace, no matter how much you offer. Song Shuer declared. Let me make a deal with you.
Lin Fan said.
What deal?
I'm busy right now, I have to go to Yinjing, I'm getting on a plane soon.
If there's something, let's talk when I come back. Song Shuer didn't know what Lin Fan wanted, so she directly refused. I can help restore your voice. What did you say? Song Shuer exclaimed excitedly, Lin Fan, you're not lying to me, are you?
Ever since her voice had problems, Song Shuer had seen many doctors. But so far, no doctor could heal her. Originally, Song Shuer had lost hope, but Lin Fan gave her a glimmer of hope at this moment.
I have no reason to lie to you. But I have conditions, which are to exchange it for the necklace you have.
The good voice pill was useless for Lin Fan but had a huge effect on Song Shuer. And Song Shuer had what Lin Fan wanted, just enough for an exchange.
Song Shuer fell silent.
If Lin Fan wanted to buy the necklace with money, Song Shuer would definitely not agree.
No amount of money would work.
After all, Song Shuer was not short of money. However, if it could restore Song Shuer's voice, that was a condition she could not refuse. As long as her voice returned, she could find her former confidence again.
Return to the music scene. I want to ask, why do you want my necklace so badly? Can't we exchange for something else? Song Shuer was puzzled. Her sapphire necklace didn't seem to be anything special. But why was Lin Fan so interested?
Besides the necklace, Lin Fan was only interested in Song Shuer.
He couldn't just demand a person, could he? Because I like that necklace, that's the reason. Lin Fan replied. Song Shuer fell silent again and agreed. Okay, then I won't go to Yanjing, I will come to you right now.
If you dare to deceive me, I won't let you go.
Hearing Song Shuer's threatening words, Lin Fan smiled. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoqing arrived first. Lin Fan, you're not joking, right? Can you really restore Shuer's voice? Zhang Xiaoqing didn't quite believe it. Lin Fan was not a doctor, how could he have that ability? Of course it's true, I'm not joking.
Lin Fan said seriously. Zhang Xiaoqing was curious, I want to know, what method do you have to heal Shuer?
You'll know when the time comes. By the way, why isn't Song Shuer here yet?
Lin Fan was getting a bit impatient.
She's on her way, just needs some time. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't ask further.
She could see that Lin Fan was really confident. If he could truly restore Song Shuer's voice, that would be amazing.
Oh, Lin Fan, do you use perfume too?
Zhang Xiaoqing noticed the bottle of Chanel perfume on the table, picking it up to look at it. The perfume bottle was very dazzling, after all, it was embedded with over 100 jewels.
I don't use it, it's just here for fun.
This perfume was drawn from the system by Lin Fan, worth more than 8 million. Zhang Xiaoqing opened the perfume, and soon, a unique fragrance filled the entire hall.
So fragrant.
Lin Fan, I have never smelled such a fragrant perfume. Zhang Xiaoqing immediately fell in love with the scent.
If you like it, take it, I don't need it anyway. Really? Zhang Xiaoqing was overjoyed, how about this, how much is this perfume? I'll buy it.
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoqing with a strange expression.
Sister, this perfume is over 8 million, do you really want to spend that money? Why are you silent?
Zhang Xiaoqing felt confused, took out her phone, and searched online for the price of that perfume. Soon, Zhang Xiaoqing's expression changed.
My god, this perfume costs over 8 million.
Perfume is created by the world's top perfumers, and the bottle itself is worth a lot. Zhang Xiaoqing quickly put the perfume back in its place. With her current salary, she couldn't afford it even if she worked for a lifetime.
Indeed, things in Lin Fan's family couldn't be cheap.
That was careless of her. If you like it, just take it, this perfume is just a decoration here.
No, I'm not worthy.
Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan.
Could she take something worth millions so casually? It wasn't until Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing finished breakfast that Song Shuer finally arrived. Song Shuer's home was far from the manor, so it took a lot of time. Shuer, do you want to have some breakfast?
Zhang Xiaoqing brought Song Shuer into the manor.
No, I want to see Lin Fan. Song Shuer couldn't wait any longer.
Lin Fan is in the hall, don't rush.
Song Shuer quickly walked into the hall. How could she not be anxious?
To cure her voice, she couldn't remember how many doctors she had consulted.
Lin Fan, I brought the necklace, what about my voice? Seeing Lin Fan, Song Shuer went straight to the point. Song Shuer was wearing a set of pure white long dress, looking elegant and somewhat noble. Just like I said on the phone, I will cure your voice, and then you give me the necklace.
I hope you are not lying. Song Shuer thought for a moment and said, how about this, if you really can cure my voice, then I'll give you the necklace.
However, you need to agree to an extra condition.
Lin Fan was a bit speechless.
Did we not agree just now? This is raising the price.
Song Shuer said, my condition is simple, you just need to go home with me and pretend to be my boyfriend. Like most people, Song Shuer was also facing pressure from elders to get married.
However, because of Song Shuer's good family background, those elders certainly had requirements for her partner.
Listening to Zhang Xiaoqing, Lin Fan was the chairman of Chufeng Group, which was a good status. Plus, Lin Fan was quite handsome, bringing him home would surely work out well.
How about it, is this request too much?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, alright, it's a deal. Lin Fan took out the good voice pill he drew from the system and handed it to Song Shuer.
This is the medicine, just take it and you'll be fine.
Song Shuer looked at the inconspicuous little pill in Lin Fan's hand, frowning.
Is it really that simple? Of course, if it doesn't work in a day, I'll give you the manor.
Lin Fan was extremely confident.
A product from the system must be of high quality. He actually had that much confidence. I don't want any manor, if it doesn't work, I will hold you accountable. Song Shuer took the good voice pill. Lin Fan, I'm very curious, what effect does this pill have? I hope there won't be any problems.
Zheng Xiaoqing showed her concern. She knew that Lin Fan was not a doctor, after all. Lin Fan explained, "Don't worry, it's a family secret recipe, one pill works."
Zheng Xiaoqing.
Without much hesitation, Song Shuer put the good voice pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Zheng Xiaoqing stared blankly at Song Shuer, worried about potential side effects.
"Shuer, how do you feel?"
Zheng Xiaoqing asked.
Song Shuer shook her head, "No feeling."
"Of course, it won't be effective so quickly, just wait," Lin Fan said. Song Shuer nodded, took off the sapphire necklace from her neck, and handed it to Zheng Xiaoqing.
"This necklace is with you for now, if my voice gets better, you can pass it to Lin Fan." Zheng Xiaoqing nodded lightly, taking good care of the necklace.
"Alright, let's leave it at this, I believe your voice will get better soon." Though Lin Fan wanted the necklace early, he wasn't in a hurry.
"I will stay in the manor today, if your voice is still bad, then I won't leave." Song Shuer said something intriguing.
Though she said that, by noon, bored Song Shuer went out to play with Zheng Xiaoqing. Lin Fan remained alone in the manor. In the afternoon, Lin Fan received a call from Lin Xueyan. Since Lin Xueyan started working in the Magic City, they hadn't been in touch for 2 or 3 days.
"Sister, how is work going?" Lin Xueyan said gloomily, "Don't mention it, I quit." Lin Xueyan joined a big company, thinking she could showcase her talents.
Unfortunately, she encountered the rumored unspoken rules. Her superior was an old lecher, often implying to Lin Xueyan that as long as she complied, she could get promotions and raises.
Lin Xueyan felt disgusted and reported to the company's executives. However, that person had backing in the company, so after this incident, Lin Xueyan couldn't stay there anymore. "Sister, is someone bullying you? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge."
Lin Xueyan recounted everything that had happened at the company. In the end, she sighed.
"Lin Fan, forget it, I'll just find another job."
Lin Fan said, "Sister, why don't you stay with me for now?
I'll come to pick you up." "Sure, thank you, Lin Fan. We're family, no need to thank me."
Lin Xueyan immediately sent her location to Lin Fan.
When Lin Fan drove the Koenigsegg to Lin Xueyan, she was stunned. "Lin Fan, is this car yours?"
Lin Xueyan didn't know much about luxury cars, but she could tell that the Koenigsegg Lin Fan was driving was not cheap. Lin Fan nodded and got out to help Lin Xueyan with her luggage.
Now you've become a rich person."
Lin Xueyan shook her head helplessly.
Once in the car, Lin Xueyan asked, "Honestly, did you really get close to some rich woman?"
Lin Fan smiled bitterly. That's right, he really got close to a rich woman. And that rich woman was the system.
Lin Fan quickly brought Lin Xueyan back to the manor. "Sister, this is where I live. If you like it, you can stay here in the future."
Looking at the tall buildings in the manor, Lin Xueyan was stunned. If Lin Fan had only a regular house in the Magic City, Lin Xueyan wouldn't be so surprised.
But this is a manor.
In the Magic City where every inch of land is precious, only the top wealthy can afford a manor.
Is Lin Fan one of them?
Lin Fan, I can stay for a few days, but after finding a job, I'll leave.
Moreover, didn't you say before that you had a girlfriend? It's not convenient for me to stay here.
Lin Fan explained, we broke up, so now I'm living here alone.
Take it easy.
No, I mean, if you broke up, just let it go.
Lin Xueyan became incoherent. Lin Fan smiled and led Lin Xueyan into the hall. "Mr. Lin."
The maid at the door bowed to Lin Fan.
"Not bad, Lin Fan, you even have a maid."
"Sister, take a look and choose a room you like.
I'll have someone clean it up,"
Lin Fan said with a smile.
"I don't mind." Lin Xueyan casually picked a guest room.
Lin Fan, last time you said Ilong Xian was yours.
Now I believe it. I want to know, besides Ilong Xian, what other assets do you have?
Lin Fan stopped hiding.
Do you know Baihao Hotel? Of course, didn't you arrange for me to stay there before? Wait, are you saying that Baihao Hotel is yours? Lin Xueyan was shocked.
Baihao Hotel is a hotel brand worth 15 billion.
God, how is this possible? And Chufeng Group, that's also mine. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Lin Xueyan was left speechless.
Sister, since you studied management, Baihao Hotel is looking for a general manager.
How about I let you take that position?
Forget it, I have no experience and can't be a general manager.
How about this, I'll take you to the headquarters of Baihao Hotel tomorrow, there should be a suitable job for you there. Okay. Soon, night fell.
While Lin Fan was playing games in his room, he received a call from Zheng Xiaoqing.
Lin Fan, not good, Shuer fainted, hurry to the hospital. Zheng Xiaoqing's tone was extremely anxious. What happened?
I'm not too clear either, just come to the hospital first.
Okay, I'll rush over right away.
Lin Fan asked for the location and hurried down the stairs.
Lin Fan, are you going out?
Lin Xuan saw Lin Fan looking anxious and asked.
I might not be back soon, so you should rest early.
After saying that, Lin Fan grabbed the car keys and drove off in that Koenigsegg. The road was quite congested. After 40 minutes, Lin Fan finally arrived at the city center hospital. Zhang Xiaoqing was pacing back and forth at the door of the ward, anxious. Next to her stood a tall, skinny middle-aged man. The man's face was also filled with worry.
Xiaoqing, how is Song Shuer?
Lin Fan asked with concern. Zhang Xiaoqing frowned, saying, the doctor is still examining Shuer, the results aren't out yet.
What exactly happened? Wasn't Song Shuer fine this morning? Lin Fan couldn't understand.
Zhang Xiaoqing was troubled, saying, I don't know either. I played with Shuer for most of the day, she was in great spirits until we were about to go home, and then she suddenly fainted.
Could it be that the good voice pill has side effects? But that couldn't be possible. Lin Fan didn't know what was going on either.
At this point, they could only wait for the test results.
Kid, are you the one who gave my daughter the medicine? If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let you off.
The middle-aged man was furious, raising his fist and throwing a punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan reacted quickly, dodging directly.
Let's talk this out, no need for violence.
Hearing this man speak, he seemed to be Song Shuer's father. Now that Song Shuer was in trouble, it was understandable that the father was upset. Zhang Xiaoqing stopped Song Yuanshan, saying, Uncle Song, the test results aren't out yet, it might not be Lin Fan's medicine that's the problem.
Xiaoqing, how could you let Shuer take medicine randomly? Song Yuanshan was very angry. After all, she was his only daughter.
Zhang Xiaoqing lowered her head, looking like she had done something wrong, not daring to say more.
My medicine can't possibly be the problem.
Lin Fan said firmly. At this point, you're still being stubborn. Once the results are out, I'll be the first to call the police and have you arrested.
Song Yuanshan's voice was cold.
Lin Fan said, you don't need to call the police, if my medicine really is the problem, I'll jump off from the 5th floor. Song Yuanshan snorted coldly, turned his head, and stopped talking.
Lin Fan, what do we do now? Don't worry, Song Shuer will be fine.
Zhang Xiaoqing nodded. For now, she could only comfort herself this way. A few more minutes passed, and a female doctor came out as the ward door opened.
Doctor, how is my friend?
Zhang Xiaoqing was the first to rush over. The female doctor said, we ran a series of tests on your friend and found no issues.
Your friend is in good health and has already woken up. That's great.
Zhang Xiaoqing exclaimed in joy.
Hearing this news, Lin Fan sighed in relief. Song Yuanshan was first overjoyed, then curiously asked, Doctor, if my daughter is fine, why did she suddenly faint?
The doctor thought for a moment and said, I can't explain that, everything relies on test results. However, please don't let her take medicine randomly in the future. The doctor attributed the problem to taking medicine carelessly.
Song Yuanshan glared fiercely at Lin Fan, seemingly warning him. In response, Lin Fan didn't pay much attention. Doctor, can we go in now?
Zhang Xiaoqing asked.
Yes. Zhang Xiaoqing and Song Yuanshan entered the ward first.
On the bed, Song Shuer looked delighted. After waking up, she found that her voice had actually returned. And after trying to sing a few lines, Song Shuer discovered her voice was even more beautiful than before.
How could she not be happy?
This also meant that she could return to the music scene.
Shuer, are you okay? Once in the ward, Song Yuanshan anxiously asked. Dad, Xiaoqing, I'm fine. You don't need to worry.
Although she had fainted a short while ago, Song Shuer now felt no discomfort at all.
Such a big thing happened, how can I not worry? Song Yuanshan was still not at ease.
The doctor said I'm fine, I just need to rest more in the future.
Oh, Lin Fan, how come you are here too?
Song Shuer noticed Lin Fan and asked in surprise. If it weren't for Lin Fan's medicine, perhaps her voice would never recover. Seeing Song Shuer's face normal, Lin Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. I heard you fainted, so I came to see you, it's good that you're okay.
Lin Fan, thank you, my voice is already better now.
With her voice restored, Song Shuer also showed a bit more confidence on her face. Lin Fan just nodded, feeling not surprised. Beside them, Zhang Xiaoqing also felt happy for Song Shuer.
Shuer, what are you saying? Your voice is better? Song Yuanshan was skeptical.
To know, in order to help Song Shuer recover her voice, he had sought many doctors in the past 2 years. But the results were all failures.
It's all thanks to Lin Fan. Song Shuer said. That's great. Song Yuanshan exclaimed excitedly. However, he did not believe that Lin Fan cured Song Shuer's voice.
After all, Song Shuer was also taking some other medicines.
Song Shuer, since you're fine, I'll head back.
Lin Fan noticed that Song Shuer's father held some prejudice against him, so he didn't want to stay any longer.
Okay. Song Shuer remembered something and said, Xiaoqing, you should go back too, bring that necklace to Lin Fan. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and left with Lin Fan. Soon, Song Shuer went to handle the discharge procedures and went home with her father, Song Yuanshan. Back at home, Song Yuanshan was still not at ease, so he invited an old Chinese doctor to come. Dad, I'm perfectly fine, why do you ask a doctor to come back? Just to be safe, we should have a look. Song Yuanshan said, Old Jiang is a renowned healer, your voice could recover completely because of his medicine. In the past month and a half, Song Shuer had also taken old Jiang's medicine. So Song Yuanshan wanted to invite old Jiang over to have a look. Song Shuer was unhappy. Dad, I told you, my voice was cured by Lin Fan. Impossible, that kid is not a doctor. Song Yuanshan did not believe Lin Fan had that ability. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Song Shuer was too lazy to explain. Before long, the so-called miracle healer Jiang Linxiang that Song Yuanshan mentioned arrived. Upon hearing that Song Shuer's voice had recovered, Jiang Linxiang was also surprised. He was just a fraud, after all, what miracle healer? It was all made up. Yet Song Yuanshan had faith in him. The medicines Song Shuer took before were just some supplements. Jiang Linxiang wanted to deceive some consultation fees. Logically, those medicines shouldn't have any effect. But oddly, Song Shuer's voice got better. Could it be a psychological effect? Chapter 25 Pretending to be a boyfriend. Old Jiang, you finally came, please come in. Song Yuanshan acted very polite. My daughter's voice is better now, thank you so much. Don't say that, as a doctor, treating illness and saving lives is what I should do. Jiang Linxiang stroked his white beard, looking somewhat like a healer. Old Jiang, although my daughter's voice is better, no one knows what will happen in the future. So, I want to ask you to help have another look. Sure. Jiang Linxiang said, bring your daughter out. Shuer, come out quickly. Song Yuanshan shouted. Song Shuer locked herself in her room, pretending not to hear. She had made it very clear that Lin Fan cured her voice. Why didn't her father believe her? Song Shuer felt that she could no longer communicate with her father. Song Yuanshan shouted several times, but Song Shuer still did not come out. In the end, Song Yuanshan helplessly said, Old Jiang, how about you come back tomorrow? Actually, there's no need to see her, I have a prescription here, just let your daughter take it on time. Jiang Linxiang took out a prescription. Thank you, Old Jiang. Receiving the prescription, Song Yuanshan was very happy. He went back to the study and brought out an ancient painting. Old Jiang, this painting is for you. Jiang Linxiang looked at the painting in his hand and asked, this painting must be expensive, right? I bought it for over 40,000 back then, and now it's worth 100,000. Song Yuanshan felt that he would need Jiang Linxiang's help in the future, so he was generous like this. Jiang Linxiang carefully put away the painting and left with a smile. I have to say, rich people's money is so easy to make. Having successfully obtained the necklace, Lin Fan returned to the manor. System, I got the sapphire necklace, hurry and upgrade. Lin Fan said to the system while holding the necklace. He couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, a blue light shot out from the necklace, and soon, the blue light disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lin Fan also heard the system's voice. System is upgrading. 25%. 45%. 65%. 85%. System upgrade successful, now at version 2.0. Starting tomorrow, the host's chance of drawing good items will increase by 15%. Is this it? System, are you playing with me? What about the promised system mall, to freely exchange items? The system replied, the system mall is not activated yet, you need 9/10 energy points. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. But luckily, the necklace he worked so hard to get wasn't useless. At the very least, the chance of drawing good items has increased. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was a bit excited for tomorrow's lottery. With a crack, the energy of the sapphire necklace was extracted, causing the gem to lose its luster and shatter. Lin Fan shook his head and threw away the broken necklace. A night passed quickly. System, let me draw. Just like usual. The first thing Lin Fan did when he opened his eyes was to draw. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn 2 pounds of Emperor Red Robe tea. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn 200 million Chinese coins. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn a Pagani Huaira. Lin Fan frowned. Although the chance of drawing good items has increased. But today, it seemed he hadn't drawn anything particularly good. Emperor Red Robe tea is extremely rare, even with money, it might not be available. It is valuable yet hard to find. I heard that half a month ago, this tea sold for 1 million per pound at an auction. The Pagani Huaira is also not cheap. One car is worth 40 million.
Since activating the system, he has drawn 3 cars already. At this rate, Lin Fan felt he could open a luxury car museum. After breakfast, Lin Fan took Lin Xueyan to the Baihao Hotel to look for a job. However, there were no suitable positions for Lin Xueyan there. In the end, Lin Fan took Lin Xueyan to Chufeng Group and directly asked General Manager Zhao Yang to give her a position as the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department.
Lin Fan drove out to the outskirts of Magic City. By the time he returned to the manor, it was already noon. Lin Fan, why are you only back now? Song Shuer's voice was waiting for him at the manor. You didn't pick up the phone. Sorry, my phone happened to be out of battery. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Song Shuer said unhappily, you said you would pretend to be my boyfriend, did you forget? You mean right now? Song Shuer nodded, a bothersome guy came to my house, and the key is, my dad likes him a lot.
Lin Fan, whether we can get through this depends on you.
From now on, you are my boyfriend.
Lin Fan felt it was too sudden, he wasn't prepared at all. Also, Song Shuer's father didn't like him. Though it was just pretending to be her boyfriend, he didn't know if he would be thrown out upon arrival. I'll go change clothes. Song Shuer grabbed Lin Fan, no need to change, just come with me now. By the way, since it's your first time at my house, you have to bring some gifts. What should we bring? Lin Fan, I saw you have wine in your study, just bring 2 bottles. Are you sure you want to take the wine from my study? That wine costs 18,000 a bottle. Bringing such expensive wine as a gift, it's surprising Song Shuer thought of it. However, it seems Song Shuer didn't know the price of that wine. Stop wasting time, hurry up. Song Shuer pulled Lin Fan into the study and grabbed 2 bottles of Macallan M crystal. Huh, you still have tea leaves here. My dad loves tea, so I keep a bit. Song Shuer casually found a small bag and packed some Emperor's red robe tea leaves. Seeing Lin Fan staring blankly at her, Song Shuer said, don't worry, I won't take your things for free. Once this is all over, I'll transfer the money for the wine and tea to you. Lin Fan thought for a moment and smiled, then take all the tea leaves, I don't like to drink it anyway. Although Song Shuer was a star, she had rarely participated in commercial activities these past 2 years. In other words, Song Shuer definitely didn't have much money now. These tea leaves were worth 20 million. If she took all of them. Girl, can you afford it? She'd probably have to give up everything. That's enough, you don't need that much. Song Shuer pulled Lin Fan towards the garage and started the Koenigsegg. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the building downstairs from Song Shuer's home. Song Shuer, my dad has a problem with me. Do you think after we go in, will he throw me out? Don't worry, he won't. Song Shuer said, and my mom is home too. She supports me. From now on, you should call me Shuer, got it? Lin Fan smiled wryly and nodded. Alright, let's go. Song Shuer linked her arm with Lin Fan's, and it really looked like they were a couple. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chapter 26, More Than Status. Song Shuer linked arms with Lin Fan and opened the door, walking into the living room. On the sofa in the living room, Song Yuanshan was drinking tea. Across from him sat a young man in a suit. The young man looked decent, with a Rolex watch on his wrist. The two were chatting and laughing. When Song Shuer entered, both their gazes shifted to her. Shuer. Zhou Haifeng was very happy. But when he saw Song Shuer and Lin Fan so close together, his smile instantly froze. Who is he? Zhou Haifeng frowned. He had known Song Shuer for so long but had never had a chance to be alone with her. Yet now, Song Shuer was so close to Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng's jealousy flared up, and he saw Lin Fan as a rival. It's you? What are you doing here? As expected, Song Yuanshan didn't welcome Lin Fan. This guy had caused his daughter to be hospitalized just yesterday. If he gave Lin Fan a pleasant face, that would be strange. Let me introduce him, his name is Lin Fan, my boyfriend. What? It wasn't just Zhou Haifeng, even Song Yuanshan's expression changed. Zhou Haifeng had long considered Song Shuer his woman, but now, she actually brought a boyfriend home. So angry. And Song Yuanshan was angry because he didn't approve of Lin Fan. You see, Zhou Haifeng was the son of the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceuticals. He had status and influence. But what does Lin Fan have? Could he compare with Zhou Haifeng? Shuer, are you joking with me? This kid, does he deserve you? Song Yuanshan was very angry. Zhou Haifeng glanced at Lin Fan with disdain and said, Shuer, I know you don't like me much, but you can't just randomly pick someone and say he's your boyfriend. I'm not joking. Lin Fan is my boyfriend. Song Shuer said seriously. Hello, uncle. Lin Fan shamelessly greeted Song Yuanshan. Song Yuanshan angrily said, I warn you, don't call me uncle, and stay away from my daughter in the future.
Get out. Song Shuer stood in front of Lin Fan. Dad, can you please be reasonable? Song Yuanshan spoke earnestly. Shuer, there are too many bad people outside, I'm afraid you'll be deceived. What's all this noise in the middle of the day?
At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked out of the room. Shin Juanru's skin was well maintained, and she didn't look like a woman in her 40s. When Shin Juanru appeared, both Song Yuanshan and Song Shuer stopped talking.
Shin Juanru sized up Lin Fan and asked, Shuer, who is this?
My boyfriend, Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, this is my mom. Hello, auntie.
Lin Fan felt a bit awkward. He wished he hadn't agreed to pretend to be Song Shuer's boyfriend.
He really asked for trouble. What boyfriend? I haven't agreed yet.
Lin Fan, you are not welcome here, leave.
As guests at the door, how can we chase someone away?
Shin Juanru chose to stand by her daughter. In her eyes, Song Shuer had grown up. The man Song Shuer liked surely wouldn't be bad. Although Shin Juanru was also satisfied with Zhou Haifeng, unfortunately, her daughter showed no interest in him.
You're Lin Fan, right? Sit down first. Since you are here, why buy gifts? Shin Juanru smiled. Song Yuanshan's face did not look good.
But he was henpecked. When his wife spoke, he didn't dare argue.
Lin Fan, how long have you been together with Shuer?
Song Shuer, afraid of her mother seeing through her, quickly said, Mom, we have been together for 3 months.
Shin Juanru had many more questions, but at that moment, the nanny had already prepared the meal. Let's eat first, everyone must be hungry. Song Shuer pulled Lin Fan to sit at the dining table, leaving Zhou Haifeng aside.
Now, the awkwardness had shifted to Zhou Haifeng.
However, he was still unwilling to give up.
At least, Song Yuanshan still supported him.
Haifeng, go eat first. Okay, uncle.
Zhou Haifeng sat down, deciding to counterattack. As long as he could break apart Song Shuer and Lin Fan, he would still have a chance. Lin Fan, hello, nice to meet you, I am Zhou Haifeng, my dad is the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical. Honghu Pharmaceutical, that is a pharmaceutical company worth more than 50 billion.
And Zhou Haifeng's father was also of great status in the Magic City. Hello?
Lin Fan only nodded in acknowledgement. He could tell that there was a hint of provocation in Zhou Haifeng's tone.
I wonder what you do for a living.
Zhou Haifeng pressed on. I just graduated from college, I don't have a job yet. Zhou Haifeng laughed, his smile tinged with mockery.
No job? So you are unemployed. You, a grown man, are you going to rely on Shuer to support you? Song Yuanshan was also very angry, he couldn't understand. How could his daughter like such a man? He doesn't even have a job and wants to live off others? Song Shuer interjected, although Lin Fan doesn't have a job, he has his own company.
Chufeng Group is his, Baihao Hotel is also his. Song Yuanshan interrupted Song Shuer, stop, Shuer, you should check your facts before lying.
Chufeng Group, that is a 200 billion real estate company, how could it possibly be Lin Fan's? Song Yuanshan didn't believe it. A young man who just graduated actually has his own company? Who would believe that?
Uncle, with the information online being so advanced, just check who the chairman of Chufeng Group and Baihao Hotel is.
I really don't believe it.
Zhou Haifeng took out his phone and looked up the information on Chufeng Group and Baihao Hotel. Sure enough, the chairman of those two companies were indeed Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng's expression changed.
Could it be that he truly encountered a rival this time? It could just be a coincidence of names. Zhou Haifeng gritted his teeth. Shin Juanru looked at Lin Fan.
Frankly speaking, Lin Fan's status surprised her a bit. Zhou Haifeng relied on his father, but Lin Fan was different. He was directly the chairman of the company. Very good, to have your own company at such a young age.
Shin Juanru smiled.
It was clear that she was very satisfied with Lin Fan.
Song Yuanshan couldn't help but take another look at Lin Fan.
He admitted he had misjudged him.
Who would have thought this kid had such a background?
However, he still felt Zhou Haifeng's identity was somewhat better.
Zhou Haifeng became awkward again.
He felt slapped in the face. He thought he could use status to suppress Lin Fan, but things had developed quite differently. This guy is actually the chairman of Chufeng Group.
I miscalculated. 2 billion in real estate, not bad.
Zhou Haifeng said sarcastically, however, the real estate industry is already a sunset industry, with not much room for growth in the future.
Chapter 27 Fake Painting.
Zhou Haifeng's words were obvious, that was that his father's company had more development opportunities. In this regard, Lin Fan was still no match for him. Uncle, I specially brought 2 bottles of red wine, which I brought back from France last month.
Give it a try. Zhou Haifeng went to get a bottle of wine. Thoughtful. Song Yuanshan smiled and asked, this wine must be expensive, right? Not too expensive, just over 10,000. Zhou Haifeng once again looked at Lin Fan with a provocative gaze. Swear, didn't I also bring 2 bottles of wine? Let me give it a try for your dad. Lin Fan fought back. Song Shuer nodded, picking up a bottle of Macallan M crystal. Seeing that bottle of wine, Song Yuanshan and Zhou Haifeng's expressions changed again. Clearly, they both knew the price of that wine. 18,000 a bottle. Lin Fan was really generous. Shuer, don't buy wine next time, it's a waste of money. Shin Juanru shook her head and said. It's fine, Lin Fan bought it. By the way, Lin Fan, how much is this wine? Song Shuer asked. About 100,000? What? Song Shuer took a sip of soup and spat it out when she heard the price. Song Shuer's eyes showed resentment as she whispered. Why didn't you say anything before coming? If she had known this wine was so expensive, Song Shuer definitely wouldn't have brought it. After all, the cost of the wine would still count on her. You didn't ask. Lin Fan acted innocent. Song Shuer pouted with a little girl's attitude. These 2 bottles of wine together cost more than 300,000. But luckily, she could still afford it. She just felt a bit reluctant. Zhou Haifeng's expression turned stiff. The wine he brought couldn't even compete with Lin Fan's Macallan M crystal. This time, he lost again. Dad, Lin Fan also bought some tea leaves. I'll brew it for you tonight. Song Shuer casually took out the imperial red robe tea leaves. Seeing that the tea leaves were packed in a cheap bag, Zhou Haifeng immediately found a breakthrough. Shuer, this tea can't be street vendor stuff, right? It looks so ugly. Hearing Zhou Haifeng's words, Song Yuanshan also showed a look of disgust. I don't like tea anymore, take it back. Song Yuanshan said. How could it be street vendor stuff? Lin Fan, tell him how much this tea costs per pound. Song Shuer couldn't stand it anymore. This Zhou Haifeng, always opposing Lin Fan. So annoying. Unknowingly, Song Shuer's impression of Zhou Haifeng worsened. Are you sure you want to say it? Lin Fan hesitated. What, can't you say it? Zhou Haifeng mocked. Song Shuer said, it doesn't matter how much, what's important is the heart. Lin Fan, you say? Lin Fan paused for a moment and said. This is called Imperial Red Robe Tea, 1 million a pound, even with money, you might not be able to buy it. What? Cough. Song Shuer choked on her food. This tea is even more expensive than the wine. 1 million a pound, too exaggerated. I don't believe it, you must be lying. Zhou Haifeng said excitedly. Hearing Lin Fan's claim, Song Yuanshan took the tea leaves, looking and smelling them. Not bad, this really is Imperial Red Robe Tea. Song Yuanshan was overjoyed. He had drunk a lot of tea but had never had Imperial Red Robe Tea. After all, this tea is too rare, as Lin Fan said, even with money, it might not be available. Thoughtful, very thoughtful. Song Yuanshan's attitude towards Lin Fan suddenly changed for the better. However, Song Shuer was not happy. After all, she had agreed with Lin Fan that the money for the wine and tea would count under her name. These tea leaves were likely going to cost 3 to 4 million. Song Shuer felt heartbroken. She pinched Lin Fan's waist hard. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Fan acted innocent, I was going to say, but you didn't give me a chance. You are a star, at least. Can't you afford this little money? Song Shuer said mournfully, it's easy for you to say, I haven't participated in any business activities for the past 2 years, and now I can't even take out 1 million. Because her voice had issues, Song Shuer didn't have the heart to make money these past 2 years. After a moment of silence, Song Shuer said in a negotiating tone, how about this, I'll owe you for now. When I have money, I'll pay you back. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. With Song Shuer's popularity, she could easily hold a couple of concerts in the future and that would be enough to repay it. The two spoke quietly, so others did not hear them. Song Yuanshan smiled, happily putting away the tea leaves. Song Shuer pouted and said, Dad, didn't you just say you don't like drinking tea? Song Yuanshan's change of expression was incredibly fast. This left Song Shuer speechless. You are happy, but the tea leaves were bought with my hard-earned money. Song Yuanshan smiled and said, that can't be said, if I encounter good tea, I'll drink a little. Song Shuer asked, is this good tea then? Good tea, top quality good tea. Song Yuanshan said sincerely. He couldn't wait to taste the Imperial Red Robe Tea. As Song Yuanshan's impression of Lin Fan changed, Zhou Haifeng was completely isolated. So angry. If I lose to Lin Fan like this, how can I survive in the magical city in the future? Uncle, I know you really like ancient paintings, and I happen to have a Flowers and Birds by Su Wei from the Ming Dynasty, but unfortunately, I rushed here and forgot to bring it. Let me call now and have someone bring it over. Song Yuanshan declined. Haifeng, forget it, Sui's paintings aren't cheap. It's nothing, it's only worth 2 to 3 million. Zhou Haifeng stood up and went to the balcony to make a call. Although his family is wealthy, they wouldn't easily spend 2 to 3 million on a painting.
In fact, Zhou Haifeng planned to buy a fake and make do with that. Zhou Haifeng knew experts in the ancient painting world, so getting a genuine appraisal certificate wouldn't be difficult.
Moreover, with Song Yuanshan's level, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell.
Zhou Haifeng quickly finished the call, came back to eat, and had a little drink. Half an hour later, everyone had had enough to eat. There was a knock at the door. It was Zhou Haifeng's people bringing the painting.
Uncle Song, the painting is here, have a look. Zhou Haifeng opened the painting and laid it flat on the table.
The lines are smooth and skillful, truly worthy of Master Sui's work.
The more Song Yuanshan looked, the more he liked it. Since Uncle Song likes it, then just accept it.
Zhou Haifeng said.
No way, this is too valuable. No need to be polite with me.
Zhou Haifeng said, Uncle Song, Honghu Pharmaceutical has a few big orders recently, I'll discuss it with my father and then give the orders to you.
Song Yuanshan is in the herbal medicine business and has some cooperation with Honghu Pharmaceutical.
This was also why Song Yuanshan wanted to match Zhou Haifeng and Song Shuer together. So, Zhou Haifeng still had some leverage.
Haifeng, thank you.
Song Yuanshan said gratefully.
Chapter 28 Super Medical Skills.
Though he said that, Song Yuanshan still felt very troubled. Zhou Haifeng, the son of the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical, has status and connections in the magical city. And Lin Fan isn't bad either, he has 2 companies under his name and assets surpassing 100 billion. Most importantly, his daughter likes Lin Fan.
This made things complicated. Song Yuanshan didn't want to offend either side. In the past, he could still match Song Shuer with Zhou Haifeng, but now he couldn't.
Shuer, come and take a look. Zhou Haifeng said with a smile.
I don't understand paintings.
Song Shuer pulled Lin Fan over. Zhou Haifeng said, actually, I don't understand much either, I spent over 2 million on this painting. Zhou Haifeng intentionally glanced at Lin Fan.
Once again, a provocation. Over 2 million? I look this way and that, and I feel like this painting isn't worth even 200.
Lin Fan found it humorous. His family also has a Flowers and Birds by Sui, although the scenes are different, the charm of the two is worlds apart.
In other words, this is most likely a fake painting.
Lin Fan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense.
Do you really think this painting is fake? Zhou Haifeng was very angry. I was just saying it casually, why are you so agitated?
Lin Fan was speechless.
Lin Fan, do you also have a habit of collecting ancient paintings? Song Shuer asked. No.
Lin Fan shook his head.
Zhou Haifeng sneered, I've shown this painting to an appraiser, do you think your judgment is better than the experts? Upon hearing Lin Fan, Song Yuanshan began to closely observe the painting.
He hadn't noticed before, but with Lin Fan's reminder, Song Yuanshan also saw some unusual aspects. Lin Fan, stop embarrassing yourself here.
Saying this painting is fake only proves your ignorance. Lin Fan's expression was calm as he said, of course, I can't compare to those so-called experts. However, I happen to have a flower and bird painting at home. Whether or not this is a fake can be seen by comparing.
Lin Fan had a photo of Sui's flower and bird painting on his phone and immediately pulled it out.
After comparing the two, indeed, the differences in detail became apparent.
The painting Zhou Haifeng brought was very similar, but the spirit of the painting was unique. This painting does have some issues. After the comparison, Song Yuanshan reached this conclusion.
Uncle Song, this painting has been appraised by experts, it can't be. Zhou Haifeng tried to explain after being exposed.
Song Yuanshan was not a fool, he understood that the antique market was very complex.
Haifeng, experts can also be wrong sometimes. This time, you've probably been tricked. Zhou Haifeng knew very well whether the painting was fake.
In fact, he wanted to trick Song Yuanshan.
But with things having reached this point, the act couldn't go on.
It was all Lin Fan's fault.
Damn it.
I'm sorry, Uncle Song, I didn't expect that spending a lot of money would buy a fake painting.
Zhou Haifeng started to play the pity card. Only in this way could he back down. If Song Yuanshan found out he did it on purpose, it would be over.
You have no experience, so it's normal to suffer losses.
Song Yuanshan didn't suspect too much. Uncle Song, I have something else to do, I'll leave first.
Zhou Haifeng's face was unpleasant, he didn't want to stay any longer.
Alright, then you can go back. Zhou Haifeng took the fake painting and left with a blank expression. From now on, he and Lin Fan would be mortal enemies. Lin Fan, you have a Sui flower and bird painting at home? Song Yuanshan asked curiously. Yes, if Uncle Song wants to see it, I can bring it over another day. No, no need. Although he said polite words, Song Yuanshan really wanted to see it.
Lin Fan saw through it but said nothing. After sitting at Song Yuanshan's house for a while, Lin Fan made an excuse to leave. He had come to pretend to be Song Shuer's boyfriend. Now that the task was complete, it was time to go. Lin Fan arrived downstairs alone, just about to get into the car. At this moment, Zhou Haifeng appeared behind Lin Fan. This guy hadn't gone back. He wanted to give Lin Fan a warning. Lin Fan, you should stay away from Shuer in the future, or the consequences will be very serious.
Zhou Haifeng threatened. I hated when others threatened me.
Lin Fan was not afraid.
Zhou Haifeng sneered, you can't beat me. If you don't listen to the advice, one day you'll regret it.
Lin Fan smiled and didn't take Zhou Haifeng seriously.
We'll see. Zhou Haifeng turned and got into an Audi, driving away.
Watching Zhou Haifeng leave, Lin Fan was not in a hurry to get in the car.
That guy actually drove after drinking.
Very well, today Lin Fan would be a good citizen.
He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, I want a report. Someone is driving under the influence on Qingning Road. Yes, the license plate number is.
When Lin Fan returned to the estate, he found Zheng Xiaoqing was moving things. She really moved in to live at the estate.
In the evening, Song Shuer also arrived. Lin Fan, the money I owe you, I'll pay back later.
2 bottles of wine cost 360,000, plus the tea leaves. Let's just say I owe you 4 million. Song Shuer couldn't pull out that much money at once, so she could only owe it.
No problem.
Lin Fan didn't care much. After all, 4 million was just a small number to him. I booked a table at Yilongchuan. You and Xiaoqing have to come for dinner tomorrow night. Song Shuer said with a smile.
If it weren't for Lin Fan, her voice wouldn't have brightened up. For that, Song Shuer was truly grateful. I'm too busy, I might not have time.
Zheng Xiaoqing said.
Your boss is here, just ask him for leave. Song Shuer pointed at Lin Fan.
Zheng Xiaoqing had no choice but to agree. Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing chatted for a few minutes and then returned. The night quickly passed. Lin Fan opened his eyes.
Drawl.
The system's voice slowly came. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 15% of Tang's film and television shares. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 100 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing super divine medical skills. Tang's Film and Television is a listed company worth over 1,000 billion. At its peak, it was one of the top film companies in China. Unfortunately, over these years, it has gradually declined with the rise of online video platforms. However, the influence of Tang's Film and Television is still significant because it has many popular stars under its wing. The 15% shares Lin Fan got are worth over 100 billion.
Super divine medical skills? What is that?
Lin Fan was confused. The system explained, using this skill, the host will gain all medical knowledge, including some advanced ones. Hearing the system say this, Lin Fan felt a rush of excitement.
Doesn't this mean he would be a divine doctor in the future?
Although Lin Fan never thought about becoming a doctor, having more skills is always better.
Not bad, this system upgrade wasn't for nothing. Even super divine medical skills have come out.
As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, he felt a flood of knowledge rush into his mind. There was so much information that Lin Fan felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. By noon, Lin Fan finally woke up in a daze. Lin Fan looked at his phone and found it was already past noon. Moreover, he had several missed calls on his phone.
System, what happened? Why did I faint? Lin Fan asked.
Because the medical information was too vast, the host couldn't take it all at once. But luckily, the host has taken the basic gene potion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have become an idiot by now. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Fan's head had absorbed a lot of knowledge. But due to the recent information overload, his head still ached a bit. From now on, Lin Fan was also a doctor. Lin Fan got up to brush his teeth and wash his face.
Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Fan come out, Yang Linlin stepped forward and greeted him. Why didn't you wake me up this morning?
Yang Linlin said, I went into your room to call you, but Mr. Lin, you were sleeping too soundly, you might not have noticed.
All right.
Lin Fan said helplessly. At this time, lunch was ready, and Lin Fan went to eat.
Just as he was eating, the doorbell rang. Linlin, someone is here, go check it out.
Yang Linlin was tidying the room, and upon hearing Lin Fan call out, she immediately walked towards the door. About a minute later, Yang Linlin returned to Lin Fan's side.
Mr. Lin, there is someone outside named Tang Yisheng who wants to see you. Tang Yisheng? I don't know him.
Lin Fan shook his head, since it was someone he didn't know, of course, he wouldn't meet. Oh, he said he is the chairman of Tang's Film and Television.
Tang's Film and Television?
Lin Fan suddenly remembered that this morning he had gotten 15% of Tang's Film and Television shares. So, he was also a shareholder of Tang's Film and Television.
But why did Chairman Tang Yixing come to find him? Lin Fan couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lin, if you don't want to meet, I'll go tell him. Yang Linlin said. Bring him in.
Tang Yixing was also a notable figure in the business world, so meeting him wasn't a big deal. After a while, Yang Linlin brought in a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a square face, dressed in a black suit. His eyebrows revealed a hint of authority. But at this moment, there was more of a smile on his face.
Hello, I am Tang Yixing, the chairman of Tang's film industry.
Tang Yixing introduced himself. He had called Lin Fan several times, but no one answered.
That's why he came in person. Brother Lin, sorry for interrupting your meal.
Tang Yixing's calling Lin Fan brother made Lin Fan feel a bit uncomfortable.
They had just met for the first time, and he was already calling him brother? It's fine, I'm already full.
Lin Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks. Tang Yixing looked around the dining hall's decorations and smiled. Brother Lin is truly someone who knows how to enjoy life.
Just tell me what you want to find me for. Lin Fan didn't want to hear Tang Yixing's small talk. Brother Lin is straightforward, I like that.
Tang Yixing took out a small gift box and handed it to Lin Fan. It's our first meeting, and I don't have anything fancy to give, please accept this watch. It was a Rolex watch, priced around 2 million. I have to say, Tang Yixing is quite generous.
To give such a gift on their first meeting.
Lin Fan took the watch and looked at it but did not accept it. No need for a gift, Mr. Tang, we are not that familiar.
To take from someone is to be indebted to them.
Before understanding the other person's intentions, Lin Fan would not casually accept what Tang Yixing offered.
Tang Yixing looked a bit awkward. Brother Lin, you got 15% of Tang's film industry today, right? That is indeed the case.
Lin Fan replied, you don't need to beat around the bush, just say it directly.
It seems Brother Lin does not know the current situation of Tang's film industry.
Tang Yixing quickly explained the situation of Tang's film industry to Lin Fan. It turns out that besides Tang Yixing, there was another major shareholder in Tang's film industry. The two of them were publicly and secretly at odds, each wanting to gain control of Tang's film industry. But both were evenly matched, and after several years of struggle, there had been no clear winner. And Lin Fan suddenly taking away 15% of the shares meant whoever could win Lin Fan over would take the initiative. Brother Lin, Tang's film industry was founded by my dad, I can't let the other side take control.
So, you must help me.
Lin Fan shook his head. To be honest, who becomes the chairman of Tang's film industry is none of his business. He just wanted to hold on to that 15% of the shares. And until he understood the details, Lin Fan would not easily take sides. Seeing that Lin Fan said nothing, Tang Yixing's face changed suddenly. He thought of the worst possibility.
Could it be that Lin Fan was on his opponent's side? If that were true, his position as chairman would definitely be in jeopardy.
Lin Fan said, I have no interest in company internal power struggles, if there's nothing else, you can leave.
Tang Yixing was unsure and asked, Brother Lin, does this mean you plan to stay neutral?
If Lin Fan stayed neutral, Tang Yixing would still have a chance. What he feared was that Lin Fan would side with his opponent.
Yes, I won't help anyone.
Lin Fan replied. Tang Yixing smiled, no problem, even if Brother Lin stays neutral, I have made a friend today. After a few polite exchanges, Tang Yixing left. As for that Rolex watch, Tang Yixing did not take it back. Taking advantage of the time, Lin Fan checked the current state of Tang's film industry. The internal conflicts at Tang's film industry were fierce, which was one of the reasons why the company had not developed well in recent years. Now that Lin Fan held shares in Tang's film industry, it wasn't easy to keep himself out of it. But Lin Fan did not want to take sides too early, he planned to wait and see. That night, Zheng Xiaoqing came back. Zheng Xiaoqing changed into another outfit in her room and came to the manor gate. When she saw the Pagani Huaxia that Lin Fan was driving, Zheng Xiaoqing immediately showed a slight bitter smile.
Lin Fan, why have you changed cars again?
It's not a car change, this car is new that I bought. Lin Fan certainly wouldn't say that this car was drawn from the system.
Is this the life of the rich? Sure enough, I can't understand.
At this rate, the garage in the manor will need to be expanded. Zheng Xiaoqing got in the car and said no more. Right now, she only wants to work hard and then buy a car of her own. Lin Fan drove to Yilongshan, and the waiter there was very respectful.
Mr. Lin, are you looking for Manager Liu? I'll call him. Everyone knows Lin Fan is the owner of Yilongshan.
No need to call, my friend invited me here for a meal. I'll leave after eating, you all continue with your work.
Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing went to the private room on the 5th floor. Chapter 30 Goodbye Lu Qian. Before reaching the elevator, Lin Fan encountered a plump middle-aged woman.
Moreover, Lin Fan recognized the person.
Oh, Lin Fan.
The middle-aged woman also recognized Lin Fan, and her face immediately showed contempt.
You've already been dumped by my daughter Qianqian, why do you still want to bother my daughter Qianqian? She is Lu Qian's mother, named Li Hailan.
Previously, when this woman was sick in the hospital, Lin Fan had visited her with Lu Qian. However, Li Hailan was extremely snobbish and never accepted Lin Fan. When hearing that Lu Qian had a new boyfriend, Li Hailan was actually the happiest. After all, in Li Hailan's eyes, Lin Fan was not worthy of her daughter. Lin Fan frowned and said nothing. He felt a bit puzzled.
Because Li Hailan wasn't wealthy, how could she come here to eat? Lin Fan, do you know each other?
Zhang Xiaoqing asked beside him.
I don't know her, let's go. Lin Fan didn't want to bother with Li Hailan.
However, Li Hailan suddenly blocked Lin Fan's way. Lin Fan, let me tell you, now my daughter Qianqian has found a very wealthy boyfriend.
What does that have to do with me? Lin Fan understood now.
No wonder Li Hailan could consume here, it turned out Lu Qian changed boyfriends again. That woman is something, she just got dumped by Wu Haichao.
And now she's flirting with someone else. Using loose woman to describe her would not be an exaggeration.
Li Hailan said, Lin Fan, stop pretending here.
You heard that I was having dinner here with Qianqian, and you want to come here to bother us, right? Let me tell you, you have no chance.
Lin Fan was speechless. I must say, this Li Hailan is too self-righteous.
She actually thinks Lin Fan would come to bother Lu Qian. Is your daughter a princess? Crazy.
Lin Fan cursed softly.
You still dare to curse? Li Hailan was very angry.
At this moment, Lu Qian walked over from the direction of the restroom.
Seeing Lin Fan, Lu Qian's expression was complex.
But soon, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Now, she had found a man wealthier than Lin Fan, although she was just a mistress. But this was also her confidence.
Lin Fan, we meet again. Lu Qian's eyes carried a hint of resentment.
Lin Fan took a look at Lu Qian, seeing that she was holding a handbag worth tens of thousands, and her clothes were also brand names. Oh, she really found someone rich. Li Hailan said, Qianqian, this Lin Fan is a penniless guy, I bet he snuck in here.
I'll go find security and get him thrown out. Mom, don't say anything.
Li Hailan didn't know, but Lu Qian was very clear. Lin Fan was now the chairman of Chufeng Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion. He lived in a luxury house and drove a luxury car. With Lin Fan's identity, being able to enter Yilongxian was not a big deal, right? Lu Qian walked closer to Lin Fan, smirking. Lin Fan, our matter isn't over yet, just wait and see. Lin Fan originally didn't want to bother with Lu Qian, but hearing her say that, he was taken aback. Oh no, this woman can't be psychologically twisted, right? If that's the case, then it would be a trouble. After all, having a woman fixated on you isn't a good thing.
Mom, let's go. Lu Qian pulled the cursing Li Hailan away.
Outside the door of Yilongxian, Li Hailan said,
Qianqian, why are you walking so fast?
You should have made it clear earlier, tell that Lin Fan not to bother you anymore.
Mom, enough already.
Lu Qian was a bit angry, she didn't want to bring up the past, but Li Hailan insisted on it.
Do you know who Lin Fan is now?
Li Hailan shook her head. Lin Fan is now the chairman of Chufeng Group, he has plenty of money. Hearing her daughter say this, Li Hailan was stunned.
This is impossible. Lu Qian said, nothing is impossible. Qianqian, why didn't you tell me before?
Lu Qian wanted to say something more, but at that moment, her phone rang. Mom, stay here, I'll take a call.
Lu Qian turned around and went to a corner to answer the call. Baby, how's the food at Yilongxian?
An slightly aged voice came from the phone. Lu Qian happily replied, Godfather, thank you for the membership card, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enter Yilongxian. We are all family, no need for politeness, let me know if you run out of money.
Tomorrow is your godfather's 60th birthday, remember to come early. Alright, I will be there.
Lu Qian said a few sweet things before leaving with Li Hailan. Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing entered the elevator, heading straight to the 5th floor private room.
Lin Fan, who was that woman just now?
Zhang Xiaoqing asked curiously. Lin Fan didn't speak. If you don't say it, I'll guess, she must be your ex-girlfriend, right?
Don't be so curious.
Lin Fan said. Zhang Xiaoqing retorted, I just want to remind you, you've offended a woman, be careful in the future. As a woman, Zhang Xiaoqing knew very well that a woman's revenge could be terrifying. I'm not scared, I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Fan said casually.
The two of them entered the private room.
At this time, Song Shuer had already arrived.
Lin Fan, Xiaoqing.
Song Shuer greeted the two. Inside the private room, there were two other people who seemed to be Song Shuer's friends. You guys sit here. Song Shuer asked Zhang Xiaoqing and Lin Fan to sit next to her, someone else will come later. Zheng Xiaoqing smiled, "Swear, you really are a little rich girl, inviting us to eat here."
I'm not, I'm very poor right now.
Song Shuer glanced at Lin Fan and said, "I owe Lin Fan 4 million now and haven't paid him back yet. Now that your voice is better, if you hold a few concerts, making money will be a piece of cake."
After a few minutes, another man and woman arrived at the private room. Sister May. Song Shuer greeted the 30-something woman. "Shuer, long time no see."
The woman named Sister May hugged Song Shuer. She was Song Shuer's manager, and they had worked together for a long time. Hearing that Shuer's voice was better and she was about to make a comeback, Sister May was naturally very happy.
"Who is this?"
Song Shuer looked at the young man next to Sister May and found him somewhat familiar. Though a man, the young man had a delicate appearance, especially with his lips painted with lipstick, looking just like a woman.
A typical entertainment industry pretty boy style.
Sister May introduced, "This is Zhang Zijie, a popular star. He just came back from the cold country, but he already has over 10 million fans on his vlog. So he's a star." No wonder Song Shuer felt like she had seen him somewhere. But after all, he was just a traffic star. Zhang Zijie extended his hand and said with a smile, "Shuer, I have heard of your great name and hope we can work together in the future."
Chapter 31 Something happened.
Song Shuer felt a bit disgusted but still reached out her hand to shake Zhang Zijie's.
She couldn't understand why Sister May would bring this person over. If it was really about cooperation, Song Shuer would definitely not be willing.
Furthermore, in the future, Song Shuer didn't want to develop in film and television, she wanted to focus more on music creation. Song Shuer introduced everyone one by one. Soon, the food was served.
"Lin Fan, are you interested in becoming a star?"
Sister May stared at Lin Fan without blinking. It had to be said, Lin Fan was really too handsome. And he also had a good figure. If Lin Fan debuts, he can definitely attract countless fans. "I have no such plans." Lin Fan refused directly. Everyone on Earth knows that entering the entertainment industry makes money faster. However, Lin Fan is not someone who lacks money.
"Think about it, entering the entertainment industry will definitely benefit you,"
Sister May patiently advised. Lin Fan still shook his head.
Zhang Zijie glanced at Lin Fan with disdain and said, "Sister May, you think too highly of him. Not everyone can become a star, and it's not enough to just be good looking. Now, the trend is for someone like me who really has skills, able to sing, dance, and rap. And if you can play basketball, that would be even better."
Hearing the word skillful, Lin Fan suddenly felt like throwing up.
"Sister, do you really think that participating in a few variety shows and gaining some fans makes you skillful?"
Please, don't defile the word skillful. Lin Fan chose to remain silent. Had he known there were such disgusting people here, he wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with Song Shuer. Sister May couldn't persuade Lin Fan, so she turned her attention to Zhang Xiaoqing. After all, Zhang Xiaoqing is also a big beauty.
This is an era that values looks, and the entertainment industry is even more so.
However, Zhang Xiaoqing didn't want to rely on looks to make a living, so she also declined. This left Sister May feeling quite helpless. "Shuer, communicate more with Zhang Zijie. The company has decided to have you participate in a variety show in a few days, and Zhang Zijie will be your partner. By then, the two of you will cooperate, it will definitely be very exciting."
Sister May smiled. Song Shuer frowned.
She had already contacted the company and decided to make a comeback. But she had no knowledge of the company arranging her to participate in a variety show. "Sister May, I don't want to participate in any variety show." Sister May said, "Shuer, I know you want to focus on music creation and hold concerts.
But how much money can you make from music?"
"Let me put it this way, participating in a variety show can quickly raise your visibility, and once your popularity rises, many advertisers will definitely approach you for endorsements. Moreover, the company will also spend a lot of money to support you."
Song Shuer lowered her head.
She initially became famous through music, but then somehow entered the film and television industry and acted in some works. In the 2 years since her voice had issues, Song Shuer had also clarified many things.
Actually, music was her dream.
Sister May said, "Shuer, listen to your Sister May. Obviously, she could rely on her looks to make a living, why would she rely on talent?" Song Shuer said, "Sister May, let's not talk about this today, let's eat. We can discuss work tomorrow." Sister May felt very helpless. Gradually, the food was all served. Song Shuer noticed that there were 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite on the table and felt a bit confused.
"Did you make a mistake? We didn't order red wine," Song Shuer asked the nearby waiter.
This kind of red wine costs tens of thousands per bottle, and Song Shuer cannot afford it now. These 2 bottles of red wine were sent by our manager, the waiter explained. Zhang Zijie laughed and said, "No need to say more, these 2 bottles of wine must be a gift from your manager to me.
Help me thank your manager."
Zhang Zijie is currently very popular, and usually has many fans giving him gifts. He felt that the manager of Yilong Pavilion must also be his fan.
Sending 2 bottles of wine is very normal.
Zhang Xiaoqing felt speechless. This guy is way too narcissistic. Those 2 bottles of wine were obviously sent to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan just smiled and didn't say anything.
While they were eating, the manager, LV Bin, arrived.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I was a bit busy earlier and didn't get to host you.
LV Bin came to Lin Fan with an apologetic expression.
If those 2 bottles of wine aren't enough, I'll bring 2 more over later.
Lin Fan waved his hand. If it's not enough, I'll order myself. You can go back to your work.
Okay, Mr. Lin, enjoy your meal. Hearing what the manager of Yilong Pavilion said, Zhang Zijie stood up. Wait, are you saying those 2 bottles of wine were given to Lin Fan, not me? LV Bin gave Zhang Zijie a glance. Frowning. Why is this person dressed so strangely, like a woman? I don't know you.
Mr. Lin is the owner of our Yilong Xian, so of course I am here to deliver this to him.
What? This Lin Fan is actually the owner of Yilong Xian?
Zhang Zijie looked at Lin Fan again, feeling very awkward.
Well, that was a false alarm. Seeing Zhang Zijie's awkward expression, Zhang Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Sister Mei also looked at Lin Fan. I didn't see it at first, turns out you have this identity, no wonder you refused me earlier. Lin Fan smiled without speaking. Zhang Zijie said coldly, so what if he is the owner of Yilong Xian?
It's no big deal.
Zhang Zijie showed his displeasure. Lin Fan was eating, trying not to look at Zhang Zijie. Because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to eat. After Lu Bin left, after a while, the room door was pushed open. A young man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in. There were 2 people following the young man. Young Master Su, you've got the wrong place, our dining spot is next door. The 2 people supported Su Jiangwen.
I'm not in the wrong.
Su Jiangwen glanced at Lin Fan and others, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Zijie. Zhang Zijie was dressed up, and due to Su Jiangwen being drunk, he mistakenly thought the other was a woman.
Su Jiangwen staggered over to Zhang Zijie and put a hand on Zhang Zijie's shoulder. Beautiful lady, would you mind going to dinner with me?
Zhang Zijie pushed Su Jiangwen away. Crazy, get away from me.
Su Jiangwen fell to the ground but didn't get angry. Not bad, you have quite the temper, I like it. The 2 people behind Su Jiangwen couldn't stand it anymore.
Young Master Su, you're drunk, this is a man. Upon seeing Zhang Zijie for the first time, they felt disgusted and wished they could just beat him up.
Bullshit, I'm not drunk, how could I mistake such a big beauty standing in front of me?
Su Jiangwen stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Zhang Zijie.
Who is this person?
I'll go call the manager of Yilong Xian. Zhang Xiaoqing stood up, fearing there would be trouble. But at this point, Zhang Zijie had already taken action.
Fuck you.
Zhang Zijie slapped him, knocking Su Jiangwen to the ground.
Chapter 32, Making a Move.
Zhang Zijie didn't have much strength, but he woke Su Jiangwen up.
Su Jiangwen felt a burning sensation on his face, and the drunkenness faded away. You dare to hit me. Su Jiangwen got up, coldly staring at Zhang Zijie, his face dark. Young Master Su, are you alright?
The other 2 came to Su Jiangwen's side, wanting to take action against Zhang Zijie. Looking at the clothing of the 3, they seemed to have quite the background.
They seem to be wealthy second-generation types. You want to fight, huh? Do you know who I am? Zhang Zijie's temper flared up too. After all, he was a star, didn't he care about his reputation?
I don't care who you are, if you hit young Master Su, you won't leave Yilong Xian easily today, one of them threatened. At this moment, 2 men in suits entered from outside.
They were Su Jiangwen's bodyguards. You dare to hit me. Guard the entrance, don't let anyone out of this room. Su Jiangwen said angrily.
Yes, young master. Seeing that the other side was numerous and powerful, Zhang Zijie felt a bit scared. I am a star, with many fans, you better not touch me.
A star, huh? Su Jiangwen stepped forward and directly slapped him. Slap.
Fuck you, a big man, actually dresses up to disgust people. Remembering he mistook Zhang Zijie for a woman earlier, Su Jiangwen became very angry and kicked Zhang Zijie a few times. Seeing this, the other 2 also rushed forward. The 3 surrounded and beat Zhang Zijie.
Lin Fan, what do we do?
Seeing the fierce attitude of the other side, Song Shuer also became scared.
Don't be afraid, we just watch the excitement.
Lin Fan didn't have a good impression of that Zhang Zijie.
So he chose to just watch the excitement. Stop it. Sister Mei couldn't stand it anymore and went to intervene. Stupid woman, trying to stand up for this dead pervert? Get out of the way, I'll deal with you later.
Sister Mei directly announced her identity. You guys beat up someone named Zhang Zijie, he is a signed artist of Tang's film company, a popular star. You've caused trouble, quickly stop.
Tang's film company? Su Jiangwen showed a mocking expression on his face and stopped hitting Zhang Zijie. Zhang Zijie thought Su Jiangwen was scared and awkwardly got up.
Pointing at Su Jiangwen, he cursed, "Bastard, you injured me, just wait to pay for it. Also, this matter won't be settled so easily." Su Jiangwen and the others exchanged glances, smiles appearing at the corners of their mouths. They kicked and punched Zhang Zijie again.
Is being a star that impressive?
This is young Master Su, his dad is Su Kaidong, a major shareholder of Tang's film company.
And you're a star? Young Master Su can ruin you in minutes.
Hearing this, the faces of Zhang Zijie and Sister Mei changed immediately. Clearly, they had heard of Su Kaidong's great name. Besides being a major shareholder of Tang's film company, Su Kaidong is also the president of a business association, with assets nearing $1 trillion. Such a business giant, even a big star wouldn't dare to offend him.
With just one word from him, Zhang Zijie's career in the entertainment circle could be over.
Quick, hurry and apologize to young Master Su.
Sister Mei reminded Zhang Zijie.
They couldn't afford to mess with someone like him.
Zhang Zijie's face turned pale, and he bowed his head, not daring to look at Su Jiangwen.
You are young Master Su, I didn't recognize the mountain. Let me punish myself with 3 cups. Su Jiangwen was not willing to let it go so easily and slapped Zhang Zijie again.
Zhang Zijie's face became red and swollen, but he didn't dare to take a breath.
He was afraid of Su Jiangwen's identity. Even if he is a star, he had to look at Su Jiangwen's face.
Where did that star's arrogance just go? Su Jiangwen mocked. Young Master Su, it's all a misunderstanding.
Zhang Zijie's voice trembled.
Your name is Zhang Zijie, right? Su Jiangwen took out his phone and checked Zhang Zijie's information.
It turned out that Zhang Zijie had quite a few fans. For the sake of you being able to make money for the company, I will let you go.
Thank you, young Master Su. Zhang Zijie wiped a cold sweat. Luckily, it was a close call. Su Jiangwen turned around and looked at the others in the private room.
Soon, he was captivated by Song Shuer's beauty.
Come here, Su Jiangwen said in a commanding tone.
Song Shuer hid behind Lin Fan, feeling very scared.
Although Song Shuer was also a star, she had no background and didn't dare to offend Su Jiangwen.
Young Master Su, this is Song Shuer, a singer, she has also acted in a few TV dramas. Someone next to them recognized Song Shuer. No wonder I felt she looked familiar, so you are Song Shuer. Su Jiangwen revealed a wicked smile, let's go, come drink with us. Song Shuer shook her head violently, clearly unwilling.
I have something to do, I can't drink with you. Su Jiangwen said coldly, I ask you to drink, that seeing you is important.
In Magic City, there are rarely any women who dare to refuse Su Jiangwen. But Song Shuer still shook her head. She knew that going to drink with Su Jiangwen meant something. Shuer, it's rare for young Master Su to invite you, just go. Sister Mei stepped forward, trying to please Su Jiangwen.
Are you not giving me face? Su Jiangwen was angry, the consequences would be serious.
Take her directly, and this woman isn't bad either, bring her too. Su Jiangwen pointed at Zhang Shaoqing.
Zhang Shaoqing and Song Shuer panicked. It seemed that Su Jiangwen was planning to force it.
As Su Jiangwen moved closer, a strong voice suddenly rang out. You dare touch them, I'll break your hands. Lin Fan blocked Su Jiangwen. If Su Jiangwen just wanted to teach Zhang Zijie a lesson, Lin Fan could ignore it. But this person actually had thoughts about Song Shuer and Zhang Shaoqing.
That was too much.
Song Shuer and Zhang Shaoqing seemed to find support, and their inner anxiety gradually disappeared. Kid, how dare you talk to young Master Su like that, you are seeking death. Lin Fan's face was calm, not putting Su Jiangwen in his eyes.
Lin Fan, you are too bold. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su. Sister Mei reminded.
Lin Fan still stood in place, showing no intention of apologizing or leaving.
This kid has the audacity, beat him up. In Su Jiangwen's eyes, Lin Fan was provoking him on purpose. This was something Su Jiangwen could not tolerate.
I'll see who dares to touch Mr. Lin. Lu Bin had heard that there was trouble in the private room and rushed over with security from Yilangshuan.
This changed the numerical advantage for Su Jiangwen's side in an instant. Manager Lu, are you meddling in things that don't concern you? Su Jiangwen shot a cold glare at Lu Bin. Mr. Lin is now my boss. Lu Bin replied, if there are misunderstandings, we can clear them up. Once the hands start flying, I will definitely help Mr. Lin.
Lu Bin had a wide network, which was why he managed Yilangshuan so well. However, today's matter definitely wouldn't end well. After all, Su Jiangwen was not an ordinary person. Very well, I want to see who dares to oppose me today. Ignoring Lu Bin, Su Jiangwen charged at Lin Fan.
Chapter 33, Su Kaidong has arrived.
Lin Fan was quick, grabbing Su Jiangwen's hand and pulling hard. Su Jiangwen fell to the ground, looking very disheveled. As soon as he got up, Lin Fan kicked him again.
You dare to hit me, you're finished. Su Jiangwen's eyes turned red, like a mad beast.
The two bodyguards wanted to rush over to help, but they were pinned down by Yilongchuan's security.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
Lin Fan gave Su Jiangwen 3 loud slaps.
This left Su Jiangwen dazed.
Sister Mei and Zhang Zijie held their breath, extremely tense. Oh my god, Lin Fan actually dared to hit Su Jiangwen.
He is asking for death.
Lin Fan, stop, you've gotten yourself into big trouble.
Sister Mei was scared of getting implicated. Lin Fan, why don't we just leave?
Song Shuer tugged at Lin Fan's shirt. Lin Fan standing up for her made her very touched. If they got into trouble because of this, it would be bad.
Yeah, Lin Fan, let's go.
Zhang Xiaoqing also urged.
This Su Jiangwen was too influential, they couldn't afford to provoke him. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Su Jiangwen's face twisted.
For the first time in his life, he had been beaten so badly.
You wait, I'll call someone right now, you'll regret this. Su Jiangwen couldn't beat Lin Fan, but he was unwilling to give in.
He took out his phone, planning to call for help.
Call your dad, tell him to come pick you up.
Lin Fan said dismissively. By the way, just tell your dad that the person who hit you is Lin Fan. Su Jiangwen was originally going to call for backup but froze at Lin Fan's words.
Could it be that this Lin Fan knows his dad? Let's fight, am I afraid of you?
Su Jiangwen hesitated for a moment before dialing his father Su Kaidong's number.
Dad, I'm at Yilongchuan and someone is hitting me. Su Kaidong frowned, you are always out causing trouble, did you get into a mess again?
Dad, please come over, the other party is very arrogant and even said to let you come pick me up.
Su Kaidong didn't quite believe it. This kind of thing, doesn't the other party know your identity? They know.
Su Jiangwen replied, he even said, his name is Lin Fan.
Dad, do you know this person?
Su Kaidong thought seriously, but there was no impression of Lin Fan in his memory.
I don't know. I'm on my way.
After hanging up, Su Jiangwen coldly looked at Lin Fan.
Brat, you're just pretending, my dad doesn't even know you. He's on his way now, you won't be arrogant for long. You better shut up.
Lin Fan did not hold back and slapped Su Jiangwen's face again.
Su Jiangwen was scared and didn't dare to speak anymore.
But deep down, he still cursed Lin Fan. We're finished, Lin Fan, when Su Kaidong gets here, you're doomed. The most crucial thing is, you even got us entangled in this.
Zhang Zijie accused.
Su Kaidong was very powerful, and getting silenced was the least of their worries, they feared Su Kaidong wouldn't let them go so easily. Sister Mei was also anxious, but at this moment, no one could save them.
Lin Fan, do you still know Su Kaidong?
Zhang Xiaoqing stepped forward and asked. Lin Fan's identity was mysterious, and Zhang Xiaoqing didn't know much about him.
I don't know.
Lin Fan shook his head.
Then why did you call him over to pick someone up? Zhang Xiaoqing felt uneasy.
Lin Fan didn't explain, returning to his seat and casually starting to eat.
What bad luck, a good meal was ruined by Su Jiangwen. Are you all full? If you're not full, come eat.
Lin Fan looked at Song Shuer. Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing exchanged glances, looking heavy-hearted.
If this matter wasn't handled well, how could they have the mood to eat?
After more than 10 minutes, Su Kaidong arrived at the private room.
Dad, you're finally here. Su Jiangwen's face was swollen, running to Su Kaidong's side.
Su Kaidong glanced at his son and gave a cold snort, finally directing his gaze to Lin Fan.
With Su Kaidong's arrival, everyone in the room felt an invisible pressure. After all, Su Kaidong's identity was evident. Apologize to Mr. Lin.
However, to everyone's surprise, Su Kaidong said this. On the way there, Su Kaidong thought of a possibility. That is, the Lin Fan who hit his son might very well be the Lin Fan who held 15% of Tang's film industry shares.
Su Kaidong found some information and upon arriving, realized.
His son had actually offended Lin Fan. The shares Lin Fan held were not too much, nor too little. But now that Su Kaidong was competing with Tang Yixing for control of Tang's film industry, Lin Fan's stance became particularly important. Moreover, this Lin Fan owned 2 companies with assets exceeding 50 billion.
So until the very last moment, Su Kaidong didn't want to offend Lin Fan. Dad, are you confused? Su Jiangwen didn't expect his father to actually tell him to apologize. I told you to apologize. Su Kaidong emphasized. Su Jiangwen shook his head. Dad, your son was the one who got hit. You brought this on yourself. Su Kaidong said, do you know who Mr. Lin is?
He is also a shareholder of our Tang's film industry.
What?
Sister Mei and Zhang Zijie looked shocked. They never imagined Lin Fan had this status as well.
And judging by Su Kaidong's attitude, it seemed Lin Fan was quite significant. Lin Fan, when did you become a shareholder of Tang's film industry? Zhang Xiaoqing was also very surprised.
At this point, Lin Fan had finished eating. Lin Fan picked up a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth, then looked at Su Kaidong.
Su Jiangwen was unwilling. Dad, even if Lin Fan is a shareholder, so what? Can he compare to you? Smack. Su Jiangwen was hit again.
This time, the one who hit him was Su Kaidong.
Apologize. Finally, Su Jiangwen softened. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry.
Su Jiangwen bowed his proud head before Lin Fan.
I don't accept your apology. Lin Fan could see that Su Jiangwen wasn't sincere. Xiaoqing, Shuer, let's go. Wait. Su Kaidong called out.
Mr. Lin, it was my son who offended you, let me apologize. Lin Fan didn't speak. Su Kaidong continued, if Mr. Lin has time, let's change places and have a good talk. Lin Fan knew very well that Su Kaidong wanted to talk about Tang's film industry. However, at this moment, Lin Fan had no mood at all.
I have nothing to talk to you about.
After saying that, Lin Fan walked out of the private room. Zhang Xiaoqing and Song Shuer followed him outside. Once everyone in the private room had left, Su Jiangwen finally came to his father's side. Dad, why? Even if that Lin Fan is a shareholder of Tang's film industry, his status is still beneath us.
I don't understand, why did you still make me apologize? Su Jiangwen was unwilling.
He had always bullied others, now the tables had turned. He swore he would make Lin Fan pay the price.
Su Kaidong shook his head and said, Jiangwen, with your current temperament, how can I be at ease handing over the family's assets to you?
Su Kaidong had only one son, Su Jiangwen.
Unfortunately, Su Jiangwen only knew how to play.
And often caused trouble. I've told you countless times, you must endure in everything. I don't care how you deal with Lin Fan in the future, but not now.
Su Jiangwen suddenly understood, Dad, are you saying that Lin Fan still has value to use now?
Exactly, Lin Fan currently holds shares in Tang's film industry, and I must gain his support. Once I truly control Tang's film industry, you can deal with him however you want. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Jiangwen's eyes. Dad, I understand. Since the humiliation is temporary, Su Jiangwen no longer needed to be entangled. When the time comes, he would return it 1,000-fold.
Go with me to meet Lin Fan tomorrow, and keep a good attitude, got it? Su Kaidong urged. I understand. LV Bin sent Lin Fan out of Yilongxian.
Manager LV, if that Su Jiangwen dares to bring people to Yilongxian to cause trouble, remember to notify me.
Lin Fan felt that Su Jiangwen was very likely to retaliate later. Okay, Mr. Lin.
After LV Bin returned, Lin Fan turned around and looked at Song Shuer.
I can take you home.
Song Shuer was a little scared, so Lin Fan was not very at ease.
Lin Fan, can I stay at your manor? Recalling what had just happened, Song Shuer felt lingering fear. If Lin Fan hadn't been there tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Song Shuer thought Lin Fan's manor would be safer, so she made such a request. Hearing Song Shuer's words, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows.
Could it be that Song Shuer wanted to offer herself?
I'm just a little scared, I can sleep with Xiaoqing at night.
Song Shuer explained.
Alright, Lin Fan indeed thought too much.
It's fine.
Lin Fan said. Lin Fan left the Pagani Huaxia at Yilongxian, and he, along with Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing, took a taxi back.
Late at night.
After Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing finished their baths, they lay on the bed chatting. Both of their figures were great, skin as white as snow, but unfortunately, Lin Fan had no chance to appreciate it.
Xiaoqing, did you feel that Lin Fan looked super handsome tonight?
Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Shuer, you're not really crushing on Lin Fan, are you?
I am not. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't believe it. Your expression has already betrayed you. You little brat, how dare you make fun of me? Song Shuer went to scratch Zhang Xiaoqing's foot. Shuer, I was wrong.
Zhang Xiaoqing laughed and pleaded for mercy.
Stop it first, I don't mind telling you another secret, it's about Lin Fan. What secret? Song Shuer became interested.
I'll tell you, Lin Fan is in great shape, he has 8-pack abs, I saw them with my own eyes last time.
Song Shuer looked at Zhang Xiaoqing disdainfully.
Xiaoqing, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, you even peeked at Lin Fan taking a shower.
Zhang Xiaoqing said, what are you talking about? Last time Lin Fan was swimming in the pool, I accidentally saw it. Don't explain, to explain is to cover up. Xiaoqing, you're drooling, you clearly are craving Lin Fan's body, you shameless. You're the one drooling.
The two women frolicked in the room, and when they got tired, they finally fell asleep.
The next morning.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a Patek Philippe 5002P men's mechanical watch. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 80 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing one lying pill. The Patek Philippe 5002P, this watch is not cheap, priced at over 17 million. As for the 80 million Huaxia coins, it did not bring Lin Fan much surprise.
Regarding that lying pill, it puzzled Lin Fan. System, what is this thing?
The system explained to Lin Fan.
The lying pill lasts for half an hour.
As the name implies, within half an hour of taking it, the user will only speak the truth. Lin Fan was speechless.
How did the system upgrade and end up with these strange things? Even a lying pill appeared. What use did he have for this?
I don't know if I will have a girlfriend next time. Lin Fan got up to have breakfast, and at that moment, Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing also woke up.
After having breakfast, Zhang Xiaoqing went to the company.
Song Shuer felt bored in the manor and decided to leave. At that moment, she remembered something.
Lin Fan, are you free tonight? I am free, what's up? Song Shuer said, there is a cocktail party at 8 o'clock tonight, can you accompany me?
A cocktail party? To be honest, Lin Fan was not interested in such events, so he directly refused.
Isn't staying at home nice? No, Lin Fan, I'm afraid of running into that guy Su Jiangwen, could you please go with me?
Seeing Song Shuer begging hard, Lin Fan had no choice but to agree.
Okay, it's a deal, see you tonight.
After saying that, Song Shuer left the manor. Lin Fan remembered that he was going back to his hometown tomorrow, so he called Lin Shuayan.
Sister, how is it working at Chufeng Group? Have you encountered any difficulties?
Very good. Lin Shuayan was Lin Fan's cousin, and the executives in the company were naturally polite to her.
I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow, do you want to go back with me? I almost forgot, the day after tomorrow is Uncle's birthday.
But Lin Fan, I just started working and asked for leave, it's not good, right?
Lin Shuayan said, a bit conflicted. It's fine, I can help you ask for leave.
Lin Fan said.
No need.
Lin Shuayan said, how about this, you go back first, and I'll go back the day after tomorrow.
Whatever you want.
Lin Fan chatted with Lin Shuayan a few more times and then hung up the phone. Lin Fan first booked a flight ticket online for noon tomorrow, then started playing games.
Mr. Lin, 2 people are here, saying they want to visit you.
Yang Lin found Lin Fan, who was playing games.
What are their names?
Lin Fan asked casually.
Su Kaidong. Lin Fan frowned. No need to say more, the Su father and son must have come to apologize.
Also, they wanted to gain Lin Fan's support.
Just tell them I haven't gotten up yet.
Lin Fan casually found an excuse.
Okay. Yang Lin walked toward the manor's gate. Sorry, Mr. Lin hasn't gotten up yet, you can come back another day.
Yang Lin said to the Su father and son.
Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen exchanged glances, both feeling rather unhappy. It's already so late, and Lin Fan still hasn't gotten up? Who is he trying to fool? If he doesn't want to meet, then he doesn't have to make such a boring excuse. Please tell Mr. Lin that we sincerely come to apologize. Su Kaidong did not show the dissatisfaction in his heart. If Mr. Lin gets up, I will tell him, you should go back for now. Su Kaidong said, it's okay, we'll wait here. Yang Lin ignored the two and turned back to the hall. Dad, I think Lin Fan is doing this on purpose. Su Jiangwen said angrily. Shut up. If it weren't for you, would it be like this now?
The most important thing now is to get Lin Fan's forgiveness. Lin Fan was still playing games and smiled when he heard that Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen had not left. Let them wait there, anyway, Lin Fan would not meet them. The first time Lin Fan saw Su Kaidong, he knew the person was very deep-minded. Lin Fan didn't want to deal with this kind of person. The sun outside was bright, and Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen were hiding under the shade of the trees, sweating profusely. Just like that, over an hour passed, and Lin Fan still did not show up. Both of them were nearly suffering from heatstroke. Su Jiangwen was getting impatient. Dad, that Lin Fan is too ungrateful, how could he make us wait so long? Maybe he is inside the manor, watching us laugh. Su Kaidong was also a bit angry. At this point, even a fool should understand Lin Fan's intention. It seemed that Lin Fan did not intend to meet them. We should go. Su Kaidong decided to return. Since Lin Fan does not respond to kindness, he will have to take a hard approach. At that time, someone will give Lin Fan a warning. The two had just turned around when the manor's big gate opened. Lin Fan walked out leisurely. Sorry to keep you waiting so long, I just got up. Seeing the two of them sweating profusely, Lin Fan found it amusing. Su Jiangwen was so angry he wanted to curse, but at that moment, Su Kaidong reached out his hand, signaling him to stay quiet. Suppressing his anger, Su Kaidong said. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for what happened last night. I genuinely want to discuss cooperation with you today.
What kind of cooperation? Lin Fan asked.
Su Kaidong explained his intentions. Mr. Lin holds 15% of Tang's film industry.
I hope you can help me become the chairman.
Lin Fan was not surprised by Su Kaidong's intentions.
Since it's cooperation, I want to know, what benefits will I get? I'll give you 30 million, how about that? Su Kaidong asked tentatively. Only by becoming the chairman could Su Kaidong maximize his benefits. To be honest, Tang Yixing approached me yesterday. Su Kaidong frowned.
As expected, Tang Yixing was one step ahead of them.
So, did you agree to Tang Yixing?
Lin Fan shook his head. I don't want to get involved in your power struggles, so please don't come to me again in the future. Su Kaidong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, very well, since Mr. Lin chooses to be a bystander, I hope you won't meddle.
Is this a threat? Su Kaidong's gaze darkened. It's not a threat. I'm just giving Mr. Lin a piece of advice. Be careful. Su Kaidong got into the car with Su Jiangwen. Dad, how about I take someone to give this Lin Fan a hard time?
Since Lin Fan refuses to drink a toast and only wants to drink punishment wine, Su Jiangwen saw no need to hold back anymore.
Can you use your brain when you do things? Is fighting all you know? Su Jiangwen was reprimanded into silence. After Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen left, Lin Fan also drove out to have some fun. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lin Fan returned to the manor.
Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin were sitting on the sofa, and Yang Linlin's eyes were red, as if she had encountered something sad. Zheng Xiaoqing was comforting her next to her.
Linlin, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Lin Fan asked. Yang Linlin wiped her tears and looked at Lin Fan, wanting to say something but holding back.
Zheng Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, Lin Fan, Linlin wants to ask you for an advance on her salary for 3 months.
Are you really short on money? I can lend you some first. Yang Linlin was a maid at the manor and worked very hard.
Usually, Lin Fan would tease her a bit. If she encountered difficulties, Lin Fan would definitely help. Zhang Xiaoqing explained, Linlin's mother is hospitalized and needs a large sum for surgery. Lin Fan took out his phone and directly transferred 100,000 to Yan Linlin. I'll give you 100,000 first, and if that's not enough, come find me later.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will pay you back in the future. Yang Linlin said through her tears. By the way, what illness does your mom have?
Zheng Xiaoqing sighed from the side, lung cancer, and it's at an advanced stage.
Advanced lung cancer?
Lin Fan didn't expect it to be so serious. In that case, just arrange for her to be discharged. Lin Fan said. Zheng Xiaoqing glared at Lin Fan. Hey, Lin Fan, although it's true that with current medical techniques, there is no way to completely cure cancer, you shouldn't say such things. As long as you work hard, there might be a miracle. Linlin is asking you for an advance on her salary because she doesn't want to give up on treatment.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, young Linlin cried even harder. She knew how difficult this illness was to treat. I didn't mean it that way.
Lin Fan quickly explained, the doctors in the hospital can't do anything, but I can.
I have a prescription. Linlin, don't cry. Let me write the prescription for you.
Lin Fan happened to have extraordinary medical skills.
Now his medical expertise would come in handy. Lin Fan, you're not joking, right?
Zheng Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something and smiled, I almost forgot. Schwer's voice is what healed you.
Linlin, this time you listen to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin can still practice medicine? Young Linlin felt curious.
Lin Fan brought paper and a pen, writing down a prescription. He wasn't afraid that the prescription would be leaked because it was just the first one.
To cure lung cancer, other medications would be needed later on.
Linlin, have your mom discharged from the hospital, fill the prescription, and take the medicine on time. Seeing Lin Fan write down so many names of medicines at once, Zheng Xiaoqing also became curious.
Lin Fan, could it be that you studied medicine before? Don't ask, and it's family tradition. Zheng Xiaoqing. Yang Linlin held the prescription in her hand and asked, Mr. Lin, can this prescription heal my mom?
Lin Fan shook his head, it can't cure her. But this prescription can help your mom recover and live for another 20 or 30 years, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Yang Linlin said gratefully. The hospital informed her that even if the surgery was successful, her mom wouldn't live much longer. And Lin Fan's words undoubtedly gave Yang Linlin hope. Then, with the prescription in hand, Yang Linlin left. Lin Fan, since that prescription has such miraculous effects, you might as well open a pharmacy, it would make a lot of money.
And you could also save people.
Zheng Xiaoqing suggested. Lin Fan had many prescriptions in mind, and he indeed had the idea to open a pharmacy. However, this matter cannot be rushed.
You must know that a drug needs to go through many experiments from development to market. This is too troublesome, it cannot be done overnight.
Let's talk about this later, Lin Fan said. By the way, Lin Fan, the funds from the investment company are not enough, you need to think of a way. Zhang Xiaoqing selected several projects, and Lin Fan approved them. Now everything is ready, just lacking funding. It's no big deal, I'll transfer it directly over. Also, I need to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Before I come back, you can decide on the company's matters yourself without needing to report to me. Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. You are the boss of the company, of course, I need to follow the process.
Are you not afraid that I will run away with the money? Zhang Xiaoqing joked. You can try. Regarding management, Lin Fan didn't want to bother too much.
Besides, trust reduces suspicion. Lin Fan still believed in Zhang Xiaoqing's abilities. In the evening, Song Shuer called Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, have you set off?
Lin Fan promised to go to the dinner party with Song Shuer.
I just got ready, I'm on my way to pick you up now.
Song Shuer said, no need, I just found out that my dad is also going, I can go in his car.
Lin Fan, see you at the dinner party.
Hearing Song Shuer say this, Lin Fan drove out alone.
Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the venue for the dinner party. Junlin Hotel. He drove that Pagani Huaira, attracting countless people's attention along the way. When he arrived at the parking lot of Junlin Hotel, Lin Fan parked the car and sent a message to Song Shuer. It turned out that Song Shuer was stuck in traffic and wouldn't arrive so quickly. Lin Fan put away his phone, intending to take a look at the scene of the dinner party. But just as he walked to the entrance, he encountered an acquaintance. Oh, Lin Fan, what are you doing here?
Li Jihua, Lin Fan's high school classmate, was also the security captain here.
Li Jihua didn't attend school after graduating high school but relied on connections and was doing well in Magic City. I'm here to accompany a friend to the dinner party,
Lin Fan said.
Great, Lin Fan, you really made rich friends.
Saying this, Li Jihua didn't fully believe it in his heart. You must know that the people attending the dinner party today were all of significant status in Magic City.
Lin Fan just graduated from university, and he came to attend such a high-level dinner party, is that possible? The only explanation is that Lin Fan wanted to come here to eat and drink for free.
One must say, Lin Fan's guts are too big.
However, Lin Fan, I can't let you in. Even though the dinner party doesn't check identities, if an ordinary person sneaks in.
If he gets found out later, then Li Jihua, the security captain, will definitely be unable to continue working.
What? Do you need an invitation to get in? That's not necessary. Li Jihua looked a bit unhappy.
Lin Fan, we are all classmates, we know each other well.
To be honest, a place like this is really not somewhere you should be. Let's hurry and go. Lin Fan had no intention of leaving and asked, is it not allowed if a friend takes me in? That depends on what kind of friend. Li Jihua showed a look of disdain. Lin Fan, what wealthy friends could you possibly have?
Lin Fan did not explain further and planned to wait here for Song Shuer to arrive. Even if he revealed his identity now, Li Jihua probably wouldn't believe him.
Li Jihua looked down on Lin Fan's back, shook his head, took out his walkie-talkie, and walked to the side. What's going on at your gate? Why is everyone being let in? Captain, what happened? Li Jihua angrily said, how can you even ask? Just now, someone almost snuck into the wine party.
No way, Captain, everyone who just passed through the gate was driving luxury cars. Oh, and a Pagani Huaira just arrived.
I even took a few photos. Shut up, keep a closer watch. If anything goes wrong, I'll fire you.
Also, send me the photos of the Pagani Huaira later.
Li Jihua had only seen the Pagani Huaira online.
He planned to boast about it on his social circle after getting the photos. Li Jihua turned off the walkie-talkie and found Lin Fan still hadn't left. This guy really knows how to show off. Lin Fan ignored Li Jihua and patiently waited.
After a few minutes like that. Mr. Lin, you are here for the wine party too? What a coincidence.
Zhao Yang smiled and walked in front of Lin Fan, looking very respectful.
Behind Zhao Yang were several middle-aged men in suits.
They were executives from several well-known real estate companies in the city.
This is the chairman of Chufeng Group, right? Hello, hello. Mr. Lin is really young.
The few men recognized Lin Fan's identity and stepped forward to shake hands.
Seeing this scene, Li Jihua next to them was dumbfounded. God, what exactly is Lin Fan's status?
Even these executives are so respectful to Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin, let's go in together, Zhao Yang said.
I still need to wait for someone. Zhao Yang did not ask further and stayed by Lin Fan's side.
Soon, Song Shuer and Song Yuanshan also arrived. Lin Fan. Song Shuer winked at Lin Fan, quickly walked over, and linked her arm with his.
Song Shuer's meaning was very clear. She wanted Lin Fan to continue pretending to be her boyfriend. After all, Song Yuanshan was also here. If they stopped acting, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Looking at Song Shuer continuously giving him hints, Lin Fan smiled wryly.
Hello, uncle. Lin Fan smartly greeted Song Yuanshan. Song Yuanshan nodded and then sighed. Time flies, and daughters grow up quickly. However, Song Yuanshan was quite satisfied with Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was the chairman of Chufeng Group. When he last visited their house, he even gifted 3 or 4 taels of imperial red robe tea.
So generous. What Song Yuanshan didn't know was that those teas were all paid for by his daughter. Who is this? Song Yuanshan looked at Zhao Yang.
The general manager of Chufeng Group, Zhao Yang.
Hello, I am Song Yuanshan from Tengfei Pharmaceuticals. Song Yuanshan shook hands with Zhao Yang. You must be Song Shuer, right? A big star, I often see you on TV. Zhao Yang smiled.
I never expected Miss Song to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. You flatter me, but I'm not a big star.
Let's go in and chat. Song Yuanshan suggested.
The few of them entered the venue of the wine party.
This time, Li Jihua didn't dare to block them again.
He could never have imagined that Lin Fan's connections were so vast.
And it seemed that Lin Fan's status was not low either.
What shocked Li Jihua the most was that Lin Fan was actually Song Shuer's boyfriend.
My god, that's a big star.
He miscalculated, he had actually offended Lin Fan just now. Li Jihua felt deeply regretful, and at that moment, his phone rang. It was a colleague sending him a photo of the Pagani Huaira. When he saw the person sitting in the car, Li Jihua was once again shocked. Because the person in the car was Lin Fan.
Chapter 37 The Trick of the Immortal. Song Shuer was very close to Lin Fan, pretending to be very intimate. Lin Fan, could you pretend to be my boyfriend one more time, okay?
Song Shuer said softly.
I already helped you once last time.
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. If this goes on, it may end up becoming reality. Song Shuer said in a pleading tone, I didn't expect my dad would come. Lin Fan, please, this really is the last time. You've got to finish what you started. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, in this case, it has to cost more.
More money?
Song Shuer was speechless.
She still owed Lin Fan 4 million that she hadn't paid back.
Humph, you said last time that I was a fan, I see it's more like a hater. Seeing Song Shuer's distressed expression made Lin Fan laugh.
Fine, I'm scared of you, but this really is the last time. Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal another day.
A lot of people came to the party, both men and women. But they all had one thing in common, they were dressed brightly. As soon as Song Shuer arrived, she immediately became the center of attention. Tonight, Song Shuer wore a white evening gown and had light makeup on her face, looking like a fairy.
Isn't that Song Shuer? Haven't seen her in a long time.
She's still as beautiful as before, truly my goddess. Everyone looked at Song Shuer, whispering among themselves. Many men's gazes were locked on Song Shuer, unwilling to look away. And the women at the scene were more envious, jealous, and hateful. Since Song Shuer was the focus of the crowd, Lin Fan naturally couldn't escape being discussed.
Who is that man next to Song Shuer?
It seems he should be Song Shuer's boyfriend. What a beautiful flower planted in cow dung. Those hateful gazes cast at Lin Fan made him smile wryly. In the end, he simply chose to ignore it. Lin Fan and the others found a place to drink. Song Yuanshan moved closer to Lin Fan and shamelessly asked.
Lin Fan, do you still have the tea leaves you gave me last time? Dad, do you still want them?
Song Shuer said with a bitter face. Those tea leaves were counted on her bill. 10 million per pound, extremely expensive, and now Song Shuer didn't have a single cent in her pocket. If she wanted to drink them, she might as well sell herself.
Song Yuanshan laughed and said, I gave some away, now there's not much left.
There's none.
Song Shuer bluntly said.
I didn't ask you, I asked Lin Fan.
Song Yuanshan replied. If there is, I'm willing to buy it at the original price.
Lin Fan said, I still have a little at home. Anyway, Lin Fan didn't like drinking tea, so if Song Yuanshan wanted it, he could sell it to him.
Good, I'll go pick it up another day. Song Shuer hit back, Dad, do you have money to buy it?
That's 10 million per pound of tea leaves.
If Mom finds out, she will scold you to death. Although Song Yuanshan had a company under his name. Due to his lack of business sense, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy.
The only reason they could live in Modu was that Song Shuer earned a lot of money in the past 2 years. Unfortunately, now Song Shuer had no money either. Song Yuanshan said quietly, I secretly saved a little pocket money, don't tell your mom.
Song Shuer's forehead was covered with black lines. Shuer, long time no see.
At this moment, a young man came to Song Shuer's side.
Song Shuer just nodded in response. Shuer, is this your boyfriend? Aren't you going to introduce him?
The young man was also a suitor of Song Shuer, with some background, so he wanted to put Lin Fan in his place.
His name is Lin Fan. Boss of Yilong Xian. Shareholder of Tang's Film and Television. Chairman of Chufeng Group.
Song Shuer saw that the person was here to provoke, directly revealing Lin Fan's background. It was also a clever way to use Lin Fan as a shield.
Sorry to disturb. The man was frightened by Lin Fan's identity, turned around, and left. How can one compare with a person whose assets are hundreds of billions? Shuer, what a coincidence, you are here for the party too. Zhou Haifeng walked over to Song Shuer. Uncle Song. Zhou Haifeng also greeted Song Yuanshan by the way. Song Shuer just glanced at Zhou Haifeng, nodded, and acted indifferent. Haifeng, why didn't your dad come? Oh, my dad is too busy, he has no time.
Zhou Haifeng turned his head and looked at Lin Fan, who was drinking, anger surging in his eyes. It was this person who stole his goddess away. Also, since Lin Fan showed up, Zhou Haifeng felt that all the bad luck had come upon him. Last time at Song Shuer's house, he was exposed for delivering fake paintings, leaving him humiliated.
Even worse, on the way home, Zhou Haifeng was reported for drunk driving.
Now his driver's license was confiscated, and he couldn't drive his car. It was simply terrible luck.
Lin Fan, we meet again. Zhou Haifeng forced a smile. You are, oh, I remember, you are the Zhou Haifeng who delivered the fake painting to Uncle Song last time.
Lin Fan intentionally brought up that incident.
Sure enough, Zhou Haifeng was furious. Uncle Song, I have a few friends over there, I'll talk to you later.
Zhou Haifeng left with a stern face. Lin Fan and Song Shuer were drinking, and suddenly, Lin Fan noticed someone. Not far away, Su Jiangwen held a tall glass, sipping red wine, cold eyes fixed on Lin Fan.
He would never forget the scene of being beaten last night. Lin Fan merely glanced at Su Jiangwen and continued drinking. As if Su Jiangwen didn't exist. Song Shuer met a good friend at the party and went over to chat.
Lin Fan drank a couple of glasses of wine with Zhao Yang and went to the restroom. When he came out, Lin Fan encountered a woman in a short skirt, heavily made up.
Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself, my name is Ding Xiaoqiao.
Ding Xiaoqiao was 1.70 meters tall, with an attractiveness rating of 8.5. Seeing the other party recognized him and took the initiative to greet him, Lin Fan instinctively raised his guard.
I don't know you.
The scent of Ding Xiaoqiao's perfume made Lin Fan somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Fan wanted to walk away, but Ding Xiaoqiao blocked him in front. You didn't know me before, but now we do. Mr. Lin, I know you are the chairman of Chufeng Group, actually, I am an actress, why don't we find a place to chat?
Ding Xiaoqiao leaned closer to Lin Fan, her hands wrapping around his neck. The implication was clear. Chat about a script? Crazy.
Lin Fan frowned and pushed Ding Xiaoqiao away.
Mr. Lin, you are so rude, but I like it.
Ding Xiaoqiao wasn't angry, stepping forward, getting closer to Lin Fan again.
Mr. Lin, do you think I am not beautiful? Whether you are beautiful or not has nothing to do with me.
Lin Fan felt this woman was problematic and just wanted to return quickly. Ding Xiaoqiao frowned. According to her original plan, she was supposed to seduce Lin Fan. But now, Lin Fan wasn't falling for it.
It seemed the second plan had to be implemented now. Chapter 38 Slander. Help! Help! Someone is harassing me.
Ding Xiaoqiao deliberately messed up her hair, pretending to be scared, and stumbled back to the party venue.
Damn it! Is this the legendary pitfall?
Lin Fan wanted to chase after that hateful woman, but at that moment, two young men appeared.
What's happening? The two young men shielded Ding Xiaoqiao behind them. He is trying to scheme against me.
Ding Xiaoqiao feigned a pitiful look, even shedding tears, and pointed at Lin Fan.
What a beast! How dare he bully people in a place like this?
The two young men cursed loudly.
What's going on?
People at the party noticed something was wrong and gathered around. This person just touched me and threatened me not to tell anyone.
I don't want to live anymore. Ding Xiaoqiao is indeed an actress, her reaction after being bullied is truly vivid. Who is this person? Dressed so nicely, turns out to be a beast in human clothing. Miss, do not be scared, we will all stand up for you. Voices of cursing arose around.
Lin Fan also realized he had been set up, instead becoming calm.
Who is it? Who has plotted against me?
If this situation continues, Lin Fan will surely be ruined.
Truly vicious. Isn't he the chairman of Chufeng Group?
I really didn't expect he is this kind of person. Someone at the scene recognized Lin Fan's identity.
Mr. Lin, what happened?
Zhao Yang and Song Xueni and others also rushed over. Lin Fan just coldly looked at Ding Xiaoxiao, without too much explanation.
At such a time, any explanation is unnecessary.
This Lin Fan is too much. In broad daylight, he actually laid hands on this miss. What a disgrace. From now on, I suggest everyone cancel cooperation with Chufeng Group
and Bahao Hotel.
Such a scum should be taken out and shot.
Everyone kept cursing.
Impossible, Lin Fan is not this kind of person.
Song Xuanyi stood up.
With Song Xuanyi's understanding of Lin Fan, he would never do such a thing.
Clearly, there is something fishy about this.
But at this point, no one would believe Song Xuanyi's words.
Song Xuanyi, this Lin Fan is your boyfriend, right?
Your boyfriend is behaving badly. You probably aren't a good person either.
Some women jealous of Song Xuanyi also spoke up. Song Xuanyi's face turned red. Amidst the waves of cursing, her voice sounded pale and weak. Xuanyi, don't say anything for now. Song Yuanshan pulled his daughter back. Dad, do you also think Lin Fan is that kind of person?
I certainly believe in Lin Fan, but now, Sai, just wait and see what Lin Fan says.
Song Yuanshan is not confused now.
His daughter is 1,000 times more beautiful than Ding Xiaoxiao. How could Lin Fan have any thoughts about Ding Xiaoxiao? But now, everyone believes Ding Xiaoxiao's words. Clearly, there is deep water here.
Lin Fan, say something. Song Xuanyi felt anxious for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan took 2 steps forward, scanning the crowd's faces.
Who just said to cancel cooperation with Chufeng Group?
Step forward.
Lin Fan's expression was emotionless. Some people immediately closed their mouths.
After all, Lin Fan is worth hundreds of billions, they cannot afford to offend him.
Of course, some chose to confront Lin Fan directly. What? You did something wrong and still won't let people talk? Even though you are the chairman of Chufeng Group, we are not afraid of you.
Right, cooperation should be cancelled, let him mix in the business circle. Most of these people are Lin Fan's company's competitors, so they chose to kick him when he was down. As long as Lin Fan falls, they can seize the opportunity to swallow Chufeng Group.
Very good. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Yang, help me remember these few people, they will be blacklisted from all my companies. Okay, Mr. Lin.
Zhao Yang quietly noted the names of those people.
It's no big deal, we just won't go to Bahao Hotel and Ilongxian for consumption in the future. Those few people showed disdain. Zhou Haifeng walked in front of Song Xuanyi, gloating.
Xuanyi, be aware, knowing a person's face but not their heart, you should stay away from Lin Fan.
Shut up. Song Xuanyi's mood was irritable, and she started to dislike Zhou Haifeng more and more.
Zhou Haifeng saw Song Xuanyi protecting Lin Fan, feeling very angry, but did not dare to blow up. He could only look at Lin Fan with hateful eyes.
Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, you will have your day too. Xiaoxiao, who bullied you? Ding Xiaoxiao's boyfriend rushed over, angry.
Ding Xiaoxiao flew into her boyfriend's arms, crying loudly, if today's matter spreads.
I don't want to live. Damn it, I will kill you.
Ding Xiaoxiao's boyfriend raised his fist, rushing towards Lin Fan.
How could anyone bully his girlfriend? For any man, this is intolerable.
Lin Fan sidestepped, reached out his foot, and tripped Ding Xiaoxiao's boyfriend to the ground.
Before you figure out the truth, you'd better be quiet.
It seemed that Ding Xiaoxiao's boyfriend was unaware. He really thought Ding Xiaoxiao was being bullied by Lin Fan.
I'm going to kill you.
Ding Xiaoxiao's boyfriend was blinded by hatred. The chairman of Chufeng Group, actually teasing a third-rate little star.
Big news, big news.
Su Jiangwen laughed as he came out, looking at Lin Fan with a strange expression. Lin Fan had just suspected Zhou Haifeng. And with Su Jiangwen's appearance, Lin Fan finally confirmed. It couldn't be wrong, all of this was Su Jiangwen's scheme. On the other side, Ding Xiaoxiao was still crying heart-wrenchingly. This made Lin Fan admire her, it seemed the next best actress at the Golden Statue Awards would be her.
Miss, what are your demands? We will support you. Yes, we can all testify for you.
Hire the best lawyer, we must sue Lin Fan. Ding Xiaoxiao was just crying and didn't speak. Now, her goal had been achieved. Lin Fan's reputation seemed destined to be ruined. I believe Lin brother is not that kind of person. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the crowd.
It was Tang Yisheng. As soon as Tang Yisheng appeared, it immediately caused a stir. It's actually Tang Yisheng, why is he speaking for Lin Fan? Could it be that Lin Fan is Tang Yisheng's illegitimate child? Did you hear Tang Yisheng call Lin Fan Lin brother? Their relationship must be extraordinary. The crowd was wildly speculating.
As Tang Yisheng arrived, Ding Xiaoxiao became a bit anxious. Because Tang Yisheng's influence was too great, and now he chose to stand by Lin Fan's side. Once the truth was revealed, her end would be disastrous. Ding Xiaoxiao threw a pleading glance at Su Jiangwen. By now, she didn't know what to do.
Chapter 39 The Truth. Su Jiangwen also frowned. He didn't expect Tang Yixing to stand up for Lin Fan at such a time. Now, things were not going to be easy. However, the arrow is on the string, and it must be shot. They could only continue to play along. At once, Su Jiangwen signaled Ding Xiaoqiao with his eyes, indicating her to not show any flaws. What's your name? Tang Yixing approached Ding Xiaoqiao. Ding Xiaoqiao felt immense pressure. Ding Xiaoqiao. Have I seen you before? Mr. Tang, I am a contracted actress at Tang's film industry. I'm giving you a chance, tell me the truth. Tang Yixing's voice was cold. He knew very well this woman was lying. Su Jiangwen sneered, Chairman Tang, what you are saying is meaningless. There are people present who saw Lin Fan plotting against Miss Ding. Who saw it? The two young men who had been standing up first came forward, looking a bit scared. Mr. Tang, we saw it. Tang Yixing wanted to say something more. At that moment, Lin Fan stepped forward, patted Tang Yixing on the shoulder, and signaled him to step back. This matter will be handled by me personally. Tang Yixing glanced at Lin Fan, unsure of what Lin Fan had up his sleeve, nodded, and stepped aside. Who made you do this? Lin Fan looked coldly at Ding Xiaoqiao. Ding Xiaoqiao was frightened by Lin Fan's gaze and took a few steps back. Lin Fan stepped forward, wanting to grab Ding Xiaoqiao. However, the two young men blocked Lin Fan's way. Lin Fan didn't hold back and directly knocked them aside, moving forward to grab Ding Xiaoqiao's arm. Lin Fan, how dare you hit someone? Su Jiangwen pointed at Lin Fan, angry. Lin Fan ignored Su Jiangwen, took out the lie pill, and shoved it into Ding Xiaoqiao's mouth. The lie pill was drawn from the system, and now it came in handy. Once she ate the lie pill, Ding Xiaoqiao would definitely tell the truth. The lie pill melted in her mouth. This scared Ding Xiaoqiao to death. What did you make me eat? Poison. Lin Fan said. Su Xiao, hurry, call for emergency help. Ding Xiaoqiao didn't want to die. It's useless, you won't live much longer. Lin Fan threatened. Lin Fan, do you still want to kill to silence me? Everyone was frightened by Lin Fan's actions. To kill just because of a disagreement, was Lin Fan a madman? Speak. Who sent you to frame me? Lin Fan asked. The lie pill took effect, and Ding Xiaoqiao's eyes became empty. Lin Fan knew the pill only worked for half an hour, so he took out his phone to record. Ding Xiaoqiao pointed at Su Jiangwen, it was him, he told me to seduce Lin Fan, the chairman of Chufeng Group. If seduction failed, then frame him. Su Jiangwen wanted Lin Fan ruined and shamed. Ding Xiaoqiao's words were like a bomb, making the crowd restless. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Jiangwen. In fact, many people didn't believe what Ding Xiaoqiao just said. But since it didn't concern them, they kept their distance. Watching the drama unfold wasn't bad either. Now, Ding Xiaoqiao was telling the truth. This show was getting more and more exciting. Su Jiangwen's face changed, he wished he could strangle Ding Xiaoqiao. Nonsense. I have nothing to do with this. This woman is lying. Su Jiangwen hurried to explain. Lin Fan looked at Su Jiangwen coldly, and continued asking Ding Xiaoqiao. What is your relationship with Su Jiangwen? What benefits did he give you? I am Su Jiangwen's lover. Actually, I'm pregnant now, the baby in my belly is also Su Jiangwen's. Su Jiangwen told me to frame Lin Fan. After it's done, he'd give me 1 million. Su Jiangwen's face turned red, he rushed over trying to hit Ding Xiaoqiao. Everything this woman says is a lie. Shut up. Lin Fan kicked Su Jiangwen and sent him flying. Su Jiangwen was kicked in the stomach and fell to the ground. His expression showed deep pain. On the other side, Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend's face turned green. He felt like a huge green field was growing on his head. The baby in Ding Xiaoqiao's belly was Su Jiangwen's, and he had no idea. Damn it, he almost became the guy who raises another man's child. Others looked at Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend with sympathy. This man was truly pitiful. If Ding Xiaoqiao hadn't told the truth tonight, he might have stayed in the dark forever. Ding Xiaoqiao, you filthy woman. Su Jiangwen climbed up in a mess. He never thought the one to end up disgraced would be himself. He hated Ding Xiaoqiao to death. Alright, now the truth is clear. Lin Fan let go of Ding Xiaoqiao. Su Jiangwen, I will settle this score with you properly. Su Jiangwen acted like he didn't hear, rushed over and began beating Ding Xiaoqiao wildly. Lin Fan didn't stop him. Say it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Young Master Su, don't hit me, please stop. Ding Xiaoqiao begged. But Su Jiangwen had no intention of stopping. You filthy woman. I fed you, gave you drink, and now you bite back. Soon, Ding Xiaoqiao was beaten unconscious by Su Jiangwen. Everyone, don't believe what Ding Xiaoqiao says, this has nothing to do with me. Su Jiangwen told the crowd. Everyone present stayed silent. Anyone with a brain could see who was lying. But because of Su Jiangwen's status, no one dared to accuse him. After all this noise, it turned out to be a personal feud between Su Jiangwen and Lin Fan. Great. I knew Lin Fan wasn't that kind of person. Song Shuer, who knew the truth, was happy for Lin Fan. Brother Lin, how are you going to handle this? Tang Yixing came forward and asked.
Lin Fan didn't answer, just looked coldly at Su Jiangwen.
Su Jiangwen, what else do you have to say?
Now that Ding Xiaoqiao was knocked out, Su Jiangwen decided to deny everything. That Ding Xiaoqiao is just a third-rate little star, she would do anything to get famous.
Can you believe what she says? Su Jiangwen's expression was disgusting. As if saying, yes I did it, but what can you do to me?
Screw you. Lin Fan belonged to the type of person who preferred to act rather than make noise.
He stepped forward and punched Su Jiangwen in the chin.
Su Jiangwen was sent flying, losing 2 teeth in the process.
Su Jiangwen, did you really think I couldn't do anything to you?
Lin Fan pulled Su Jiangwen up from the ground.
Lin Fan, what do you want?
With 2 missing teeth, Su Jiangwen could hardly speak clearly. He had just been beaten by Lin Fan the night before, so he had a psychological shadow.
Lin Fan, stop it. Suddenly, another person arrived on the scene. It was Su Jiangwen's father, Su Kaidong. Dad, help me. Su Jiangwen cried out in surprise. Lin Fan, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you off. Chapter 40, An Unyielding Standoff. It's Su Kaidong, he's here too.
No one expected this incident to blow up to such proportions. Su Kaidong was extremely protective of his son, and now that Lin Fan had hit him, he would certainly not let it go.
Indeed, all that remained in Su Kaidong's eyes was fury. If last night Lin Fan hit Su Jiangwen, Su Kaidong could still tolerate it. But today, Su Kaidong could no longer bear it.
After all, last night's incident only took place in a private room at Yilongshuan, with limited impact. But now, Lin Fan had actually hit Su Jiangwen in front of so many people. If Su Kaidong did not make a stand, no one would respect him in the future. Another reason was that Lin Fan had already clearly refused to cooperate with Su Kaidong. With that, Su Kaidong no longer needed to show Lin Fan any face. Lin Fan did not look at Su Kaidong and punched Su Jiangwen in the stomach. Su Jiangwen turned pale, the intense pain rendered him speechless. Lin Fan, you are looking for death. Su Kaidong's gaze was dark. Lin Fan hitting his son in public was undoubtedly a provocation. Su Kaidong, you can't manage your son, so let me help you. Lin Fan knocked Su Jiangwen unconscious with a punch, then stopped. There were too many people around, Lin Fan certainly couldn't kill Su Jiangwen. However, Lin Fan remembered this event. In the future, he would make the Su father and son pay the price. Very good, indeed the young generation pushing the older. Su Kaidong's eyes were grim, but my son Su Jiangwen doesn't need you to manage. Lin Fan, from now on, we are irreconcilable. Let's wait and see. Su Kaidong had people carry the unconscious Su Jiangwen away from the scene. Soon, the unconscious Ding Xiaoqiao was also taken away by security. This farce ended, but the stir it caused had just begun. Was Lin Fan, a rising star, overestimating himself by challenging Su Kaidong? Only time would tell. And as Su Kaidong left, order was restored to the banquet scene. Lin, brother, Su Kaidong is a person who will take revenge for every slight, you need to be careful. Tang Yixing reminded. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Tang Yixing smiled, Lin, brother, Su Kaidong is also my opponent, we will definitely have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Come, let's have a drink. Lin Fan did not refuse and shared a glass of red wine with Tang Yixing. Lin Fan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have offended Su Jiangwen, it's all my fault. Sitting beside him, Song Shuer felt guilty. With things blown out of proportion, Song Shuer was very uneasy. In her view, if it weren't for her last night, all of this wouldn't have happened. Having offended Su Kaidong, would Lin Fan still have a good life in the future? It's not your fault. Lin Fan said. How could it not be my fault? In the end, it's still because of me. It's okay, they can't do anything to me. Lin Fan appeared very calm. Song Shuer thought for a moment and said, Lin Fan, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow, maybe another time. Is that so? Song Shuer said disappointedly, then it can only be next time. By the way, why are you going back to your hometown? It's my dad's birthday, and I'm going back to have some fun for a few days. Lin Fan stayed at the banquet for a while and then went back alone. Morning. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the pink star diamond. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn 6 bottles of Romani Conti 1990. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn 50 million Huaxia coins. The pink star, a flawless 60-carat pink diamond, worth 500 million. Romanée-Conti 1990, the world's top red wine, one bottle costs 150,000. However, only drawing 6 bottles made Lin Fan a bit disappointed. After all, last time he drew Macallan M crystal, he got 20 bottles at once. The pink star diamond that he drew, Lin Fan just took it out to play with for a while, then tossed it aside. He was not a woman, so he wasn't sensitive to diamonds. Lin Fan got up, had breakfast, and began to pack his things. He brought 4 bottles of wine, 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti and 2 bottles of Macallan M crystal, along with a bit of tea. After explaining some matters to Zhang Xiaoqing, Lin Fan took a flight home at noon. Lin Fan's hometown was in a small county, so after flying to the city, he took a bus.
It wasn't until evening that Lin Fan finally returned home. "Dad, Mom, I'm back."
Lin Fan's parents knew he would be back today, so they had already prepared the meal.
As soon as Lin Fan reached the door, he smelled a delicious aroma. "After sitting on the bus all afternoon, you must be hungry, right?"
He came out to help Lin Fan with his suitcase. "Mom, no need, I can do it myself." Lin Fan carried the suitcase inside.
"Dad."
Lin Fan called out to Lin Haidong, who was sitting on the sofa.
"It's good that you're back, let's eat first," Lin Haidong said. Lin Haidong put down the magazine in his hand and went to get a bowl. A few years ago, Lin Haidong had hurt his left foot in a traffic accident, walking with a limp. Lin Fan.
In the living room, there was also a woman in a short skirt. When she saw Lin Fan return, she greeted him with a smile.
The woman's name was Li Qiulan and she was Lin Fan's classmate.
Seeing Li Qiulan, Lin Fan felt a bit surprised.
This woman had always looked down on him, why was she here?
He smiled and said, "Qiulan heard you were back today, she came early to help, and these dishes on the table are also thanks to her." Lin Fan felt that things were not that simple. Something unusual must have a reason.
Could it be that Li Qiulan already knew about his identity, so she wanted to curry favor?
There was a possibility. Lin Fan was also hungry, so he stopped overthinking.
"Dad, the dishes you made are still as delicious as before." "Then eat more," He said. "Lin Fan, I heard from Auntie that you are doing business in the Magic City. What kind of business are you doing?" Li Qiulan asked.
Sure enough, this woman had learned some things from Hui. "It's nothing special, just taking on some projects," Lin Fan casually replied.
"When are you returning to the Magic City?" "I would like to go with you then."
Lin Fan shook his head, not confirmed yet. Li Qiulan asked Lin Fan a lot of questions, but Lin Fan was just casually brushing her off. This woman suddenly showing concern for Lin Fan made him feel uncomfortable. After dinner, Li Qiulan still wanted to take Lin Fan out to have fun. "Lin Fan, you haven't returned to the county for a long time, let me take you out to play."
"I'm a bit tired, let's talk tomorrow."
Lin Fan refused.
"Okay."
Li Qiulan sat in Lin Fan's house for a while before heading home. Lin Fan took out the red wine from his suitcase.
"Dad, you haven't had red wine before, right? Let me open a bottle for you to try." "No need, I'm taking medicine, the doctor said I can't drink alcohol." Lin Haidong wanted to drink, but he didn't dare to. "It's okay, I'll put the wine away, you can have it when your foot gets better."
Lin Haidong shook his head, "I probably won't get better." Lin Haidong had been to many hospitals, but unfortunately, none could cure him.
"Son, the bottles of wine you bought must be quite expensive, right?"
Lin Haidong guessed as he saw the vintage labels on the 4 bottles of red wine.
"Not expensive."
Lin Fan didn't mention the price, he was afraid his dad would hold back from drinking if he knew. Lin Fan also took out the tea. Lin Fan found an excuse to help Lin Haidong check on his injured left foot. Then he returned to his room and wrote down a prescription. "Dad, I have a classmate who was a doctor, I got him to write a prescription. From now on, soak your feet with these medicines, you should get better soon."
"I'll give it a try." Lin Haidong actually didn't have much hope. "I'll go out to buy the medicine."
Lin Fan also wanted his father's feet to get better soon and return to normal life. Fortunately, he now had amazing medical skills, so none of this was a big deal. After half an hour, Lin Fan came back with the medicine. After preparing the medicine, Lin Fan brought it to Lin Haidong for his foot soak. When Lin Fan returned to his room, Hui also came in.
"Son, how do you feel about Qiulan? I see she is quite nice to you."
No need to think, Hui was trying to matchmake Lin Fan and Li Qiulan. However, Lin Fan had no good feelings for Li Qiulan.
"Mom, let me ask you a question. Is our house going to be demolished?" When Lin Fan returned, he noticed that the crowd in the area was noticeably less than before.
And many doors had been spray-painted with the word demolish. It was clear that this was the rhythm of demolition. Their place was considered an old city area, so demolition was quite normal.
"I was just about to tell you this."
Hui said, yesterday we signed the agreement, and we can get 1 million for the demolition.
Sure enough.
Lin Fan revealed a bitter smile. Now the average house price in the county town was around 8,000, which was outrageously expensive. But with that 1 million, they could buy a nice house, plus a decent car. Lin Fan also realized why Li Qiulan seemed like a different person. It turned out it was because her family was about to be demolished.
Since this place is going to be demolished, why not move to Magic City with me? I have a house there. Lin Fan suggested. Son, you have become successful now.
But I discussed with your dad, we still want to live here. They had been used to living in the small county town, moving to a big city would be uncomfortable.
Lin Fan didn't push. How about this, tomorrow I'll take you to buy a house.
We are looking, but unfortunately we haven't found a suitable one.
Wait, Lin Fan, you haven't answered the question Mom just asked.
Lin Fan helplessly said, Mom, I already have a girlfriend, you don't need to worry about this.
To get past it, Lin Fan could only lie. Then why don't you bring her back? Hui pressed.
She's too busy, Mom, if you have time, you can go see her in Magic City.
Then next time.
Hui didn't say much more and left Lin Fan's room.
A night passed. System, draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 80% shares in Huaxia Group. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 60 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the skill Jihuafei Great Achievement. Huaxia Group, like Chufeng Group, was also a real estate company. However, Huaxia Group was a local real estate company, its market value was less than Chufeng Group, only 5 billion.
But 80% shares were worth 4 billion.
And the Huaxia coins drawn also didn't give Lin Fan much surprise. When he heard the words Jihuafei, Lin Fan was stunned.
System, what is Jihuafei Great Achievement?
Thinking back to the last time he drew the liar pill, Lin Fan was speechless. Why was he only drawing these odd things? Why not just give him the Huaxia coins directly?
The system explained.
Jihuafei is a traditional martial art that is more advanced than Western fighting techniques and can use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. And Jihuafei Great Achievement means directly transferring the skill to the host. In other words, the host will also be a martial arts expert in the future.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes. System, do you think I don't go online usually? Jihuafei has been made a joke by someone, now it's just a joke. Why not just give me a Lightning 5 Connect whip directly?
The system said, since you have already drawn it, the host can choose to accept the skill or choose not to accept it.
Accept.
Lin Fan actually wanted to see how powerful this Jihuafei Great Achievement could be. Soon, a stream of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind.
All about martial arts.
The whole process was much smoother than the last time I received the super medical skills. Lin Fan didn't feel any discomfort at all. But to be honest, this medicine really works wonders. From the information received, Lin Fan is now strong enough to defeat the world boxing champion.
This is not bragging.
Now Lin Fan has both physical strength and martial arts skills. What he lacks is practical combat experience. Lin Fan got up to brush his teeth, and at this moment, Hui was already making breakfast. Without a maid at home, Lin Fan felt a bit unaccustomed.
Son, your friend's prescription is amazing. My foot is all better.
Lin Haidong walked in front of Lin Fan with a smile, no longer limping as he walked. He could hardly believe that after using that medicine, he could walk normally after just one night.
Dad, your foot is only healed about halfway.
You can't stop taking the medicine to prevent a relapse. Lin Fan was not surprised and reminded him.
He was quite confident in his medical skills. Okay, remember to thank your doctor friend well.
Lin Fan just smiled.
Isn't that doctor friend me? But Lin Fan didn't want to say it out loud. After all, it was hard to explain.
After finishing breakfast, Hui said, Son, today Haidong and I are going to look at houses.
You should come along. Lin Fan curiously asked, Mom, where are you planning to go? To the Licheng community. Lin Fan frowned.
He checked last night, and this Licheng community is quite far from the urban area.
Although the prices are cheap, the transportation is inconvenient. It's so far, Mom. Don't go to the Licheng community. Then where can we go?
Besides the Licheng community, other places are too expensive. Now that the relocation funds have not yet come down, they don't have much money in hand.
Let's go to the Huaxia community.
Lin Fan said. Hui shook her head repeatedly, saying, the average price in the Huaxia community is 10,000, that's too expensive.
In the entire small county, the houses in the Huaxia community are the most expensive. You get what you pay for. Dad, Mom, I will buy for you.
Lin Fan didn't say much more and took his parents out the door. Lin Fan didn't have a car back home, so it was not very convenient to travel. Once the house is bought, Lin Fan planned to buy his dad another car.
Chapter 42 House Buying. The three of them hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed for the Hahu community. Their residence was not far from the Hahu community, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. The sales office of the Hahu community was a bit quiet. After all, this is a high-end community with high pricing, so ordinary people typically wouldn't choose to buy here. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Hahu Community Sales Hall. As Lin Fan entered the sales office with his parents, a woman came over to serve them. Lin Fan found a spot to sit down, intending to understand first. Hui, what a coincidence.
At that moment, a middle-aged woman with dyed red hair walked over.
Sister Ling, are you here to buy a house?
Hui recognized the middle-aged woman. They used to sell vegetables together in the market.
No, the houses here are so expensive, how could I afford it?
My son opened a renovation company, and he just got a project in the Hahu community, so I came along to take a look. The woman called Sister Ling said with a smile.
This is Lin Fan, right? I almost didn't recognize you after so many years. Sister Ling looked Lin Fan up and down. By the way, Lin Fan, you graduated from university, right? Where are you working? Oh, I'm not working right now. I'm doing some small business. Lin Fan explained.
Business is tough nowadays, but your family is lucky, running into relocation.
Sister Ling said with some jealousy. Hui just smiled and said, your son is doing well too, he has become a big boss. That's right. When talking about her son, Sister Ling started to show off.
My son made a lot of money in renovations these past few years. Recently, he bought a new car, and we plan to buy a house next month.
Congratulations. Hui said.
Sister Ling kept praising her son.
At this moment, the saleswoman brought tea for the three of them. Sir, what kind of house do you need?
We have bare houses, as well as fully furnished ones.
There are many types of layouts.
The woman began to introduce Lin Fan.
Dad, Mom, why not buy a villa?
Living in a bigger place would be more comfortable.
Lin Fan suggested.
Lin Haidong shook his head and said, let's skip the villa, it will just be your mom and me living here, too lonely.
A regular one will do. Wait, do you really plan to buy a house here? The woman named Sister Ling was somewhat surprised. A villa? That's a bit too much. Hui looked at Lin Fan and said, we will listen to Lin Fan. Sister Ling said, Lin Fan, do you know how much the housing prices are here? You want to buy a villa?
I'll tell you, villas here start from 3 million, you've come to the wrong place. Although Lin Fan's family received a decent amount of relocation funds, it's simply impossible to buy a villa here.
Especially since Sister Ling knew Lin Fan's family background.
Lin Haidong had an injury and was inconvenient. Usually, it was Hui who worked to earn money. Lin Fan just graduated from college, and they definitely couldn't come up with that much money.
The price is not a problem. Lin Fan smiled.
He had drawn 60 million in cash that morning, enough to buy 20 villas.
But since his parents didn't like villas, that was fine. I think you're just boasting. Sister Ling did not believe him.
Lin Fan didn't explain much and asked the woman in the sales office. Please tell me about your best house layout.
The woman brought over a blueprint.
Sir, please take a look, this is our Hahu community's best layout, over 200 square meters, fully furnished, with good ventilation.
And it comes with a parking space, you can move in as soon as the paperwork is done. Lin Fan glanced at the blueprint and looked at the renovation effect picture. He was somewhat satisfied. The reason he said he was somewhat satisfied was that this layout was considered excellent in this small county. Dad, Mom, what do you think?
Hui and Lin Haidong shook their heads. The price is too high, this house costs over 2 million.
Too expensive. That's okay, then let's go with this one. Lin Fan said. How about we go see some more before deciding? Hui and Lin Haidong were hesitant. No need to look.
The Hahu community is itself positioned as a high-end community, and this price is quite high, the house surely won't be that bad.
On the side, Sister Ling said sarcastically, Lin Fan, don't you pretend to be something you're not. Even if you have money to cover the down payment, the mortgage later will be enough for you to handle. What is a down payment?
Lin Fan didn't even know what a down payment was.
Full payment, let's swipe the card, aim to finish the paperwork today.
Lin Fan didn't say much and directly took out his bank card.
All right, sir. The woman at the sales office was very happy. Lin Fan remembered something and asked, by the way, do you have parking spaces for sale?
In addition to having more money, Lin Fan also had multiple cars.
Buying a few parking spaces would definitely be useful later.
Even if they weren't needed, they could be rented out, thus Hui and Lin Haidong at home could have a stable income.
Sir, we do. Then give me 5 more parking spaces. The woman at the sales office was taken aback. Sir, don't you want to ask about the price? Our parking spaces aren't cheap, they are 15,000 each. That's fine, just swipe the card. Hearing Lin Fan say this, the woman at the sales office was overjoyed. Is this the so-called big shot? Loved it. Lin Fan, why are you buying so many parking spaces?
Hui knew Lin Fan had made quite a bit of money, but such reckless spending was not okay. Parking spaces can be rented out, that way, you won't have to work in the future. Hui and Lin Haidong revealed a bitter smile.
Soon, the woman at the sales office brought Lin Fan's bank card back. Mr. Lin, here is the house contract and the parking space contract, please sign.
Seeing Lin Fan being so rich, Sister Ling's attitude also changed.
Hui, what business does your son do?
So rich? The house costs over 2 million, and 5 parking spaces are worth 750,000.
Altogether, that's 3 million. And it's all paid for, oh my god, how wealthy must Lin Fan be?
Hui just shook her head. To be honest, she didn't know exactly what business Lin Fan was in.
Lin Fan, you've become successful now, can you take my son under your wing? Sister Ling asked shamelessly.
She no longer boasted about how amazing her son was. Compared to Lin Fan, well, there was really no comparison. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang.
Mr. Lin, I'm the assistant general manager of Huaxia Group, my name is Xiao Zhu.
Lin Fan found the name familiar but couldn't recall who it was.
Mr. Lin, is it a convenient time for you? I would like to meet you. Xiao Zhu happened to be in the county town.
This morning, she received a notice from her superior to visit Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was now the largest shareholder of Huaxia Group.
I'm at Huaxia Community. Lin Fan gave a location. What a coincidence, I'm also at Huaxia Community. Mr. Lin, please wait, I'll come find you right away. After 2 or 3 minutes, a woman in black professional attire rushed over. Lin Fan, is it really you? Xiao Zhu immediately recognized Lin Fan. Her face showed excitement and shock. When she saw the name Lin Fan, she thought it might be her elementary school classmate.
But thinking about it, it didn't seem possible. After all, Lin Fan studied with her. No matter how hard Lin Fan worked, he couldn't suddenly become a major shareholder of Huaxia Group. But the truth was right in front of her.
No wonder I found the name Xiao Zhu very familiar, it's you. Lin Fan also recognized Xiao Zhu, smiling.
You're already an assistant general manager, not bad. Xiao Zhu said helplessly, I can't compare to you, Mr. Lin, big shareholder. Now Lin Fan held 80% of Huaxia Group's shares, considered a successful person. Xiao girl, is Lin Fan your boss? The woman named Sister Ling asked in surprise.
Aunt Ling, you're here too.
Xiao Zhu explained, he's not exactly my boss, but Lin Fan is now a major shareholder of Huaxia Group, with assets in the tens of billions.
Tens of billions? Sister Ling was shocked.
She heard that the richest person in the county had only a little over 10 billion in assets. But Lin Fan had tens of billions.
In that case, doesn't that make Lin Fan the richest person in the county?
Hearing Xiao Zhu say this, Lin Haidong and Hui also showed surprised expressions. After the surprise passed, Lin Haidong looked a bit proud. After all, Lin Fan was his son. Now that Lin Fan had achieved such greatness, it was indeed bringing glory to the family.
Son, is this true?
Hui looked at Lin Fan with a disbelieving gaze.
This is true.
Lin Fan smiled. If his parents knew he had 2 companies worth over 100 billion, he wondered what they would think. But Lin Fan planned to keep it from them for now.
Everything must go through a process. Lin Fan, are you here to buy a house? Xiao Zhu asked.
This Huaxia community was developed by their Huaxia Group. Lin Fan really knew how to pick a place.
Lin Fan nodded.
When the woman at the sales office heard Lin Fan was a major shareholder of Huaxia Group, she looked a bit scared.
She thought Lin Fan was here to inspect the work. Mr. Lin, if I did anything wrong earlier, please forgive me. However, Lin Fan didn't say anything.
Lin Fan, you're now a major shareholder of Huaxia Group, that's great. My son runs a home renovation company, and you both know each other. Please take care of my Tiancheng for any future projects. Sister Ling changed her previous attitude. Given Lin Fan's current status, she was eager to flatter him.
Even though I'm a shareholder, I don't manage company affairs.
Lin Fan refused. After getting the keys, Lin Fan took his parents to see the house. As for Xiao Zhu, she followed behind Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin, let's go out for lunch at noon and talk about the company's future development.
This was the task assigned to Xiao Zhu by his superior.
Don't call me Mr. Lin, just call me Lin Fan. As for the company's development, I don't want to manage it. By the end of the year, I only look at the reports.
Xiao Zhu helplessly shook his head. Lin Fan now held 80% of Huaxia Group's shares, yet he didn't participate in the company's management. This was too laid back. It was hard to understand why he acquired so many shares.
Perhaps this is the unique mindset of the wealthy. After chatting with Lin Fan for a bit, Xiao Shu returned to the headquarters to report.
Lin Haidong and He Hui were still looking at houses.
Dad, Mom, are you satisfied with this house?
Lin Haidong and He Hui both nodded.
With a price of over 2 million, how could they not be satisfied? Dad, let me take you to buy a car. No need, it's a waste of money.
Lin Fan said, traveling without a car is very inconvenient, just listen to me. In the small county, there were very few car dealerships, so they went to an auto market. Most cars in the market were used, but there were some new ones as well. In the end, Lin Fan set his eyes on an Audi A5 and spent 500,000 to buy it. The three of them bought a lot of groceries at the market and then headed home.
Time passed quickly, and evening arrived.
Lin Haidong and He Hui were cooking in the kitchen when the door was knocked.
Son, go check if Shui Yan has arrived.
Lin Fan went to open the door and found it was not Lin Shuiyan but his third aunt, Chen Mengfen.
Chen Mengfen was holding a bag of apples.
She was an extremely materialistic woman, so Lin Fan had no good feelings towards her. But out of obligation, Lin Fan still called out, "Third aunt."
Lin Fan is back. Are your parents home? Chen Mengfen asked with a smile. Lin Fan frowned.
Normally, when this woman saw him, she always had a stern face. Now that she was so warm, it must be for a reason.
Lin Fan certainly didn't believe Chen Mengfen came to celebrate his father's birthday. Third aunt, is there something you need? Isn't today your dad's birthday? That's why I'm here to have a meal. Ignoring Lin Fan, Chen Mengfen walked straight in.
Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged glances upon seeing Chen Mengfen arrive, both looking displeased. Although they were relatives, this Chen Mengfen was too petty, and the relationship with Lin Fan's family was not good. I came at just the right time, you guys are getting ready to eat, right?
Ah Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. He Hui said. Chen Mengfen sat down on the sofa. Actually, it's nothing much.
It's just that the house left by the old man is going to be demolished, and I thought we should discuss how to divide the compensation.
He Hui frowned. Ah Feng, this house was left to Haidong by the old man. Chen Mengfen said, that's true, it was left to Haidong, but my family has a share too. Are you trying to take it all for yourselves?
He Hui was obviously angry and could not find the words. Lin Fan knew his mom was too soft-hearted, so he spoke up.
Third aunt, when the house was divided back then, you all agreed.
Agreed, it's true, but after all, the house was left by the old man.
Chen Mengfen adopted an unreasonable attitude.
Lin Fan was speechless.
How could this woman be so shameless? Third aunt, if you're going to say it like that, then let's calculate properly. When Grandpa left 2 houses, one was given to the eldest uncle and the other to us. And what about you? You took the most valuable shop. Lin Fan's grandfather had 3 sons, Lin Haidong being the second.
Lin Fan's elder uncle, who was Lin Shuiyan's father, died 5 years ago due to a work accident. So Lin Shuiyan's family had not been living well. As for third aunt's family, they had made quite a bit of money over the years from that shop.
Chapter 44 Making a Scene. Not only did third aunt's family buy a house, but they also bought a car.
Their life was quite enjoyable.
During the time when the inheritance was divided, third aunt's family had already benefited greatly.
I heard that Lin Fan's place is going to be demolished, and yet they shamelessly asked for compensation.
How thick-skinned can one be? Upon hearing Lin Fan say this, Chen Mengfen became unhappy. Lin Fan, as a junior, how can you talk to me like this?
That shop has always been ours, is there a problem?
Of course, there is a problem. And it's a big one.
The reason Chen Mengfen could get the shop in the first place was because she was too domineering. Lin Haidong and He Hui didn't want to argue with her.
Who would have thought this woman would be so greedy? That's just too much.
Lin Fan knew there was no point in reasoning with a person like Chen Mengfen, so he said,
Third aunt, if you want compensation, fine, but shouldn't you share some of the money the shop has made over the years with us?
Chen Mengfen reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, excitedly exclaiming,
The money the shop made has nothing to do with you, dreaming of a share, huh? Lin Fan sneered, then let me say something to you, you won't get our compensation.
Lin Fan's tone was tough.
That compensation was not a big deal for Lin Fan.
But he wouldn't hand over what belonged to him without a fight. Chen Mengfen crossed her arms, I'm not asking for much, just give me 300,000, and if not, I'm not leaving today. This year's business for the shop wasn't good, and on top of that, Chen Mengfen borrowed a lot of money, therefore, she urgently needed a large sum to turn things around. This was also the reason Chen Mengfen wanted the demolition compensation.
You want 300,000? Not a penny. Lin Haidong walked out of the kitchen with an angry face.
Lin Haidong was usually a very gentle person, but now he was provoked by Chen Mengfen.
Second uncle, second aunt. At this time, Lin Shuiyan returned. The door was not closed, and as she entered, Lin Shuiyan greeted Lin Haidong and He Hui.
Oh, third aunt is also here.
Noticing the strange atmosphere in the room, Lin Shuiyan looked at Lin Fan. Actually, Lin Shuiyan did not have a good impression of Chen Mengfen either. Shuiyan, you came at the right time. Chen Mengfen pulled Lin Shuiyan over. Now that your second uncle's place is being demolished, don't you think we should also have a share of the compensation? Chen Mengfen decided to pull Lin Shuiyan to her side.
Lin Shuiyan had already heard about this matter, but she didn't feel that her family's demolition compensation had anything to do with her. This house was indeed left by her grandfather, but it had already been divided.
Lin Shuiyan's family also got a house, but unfortunately, they didn't encounter any demolition.
Lin Shuiyan shook her head. This house belongs to second uncle, I have no share.
You silly girl, how can you say such things? Chen Mengfen was speechless.
Some things must be fought for. If you don't fight, of course, you won't get them. However, Lin Shuiyan didn't have the thick skin that Chen Mengfen did. I don't care, anyway, the demolition compensation must be divided today.
Shuiyan doesn't want it, I want it.
Lin Shuiyan said, how about this, third aunt, I'll give you my family's house instead.
Her family's house was already very old and didn't have much value. Chen Mengfen angrily responded, your house wasn't demolished, what would I want it for? This statement completely exposed Chen Mengfen's true intentions. She just came to ask for money.
Lin Fan said coldly, third aunt, today is my dad's birthday, if you keep making a scene here, I will take action.
You dare. Chen Mengfen still had no intention of leaving. Lin Shuiyan said, third aunt, didn't you call me yesterday and say your son wanted to work at Chufeng Group and needed my help? Chen Mengfen replied, talking about work can wait until tomorrow.
Chen Mengfen knew Lin Shuiyan was a leader at Chufeng Group, which was why she wanted her help.
Do you know what identity Lin Fan has? What identity can he possibly have? Chen Mengfen's expression was filled with disdain.
Lin Shuiyan shook her head and said, Lin Fan is the chairman of Chufeng Group, even I got into the company with his help.
Chen Mengfen was shocked.
She knew that Chufeng Group was a large enterprise valued at 20 billion. What she didn't expect was that Lin Fan was actually the chairman of Chufeng Group.
Just now she offended Lin Fan, didn't that mean her son had no hope of entering Chufeng Group? Shuiyan, you're not joking with me, are you? Why would I joke with you? Lin Shuiyan retorted. Lin Haidong and Hui exchanged shocked glances.
After all, today Lin Fan had given them too many surprises. They initially thought he was just a major shareholder of Haihu Group, but unexpectedly, he was also the chairman of Chufeng Group.
Hearing Lin Shuiyan's affirmative answer, Chen Mengfen's expression changed.
Lin Fan, I always speak so directly, don't take it to heart. Chen Mengfen was the type of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once she learned of Lin Fan's identity, her attitude changed immediately. Besides, her son's entrance into the company still required Lin Fan's help. Now that you're the chairman of Chufeng Group, there's really no need to argue with us over the demolition compensation.
Don't you think so? Chen Mengfen was still thinking about the demolition compensation.
You're mistaken, it's not that we want to argue with you, but the demolition compensation originally belongs to us.
You can leave, don't disturb my meal.
Lin Fan directly pulled Chen Mengfen out the door and closed it.
He hit someone. The chairman of Chufeng Group hit someone.
Chen Mengfen fell to the ground, beginning her drama. Hearing Chen Mengfen shout outside, Lin Haidong and the others lost their appetite.
This woman won't give up.
Lin Fan was about to explode. Lin Shuiyan thought for a moment and said, I'll call my uncle and let him come over to take Aunt San away.
Go ahead and try. Lin Shuiyan took out her phone, but after several attempts, she couldn't get through.
The other party's phone was turned off. Lin Fan said, I see, probably uncle also wants the demolition compensation but feels embarrassed to come, so he sent Aunt San to make trouble.
Hui sighed. Why don't we just let it go and split the demolition compensation?
Mom, this demolition compensation can be given to Shuiyan, but it must not be given to Aunt San's family. You need to know that when they took the shop before, they already took a huge advantage. And people like Aunt San will never be satisfied. If we back down this time, she will still think about our things in the future. Lin Fan had only one thought. That is, what belongs to them will not be taken by anyone else. Mom, let me handle this, let's eat first. Lin Fan returned to his room, took out a pair of speakers, and turned on the music. This way, he wouldn't hear Chen Mengfen shouting anymore.
Chapter 45 Shameless Woman.
Chen Mengfen made a scene outside for a few minutes, feeling it was pointless, and then left. However, she would not easily give up that demolition compensation.
Shuiyan, when are you going back to work? Hui asked. I just took 3 days off, I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Why not play a few more days? I just graduated, work is important.
Lin Shuiyan smiled.
Lin Fan, you really should arrange a lighter job for Shuiyan.
Lin Fan helplessly said, Mom, this can't be blamed on me, the job was chosen by my sister herself.
It's okay, actually, what I need most now is experience. After Chen Mingfen left, the meal was fairly enjoyable. After dinner, Lin Xuan sat at Lin Fan's home for a while before returning. That night, after discussion, Lin Fan decided to take out half of the demolition compensation to give to Lin Xuan. The next morning. System, draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a villa in Hahu community. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 40 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the piano. What he drew today did not give Lin Fan too much surprise. He bought a house in Hahu community, so the villa he drew was of no use to him. Moreover, Lin Fan's parents didn't like living in villas. They thought it was too lonely. Mastering the piano? System, use it for me. Soon, a wealth of information about the piano flooded into Lin Fan's mind. With piano mastery, Lin Fan can now be considered a pianist. However, this skill is not very useful to Lin Fan. It's just a way to pass the time when he has nothing to do. Dad, Mom, since we have time today, let's move things to the new house. Lin Haidong and He Hui nodded. But there wasn't much to move from here. After all, the furniture and appliances were too old and needed to be replaced. Lin Haidong and He Hui packed some clothes. Just then, Li Qiulan arrived. Auntie, I'm sorry, I wanted to come over for Uncle's birthday yesterday, but unfortunately, I didn't have time. It's okay, if you have time in the evening, you can stay for dinner. He Hui could tell that Li Qiulan had some feelings for Lin Fan. However, she had asked before, and Lin Fan already had a girlfriend. So, He Hui didn't interfere in Lin Fan's relationships anymore. Li Qiulan nodded and went to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan, are you moving? Yes. Where are you moving to? I have time today to help. No need. Lin Fan refused. He didn't think Li Qiulan could help at all. Auntie, did you buy a new house? Where is it? Li Qiulan was very curious. In Hahu community. He Hui said. Li Qiulan was very surprised. Hahu community? She knew that the housing prices there were the highest in the county. Lin Fan didn't say anything and went downstairs with his parents' clothes. Li Qiulan followed him down. She just wanted to have more contact with Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was now a person from a demolition area. Lin Fan, is that car yours? When she saw the Audi A5 downstairs, Li Qiulan was once again shocked. She heard He Hui say Lin Fan made some money in business, but she didn't expect him to be this impressive. Even the car was a 500,000 Audi. It's my dad's. Lin Fan explained. Li Qiulan's smile became even brighter. Isn't your dad's also yours? For a handsome and rich man like Lin Fan, Li Qiulan had always been powerless to resist. After loading the things into the car, Lin Fan drove the Audi A5 to Hahu community, and Li Qiulan naturally followed. Lin Fan, what do you think of me? Li Qiulan's implication was very obvious. She wanted to be Lin Fan's girlfriend. Lin Fan pretended he didn't hear and drove seriously. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Li Qiulan slightly lowered her head. Lin Fan, actually I have a secret I want to tell you. Do you like me? Lin Fan directly said. Come on, could you be more obvious? If Lin Fan had no money, Li Qiulan wouldn't even look at him. Lin Fan knew very well that Li Qiulan was a woman who craved vanity. Annoying, you found out. Li Qiulan said shyly. Li Qiulan thought Lin Fan would accept her. Unfortunately, she was thinking too much. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Li Qiulan's expression changed. Impossible, you're lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? Lin Fan pulled out a photo from his phone and showed it to Li Qiulan. Still saying you're not lying? This is the star song Schwer. I don't believe she's your girlfriend. Don't believe it, whatever. Lin Fan put his phone away and didn't plan to explain. Li Qiulan was a bit angry, but after thinking, she held it in. Lin Fan, actually I wouldn't mind being a mistress. Hearing Li Qiulan's words, Lin Fan almost spewed a mouthful of old blood. He almost crashed into the car in front. He now realized that Li Qiulan was indeed comparable to Lu Qian. Careless, this was also a shameless woman. Get out of the car now, go away. And don't come to my house again. Lin Fan slammed on the brakes, expressionless, and said to Li Qiulan. Li Qiulan didn't expect Lin Fan to react so strongly and explained. Lin Fan, actually, I really like you. If you think I'm not pretty enough, I can go get plastic surgery. Get lost. Lin Fan shouted. This woman really had a pretty face but no values at all. Okay, actually, her looks weren't that great either. Oomph, Lin Fan, you look down on me, don't you? One day, you will regret this. Li Qiulan clenched her teeth and angrily got out of the car. Lin Fan didn't even glance at Li Qiulan and drove away. After a busy morning, Lin Fan had moved everything that needed to be moved. At noon, Lin Fan planned to take his parents out for a meal.
However, Chen Mengfen came knocking again.
This time, Lin Fan's uncle Lin Haisher was also there. Lin Fan, you've made it big now, you've become the chairman of Chufeng Group. As soon as he entered, Uncle Lin Haisher smiled and said to Lin Fan. As for Chen Mengfen, she coldly watched Lin Fan without saying a word.
Seeing their demeanor, it seemed they wouldn't stop until they got the demolition money. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I still want to go eat.
Lin Fan, your uncle's business hasn't been good lately, so he wants to borrow some money from you. Lin Haisher was clever, he knew Lin Fan wouldn't easily give out the demolition money, so he framed it as borrowing. Though it was called borrowing, there would definitely be no repayment. Lin Fan saw through it but didn't expose it. I have a friend who does loans, you can use your house as collateral and borrow a few $100,000 without issues. No need to be so troublesome, Lin Fan, you're so rich now, just lend it to me directly.
Sorry, I have no money.
Lin Fan rejected. He clearly understood his uncle and aunt's character.
Chapter 46, The Intensity of Changes.
Lending money is like giving meat buns to a dog, it's gone forever. Lin Fan wasn't that foolish.
Uncle Lin Haishi's expression was not good as he said, Lin Fan, what do you mean by this? With your status now, how could you possibly have no money? You wouldn't really have grown wings and stopped recognizing your relatives, would you?
Uncle Lin Haishi's words were quite harsh, comparable to Chen Mengfen.
No wonder, not being a family, not entering the same door. Lin Fan sneered. How could siblings born from the same mother differ so much? His dad was honest and kind, and his uncle was decent too.
But this Uncle Lin Haisher acted like a scoundrel who wouldn't miss a chance to take advantage. When Lin Fan's father had an accident, Uncle Lin Haisher didn't even lend a single cent, let alone show concern. And now, with the house being demolished and Lin Fan doing well, they suddenly remembered him as a relative.
Could they be any more shameless? Chen Mengfen said, why waste words with them? We're here to get the demolition money.
Uncle Lin Haisher agreed, right, you may not lend the money, but the demolition money must be shared.
Lin Fan, you have plenty of money now, you don't need to fight with us over the demolition money. Lin Fan frowned.
If these two kept making unreasonable demands, he would have to take action.
He knew well that there was no reasoning with these two. If we don't get the demolition money, we will come every day until one of us can't hold on.
Chen Mengfen said coldly. Lin Haidong and He Hui were extremely angered. He Hui felt a sharp pain in her head and almost fainted.
Mom, what's wrong with you?
Lin Fan rushed over to support He Hui while checking her pulse. Lin Haidong also went over to get He Hui a glass of water.
I'm fine, just a bit of a headache.
After checking her pulse, Lin Fan knew He Hui's blood pressure was a bit high. It was all because of the anger caused by Lin Haisher and Chen Mengfen. This really confirmed the saying, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but it's hard to deal with small people. I tell you both, if anything happens to my mom, you two will regret it.
What are you pretending for?
Although he said that, Uncle Lin Haisher still felt a bit guilty. They were causing a ruckus, but if things went too far, it wouldn't end well.
We'll go back now and come again tomorrow.
Seeing things were not going well, Uncle Lin Haisher pulled Chen Mengfen away. In the hall, Lin Haidong sighed. I've really hit the worst luck, how could I have such relatives? Dad, Mom, leave this matter to me, I will handle it well. Lin Fan was already enraged.
To deal with people like Chen Mengfen, he needed to use some harsh tactics.
Lin Haidong said, Lin Fan, don't act impulsively, if worst comes to worst, we can just avoid them in the future. Lin Fan said nothing, simply nodded. But he already had a plan in his heart.
Always backing down was not Lin Fan's style. Alright, let's take your mom to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Haidong said.
No need, Mom isn't seriously ill, I can just give her some medicine to condition her.
Lin Fan, you can also treat illnesses? Oh, I learned a little from a friend.
Lin Fan made an excuse. After a short break, Lin Fan took them out. Lin Haidong had an injury on his foot and hadn't driven in a long time, so he drove a bit slowly.
Lin Fan, ask Shui Yan if she has eaten, call her out too.
I just asked, she said she won't come.
Lin Fan replied. A few minutes later, they arrived at a well-known local restaurant.
It was noon, and many people had come to dine. The restaurant's parking was full, so Lin Haidong could only park outside.
As soon as the car was parked, a Mercedes-Benz drove up.
The Mercedes parked next to the Audi, and a short-haired beauty stepped out of the car. The short-haired beauty wore sunglasses and red high heels. How she managed to drive in high heels was a mystery. You move your car, I saw this parking space first. The short-haired beauty came in front of Lin Haidong and spoke in a commanding tone. In this crowded parking situation, she was too lazy to look for another spot. Lin Haidong frowned, Miss, seeing it doesn't mean it's yours, and we parked first. The woman seemed a bit unreasonable.
Stop talking nonsense, I said move it.
The short-haired beauty was standing under the scorching sun, so her temper was hot. Dad, Mom, you go order first, let me handle this lady. Lin Haidong handed the car keys to Lin Fan. Alright, we'll go order, if it comes to worst, you can give the spot to this lady. Lin Haidong thought it was better to avoid trouble. And judging by the Mercedes she drove, it was likely that she was someone of status.
Lin Fan nodded. Soon, Lin Haidong and Hui walked into the restaurant. Can you move your car now?
The short-haired beauty looked at Lin Fan, urging him.
This parking spot was clearly mine first, why should I move? Girl, you might be pampered at home. But out here, not everyone has to accommodate you. You.
The short-haired beauty was furious.
Do you know who I am? Even if you are a princess, that doesn't matter.
Lin Fan ignored the woman and turned to leave. The short-haired beauty gritted her teeth, angrily saying, Is driving an Audi that impressive? Do you believe I can have someone smash your car? Oh. She wants to smash the car. Lin Fan didn't expect this short-haired beauty to be so overbearing. To smash a car just for a disagreement. It seemed she often bullied people.
Go ahead and try.
Lin Fan grew interested and stopped. The short-haired beauty said, I warn you, my boyfriend is named Lei Biao.
That's an interesting name, but I haven't heard of it.
Lin Fan shrugged, acting indifferent.
My boyfriend is eating in the restaurant. Good, this is your own doing, don't regret it later.
The short-haired beauty saw her threat wasn't working on Lin Fan and took out her phone to call.
Biao Ge, I'm at the restaurant entrance, someone is bullying me.
The short-haired beauty was quite the actress, using a pitiful tone to complain.
What? How dare someone bully my Biao Ge's woman? Just wait, I'll be right out. Alright, I will wait for you.
After she hung up, the short-haired beauty said, My boyfriend is coming out, if you apologize now, it's not too late.
I haven't done anything wrong, why should I apologize?
Lin Fan was quite speechless.
In less than a minute, 7 or 8 men in suits came out of the restaurant. Among them were 2 burly men with impressive presence.
The leading man had a buzz cut, not tall, but very strong. These men looked like trouble. If it were anyone else, they might have already been scared. But unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fan.
Who is Lin Fan?
He is someone who has accomplished great things in mastering the flow of energy. Even Master Ma can only take a beating in front of him. Chapter 47, Bad Men Need Bad Men to Grind Against.
Who? Who is so bold that they dare to bully my brother Biao's woman?
Lei Biao came to the short-haired beauty, his presence fierce.
Biao Ge, it's him.
The short-haired beauty pointed at Lin Fan, furious.
Kid, don't say we are many and you are few.
If you kneel down and apologize, if my girlfriend is willing to forgive you, we can let this go.
Lei Biao threatened. What if I don't apologize?
Lin Fan was without fear.
Kid, I admire your courage.
You should find out who in this county doesn't know my brother Biao's name.
I really don't know you.
Lin Fan shook his head, not putting these people in his eyes.
Very well, you brought this on yourself.
With this body of yours, I could take you down with one hand. Lei Biao got angry and rushed over to attack directly. But unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Fan. Lin Fan swept his leg out in a low kick. Before the words "it would be fine" even came out, Lei Biao was tripped to the ground. Lei Biao fell heavily onto the concrete floor, and many little stars appeared before his eyes.
Damn it!
Young people do not follow the rules of martial arts. Lei Biao did not expect Lin Fan's skills to be so impressive.
He let his guard down. Don't waste time, I want to fight 10.
Lin Fan said with a cold smile.
Come on, let you all taste the power of my mastery of energy flow. This guy actually dared to hit Brother Biao, attack.
The rest of the team rushed together to attack. However, in the face of Lin Fan's mastery, they had no chance to fight back at all.
In less than a minute, all of them fell to the ground. Still want to fight?
Lin Fan looked down at the fallen Lei Biao.
No more fighting, no more.
Lei Biao was frightened, he had never encountered such a formidable person. 8 against 1, and still getting thoroughly beaten.
Brother, if those who didn't know thought it was a movie.
In the face of absolute power, they were only crushed.
I give up, I give up.
So fierce. Seeing Lin Fan so formidable, the short-haired beauty also became frightened. Lin Fan's skills were so impressive, she couldn't help but wonder.
Admit it, she was thinking in the wrong direction.
Lin Fan coldly looked at the short-haired beauty. My car is parked here.
If you want to smash it, feel free to try. Big brother, just kidding. How could we dare?
The short-haired beauty quickly forced a smile. You stupid woman, why don't you hurry up and apologize to this big brother? Lei Biao heavily slapped the short-haired beauty.
Big brother, I was wrong.
The short-haired beauty covered her face and apologized to Lin Fan.
Get lost. We'll leave right now. Lei Biao took his group away.
Wait. Lin Fan remembered something and called the few people to a stop.
Big brother, do you have any orders? Lei Biao asked with a bitter face. Take out your phone.
Lin Fan said. Lei Biao was confused but still complied. Lin Fan took out his phone as well and transferred $100,000 to Lei Biao.
Seeing the transfer information, Lei Biao was shocked. Big brother, we deserve to be beaten, no need to pay for medical expenses. After transferring 100,000, Lin Fan didn't even blink.
Clearly, this is a big figure.
Could it be, this is money for his life?
Thinking of this, Lei Biao's forehead began to sweat coldly.
Big brother, spare us. Lei Biao's face was pale. This money is for you. You only need to help me with one thing. Big brother, what is it?
Lei Biao realized he misunderstood Lin Fan, patting his chest and said.
Big brother, just say the word. I, Lei Biao, would go through fire and water, not hesitating at all. Though I, Lei Biao, have little ability, my words still have weight in this small county. Stop, don't pull me into tangents.
What Lin Fan wanted Lei Biao to do was very simple. Bad men still need bad men to grind against. Lin Fan wanted Lei Biao to warn his uncle and aunt.
From now on, don't come bothering his parents.
After all, Lin Fan was soon going back to Modu.
He didn't want his parents to be harassed by his uncle and aunt every day. Big brother, I thought it was something else. This matter is on me. I will handle it perfectly, and I will never let you down. May I ask, where did you learn your martial arts, big brother? To be honest, I want to take you as my master.
Lei Biao made a gesture. Big brother, that move you just did was great. Lin Fan did not expect that this Lei Biao was such a chatterbox.
Take the money and get lost. Okay, since big brother doesn't want to see us, we will leave. Lei Biao understood and took his people away. Lin Fan also walked into the restaurant. Lin Fan, has the matter been resolved? In the restaurant, Lin Haidong asked curiously.
Oh, it has been resolved. That woman must have been moved by what I said, so she drove away. In fact, she was awed by Lin Fan's strength. Of course, Lin Fan could never say that to avoid worrying his parents.
That's good.
Lin Fan ordered some dishes, but there were too many people in the restaurant.
So, the serving was a bit slow. Sorry, the dishes you ordered will take some time to prepare. Oh, Lin Fan. The restaurant staff recognized Lin Fan. Class monitor, what a coincidence, are you working here?
Lin Fan also recognized her. That was Xue Qiumin, his class monitor from high school.
Yes. Xue Qiumin nodded.
When they were in high school, Xue Qiumin was quite popular and treated Lin Fan well.
Lin Fan, are you going back to your hometown to develop?
No, I'm just back for a few days.
Lin Fan explained.
Manager, there's a customer over there who can't wait and wants to cancel their order.
Can you go take care of it? A waiter found Xue Qiumin. Okay, I'll go over right away. Xue Qiumin said. Wow, you are now a boss. Lin Fan smiled. I'm just working for others.
Xue Qiumin shook her head helplessly.
Let's not talk about that, I need to go work, we can chat when I have time.
After chatting for a bit, Xue Qiumin walked away. By the time they finished eating, there were fewer people in the restaurant, and Xue Qiumin approached Lin Fan again.
Lin Fan, how is it? Is the food here to your taste? It's okay.
Lin Fan was not very picky. Of course, if he had to compare, it could not match the chef in his manner.
You graduated now, and are working in the Magic City? Lin Fan nodded.
I see many classmates have returned, and our high school class teacher has retired. Let's call the classmates and teachers out tonight to gather.
Sure.
Lin Fan had not seen the high school class teacher for a long time. Back in high school, the class teacher actually had high hopes for Lin Fan, giving him plenty of study advice.
It's nice to take this chance to see them since he has time. Then it's settled. I will notify the other classmates soon. As for the location, I'll let you know once it's confirmed. Xue Qiumin said. Okay, let's leave it like this for now.
Lin Fan left with his parents.
Chapter 48 Classmate Reunion.
By evening, Lin Shuiyan also arrived at Lin Fan's house. Lin Fan, the class monitor asked us to go out tonight for a gathering.
Did you know? Lin Shuiyan asked. Oh, I knew. I met with the class monitor at noon.
When they were in high school, Lin Shuiyan and Lin Fan were in the same class.
That's good. By the way, Lin Fan, has Aunt San come to pester you guys? Lin Fan said she came over at noon, but they couldn't get the demolition compensation and left.
Lin Shuiyan sighed, dealing with such people is really troublesome.
It's okay, they definitely won't dare to come again.
Lin Fan spent some money, believing that Lei Biao would not let him down.
Hopefully. Not long after, the class monitor Xue Qiumin added Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan to a group chat. There were about a dozen people in the group, chatting away.
Their high school class teacher, Zhang Xia, was also in the group.
Where are we gathering for dinner? Let's quickly confirm. Class monitor Xue Qiumin, aren't we asking for your opinions? Why don't we let the teacher decide?
The teacher doesn't mind, class teacher Zhang Xia replied.
Everyone said something, but the location was not unified.
Finally, class monitor Xue Qiumin added another person to the group.
Is this Tang Xiao? Long time no see.
Before the person could speak, some classmates began to greet him. It's no wonder he is so popular. Back then, Tang Jiawei was one of the few rich second-generation kids in the class, generous with his spending.
Long time no see. Tang Jiawei replied and said, how about we go to Huaxia restaurant? I'll cover the bill tonight. I've heard the per capita consumption at Huaxia restaurant is quite high.
As expected of young Master Tang, still as grand as ever. Then let's go to Huaxia restaurant, we can bask in young Master Tang's glory.
Tang Jiawei enjoyed the flattery from everyone very much.
Watching everyone in the group chat exchange false pleasantries, Lin Fan just greeted the teacher and chose to remain silent.
Isn't this Lin Fan? The talented scholar? Someone recognized Lin Fan's account.
Lin Fan's grades used to be among the best in the class.
Has the talented scholar graduated? I wonder where he's working now. If he can't find a job, that's okay, young Master Tang's company should still have openings.
Tang Jiawei clicked on Lin Fan's profile picture, looked at it, and showed a disdainful expression.
He looked down on Lin Fan back in school. What's the use of studying so much? Just a bookworm, isn't he just going to work for me after he graduates? Not bad, Lin Fan, do you want to come try at my company? No thanks.
Lin Fan simply replied with 3 words.
Are you kidding? With his status, does he still need to go to work?
Lin Fan, young Master Tang thinks so highly of you, you should really seize this opportunity.
Lin Fan just shook his head and didn't pay much attention. As the agreed-upon time approached, Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan set off.
Since Lin Haidong had taken the car away, Lin Fan had no choice but to rent a car by the roadside. Renting a car is convenient now, you can just scan with your phone and drive away. Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan got in the car and headed to Huaxia restaurant.
Lin Fan, look at that person, doesn't she look like our class flower, Lu Mingjie?
Lin Fan followed Lin Shuiyan's gaze and saw a woman in a white short skirt by the roadside.
Sure enough, it's Lu Mingjie, the class flower from high school.
Compared to when they were students, Lu Mingjie had lost some of her innocence. However, her appearance hadn't changed much.
Indeed, it's Lu Mingjie.
Lin Shuiyan laughed and said, Lin Fan, I remember back in high school, you had a crush on her and even wrote her love letters.
Old stories, why bring them up?
Lin Fan showed a helpless smile.
Who didn't have a crush when they were young?
Lin Fan parked the car in front of Lu Mingjie.
Mingjie, are you going to the gathering too? Get in, let's go together. Lin Shuiyan rolled down the window and smiled.
Lin Fan also waved to Lu Mingjie.
Shuiyan, Lin Fan.
Seeing Lin Fan driving a cheap rental car, Lu Mingjie couldn't help but show a look of disdain. No need, young Master Tang said he would come to pick me up, you guys go ahead.
Lu Mingjie was no longer the pure girl she once was.
As soon as she finished speaking, a Porsche 718 came driving up from behind. The driver, dressed in a stylish suit, was none other than Tang Jiawei. Young Master Tang has arrived, see you at Huaxia restaurant. Lu Mingjie said this and got into Tang Jiawei's car.
Isn't that Lin Fan?
Why do you still need to rent a car? Tang Jiawei sneered, stepping on the gas and leaving Lin Fan far behind. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. After all, he wouldn't stoop to Tang Jiawei's level.
Lin Fan, have you noticed how much Lu Mingjie has changed?
People do change, especially in this big melting pot of society. Lin Fan said.
Ha, it seems you've got a lot to ponder about.
About 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan arrived at Huaxia restaurant. Once inside, the two quickly found the private room that Tang Jiawei had reserved. The private room was very lively, most of the classmates were there.
Of course, some couldn't come because they were too busy. Teacher Zhang. Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan first went to greet Zhang Xia. Lin Fan, Shuiyan.
Zhang Xia, wearing a pair of glasses.
With a face full of wrinkles, they could still recognize Lin Fan and the other person.
Lin Fan also casually greeted the class monitor, Xue Qiumin. The seats in the private room were mostly filled, and Lin Fan and Lin Shuiyan could only sit in the back.
Since everyone is here, let's order food. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you like. Tang Jiawei said with a smile. In our class, Tang is doing the best. Let's raise a drink to him first. Everyone echoed in agreement. What was supposed to be a good class reunion seemed to turn into Tang Jiawei's solo show. Class monitor Xue Qiumin felt quite helpless about it. Perhaps this is just reality. After chatting with the teacher for a while, Xue Qiumin approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Xueyan, let's have a drink too.
Xue Qiumin had a good relationship with Lin Xueyan, and they started chatting. Before long, teacher Zhang Xia received a phone call and left early due to some matters. Only the classmates remained in the private room.
Tang, I heard you are dating Lu Mingjie. Is it true? A classmate asked. Tang Jiawei glanced at the class flower Lu Mingjie and didn't deny it.
When we get married, make sure to come to the wedding, it should be soon.
Tang Jiawei had indeed won the class flower Lu Mingjie's heart.
He had the means, and there weren't many women who could resist the allure of flowers and diamonds. Then we have to call Mingjie our sister-in-law.
Everyone laughed.
I remember Lin Fan used to write a love letter to Mingjie.
Lin Fan, do you have anything to say now? Chapter 49, The Fake Wine Incident.
Quick, let's have Lin Fan say a few words. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Fan. They knew Tang Jiawei and Lin Fan were somewhat at odds, so they wanted to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. Lin Fan thought for a moment and spoke calmly.
I wish you happiness. Lin Fan indeed liked Lu Mingjie before. But that was in the past.
Those who wanted to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself had clearly picked the wrong target.
No, Lin Fan, you are being too perfunctory, someone shook their head and said.
Lu Mingjie only glanced at Lin Fan and then turned her gaze away. To be honest, back in high school, Lu Mingjie also thought Lin Fan was a good person. But the truth proved that good grades didn't matter much. For example, Lin Fan, now he wasn't doing so well.
He couldn't even be compared to Tang Jiawei.
You cannot deny how important it is to come from a good family.
Some people win right from the starting line as soon as they are born.
Hard work is indeed useful, but very limited. Suddenly, someone noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Fan's wrist.
Wow, Lin Fan, your watch is a Patek Philippe, what model is this? It looks very expensive? Hearing that, everyone focused on Lin Fan's mechanical watch. Someone, curious, checked online. No way, it's a Patek Philippe 5002p men's mechanical watch. The price is over 17 million. Lin Fan, amazing, you bought such an expensive watch.
That classmate's tone was sarcastic. Clearly, he didn't believe Lin Fan's watch was real.
Lin Fan, where did you buy this watch? I want to buy one too.
Lin Fan, remember to send a link later.
This watch is made so well, it looks just like the real one. Everyone started laughing.
Tang Jiawei also showed his disdain and raised his hand to show off the watch he was wearing.
Look, the watch Tang is wearing is real, and it's a Rolex. Tang, that Rolex watch shouldn't be cheap, right?
Tang Jiawei said proudly, not expensive, just over 500,000.
No way, over 500,000. Tang is really rich.
Everyone started praising him again. Lin Fan examined Tang Jiawei's watch and suddenly shook his head.
This guy really knows how to show off, flaunting a fake watch so proudly. It's no wonder, although Tang Jiawei is a rich second generation, his financial resources are still limited.
He could only buy a fake Rolex to satisfy himself. In fact, his Porsche sports car was also rented. Of course, it was to impress the class flower, Lu Mingjie.
Seeing everyone mocking Lin Fan, Lin Xueyan couldn't bear it any longer. You're the fake. Your whole family is fake. Lin Fan's assets now exceed 10 billion, does he still need to wear a fake watch? Xueyan, don't speak, just eat. Lin Fan didn't want to pay any attention to those people.
Class monitor Xue Qiumin spoke up, alright, everyone, let's keep our voices down.
It's not easy to gather, let's just have a good time.
This gathering was organized by Xue Qiumin, she didn't want to see anything unpleasant happen. Today, everyone is so happy, so let me treat you to some premium red wine.
Tang Jiawei stood up and immediately ordered 5 bottles of Lafite red wine. Although it wasn't extremely expensive, each bottle cost around 1,000. Tang Xiao is indeed generous. These 5 bottles of red wine cost 5,000, thanks, Tang Xiao. Tang Jiawei had the Lafite opened and poured for everyone.
As soon as Lin Fan smelled the wine, he suddenly frowned.
This wine turned out to be fake.
Since Lin Fan drank the basic genetic potion, his sense of smell was far sharper than ordinary people's. Real wine or fake wine, Lin Fan could tell with one sniff.
Let's take advantage of Tang Xiao today and toast. Don't drink, this wine is fake.
Lin Fan suddenly said to Xue Qiumin next to him.
Fake?
Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan at once. Some still found it hard to believe.
Lin Fan, just because you say it's fake? Have you ever drunk such expensive wine?
Lin Fan didn't want to argue with them, saying, if you want to drink, just take it as my joke.
Though drinking this fake wine wouldn't cause major problems.
But Lin Fan wasn't about to drink it.
Hearing Lin Fan say that, those people raising their glasses didn't dare to drink.
Better safe than sorry. Everyone looked to Tang Jiawei, waiting for him to make a decision. Tang Jiawei had drunk quite a bit before. He took the bottle and stared at it for a while.
Goodness, it really is fake. If he hadn't looked seriously at the anti-counterfeiting label, he wouldn't have discovered it. Tang Jiawei was furious. This restaurant is so famous locally, and they actually sold fake wine. That's just unacceptable. It's really fake?
With Tang Jiawei saying that, everyone naturally believed it.
Let's keep this evidence and complain. I think we don't need to complain, let's directly find the restaurant owner. If it's fake, they pay tenfold, isn't that better? Hearing everyone's suggestion, Tang Jiawei immediately got an idea.
These 5 bottles of wine cost 5,000, if they pay tenfold for the fake, wouldn't that be 50,000? This way, not only would they save the cost of the meal, but they would also make a profit.
So worth it.
Where's the boss?
Call your boss over. Tang Jiawei called a waiter from the restaurant.
Sir, what seems to be the problem? You had the audacity to sell fake wine, quickly bring the person in charge.
Yes, hurry up.
The waiter left, and soon a chubby man came to the private room.
I'm the manager here, you say you bought fake wine, do you have proof? This is the proof, don't think we can be easily fooled.
Tang Jiawei pointed to the wine bottle. Sir, this is not fake wine, the restaurant manager said coldly.
You can't fool me, if you don't admit it, we will have to resort to legal means.
At that time, it won't just be fake tenfold.
Tang Jiawei spoke with a threatening tone. You want compensation?
Of course.
The restaurant manager snorted coldly, you want to resort to legal means?
It's already good if you can walk out of this restaurant. The manager clapped his hands. Immediately, several men in suits rushed into the private room.
They glared fiercely at everyone present. What do you want? Do you know who I am?
My dad is the manager of Tangsheng Building Materials Company.
Slap.
Lei Biao walked over and gave Tang Jiawei a crisp slap on the face.
The manager of Tangsheng Building Materials Company, huh? Let me tell you, even if your dad saw me, he would still have to call me Brother Biao obediently. Who do you think you are?
Tang Jiawei had never seen such a scene, and he immediately got scared.
You're Biao Ge?
It was clear that Tang Jiawei had heard of Lei Biao's great name.
The others were also frightened and dared not say anything more. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Tang Jiawei said, trembling. Do you still want a fake compensation, 10 times the price? No, no need.
Tang Jiawei, fearing that there would be money to earn but no life to spend, dared not mention the fake compensation anymore.
If anyone dares to say this is fake wine, I'll ruin him.
Lei Biao swept his gaze over the people in the private room.
I said this is fake wine, what's the problem? Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Damn. Brother, how are you here? Chapter 50, Lin Fan's Identity. Lei Biao was initially very angry.
But as soon as he saw Lin Fan, his attitude immediately changed. He walked up to Lin Fan and bowed respectfully. The others stared blankly at this scene, their faces filled with confusion. This Lei Biao, who wasn't even afraid of Tang Jiawei, actually showed fear in front of Lin Fan.
What was going on?
Even if the King of Heaven comes tonight, I would still say this is fake wine. Lin Fan looked at Lei Biao.
If brother says this is fake wine, then it's fake wine. Lei Biao didn't dare to refute.
He was scared of Lin Fan after being beaten by him earlier. Another reason was that Lin Fan was too wealthy. Someone who could casually take out 100,000 yuan must be a big shot.
Did you sell this fake wine?
Lin Fan asked coldly. Lei Biao felt an invisible pressure. In front of Lin Fan, he felt like a little brother.
And, no, brother, this fake wine has nothing to do with me.
I just have a casual acquaintance with the owner of this restaurant, that's it.
Lei Biao quickly explained. Biao Ge? Who is this? The restaurant manager, looking bewildered, walked over. Damn you, this is my big brother, and you dare bring out fake wine to fool us? Are you looking for death?
Lei Biao kicked the restaurant manager.
Hearing what Lei Biao said, the restaurant manager showed an expression of fear. Sir, I am truly sorry. Actually, I didn't know this was fake wine. The restaurant manager explained with a bitter face.
Normally, no one orders such expensive wine.
He thought Lin Fan and the others looked young and easy to fool, so he served the fake wine. He didn't expect Lin Fan to see through it immediately.
Lin Fan remained expressionless. Just tell me, how will you solve this? I'll compensate you 10 times, plus, I'll give you 5 bottles of real wine. The restaurant manager wanted to settle the matter. After all, if this matter got out, their restaurant would definitely be affected.
Lin Fan took Lin Shuiyan's phone and opened the payment code.
Even with the 10 times compensation, he could still get 50,000 yuan.
But Lin Fan didn't care about the small amount of money. Compensate. Alright, I'll compensate right away.
The restaurant manager was deeply pained, and immediately transferred 50,000 yuan. After the transfer, the manager had 5 bottles of real Lafite brought over.
This time, it was real wine. Sir, is there anything else? Get lost.
Lin Fan confirmed that the 50,000 yuan had been received, and then returned the phone to Lin Shuiyan. The restaurant manager left, but Lei Biao stayed behind, carefully standing behind Lin Fan.
The thing I asked you to do, how's it going? Brother, don't worry, I'll handle it.
After receiving 100,000 yuan from Lin Fan, Lei Biao immediately took his men to Chen Mengfan's house. Chen Mengfan and Lin Haisher were terrified, and they promised Lei Biao that they would never go to Lin Fan's house to demand demolition compensation again.
Brother, this is real wine, let me fill it for you. Also, this meal is on me. Lei Biao opened the Lafite and personally poured wine for Lin Fan. You can get lost too. Alright, I'm getting lost.
Lei Biao dared not say a word, and immediately turned around and left. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room became very strange. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with strange expressions. Except for Lin Shuiyan, no one knew Lin Fan's identity. The reason no one dared to speak was because they had mocked Lin Fan before. If Lin Fan made Lei Biao act, they would be in trouble. After all, Lei Biao was someone who wasn't afraid even of Tang Jiawei.
And the most awkward person in the private room was none other than Tang Jiawei.
This guy originally wanted to take advantage of the situation.
In front of so many people, Lei Biao slapped him. How can he continue to mix in this circle after this?
What's most frustrating is that Lin Fan still has an advantage over Tang Jiawei.
This is something he cannot tolerate.
Everyone was silent, guessing Lin Fan's identity.
Lin Fan, did you ask that person to deal with Ant San just now? Lin Shuiyan whispered. Just giving them a warning.
If Chen Mengfan continues to make a scene, then it won't just be a simple warning.
When dealing with unreasonable people, you can only use some tough measures. Lin Shuiyan nodded. Class monitor Xueqiumin also showed curiosity and asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan, why does Biao Go fear you? Because I've beaten him before. Xueqiumin was both amused and exasperated. She thought Lin Fan was joking.
On the other side, the class flower Lu Mingjie also looked at Lin Fan differently. She realized she had underestimated Lin Fan. All signs indicated that Lin Fan was no longer the Lin Fan of the past. No matter how much everyone mocked him, Lin Fan's face remained calm as water. Moreover, when faced with the red wine priced at 1,000 yuan a bottle, Lin Fan did not show surprise like everyone else.
This man has become mysterious.
Lin Fan, I'm sorry, just treat what we said earlier as nonsense. Finally, someone stood up to apologize to Lin Fan.
Although they were not clear about Lin Fan's current identity, anyone who could make Lei Biao fear wouldn't be just anyone. Lin Fan, I toast you a glass. Everyone no longer dared to underestimate Lin Fan and raised their glasses.
Lin Fan drank a glass of wine with them without saying anything.
As for Tang Jiawei, his face was gloomy, and he said nothing. How infuriating.
Now Lin Fan has become the main character in the private room.
Shuiyan, what you said last time about joining a big company, is it true? Xueqiumin suddenly asked. Lin Shuiyan nodded. What company? Chufeng Group. Nice, I've heard Chufeng Group is a big real estate company. Xueqiumin said enviously.
Lin Shuiyan glanced at Lin Fan and smiled. Actually, I got in through connections.
Upon hearing Lin Shuiyan say this, many people showed interest. If Lin Shuiyan could help, wouldn't they also be able to get into a big company? Especially Tang Jiawei, his face immediately glowed with hope. His family is in the building materials business. If he could establish a partnership with such a big real estate company like Chufeng Group, the company's profits would be guaranteed. Tang Jiawei certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Shuiyan, do you know anyone inside Chufeng Group? Can you introduce me? If we can reach an agreement in the future, I will definitely thank you properly. Lin Shuiyan hesitated.
She certainly knows someone inside Chufeng Group.
And it's the chairman. However, you just offended the person. Cooperation? Such a beautiful thought. Shuiyan, I'm also looking for a job. Since we are all classmates, could you help me out a bit? A female classmate from the class also stood up.
Lin Shuiyan looked at Lin Fan, saw him silence, and helplessly shook her head. You guys should first check who the chairman of Chufeng Group is. Everyone was puzzled and took out their phones.
Company information is very transparent, and soon someone found it. My god, it's Lin Fan. Chapter 51 Master of Calligraphy. What? Lin Fan.
Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan, and it was filled with shock. Lin Fan is the chairman of Chufeng Group.
Who could ever have imagined this? How is this possible?
Everyone felt that Lin Fan's identity was not simple. But to say that Lin Fan is the chairman of Chufeng Group, this is truly hard to believe.
Could it just be a namesake?
Everyone showed confusion and looked back at Lin Xueyan.
They wanted to find answers from Lin Xueyan.
Lin Xueyan took a sip of red wine and said, "No need to guess, the chairman of Chufeng Group is your classmate Lin Fan."
Hearing Lin Xueyan's words, everyone was left speechless. Deep inside, they were turbulent with shock.
Who could have imagined that now Lin Fan had reached a level they could only look up to? Lu Mingjie was also very shocked. Covering her red lips, she stared blankly at Lin Fan.
How could she have thought that Lin Fan, who was driving a rental car, would be the chairman of Chufeng Group?
If she had known Lin Fan's identity sooner, she would have surely fawned over him.
Now, was there still a chance?
Tang Jiawei's expression was also quite remarkable. Finally, he set aside all his prejudices against Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan and he were no longer in the same social class. "Lin Fan, please don't take those previous words to heart."
Tang Jiawei didn't dare to look Lin Fan in the eye.
At the same time, he felt very scared. After all, he had offended Lin Fan. Impressive, now Lin Fan is the chairman of Chufeng Group. Among all the classmates, Lin Fan has the greatest achievements.
Come on, let's raise a glass to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan never liked these flattering words.
In his eyes, these words were too false.
So, after finishing the red wine in his glass, Lin Fan took Lin Xueyan and left. Once Lin Fan left, the others felt there was no point in staying and began to rise.
"I'm full, let's all gather again another time." Everyone ignored Tang Jiawei, wanting to catch up and fawn over Lin Fan. Once outside Yuhai restaurant, two single female classmates rushed up. "Lin Fan, we happen to be going the same way, let's go back together."
Actually, it wasn't the same way, they just wanted to talk to Lin Fan more.
Dreams should be had. What if Lin Fan took a liking to them?
Lin Fan didn't say a word. He initially wanted to rent a car back, but at that moment, his phone rang.
"Dad, what's up?" "Lin Fan, are you done with the gathering? I just came back from outside and swung by to pick you up."
After waiting a few minutes, Lin Haidong arrived driving an Audi A5. Lin Fan and Lin Xueyan got into the car, and the other two girls cheekily sat down as well. They wanted to come over to Lin Fan's house to hang out, but Lin Fan found an excuse to refuse. When Lin Fan got home, he took a hot shower. "Lin Fan, there's something I forgot to tell you.
Your cousin got into Yenjing University, there's a celebration tomorrow, do you want to go?"
We came to Lin Fan's room.
"Which cousin?" Lin Fan asked.
He had several cousins.
"It's your aunt's eldest son." "That's great, he actually got into Yenjing University. Let's go together, after all, I won't be heading back to Moda so soon."
Yenjing University, the most prestigious university in Huaxia.
Getting into such a school is indeed a reason to celebrate. Moreover, their county hadn't produced such talent in a long time. This celebration would surely be lively.
Late at night, as Lin Fan was about to sleep, he casually looked at his phone and found many messages.
All were sent by classmates from his class.
Lin Fan glanced through and noticed the class beauty, Lu Mingjie, had also sent him a message.
"Lin Fan, actually thinking back, I regret it quite a bit. Why didn't I take the initiative to get to know you back then? I'm drinking milk tea outside, do you want to come meet up?"
Lu Mingjie's words carried a strong hint. There was no need to say more, this woman must be drinking green tea. She was almost marrying Tang Jiawei but still wanted to ask Lin Fan out. Lin Fan shook his head and turned off his phone.
Time to sleep. A new day dawned. In the morning,
the air in Hahu community was very fresh.
"System, you don't have to wait for me to call you every time. When I open my eyes, you should know I want to draw a prize."
If the system had a physical form, it might very well give Lin Fan the middle finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing proficiency in calligraphy. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 50 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing proficiency in island language.
Proficiency in calligraphy? System, can you cash this out for me directly?
Mastery of calligraphy was of no significant use to Lin Fan, it would be better to exchange it for Huaxia coins. However, fluency in the island's language was somewhat interesting. In the future, when reviewing the materials on the computer, there would be no need to look at subtitles anymore. Lin Fan used the two skills he had drawn and then stretched lazily, getting out of bed. As noon approached, Lin Haidong and Hui were ready to set off. Today they were going to a banquet and needed to leave a bit earlier.
Haidong, what gift do you think we should buy?
He Hui felt uncertain.
Lin Haidong thought for a moment and said, didn't Lin Fan bring back a few bottles of wine? Let's just take 2 bottles.
Those few bottles of wine were beautifully packaged, perfect for giving as gifts. In response, Lin Fan didn't say much. He had money now. If Lin Haidong liked to drink, he could buy more later.
By the way, Lin Fan, how much did you buy those bottles of wine for? He Hui asked. Not expensive. Lin Fan didn't elaborate.
But indeed, the wine was not expensive for Lin Fan.
The 3 picked up the wine and set off in the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant hosting the banquet.
Since his aunt's family was relatively poor, the restaurant for the banquet was quite ordinary. The restaurant was bustling with noise. Many of his aunt's relatives had already arrived. Lin Fan saw his aunt and cousin at the entrance of the restaurant.
Aunt.
Lin Fan walked over with his parents to greet her.
Lin Fan, you've graduated from college too, right?
Lin Fan nodded and looked at his cousin, Huang Junchang.
Cousin, well done. You've even gotten into such a good university.
Huang Junchang was around 6 feet tall, wearing a pair of glasses, and spoke enthusiastically.
Cousin, let's go in first.
The restaurant was packed with people.
As Lin Haidong and He Hui just entered through the front door, they encountered a few acquaintances. They went up to greet them. He Hui, I heard your house is being demolished? Suddenly, a proud-looking fat woman came to He Hui's side.
Her voice carried a hint of jealousy. She also had an old house in the county, wondering why such a good opportunity didn't come to her.
He Hui nodded, saying nothing. Xia Shangmei was the kind of gossiping woman, and He Hui didn't want to get too close to her. Is this your son Lin Fan? How come you don't even greet people when you see them?
Xia Shangmei looked at Lin Fan with a face full of disdain. Lin Fan was speechless.
I'm just standing here well, how could I offend you?
From her contemptuous expression, anyone wouldn't suspect that Lin Fan had wronged her. But then again, some people just like to belittle others to show off their own superiority.
Xia Shangmei indeed had reasons to be proud.
Years ago, she made quite a fortune in wholesale business, earning enough to be considered a nouveau riche. Plus, her daughter studied abroad. This family was much better off than an average one. The flawed educational system of the country was vividly reflected in Xia Shangmei. Lin Fan pretended not to hear and directly ignored Xia Shangmei.
Excuse me.
At that moment, someone brought several large sheets of paper and a brush. It turned out someone was showcasing calligraphy.
The person doing the calligraphy was Xia Shangmei's husband. Xia Shangmei's husband was thinning on top, balding.
However, he was said to write quite well and was even the president of the city's calligraphy association.
Xia Shangmei's husband picked up the brush and wrote down 2 sentences.
In the mountains of books, diligence is the path. In the sea of learning, hard work is the boat.
Junchang, these 2 sentences are for you. Though you've gotten into a good university, don't get arrogant. Xia Shangmei's husband said with a smile to Lin Fan's cousin. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Huang Junchang replied. Not bad, not bad. These characters dance like dragons and phoenixes.
As expected of the president of the Calligraphy Association. Everyone cheered him on.
Seeing her husband being praised, Xia Shangmei's expression became even prouder. Xia Shangmei's husband had a smile on his face. He was quite confident in his calligraphy.
These characters aren't that impressive. Lin Fan spoke honestly.
To ordinary people, Xia Shangmei's husband's calligraphy was indeed very good.
However, in Lin Fan's eyes,
this is a pile of poop.
Hey, Lin Fan, you just graduated from college.
Do you understand calligraphy? I bet you can't even hold a brush.
Xia Shangmei crossed her arms, looking coldly at Lin Fan. The others also turned to look at Lin Fan. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fan's words seemed a bit arrogant.
Lin Fan, do you understand calligraphy too? Xia Shangmei's husband frowned and asked. Today's young people really dare to say anything. I understand a little. Cousin, let me write a few characters for you.
Lin Fan picked up the brush from the table.
He began to write. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves. As soon as Lin Fan started writing, many people were amazed. Although everyone didn't understand calligraphy, they could still appreciate the words written.
Lin Fan's characters were magnificent and very enjoyable to look at.
Seeing this, Xia Shangmei's husband was also taken aback.
This Lin Fan had some skills. Xia Shangmei coldly said, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves, while the old waves die on the beach. Come on, don't use these characters to gift to others.
I would be embarrassed.
So she said young people shouldn't always play. Before she could finish the words games, Xia Shangmei realized she had said something wrong. Because Lin Fan's next line was, today's people surpass the ancients. Lin Fan completed these two sentences smoothly. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves, today's people surpass the ancients. Good writing, good writing.
Although Xia Shangmei's husband had pretty good calligraphy already, when compared side by side, the gap became apparent.
Especially since Lin Fan's calligraphy had a hint of spirit. It felt as though those characters had a soul. Not bad, not bad. Haidong, your child is impressive. Hearing everyone's praise, Lin Haidong and He Hui were quite helpless. When did their son practice calligraphy? Even they didn't know. Cousin, your calligraphy is really amazing. Huang Juncheng exclaimed sincerely. In the future, I will teach you when I have time. Forget it, I can't learn. Huang Juncheng shook his head. Just as everyone was looking at Lin Fan with new eyes, Xia Shangmei snorted coldly. You wrote these characters so large, they're ugly. Lin Fan was speechless. This Xia Shangmei must be a professional nitpicker, right? She could criticize anything. However, Lin Fan also did not intend to argue with such a person. After all, if you take it seriously, you will lose. He Hui, what are you holding in your hand? Is that alcohol? Xia Shangmei noticed the wine in He Hui's hand. Yes, it's wine that Lin Fan brought back from the Magic City. What wine? Let me see. Xia Shangmei showed curiosity. He Hui did not refuse and took out the wine. A bottle of Romanée-Conti 1990, and a bottle of Macallan M. Lalique Crystal. Although the packaging was exquisite, Xia Shangmei had never seen such wine before. What kind of wine is this? Why have I never seen it before? You can ask Lin Fan, I don't know much either. Xia Shangmei didn't believe Lin Fan could afford good wine, so she immediately searched online. Oh my goodness. Romanée-Conti 1990, 150,000 per bottle. Macallan M. Lalique Crystal, 180,000. Xia Shangmei was so shocked her jaw almost dropped, but soon she thought of a question. Impossible. This must be fake wine. Xia Shangmei's voice was loud, making the people around her hear. Everyone turned their eyes over. Hearing Xia Shangmei say this, Lin Haidong and He Hui's faces turned ugly. Xia Shangmei, what do you mean? Xia Shangmei was a loudmouth, kicking someone when they were down was her specialty. What do I mean? Xia Shangmei said. He Hui, what a disgrace, your sister is still alive. How could you send fake wine? What will you do if there's a problem with drinking it? Everyone heard what Xia Shangmei said. They discussed among themselves. What right do you have to say this is fake wine? Lin Haidong's face turned red. This wine was given to him by Lin Fan, it couldn't be fake wine. Xia Shangmei coldly said, this wine is over 10,000 per bottle, can your son afford it? This is 100% fake wine. Over 10,000 per bottle? At first, everyone was a bit skeptical. Is there such expensive wine in the world? You have to know, even the erguotu from small shops outside only costs a few bucks. When they checked the price online, they believed it. It's unbelievable, Lin Fan actually tried to fool people with fake wine, how despicable. And it's from their own relative. Xia Shangmei said, Lin Fan, although young people care about face, it's understandable. But you can't do this. Hearing the price of the wine, Lin Haidong and He Hui were equally shocked. But with Lin Fan's current status, would he need to give fake wine? Lin Haidong was about to speak out about Lin Fan's identity, but at that moment, Lin Fan stepped forward. What will you do if these two bottles aren't fake wine? If this wine is real, I'll crawl out of here. Xia Shangmei sneered. These two bottles of wine together cost more than 300,000, Lin Fan definitely couldn't afford them. Alright, everyone stop talking, we'll accept the wine. Lin Fan's aunt took the wine, not wanting to make a big scene. She thought there must be some misunderstanding here. Qinglian, I don't understand what you're thinking. They gave fake wine, if I had such relatives, I'd kick them out right away. Xia Shangmei's words were harsh. If it's fake wine, we can get someone who knows wine to take a look. Lin Fan didn't want to waste more time talking to this woman. But Xia Shangmei wouldn't stop. Lin Fan, are you taking advantage of us not having drunk such expensive wine? Ordinary people drinking wine costing a few hundred yuan is already the limit. Wine costing over 100,000 yuan a bottle, they had never even seen it. Let alone how to authenticate it. Since you don't understand, then shut up. You. Xia Shangmei was furious at Lin Fan's words. Mr. Lu, the richest man is here. Someone shouted from the door. Immediately, there was a stir in the restaurant. Is it Lu Changdong? Lu Changdong is the richest man in the county, who would have thought he'd come? Qinglian, quickly take people to welcome him. Someone reminded Lin Fan's aunt and her family. Lin Fan's aunt and her family looked a bit nervous.
After all, they didn't expect someone like the richest man in the county to show up. Lu Chandong, he was a big businessman worth over 10 billion. Mr. Lu, welcome, welcome. No need for formalities, I just came to have a drink and also bring a scholarship. A middle-aged man cupped his hands. The man was a bit thin, wearing a suit. It was the richest man in the county, Lu Chandong. Behind Lu Chandong, there were several local businessmen. Whenever someone in the area gets into a good university, these businessmen usually sponsor them. Lin Fan's cousin got into Yanqing University, so even the county's richest man, Lu Chandong, came. Mr. Lu is giving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Fan's aunt's family was overwhelmed with gratitude. This 100,000 yuan was a lot for them. Huang Junchen did very well academically, but he wasn't the top scorer in the province. Some provincial top scorers even get a house as a reward. But Lin Fan's aunt's family didn't dare to hope for that. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Lu Changdong and the others walked into the restaurant. As they walked, many people smiled and greeted them. This was the benefit of status. Once Lu Chandong and his group sat down, Xia Shangmei immediately brought the bottle of Romanée-Conti 1990 over. Xia Shangmei came to Lu Chandong's side. Mr. Lu, you came at the perfect time. Someone sent a bottle of Romanée-Conti to Qinglian's family, and you're well informed, please check if it's fake. Upon hearing this, Lu Chandong and the others were a bit surprised. Lu Chandong took the bottle of Romanée-Conti and carefully examined it. It's actually from the 1990 vintage. Lu Chandong knew that this wine must cost at least 150,000. In this small county, there was someone who would give such high-end wine as a gift? It was truly rare. One of Lu Chandong's companions laughed, no need to look, this wine is most likely fake. That's true, Qinglian's relatives don't seem like they're anyone important. Given this reasoning, it was clear the wine was fake. Even though they were fairly successful businessmen in the county, they had never drunk wine this expensive. How could Lin Fan possibly afford the real Romanée-Conti? Xia Shangmei sneered. No, this wine is real. Lu Chandong shook his head and said with certainty. He had 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti at home, although the years were more recent, and the price couldn't compare to this 1990 vintage. But he could tell the real from the fake. Oh? The people beside Lu Chandong were stunned and showed interest in the bottle of Romanée-Conti in his hand. Mr. Lu, did you perhaps make a mistake? Xia Shangmei couldn't believe it. If you don't believe it, why come to ask me? Lu Chandong was speechless. But he didn't want to argue with Xia Shangmei. Right now, he was more curious about who sent this wine. The person who could gift such wine must not have a simple background. Xia Shangmei felt a bit awkward but didn't dare offend Lu Chandong. Mr. Lu, there's another bottle here, take a look. Seeing Xia Shangmei bring over another bottle of wine, Lu Chandong was stunned again. This is Macallan M. Crystal. Lu Chandong took the wine, his face full of surprise. He had only tasted this wine once in his life. Mr. Lu, this should be fake, right? This is real too, it can't be fake. Lu Chandong said excitedly. This. Xia Shangmei's face instantly stiffened. With Lu Chandong's insight, he wouldn't misidentify it. But the question was, could Lin Fan afford it? Oh my god, this is real wine. The surrounding people were shocked to hear Lu Chandong's firm words. The 2 bottles of wine together cost over 300,000. Who gave them? Lu Chandong pressed on. I understand. Xia Shangmei thought of a possibility and shouted. These 2 bottles of wine must have been stolen by Lin Fan. Otherwise, how could a recent college graduate afford such wine? In Xia Shangmei's eyes, there was no other explanation. He could no longer hold back. Xia Shangmei, enough is enough. At first, you said this is fake wine, and we endured it. Now Lu, the richest man, says it's real, and you suspect my son Lin Fan stole it. Do you have any shame? Lin Fan pulled Hui back. Mom, it's not worth getting angry with someone like this. Lin. Mr. Lin. Suddenly, Lu Chandong stood up from his seat and quickly walked to Lin Fan. He recognized Lin Fan's identity, so he was very respectful. Seeing Lu Chandong so respectful to Lin Fan, everyone else was confused. Why would this richest man treat a young person so politely? Not only those present but even Lin Fan was a bit dazed. Have we met? Mr. Lin, I saw you at that wine party in Modu a few days ago. But you probably didn't notice me. Lu Chandong had some business in Modu, so he happened to be there that night. But he didn't expect that he and Lin Fan were actually from the same hometown. This hometown person was incredible, at such a young age, his assets had already surpassed 10 billion. With Lu Chandong's modest wealth, he couldn't even compare to Lin Fan. Mr. Lu, who is this? Other businessmen wanted to know Lin Fan.
Lu Changdong shook his head helplessly and said, "From now on, I am no longer the richest man in the county." He began to introduce Lin Fan, major shareholder of Tang's film industry. Chairman of Baihao Hotel and Chufeng Group. Assets, at least 500 billion. This was the information that Lu Changdong knew. Whether Lin Fan had other assets was unknown. What? Everyone's eyes widened. They were stunned. How could they have thought that such a person as Lin Fan came from a small county? 500 billion? It was simply unimaginable. Lu Changdong had over 10 billion, which was already impressive. But Lin Fan's assets had reached 500 billion. Oh my god, how did he do it? This is impossible. Mr. Lu, you must have mistaken the person. After a brief shock, Xia Xiangmei also reacted. 500 billion, what concept was that? Lin Fan had no background and no connections. How could he possibly reach such a level? Lu Changdong was a bit unhappy. What? Do you suspect there's something wrong with my eyes? Lu Changdong's voice was cold. It was one thing for this woman to doubt him, but she even dared to question Lin Fan. Mr. Lu, I don't dare. Xia Xiangmei was scared to death. If Lin Fan was really that impressive, wouldn't that mean these 2 bottles of wine were real? Xia Xiangmei was in a panic. Usually, offending an ordinary person wasn't a big deal. But now, she had offended someone as big as Lin Fan. Who just said those 2 bottles of wine are real and crawled out from here? Lin Fan looked at the flustered Xia Xiangmei and reminded her. Xia Xiangmei turned to Lin Fan, ready to say something. Suddenly, her vision went black, and she fainted from fright. Everyone had long been annoyed by Xia Xiangmei, so someone immediately went over to pinch her for the acupoint. Hey, don't think pretending to faint will solve everything. Xia Xiangmei's husband also came over and slapped her face. However, Xia Xiangmei did not wake up. It seemed she was truly scared to faint. Lin Fan, I'm really sorry. Just treat what she said earlier as nonsense. How could he not control his wife's mouth? Now, they had offended Lin Fan, this billionaire. Even if Lin Fan let them go, they would never be able to hold their heads up in front of everyone again. To be honest, Lin Fan also wanted to see how Xia Xiangmei would crawl out of here. But now that Xia Xiangmei had fainted, this matter had to end. Lin Haidong said, "Take your wife to the hospital, don't let it affect the banquet." I'm really sorry. Xia Xiangmei's husband quickly took Xia Xiangmei out. This matter was over, but the people in the restaurant were still whispering and discussing. They were all talking about Lin Fan's identity. Haidong, amazing, your son has become a big rich man now. Many people came forward to get close to Lin Haidong. Of course, some wanted to introduce partners for Lin Fan. Lin Fan, do you have a girlfriend? When we go back, I'll take my daughter to your house to play. Even if you have a girlfriend, it doesn't matter, I'll give you my daughter's WeChat. You are both young people, you'll surely get along. Some were introducing partners for Lin Fan while others were looking for jobs. This left Lin Fan speechless. Had he known it would be like this, he should have stayed home. Lin Fan, these 2 bottles of wine are too precious, you should take them back later. Lin Fan's aunt did not dare to accept them. And after knowing Lin Fan's identity, she felt it was unbelievable. Aunt, since you brought them, how can I take them back? Or I could open the wine and let Mr. Lu and the others have a taste. Their family couldn't drink such wine anyway, and since Lu Changdong was here, it would be better to open it. It could be considered as hosting guests. Lin Fan said, "This wine is a gift for you, you can decide what to do." Lin Fan's aunt nodded and had someone open the bottle of Macallan M. Lily Crystal. Everyone took their seats. Lu Changdong voluntarily sat at Lin Fan's table. Good wine, good wine. Lu Changdong and the others took a sip of Macallan M. Lily Crystal and praised it. Lu Changdong suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Fan's aunt. By the way, you don't have a house in the county yet, right? Not yet. Lin Fan's aunt shook her head. Their family was too poor and couldn't afford it. I bought a house last month, but I can't live in it, I'll give it to you. Giving away a house worth $1 million was nothing for Lu Changdong. He mainly wanted to draw closer to Lin Fan. Even if there was no business cooperation, becoming friends would be good. This is not appropriate. Lu Changdong had already given Huang Juncheng a scholarship of 100,000, they couldn't ask for a house again. It's okay. Lu Changdong said. The other businessmen, although not as wealthy as Lu Changdong, also gave some money symbolically. This could also be considered as supporting Huang Juncheng's education. Once they learned about Lin Fan's identity and that Huang Juncheng was Lin Fan's cousin, those few people became generous. After all, having a good relationship with Lin Fan wouldn't be a mistake. Before long, this banquet also came to an end. As expected, not long after Lin Fan returned home, someone came to the door with their daughter. After dealing with the first person, Lin Fan simply drove out.
It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Lin Fan returned home. The table in the hall was filled with gifts. One could imagine how many people had visited their home today. It's truly a saying. When poor in the bustling city, no one asks; when rich in the deep mountains, there are distant relatives. When Lin Fan's family had no money, how many people looked up to them? The next day,
Lin Fan opened his eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a shape-shifting mechanical dog. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 30 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering cooking skills. Lin Fan was stunned.
Shape-shifting mechanical dog, what the heck is this?
The system explained. Shape-shifting mechanical dog, made of special metal, can change into various forms. It can understand human speech and is highly aggressive. It will be 100% loyal to its owner. Hearing the system say this, Lin Fan showed interest in the mechanical dog. He extracted the shape-shifting mechanical dog from the system space. The mechanical dog wasn't very big, about the same size as a rural dog, but it had a strong sense of technology. Once the shape-shifting mechanical dog appeared, it circled around Lin Fan. Having this mechanical dog watch over the house was just perfect. Unfortunately, this dog couldn't talk; if only it could, that would be even better. You are all black, I'll call you Blackie. The shape-shifting mechanical dog shook its head as if protesting. Blackie, you will stay in this house and be responsible for my parents' safety, understood? The shape-shifting mechanical dog nodded. After using the cooking skill, Lin Fan got out of bed. However, he might not necessarily use this cooking skill. After all, there were professional chefs in his estate. But well, having more skills never hurts. When Lin Haidong and He Hui discovered the mechanical dog at home, they also showed interest.
Lin Fan, did you buy this mechanical dog online?
Lin Fan nodded. It's called Blackie, and it will stay here from now on.
Does it need to be charged?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, oh, it charges itself. If it does some strange things normally, don't be surprised; after all, it is just a mechanical dog and might have some programming defects. Lin Fan had given his parents a precaution in advance to avoid scaring them later.
Chapter 55, Beating the Internet Celebrity. That day, many people also came knocking.
In response, Lin Haidong and He Hui were quite helpless.
By noon, Lin Xueyan also came over. After having lunch, Lin Xueyan set off back to Mo.
Lin Xueyan had to go back to work, unlike Lin Fan, who could play as long as he wanted. After staying at home for a day, in the evening, Lin Fan took his parents out for a walk. There wasn't much to do in the county town, and Lin Fan planned to return to Mo the next day.
Unfortunately, not long after they left, they ran into Chen Mengfen.
Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chen Mengfen looked as if she had seen a ghost, her face pale.
She turned around and was so scared she took a detour. Isn't that your third aunt? He Hui asked Lin Fan, unsure. Has Chen Mengfen been cursed? Now she doesn't even ask about the transfer funds anymore. Lin Fan nodded. He naturally knew what was going on. Chen Mengfen had been warned by Lei Biao; how could she not behave? She won't bother you again from now on,
Lin Fan said.
Hearing Lin Fan say this, Lin Haidong and He Hui smiled and didn't ask why. That's good, the world is finally peaceful again.
The evening breeze by the river was quite cool, and there were many people out for a walk. After walking for half an hour, Lin Haidong and He Hui were a bit tired. On the way back, they encountered acquaintances again.
He Hui, out for a walk. A few middle-aged women greeted He Hui. He Hui nodded. Where are you going? Don't you know? Today, a celebrity is hosting an event, and there are free prizes.
Where?
He Hui asked. There's no way around it, free things always attract people. Right in front, at Kaifeng Square. Lin Haidong didn't really believe it, a celebrity coming to a small county to host an event? That's impossible. A middle-aged woman said, don't underestimate it, that celebrity is an online streamer.
A few days ago, a few of us were in his live stream and even snagged a few gold bars.
Lin Fan figured it out.
So it's a social media influencer selling products.
Gold bars? How much did you get them for?
Lin Fan casually asked. They were originally over 50,000, we got them for $1,000.
Isn't that lucky?
Lin Fan was speechless.
Gold bars? They must be fake. That thing would probably float if put in water. $1,000 can buy gold bars?
Only seniors like you would fall for that. Look at your smug faces.
You've been scammed for 980. If you can return it, hurry and do so. Lin Fan reminded.
Lin Fan, you don't think the gold bars we got are fake, do you?
Let me tell you, their company makes billions every year, they drive sports cars, how could they be lying?
Lin Fan shook his head.
Then you can think I'm just talking nonsense.
There are too many fools in this world, and clearly not enough scammers.
He-wee, do you want to go together?
He-wee felt something was off and shook her head.
Forget it, I'm not going.
He-wee couldn't figure out what was wrong, but there was one truth.
There is no free lunch in the world.
Lin Fan didn't think much of it and took his parents home.
Sorry, the road ahead is closed, you need to take a detour. At the intersection ahead, 2 men in black stopped the way. Some passers-by expressed their dissatisfaction. It was fine when we came over, why is it closed now?
And if you're going to close the road, at least have a reason.
Taking a detour would waste at least half an hour. Because we are holding an event. What does your event have to do with us?
The passers-by were very angry.
At that moment, dozens of cars stopped by the roadside.
Soon, a group of black-clad men escorted a young man over. The young man looked very cool, with shiny, slicked-back hair.
There were also photographers taking pictures. Make way, make way.
The several men in black cleared the way.
Some pedestrians who did not move in time were pushed aside.
He didn't react in time and was pushed down by one of the black-clad men.
Wow, what a grand scene.
Lin Fan couldn't stand it and helped He-wee up.
Mom, are you okay?
He-wee shook her head. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the black-clad man in front of him away. It was one thing to block the road, but these people even laid hands on his mother. That Lin Fan could not tolerate. Panic broke out at the scene.
How dare you hit someone? Can't you tell who he is?
Sun Han's assistant looked furious, pointing at Lin Fan.
Who he is none of my business. I give you 1 minute to apologize to my mom.
Sun Han's face was cold, and hearing Lin Fan say that, he frowned.
As one of the top influencers in selling products, how dare this person talk to him like that? Apologize?
Sun Han's gaze turned dark, and he immediately made a hand gesture. A few people beside him understood and rushed forward, wanting to hit Lin Fan.
Since they are acting, then.
Lin Fan made his move, and those black-clad men were thrown out. Lin Haidong was worried for his son, wanting to help. But in less than half a minute, all of Sun Han's people were brought down by Lin Fan.
The onlookers were left dumbfounded. This young man is so powerful. Is this a movie scene?
You've gotten yourself in big trouble. Seeing everyone around him fall one by one, Sun Han was frightened.
Do you think you're special? Smack.
Lin Fan quickly walked in front of Sun Han, slapping him across the face.
I am a sales influencer.
There are more than 3 million fans.
Smack. My company has a profit of over $1 billion a year. Smack. My name is Sun Han. Smack.
Every time Sun Han spoke, Lin Fan would slap him. In the end, his face was swollen and he stopped talking. Sun Han glared fiercely at Lin Fan, as if he wanted to swallow him whole.
Go on, keep talking. Let's see if I dare to slap you.
Lin Fan said coldly.
Smack. Sun Han was stunned. If I don't talk, why are you still hitting? I just find you unpleasant to the eye.
Lin Fan's words almost made Sun Han furious.
You're just a little internet celebrity, is that impressive?
Sun Han gritted his teeth. I have over 3 million fans, and my company has profits of over $1 billion a year.
You call me a little internet celebrity?
Lin Fan looked at him with disdain.
3 million fans?
You put on such a big show, and people who don't know any better would think you are an international superstar. As for the company's profit of over $1 billion a year, that was simply impossible. This was completely a gimmick created by Sun Han to achieve his sales goals.
He could only intimidate ordinary people. Lin Fan wasn't buying it. What do you want? Sun Han was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Fan.
Especially now, he didn't even have a bodyguard by his side.
Make your people apologize to my mom. I'm sorry.
After apologizing, Sun Han was filled with anger, cancelled the event, and left with his people. He swore this matter would not end here.
Chapter 56 Dodge War Axe.
Lin Fan, the person you hit seems to be quite influential.
He showed concern. Mom, don't say that. Does your son have no influence?
He smiled bitterly.
True, Lin Fan was now a billionaire.
That person probably couldn't do anything to her son.
Don't worry, since I dared to act, I certainly am not afraid of him. Let's go home.
Lin Fan took his parents home.
Less than half an hour later, someone posted the video of Lin Fan beating Sun Han online.
As soon as the video was released, it immediately drew the attention of many netizens.
Who is that young man who threw the punches? So impressive, fighting 10 alone, and winning so easily. That beaten internet celebrity is Sun Han, right? Last time he was exposed for selling fake goods, how is he still around? To the young man who hit Sun Han, I respect you as a true man. However, Lin Fan did not know about the events online. A night quickly passed.
Ding, congratulations, the host has drawn a Dodge War Axe. Ding, congratulations, the host has drawn 10 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations, the host has drawn a gold brick. The Dodge War Axe, while being a motorcycle, is equipped with a Dodge Viper 500 horsepower V10 engine, with a top speed of over 600 km per hour. Most importantly, this Dodge War Axe is worth 20 million Huaxia coins. It's even more expensive than most luxury sports cars. Although this vehicle is excellent, Lin Fan regretted that it cannot be legally driven on the road.
This means it can only be played on the racetrack.
Lin Fan shook his head.
System, why did you even bring out a gold brick? Next time, don't give me a golden Alaska, I can't use it. Lin Fan complained.
System, gold brick, weighing 4.5 kilograms, made of pure gold, worth about 180,000. It can be used as a weapon. When employed with the edge of the brick, it can produce absolute critical strikes.
It's an essential artifact for fighting. Lin Fan.
It seems the system has become less serious after the upgrade. Lin Fan said no more, got up to brush his teeth and wash his face.
Just after finishing breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Mom, I'll go open the door.
Lin Fan hurried over, only to find a man in a suit. The man looked to be in his 30s and was holding a briefcase.
Who are you?
Lin Fan did not recognize the person.
Is this Lin Fan's house? The man asked. I am Lin Fan. What do you need?
Hello, my name is Zhang Wei, I am a lawyer, you can call me Lawyer Zhang, the lawyer introduced himself.
Can I come in? Mr. Lin, let's have a proper talk. A lawyer? Lin Fan frowned. But the lawyer came in anyway.
After the lawyer came in, he didn't sit down, but spoke directly. It's like this, my client is Sun Han, and I am here on his behalf to discuss compensation with Mr. Lin.
The lawyer took out a hospital examination report. Last night, my client was beaten by Mr. Lin and had to be hospitalized. Now there's suspicion of brainstem injury. Mr. Lin, you won't deny hitting someone, will you?
Lin Fan smiled. He figured it out, that Sun Han was trying to extort money.
Can't win a fight, so use this method instead? The lawyer pulled out his phone and opened a video.
Moreover, the video of you hitting someone has been posted online, and it has caused my client huge economic losses.
Mr. Lin, you.
Lin Fan directly interrupted the lawyer.
Just say how much you want in compensation. The lawyer replied, medical costs, mental distress fees, plus economic losses.
In total, it is 10 million. Lin Fan shook his head. Only 10 million, that's too little.
The lawyer was stunned.
He had only heard of people trying to lower prices, how could he encounter someone trying to raise it?
Could it be that this person has a mental illness?
If that's the case, the compensation would be hard to get. After all, mentally ill people are not held legally responsible. Mr. Lin, the incident has happened, you can't solve the problem this way.
Lin Fan smiled and said, didn't you say you wanted to talk?
My terms are simple, Sun Han just needs to pay me 60 million, and this matter will be settled.
The lawyer frowned. Mr. Lin, did I hear you wrong? Now you injured someone, how can you turn it around and ask my client to pay? If you don't understand the law, I can recommend a lawyer to you.
Lin Fan sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs.
You're the one who doesn't understand the law.
My mom was also hurt by Sun Han's people. She hurt her left pinky nail, and because of that, she couldn't sleep properly for 10 minutes last night. Me asking for 60 million in compensation is also very reasonable.
You?
The lawyer was speechless.
Is this what you call reasonable? This is simply outrageous. Mr. Lin, it seems we can't talk anymore. Then I'll see you in court. The lawyer was so angry that he turned and left. Wait.
Tell Sun Han that within half an hour, if I don't receive 60 million in compensation, the consequences are his to bear. Lin Fan had thought that after beating Sun Han last night, everything would be over. He didn't expect Sun Han to still be haunting him. Since that's the case, Lin Fan could only play along with him.
Humph. The lawyer snorted coldly and left.
Lin Fan waited at home for half an hour and did not receive the compensation. This was, of course, within his expectations. Lin Fan took out his phone and found Tang Yixing's number.
Lin bro, you're back in the Magic City?
Seeing Lin Fan's call, Tang Yixing was a little surprised.
Not yet. Help me check someone. Curiously, Tang Yixing asked, who does Lin bro want to check?
An internet celebrity called Sun Han, check his company to see if there are any shady dealings. Tang Yisheng had some connections, which was why Lin Fan sought his help.
Just an internet celebrity, Lin bro, leave it to me.
After hanging up, Tang Yisheng immediately had someone investigate. Through this investigation, Tang Yisheng learned the whole story. It turns out that Sun Han made a name for himself by selling counterfeit goods, gaining some influence by deceiving others. Sun Han collaborated with many businesses, and of course, he had a company supporting him behind the scenes. There had been reports online about Sun Han selling counterfeit goods long ago. If it weren't for company backing, he would have been finished by now.
Tang Yisheng decided to step in personally to completely eliminate Sun Han. For Tang Yisheng, this was not a difficult task. It was even easier than shutting down some celebrities. At the county hospital, Sun Han lay in the hospital bed. His assistant and lawyer were standing next to him. That Lin Fan is too despicable. If this matter doesn't satisfy me, I will never let him go. The assistant worriedly said, that Lin Fan seems to have some background. What can a person from a small county town amount to? Sun Han's expression was dismissive. He's just a bit capable, and if my bodyguards weren't so useless, he would have been in trouble last night. The assistant said, by the way, there's a lot of negative information about you online now. It's all that Lin Fan's doing. Sun Han said angrily, hire the public relations company, we must minimize the negative impact. Being beaten was one thing, but now those netizens were digging up dirt on him. Those netizens are truly mindless, enjoying the spectacle without caring about the trouble. Sun Han was very angry. And all of this was caused by Lin Fan. That Lin Fan refuses to pay compensation, it seems we can only take him to court, the lawyer said. You're the professional, handle it. Sun Han said. The lawyer nodded, in that case, Mr. Sun, you'll have to stay in the hospital for a while. Sun Han's injuries weren't serious. They just wanted to get a bigger compensation, to make Lin Fan go bankrupt. Only then would Sun Han be satisfied. The losses caused in business must be taken back from Lin Fan. You all go ahead and do your work, I need to take a nap. Sun Han hadn't slept a wink all night. The assistant and lawyer left, but soon, the assistant rushed back in. Sun Han's assistant was panicked. Bad news. Sun Han was awoken, frowning, what happened? Just now, several companies issued notices that they will cancel their cooperation with us. So what if it's a few companies? What's the big deal? Sun Han had plenty of products to promote, he didn't lack those few companies. No. Our live streaming room has been banned. And several domestic live stream platforms have issued notices, stating we won't be allowed to live stream anymore. What? At this moment, Sun Han finally panicked. If it was just a few companies canceling cooperation, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if even the domestic live stream platforms issued such a notice? That meant Sun Han was completely blocked. How could he promote products in the future? Hurry, contact the company and find out what on earth is happening. Sun Han's face turned pale, he felt like disaster was approaching. I've already contacted them, but President Jiang is very angry. Sun Han was panic-stricken, and could only contact them himself. President Jiang, this is Sun Han, I wanted to ask. Sun Han, why are you still not dead? The voice on the phone was furious. Not only was Sun Han affected, but even the internet celebrity company that supported him was in trouble. President Jiang, what happened? How can you even ask? Who did you offend? Don't you have even a little awareness? Sun Han was harshly scolded, left confused. Could it be Lin Fan? Impossible, how could that Lin Fan possibly have such an identity to cause him to be blocked across all platforms? It could never be Lin Fan. President Jiang, I don't understand. Did you offend someone named Lin Fan last night? Sun Han's face stiffened. Lin Fan. It really was Lin Fan. President Jiang, who is that Lin Fan? Sun Han's voice trembled. The voice on the phone continued to scold him. You would still be fine if you were just scamming money from the live streaming community. But you acted so high profile, now look where you are. Lin Fan is a shareholder of Tang's Film and Television, with several companies under his name, assets exceeding 50 billion. Even Tang Yisheng of Tang's Film and Television calls Lin Fan brother Lin, you tell me who Lin Fan is? Sun Han's mind went blank, he had completely lost his bearings. Oh my god. He had actually offended such a powerful figure. It's over. This time it's really over. President Jiang, what should we do now? Who knows what to do? The company is barely holding on. Just hope for the best. President Jiang hung up the phone. Sun Han's body went rigid, he couldn't even hold his phone steadily. Quick, prepare the car. The assistant asked, where to? Go apologize to Lin Fan, hope he can forgive us. And prepare 60 million.
But, we don't have that much money left. Sun Han said, even if I have to sell my company, I will gather the money. Half an hour later, Sun Han arrived at Huaxia community. Sun Han nervously knocked on Lin Fan's door.
Who? Lin Fan went to open the door. Mr. Lin, please let me go. Sun Han looked down, no longer the arrogant figure from before.
Lin Fan looked at Sun Han with a blank expression.
To be honest, Tang Yixing works quickly.
He made Sun Han come to apologize so soon.
Lin Fan said coldly, I already let you go last night.
This guy is stubborn, still wanting to demand compensation.
Dream on. Mr. Lin, it was my fault for not recognizing greatness.
Please don't stoop to my level. As for the injury to your mother, I will pay 60 million.
Lin Fan said, my time is very valuable. 60 million was the previous price, now it is 80 million. What? Sun Han grimaced. Mr. Lin, I cannot gather that much money right now. Lin Fan said, didn't you say last night your company makes over $1 billion a year? Now you're singing the blues to me? Sun Han nearly cried. Mr. Lin, that was all a lie.
If he were that capable, he wouldn't need to live stream.
80 million, not a cent less.
Sun Han felt intense pain. Mr. Lin, then it's 80 million, give me an hour to gather the money.
Fine, you can go now. And it's best if I don't see you again. Lin Fan warned. Sun Han left, feeling lost.
Paying 80 million, but at least his life was spared.
Almost an hour later, Lin Fan received the money. At noon, after having lunch, Lin Fan returned to Magic City. It wasn't until nightfall that Lin Fan returned to the manor. Mr. Lin.
The servant at the manor greeted Lin Fan.
Xiaoqing, while I was gone these past few days, nothing happened here, right?
No, everything has been normal with the company.
That's good. Lin Fan looked around and didn't see Yang Lin's figure. Is Lin not here?
She has taken leave for these 2 days to take care of her sick mother. Zhang Xiaoqing replied. Zhang Xiaoqing had gone to visit her, and to be fair, the prescription Lin Fan gave was indeed effective.
Now Yang Lin's mother could get out of bed and walk.
It's hard to imagine that she was just recently a patient with a terminal illness. Lin Fan, your prescription really works.
Of course.
Everything was within Lin Fan's expectations. After dealing with some matters, Lin Fan returned to his room to rest.
However, on the other side, Song Yuanshan had encountered big trouble. Chapter 58 Trouble for Song Yuanshan. Song Yuanshan stood outside an emergency room in the city center hospital, wearing a troubled frown. He had gotten himself into serious trouble. Just yesterday, Song Yuanshan had brought Jiang Lingshan to meet a jewelry tycoon in Magic City. The jewelry tycoon's son had a congenital heart defect and depended on medication to survive. If Jiang Lingshan could cure him, then Song Yuanshan would definitely benefit. The problem was that Jiang Lingshan was nothing but a fraud.
So, not only did the illness not get cured, but it instead sent the jewelry tycoon's son into the emergency room.
The jewelry tycoon was furious.
Doctor, please save my son. Outside the emergency room, a middle-aged man was in a state of panic. His name was Zhou Baiwang. He was in the jewelry business and had great influence in Magic City. Zhou Baiwang only had one son, and because of his health issues, he was unable to have more children. If there was no way to save his son, it meant he would be left without an heir.
Mr. Zhou, you shouldn't believe in any folk remedies.
After all, your son has a congenital heart defect. Sigh, our hospital will do its best, but you also need to prepare for the worst. The doctor sighed and closed the door to the emergency room. Hearing the doctor say this, Zhou Baiwan looked pained.
It's all your fault. If I can't save my son, I will make you pay with your life.
Zhou Baiwang turned to look at Song Yuanshan, extremely angry.
Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect it to be like this. I am contacting Zhang Laolao, just give me a little more time. Song Yuanshan was busy making a phone call.
In his eyes, Jiang Linshan was like a divine doctor. Since he could cure his daughter's voice, he should also be able to cure Zhou Baiwang's son.
But what happened today left Song Yuanshan utterly confused. Zhou Baiwang's son was in the emergency room now, and he couldn't reach Jiang Linshan. What a nightmare. At this moment, Zhou Baiwang's secretary came over with some documents.
Mr. Zhou, we found out that Jiang Linshan is simply a fraud.
Look at this. Zhou Baiwang glanced at the documents and then directly threw them at Song Yuanshan's face. How dare you fool me with a fraud? This is impossible. Song Yuanshan still didn't believe it.
Mr. Zhou, my daughter's voice was truly cured by the divine Dr. Jiang, I didn't deceive you.
Zhou Baiwang gritted his teeth. You look at this, are these documents fake?
Now the so-called divine doctor you speak of has fled Shanghai overnight with a train.
This. Song Yuanshan took the documents and glanced at them, very puzzled.
Because Jiang Linxiang really had left.
No wonder he wasn't answering the phone. Song Yuanshan, it was you who said you would guarantee Jiang Linxiang. Now that something has happened, what do you propose we do? Song Yuanshan revealed a fearful expression.
Mr. Zhou, I truly didn't know things would turn out like this.
If Zhou Baiwan's son couldn't be saved, Song Yuanshan understood he would surely face trouble too. Damn Jiang Linxiang. Song Yuanshan cursed Jiang Linxiang and his ancestors all over again. But now, no matter how much he cursed, it was of no use. Suddenly, Song Yuanshan thought of a possibility.
He remembered that Song Shuer had mentioned that her voice was cured by Lin Fan.
Could it really be like this?
Send someone out immediately, you must find that fraud Jiang Linxiang for me. If anything happens to my son, I will throw Jiang Linxiang to the sea to feed the sharks.
And this Song Yuanshan. Zhou Baiwang added a line. Song Yuanshan's hand shook, and his phone fell to the ground. But fortunately, it didn't break. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute, I'll think of a way.
Cold sweat broke out on Song Yuanshan's forehead as he quickly dialed his daughter's number.
Dad, what's wrong?
Shuer, Dad has a question for you, answer truthfully.
Song Shuer felt puzzled, what question? Your voice, was it really cured by Lin Fan?
Song Shuer was a bit unhappy. Dad, I already said last time, my voice recovery is all thanks to Lin Fan.
Why don't you believe me? Hearing Song Shuer's certain answer, Song Yuanshan felt immense regret. If he had believed his daughter back then, how could such a thing have happened today? Song Yuanshan quickly recounted what had happened to Song Shuer. Shuer, please help contact Lin Fan, see if he has a way. Song Yuanshan finally thought of Lin Fan. Dad, you are so confused.
Hearing that her father was in trouble, Song Shuer was also very anxious. But now the situation was different from last time. Even if Lin Fan stepped in, it might not save Zhou Baiwan's son.
Maybe it would implicate Lin Fan too. Daughter, time is running out, quickly ask Lin Fan.
Lin Fan is your boyfriend, I am now relying on him.
How do you expect me to bring it up?
Lin Fan is not my boyfriend at all. At this moment, Song Shuer could only tell the truth.
With Lin Fan's identity and status, do you think it is that easy to ask? Daughter, at this time, don't joke around. If Lin Fan is not your boyfriend, how could he be willing to bring such expensive wine and tea the last time he came home? Song Shuer shouted, that was bought with my own money. I invited him over just to pretend to be my boyfriend, now are you satisfied? Song Yuanshan was stunned. Could it be that he would really be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks tonight? Daughter, why don't you give it a try, maybe Lin Fan will help us. Song Shuer had no choice.
She could only try to contact Lin Fan. After all, Song Yuanshan is her father, she cannot just stand by and watch him die. However, after making 2 calls, Song Shuer could not get through. Still in Yanjing, Song Shuer couldn't go find Lin Fan, so she had to give Song Yuanshan Lin Fan's contact information. However, after a few calls, Song Yuanshan could not reach him either. Song Yuanshan was extremely anxious. Mr. Zhou, I know another doctor, I will go bring him. Song Yuanshan planned to go find Lin Fan himself. Are you trying to escape? Zhou Baiwan was not a fool. After Jiang Linxiang left, he would not let Song Yuanshan go. No, I'm serious. Mr. Zhou, give me a chance. If you don't believe me, you can have your secretary follow me, I will not escape. No way. Zhou Baiwan refused. Song Yuanshan leaned desperately against the wall. It seemed tonight, things would really end badly. Half an hour passed, and the doctor from the emergency room also came out. Doctor, how is my son? I'm very sorry. An old doctor said with regret, Mr. Zhou, your son is now showing organ failure. He can live at most 2 more hours, you should use the last opportunity to see him. Zhou Baiwan could hardly stand, nearly falling over. Next to him, Song Yuanshan's face was also pale. If Zhou Baiwan's son is beyond saving, then doesn't that mean? Doctor, please think of another way. The doctor shook his head. It was clear there was nothing more to be done. Secretary, publish a message, whoever can cure my son, I am willing to offer 10 billion as a reward. No, 15 billion. The secretary nodded and left. Song Yuanshan, didn't you say you know a doctor? I give you a chance to save his life, bring that doctor here. If you can't save my son, then you can wait to die. Zhou Baiwang had no choice but to give Song Yuanshan another chance. I will go right now. Song Yuanshan hurriedly left the hospital, tripping at the entrance. Zhou Baiwan was afraid Song Yuanshan would escape, so he sent 2 bodyguards to follow him. Thus, Song Yuanshan drove to Lin Fan's estate. Lin Fan! Help!
The security at the estate stopped Song Yuanshan. Be quiet, Mr. Lin is already asleep. Let me in, I must see Lin Fan. Come back tomorrow. Song Yuanshan was in a cold sweat, he was about to die of anxiety. By tomorrow, he felt his body might not even be found. At this moment, Lin Fan was still deep in sleep. However, with Song Yuanshan's arrival, he was also woken up. Lin Fan got up, grabbed his phone, and found dozens of missed calls. More than a dozen were from Song Shuer. Could it be that something happened? At that moment, his door was also knocked on. Lin Fan, something happened. It was Zheng Xiaoqing's voice. Zheng Xiaoqing had received a call from Song Shuer and understood the whole situation. What happened? Lin Fan opened the door. It's like this. Zheng Xiaoqing briefly explained what had happened. Hearing about Song Yuanshan's incident, for some reason, Lin Fan actually felt a bit happy. This is good news. What could Song Yuanshan do besides harming his daughter? Being thrown into the sea to feed sharks would also be good, so Song Shuer has one less burden. What do you plan to do? Zheng Xiaoqing asked. To be honest, Zheng Xiaoqing didn't think much of Song Yuanshan either. That guy was purely a failure who brings trouble. He had caused Song Shuer a lot of trouble before. Lin Fan said, since Song Shuer is not in Modu, let's meet this Song Yuanshan. Let's see what his last words are. Lin Fan no longer needs to pretend to be Song Shuer's boyfriend, so he also doesn't need to give Song Yuanshan any face. Let Song Yuanshan in. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and walked toward the estate's main gate. Lin Fan also went to the lobby on the first floor. Lin Fan. Help, help. As soon as Song Yuanshan came in, he grabbed Lin Fan's hand. What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? What's wrong with you? Can't anyone get a good night's sleep? Lin Fan did not give Song Yuanshan a good face. This guy can actually have today. Lin Fan, I've encountered a big trouble. What does that have to do with me? Song Yuanshan urged, No, Lin Fan, right now only you can help me. I didn't know that Shuer's voice was healed by you earlier, which caused some misunderstandings. He remembered that night when he almost hit Lin Fan. It was only later that he learned of Lin Fan's identity, which changed his impression of Lin Fan. If he had believed Lin Fan from the beginning, these troubles wouldn't have happened. The matter has passed, why bring it up again? I guess you should know that Shuer and I are just ordinary friends. Shuer has already told me. Song Yuanshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Lin Fan, as long as you are willing to help me, I will give you 5 million. There was no other way, Song Yuanshan only had this little money left. Lin Fan shook his head. 5 million? Are you trying to pat off a beggar? Sorry, I can't help you. Song Yuanshan gritted his teeth, I have no money left, how about this, I'll give you Shuer. Lin Fan was speechless. Song Yuanshan is trying to sell his daughter? So you are really a person that people dislike. Have you considered Shuer's feelings in making such a decision? I've seen many people being ridiculous, but it's the first time seeing someone sell their daughter. Your own company is a mess, and yet you are good at selling your daughter. If it weren't for Shuer's influence, you would be nothing. Being told this by Lin Fan, Song Yuanshan instantly felt ashamed. Song Yuanshan looked at Zheng Xiaoqing, am I that annoying? Zheng Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said. Uncle Song, you really don't respect Shuer. Especially in matters of the heart. Why does Shuer need you to make Lin Fan pretend to be her boyfriend? Don't you have any self-awareness? Indeed, this was all because Song Yuanshan wanted to matchmake Song Shuer with Zhou Haifeng. In the end, Song Yuanshan only wanted to board Zhou's big ship. And now, because of the trouble he caused, he wants to push his daughter to Lin Fan. This is too much of a burden on his daughter. Sigh, listening to you all, I feel ashamed to see Shuer. Rather than being thrown into the sea, it's better to die quickly myself. Song Yuanshan felt regretful and picked up the fruit knife from the table. If you want to die, go do it outside, don't dirty this place. Also, don't take my fruit knife, if you crash your head against the wall, you'll die faster. Lin Fan reminded. Song Yuanshan sighed again, put down the fruit knife, and turned to leave. Lin Fan, look. Zheng Xiaoqing pulled out a piece of news. Jewelry tycoon Zhou Baiwang is willing to put out 1.5 billion to save his son. This is somewhat interesting. Lin Fan did not want to help Song Yuanshan. But who would pass up 1.5 billion? Especially now, with the system unable to upgrade, the cash drawn is getting less and less. It's better to earn money by myself quickly. I'll go to the hospital. Lin Fan went back to his room to change clothes. I'm going too. Zheng Xiaoqing, feeling restless, decided to go with Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing, dressed up, arrived at the garage, driving the Pagani Zonda and set off. Lin Fan, are you going to help me? At the door, Song Yuanshan looked pleasantly surprised. I'm not helping you, if you want to die, hurry up. Lin Fan ignored Song Yuanshan and pressed the gas pedal. The Pagani Zonda let out a huge roar and disappeared into the night. Hurry, hurry, go to the hospital. Song Yuanshan decided not to die and immediately got in the car, urging Zhou Baiwan's 2 bodyguards. Lin Fan, do you have confidence? Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaoqing was somewhat worried. She knew that Zhou Baiwan's son was about to die. If Lin Fan could not cure him, it was very likely he would be implicated as well. You won't know until you go see. As long as there is still a breath, Lin Fan can bring the person back. Chapter 60 25 billion. Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing arrived at the hospital. Not long after, Song Yuanshan also arrived. Lin Fan, come with me quickly. Song Yuanshan took Lin Fan to the ward where Zhou Baiwan's son was. I heard that if you cure Zhou Baiwan's son, you can get 1.5 billion, so many experts from Modu came over. But after checking Zhou Baiwan's son, each expert looked worried and gloomy. The body's organs were failing, which is a sign of impending death. Unless a miracle occurs. Otherwise. Mr. Zhou, we are powerless. Although everyone wanted to get that 1.5 billion, unfortunately, they didn't have the ability. As time ticked away, Zhou Baiwan let out a deep sigh. Mr. Zhou, I've brought a doctor. At that moment, Song Yuanshan brought Lin Fan in front of Zhou Baiwang. Lin Fan didn't speak, just glanced at Zhou Baiwang. He knew this man was a giant in the Chinese jewelry industry. Zhou Baiwang. Is this the doctor you mentioned? Zhou Baiwang frowned. He felt like he was being made a fool of. How could such a young guy possibly cure his son? Furious and embarrassed, Zhou Baiwang immediately called his bodyguard over. Throw this Song Yuanshan into the sea to feed the sharks. Song Yuanshan panicked, looking at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. Lin Fan, you should say something. However, Lin Fan's next words almost made Song Yuanshan furious. People like him should be thrown into the sea, I agree. Song Yuanshan. Mr. Zhou, since we are here, why not let Lin Fan give it a try? Lin Fan ignored Song Yuanshan and started talking business. Mr. Zhou, I heard that if you cure your son, you get 1.5 billion. Is that true? Of course, I, Zhou Baiwang, keep my word. Zhou Baiwang couldn't help but look at Lin Fan a second time. I'll give it a try. Lin Fan said. Zhou Baiwang was silent for a moment. My son is in the ward, you can go see his condition. Lin Fan nodded and entered the ward alone. In the ward, a pale little boy around 7 years old was barely breathing. The boy was also connected to various tubes. Lin Fan examined him and had a rough idea in his heart. At this time, Zhou Baiwang entered with several doctors. How is it? Is there any hope? Although Zhou Baiwang had already lost hope, he still asked. Lin Fan did not speak and continued to check the boy's pulse. Half a minute passed like this. He can be saved. But it's complicated. Lin Fan stated with difficulty. If he said it was easy to save, how could he raise the price? Zhou Baiwan's expression relaxed. You're not joking, are you? The doctors present all said Zhou Baiwan's son would not live long, yet Lin Fan claimed he could be saved. This ignited hope in Zhou Baiwan's heart. 2.5 billion, I'll give you a healthy son. Lin Fan said something shocking to everyone there. What? Are you kidding? This kid actually says he can cure him? The strongest reactions came from the doctors present. They declared it was hopeless to treat him, yet Lin Fan stated he could cure him. Wasn't that slapping them in the face? Young man, which medical school did you graduate from to dare say such things? I fear you don't even know what illness the patient has. In the eyes of the doctors, Lin Fan's words were utterly arrogant. Zhou Baiwang frowned again. Because this Lin Fan was directly asking for 1 billion more. What a huge appetite. He could indeed come up with 2.5 billion, but he just didn't quite believe in Lin Fan's medical skills. Cure? Or not cure? Lin Fan treated the doctors as if they were invisible and asked Zhou Baiwang. Mr. Zhou, you must believe in Lin Fan. Actually, my daughter's voice was cured by him. He is a divine doctor. Song Yuanshan squeezed into the ward. You better not mention the words divine doctor. As soon as he heard divine doctor, Zhou Baiwang became very angry. Earlier, Song Yuanshan said Jiang Linxian was a divine doctor. What happened? His son almost died. And that divine doctor Jiang Linxian bought a train ticket to run away overnight. Mr. Zhou, I truly did not deceive you. Lin Fan is the chairman of Chufeng Group. If he doesn't have confidence, he won't say that. Song Yuanshan acted very positively. After all, whether Lin Fan can cure Zhou Baiwan's son is related to his life. Oh? Zhou Baiwan became interested in Lin Fan's identity. How is this possible? He is still the chairman of Chufeng Group, I might as well say I'm old Ma. Hey, are you really a doctor? The doctors on site raised doubts again. I have limited time, you have 3 minutes to think.
Lin Fan didn't want to wait any longer. If Zhou Baiwang didn't believe, he would leave immediately.
Okay.
Zhou Baiwang turned around to find his secretary.
He wanted to confirm Lin Fan's identity. If what Song Yuanshan said is true, then it proves that Lin Fan indeed has some ability.
A chairman of Chufeng Group would not joke with his own reputation.
Young man, I think you are most likely a scammer.
Mr. Zhou is not so easily fooled, you better leave quickly. The doctors on site did not believe Lin Fan had the ability to bring someone back to life. At this moment, an old man with white hair came out of the crowd.
Young man, you must believe in science. A dying person cannot be saved no matter what.
Wu Qingsong stroked his white beard and said. Among all the doctors, Wu Qingsong had the most prestige. At the same time, he was also the vice president of the hospital.
No, I can save him.
Lin Fan stated.
You cannot. No, I can. You cannot.
Wu Qingsong emphasized, his beard trembling with anger.
This young man came specifically to argue with him? Does he not understand respect for elders?
Vice President, there's no need to argue with someone like this, someone reminded. Lin Fan's expression remained calm.
If I can cure this child, what will you say? I will call you dad if that's the case. Wu Qingsong said angrily.
Of course, that was impossible. According to medical knowledge, the child was already a dying person.
Very well, this son of yours, I will definitely accept. Is there anyone else who wants to be my son? Humph, I will even call you grandpa. Others echoed in agreement.
At this moment, Zhou Baiwang also returned.
Lin, my brother, I beg you. Zhou Baiwang looked at Lin Fan with a bit more respect.
He checked, and Lin Fan really was the chairman of Chufeng Group, and he had other identities as well. Since this is the case, Lin Fan must have some skills. At this point, he could only let him try.
Hoping for a miracle. Good.
Lin Fan immediately had someone find a pen and wrote down names of medicines that filled 2 A4 pages. Seeing Lin Fan write so many medicine names, Vice President Wu Qingsong was amazed. But upon seeing the names, he found that some contained highly toxic herbs.
Vice President Wu Qingsong lost his calm. Young man, are you trying to kill someone or save someone? Chapter 61 Medical Miracle. Lin Fan did not look at Wu Qingsong, as if he was transparent.
Handing those 2 sheets of paper to Zhou Baiwang, Lin Fan said.
Buy the medicines listed above, as quickly as possible. There are only half an hour left. If you delay any longer, even a god can't save your son. Okay. Zhou Baiwan was very anxious and immediately had someone go buy the medicine and the pot for brewing the medicine. Lin, my brother, what do we do now?
At this time, Zhou Baiwang did not have the mood to sit down.
You just do what you should do, don't disturb me, you can go out now.
Also, if I don't call, no one can come in. Once those people went out, Lin Fan began to get to work. Lin Fan put those medicines into the pot one by one according to the amounts he needed.
Start brewing the medicine.
This requires immense patience, and there can be no mistakes. Adding too much or too little medicine will also affect the final result.
10 minutes passed, and the first batch of medicine was brewed.
Lin Fan was covered in sweat as he poured the medicinal soup into a bowl and continued to brew the second batch. Once the first batch had cooled down a bit, Lin Fan took it to the room.
Xiao Chang, please help and feed this medicine to the child. Zhou Baiwang stepped forward, let me do it. Zhou Baiwang was worried.
Lin Fan said nothing as he handed the medicine to Zhou Baiwang and returned to the kitchen. Brewing the second batch of medicine took a very long time. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoqing rushed in.
Lin Fan, hurry and take a look, there's something wrong. Lin Fan nodded and went into the room to see Zhou Baiwang's son.
Although Zhou Baiwang's son had not woken up, his face showed signs of pain.
This made Zhou Baiwang very worried as well. Lin brother, what is going on? Wu Qingsong couldn't stand it any longer and said, let me take a look. Don't move.
Lin Fan said seriously, this is a normal reaction, don't worry, it will be alright in a bit. Lin Fan's medicine was a bit harsh. However, severe illnesses require potent medicine. Lin Fan had no other way to help.
Everyone except Zhang Xiaoqing, please go out, especially you, Zhou Baiwang, you cannot come in. Worry leads to chaos, Lin Fan didn't want Zhou Baiwang to ruin everything.
Lin brother, I can just stand here, I promise not to move.
No.
Zhou Baiwang thought for a moment and could only agree to leave the room.
Xiaoqing, are you not tired?
Zhang Xiaoqing shook her head.
Now the boss was still busy, could she say she was tired?
Good, if anything unusual happens, come tell me.
If you're tired, let Song Yuanshan take over.
After giving a reminder, Lin Fan continued to brew the medicine. The first batch of medicine was relatively simple. For the second batch, it would take a very long time. 4 hours passed, and just as dawn broke, Lin Fan finally completed brewing the second batch of medicine. Lin Fan entered the room and found that Song Yuanshan had somehow also come to the room. However, Song Yuanshan was asleep. It was Zheng Xiaoqing who had brought him in. Zheng Xiaoqing was timid, she dared not watch over a critically ill child alone.
Especially at night. Lin Fan.
Seeing Lin Fan enter, Zheng Xiaoqing called softly.
Lin Fan handed the medicine to Zheng Xiaoqing, feed it to the child. He kicked Song Yuanshan to wake him up. I have been busy all night long for this. How can you still be sleeping? Lin Fan, did you save the child? Song Yuanshan asked as he woke up. If not, you're finished.
Lin Fan said to frighten him.
Song Yuanshan was indeed scared, his face pale. Lin Fan, once this medicine is taken, will it be fine?
Zheng Xiaoqing asked Lin Fan.
Not yet, there is still a third batch of medicine.
You haven't closed your eyes all night, do you need to rest for a bit? Lin Fan shook his head.
After all, 2.5 billion is not so easy to get.
When the third batch of medicine was finished brewing, another 5 hours had passed.
By now, it was close to noon.
Lin Fan took the medicine into the room and found that Zheng Xiaoqing had also fallen asleep. Lin Fan did not wake her up. In fact, by the time the second batch of medicine was taken, the child's complexion had begun to improve, so there would be no unusual reactions. Lin Fan approached the bedside and personally fed the medicine. The great task was completed. Lin Fan checked the child's pulse again. The pulse was normal, which also meant the child had not only been saved but had also recovered from the illness. Lin Fan took a breath of relief and walked out of the hall.
Lin brother, how is it? Zhou Baiwang had not slept all night either. As Lin Fan came out, Wu Qingsong on the sofa was also startled awake.
Lin Fan had been busy all night, and he was very curious about the outcome.
Your son is fine, but he hasn't woken up yet. Zhou Baiwang exclaimed in joy, thank you, Lin brother. Can I go in now? Of course you can. Lin Fan replied. How can this be possible? Wu Qingsong did not believe it and quickly followed Zhou Baiwang into the room.
When he saw that the child's complexion had returned to normal, he was utterly stunned.
Is this a miracle? Wu Qingsong sat down. Take the child's pulse.
A miracle, this is truly a miracle.
Wu Qingsong was even more excited than Zhou Baiwang.
Because today he witnessed a miracle.
This is a miracle in medicine. Director Wu, is my son okay? It's unbelievable. Wu Qingsong shook his head and said.
From the pulse, your son's heart disease is also cured.
That's great, that's great. Zhou Baiwan was incredibly excited.
Mr. Zhou, I suggest taking your son back to the hospital.
Take him back to the hospital for what? Do you want to slice my son up for research? Zhou Baiwan was a bit angry, my son was saved by Brother Lin, isn't his medical skill better than yours? Wu Qingsong felt a bit awkward. But it was indeed true, Lin Fan could save Zhou Baiwan's son.
This was something Wu Qingsong did not expect.
Hearing that Zhou Baiwan's son was okay, Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Yuanshan were also very happy. Song Yuanshan was happy because he wouldn't be thrown into the sea to feed sharks. Who said last night that if Lin Fan can cure this child, call him Daddy Lin? Song Yuanshan reminded.
Wu Qingsong's old face turned red.
Call him that? It's awkward. Not calling him that? It would be even more awkward when they meet again. Dad. Daddy. Wu Qingsong called reluctantly. Good son.
Lin Fan responded. Daddy, leave a phone number for easy contact later.
Wu Qingsong came to Lin Fan. I'm not into that.
Wu Qingsong took a while to understand Lin Fan's implication. I don't mean that, just that when you have time, we can discuss medical issues.
That won't work either.
Lin Fan refused.
Just you, an old chap, wanting my phone number. What are you thinking?
We should settle the money matter. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Baiwang. After staying up all night, Lin Fan needed to go home and get some sleep.
Zhou Baiwang smiled, Brother Lin, this sum is quite large, so I'll transfer 1 billion through the bank. As for the remaining 1.5 billion, I will give you shares in Baiwang Jewelry, how about that? No problem. Lin Fan agreed.
After all, Baiwang Jewelry shares still have some appreciation potential, which is better than cash.
If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. By the way, Brother Lin, does my son still need to take medicine? Zhou Baiwang asked. No need.
If you are worried, you can ask a doctor to come back, just avoid giving him random medicine.
Okay. Zhou Baiwang nodded.
Lin Fan left with Zheng Xiaoqing.
Song Yuanshan was a bit afraid of Zhou Baiwang, following behind Lin Fan as they left the villa's hall. Lin Fan, thank you. Song Yuanshan felt as if he had been given a new life. You should thank Zhou Baiwang for that 2.5 billion.
If it weren't for Zhou Baiwang willing to spend that much money, Lin Fan wouldn't have stepped in.
Xiaoqing, let's go back. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to Song Yuanshan and sat in the driver's seat of the Pagani Huaxia. System, give me a lottery draw.
Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't drawn a lottery today.
To save Zhou Baiwang's son, he almost forgot about the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 80% shares of Tycoon Group. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 15 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the driving skill of a Akigahara mountain. Tycoon Group, a well-known pig farming company in China, valued at 2.5 billion.
Not bad, even a pig farming company has come out.
Lin Fan was speechless.
System, can you not reward me with a high-tech company? Lottery draws are random.
The system continued. Additionally, the system gifts the host a book postpartum care for sows.
System, go away.
Lin Fan felt the system was intentionally mocking him. Ha, even postpartum care for sows has come out.
System, do you want me to raise pigs? Are we still going to be friends after this? Driving skill of Akigahara mountain? This skill is somewhat useful, system, let me use it. Soon, a flow of information about driving flooded Lin Fan's mind.
When he grasped the steering wheel again, he suddenly felt like he was racing on the track. Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator, and the car suddenly shot out of the villa's garage. Zheng Xiaoqing felt a strong push from behind, nearly scared to death. Lin Fan, I'm not settled yet, slow down. Lin Fan gave Zheng Xiaoqing time to fasten her seatbelt before stepping on the gas again.
With a beautiful drift, the Pagani Huaxia entered the outer lane.
But since this was still downtown, Lin Fan didn't dare to speed.
Lin Fan, can you drive properly?
Zheng Xiaoqing felt like she was about to take off, both thrilling and frightening.
Lin Fan didn't say anything and quickly returned to the estate. Mr. Lin, you're finally back.
Seeing Lin Fan return, young Lin smiled and went forward to greet him.
Lin, long time no see.
Yang Lin wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Fan a bit tired, she chose silence. I'm going back to my room to get some sleep, don't let anyone bother me. By the way, Lin, please boil me some tea eggs.
Lin Fan walked towards his room on the second floor. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go out to buy tea leaves. No need, there are some in the study.
Lin Fan went back to sleep.
After sleeping, it was already evening.
Zheng Xiaoqing was also exhausted last night, so she didn't go to work. When Lin Fan woke up, he was also hungry and walked down to the hall.
Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing were talking on the sofa.
Hearing about her father's accident last night, Song Shuer was worried, so she took a flight back in the morning.
Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan, Song Shuer stood up.
She remembered that she owed Lin Fan several favors already.
Thank you for last night.
Lin Fan just waved his hand. Zheng Xiaoqing teased, Shuer, I forgot to tell you, your dad sold you to Lin Fan last night.
Stop talking nonsense.
Song Shuer rolled her eyes at Zheng Xiaoqing.
I'm serious, ask Lin Fan if you don't believe me. Song Shuer looked at Lin Fan, and seeing he didn't speak, she wondered if it was really true. What kind of father is this? Besides putting his daughter in trouble, what else can he do?
Shuer, from now on you belong to Lin Fan, get ready to dedicate yourself.
Xiaoqing, you're doing this on purpose, right? Song Shuer's face turned red.
The two women started teasing each other on the sofa. Stop it, Lin Fan is here. Zheng Xiaoqing pleaded.
It's fine, just pretend I'm not here.
Lin Fan walked towards the kitchen.
Mr. Lin, the tea eggs are ready, please try. Young Lin came out holding a plate of tea eggs. By the way, Mr. Lin, Sister Shuer also made you soup.
Lin Fan was a bit surprised that Song Shuer could cook.
Lin Fan, I'll serve you.
Song Shuer was very eager.
While Lin Fan was eating, Song Yuanshan came over. Shuer.
Song Shuer just glanced at Song Yuanshan and turned her head away. She ignored him completely. It was clear that Song Shuer was still angry.
Song Yuanshan looked at Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing, but neither paid attention to him. This made Song Yuanshan feel very awkward.
Lin Fan, I saw you were exhausted last night, so I brought some ginseng, it's very nourishing.
Take it back, I don't need it. What a joke, at Lin Fan's current physique, does he still need this thing to replenish?
With a thick skin, Song Yuanshan sat down, and suddenly, he smelled a familiar tea fragrance. His gaze locked onto those tea eggs. What kind of tea is used for these tea eggs? Of course, it's made with tea leaves.
Song Shuer replied impatiently. I know that it's tea. This must be made with imperial red robe tea, right?
That stuff costs $1 million per pound, what a waste.
What a waste. Hearing Song Yuanshan say this, young Lin grew anxious.
Mr. Lin, I didn't know the tea leaves were so expensive.
Lin Fan said, it's okay, I asked you to use it.
I just wanted to try how the eggs taste when boiled with imperial red robe tea.
Song Yuanshan was completely speechless. Brother, isn't this wasteful? Wasteful?
Song Shuer said, Dad, I think you are the wasteful one. Shuer, come here, I have something to say to you.
Song Yuanshan didn't dwell on this matter, pulling his daughter over. Just say what you want.
Shuer, I was wrong in the past, I always interfered in your love life.
But from now on, I won't. You can do whatever you want, just do it. Dad will support you. Song Yuanshan was scolded awake last night by Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaochang.
Thinking seriously, he really felt very sorry for his daughter. Chapter 63 shares in hand.
Song Shuer did not expect Song Yuanshan to say these words, slightly stunned. Could it be that her father really changed his mind? Shuer, do you like Lin Fan? Song Yuanshan asked softly.
Song Shuer nodded, then shook her head. Her face turned red, and she denied, no such thing.
Dad can see it.
Song Yuanshan said, a man as popular as Lin Fan, you must put in more effort. I see that Zhang Xiaoqing is also interested in Lin Fan, don't let her get ahead. Try to make it happen sooner rather than later. Song Shuer rolled her eyes, Dad, you just said you wouldn't interfere in my feelings.
Aren't I helping you? No need, this is my own matter, you go back. Song Yuanshan no longer said much.
He felt that staying there was pointless, so he left. At this time, young Lin also finished work. She changed into a new outfit, getting ready to go home.
Mr. Lin, I will go back now. Lin, don't let your mom take that prescription anymore. Lin Fan calculated the time and felt it was about right. Mr. Lin, are you saying my mom's illness is better? No need for medicine?
Lin Fan shook his head.
Not yet.
I'll come by tomorrow to check, need to change the medicine.
Cancer is not so easily cured. Then I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Okay, go back, and be careful. Lin Fan reminded. Young Lin thanked him and left.
After dinner, Lin Fan, having nothing to do, drove out in that Koenigsegg. He planned to take a drive. Meanwhile, Song Shuer and Zhang Xiaoqing stayed in the villa. Lin Fan drove the sports car and cruised around the suburbs for 2 laps when he suddenly received a call from Zhou Baiwang.
Lin, I'm awake. If you have time, come over and take a look.
Also, I prepared the share transfer agreement, just waiting for you to sign.
Okay, I'll be there in half an hour.
Lin Fan also wanted to get that equity in hand as soon as possible.
30 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at Zhou Baiwang's home.
Zhou Baiwang even specially had the chef prepare a meal, but Lin Fan didn't eat.
Zhou Baiwang's son was already back to normal, sitting on the sofa watching anime.
Lin, take a look at this transfer agreement.
Zhou Baiwang took out a document.
Lin Fan didn't look at the content, but directly signed it. This Zhou Baiwang was a fairly respected figure, not one to cheat him. After signing, Lin Fan sat next to Zhou Baiwang's son. Little buddy, come, big brother will check your health. The child was not afraid and allowed Lin Fan to check.
You're recovering well. Lin Fan nodded. What anime are you watching?
The child looked up at Lin Fan and showed a look of disdain.
It's a hot-blooded anime, Boruto, big brother, haven't you watched this? Is this even called hot-blooded anime?
I have more excitement brushing my teeth.
Alright, stop talking.
Lin Fan patted the child's head and stood up.
Your son is fine.
Zhou Baiwang nodded, in fact, he had let other doctors check, and it was indeed the same result as Lin Fan said. The reason he asked Lin Fan to come was because he was not too assured.
If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lin, wait. Zhou Baiwang stammered. What's wrong?
Lin Fan was speechless, you, a big man, acting so shy like a woman.
Lin, let's talk over here. Zhou Baiwang pulled Lin Fan to a corner. It's like this, Lin, your medical skills are so amazing, can you help me with my illness too? No problem, I'll give you a prescription, and you'll be cured. Zhou Baiwang shook his head, no, Lin, do you know what disease I have? Isn't it just infertility?
Take my medicine, practice a few more times, no problem.
Zhou Baiwang said excitedly, thank you, Lin. Zhou Baiwang wanted 2 more children, but unfortunately, his body didn't allow it.
With Lin Fan's words, then he felt at ease. Lin Fan went to write the prescription.
Zhou Baiwang said, Lin, I have a villa nearby, I'll give it to you.
No, just convert it to cash. Lin Fan was not interested in the villa. After all, he had too many houses in his hands. Zhou Baiwang smiled bitterly. Alright, I'll send it to you in a few days. After handing the prescription to Zhou Baiwang, Lin Fan left too. At this time, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. As soon as he walked out the door, Lin Fan received a call from Yang Linlin.
Lin Fan, my mom fainted, what should I do? Yang Linlin's tone was very anxious.
Just now, Yang Linlin took her mother for a walk by the river. Everything was fine, but suddenly her mother started to vomit violently and fainted soon after.
Where are you? I'm coming over now?
This situation was somewhat within Lin Fan's expectations. It was just a bit earlier than he thought.
I'm on the way to the hospital.
Lin Fan comforted her. Don't worry, your mom will be fine, I'll be there soon. Before I arrive, don't give your mom any medicine, and don't do any surgery. Taking the medicine from the prescription Lin Fan had given would indeed cause adverse reactions, requiring further treatment later. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan rushed to the hospital.
In the hospital ward, Yang Linlin looked anxious.
The test results are out, your mom has multiple organs that are worsening, surgery must be done immediately.
The attending doctor found Yang Linlin with a grave expression.
Wu Yutong knew about Yang mom's medical history, she was previously at late-stage lung cancer. And the current situation was clearly caused by taking medicine indiscriminately.
Is it that serious? Yang Linlin didn't quite believe it. I really want to know, what medicine has your mom taken recently?
Wu Yutong pressed. Yang Linlin lowered her head and remained silent. She did not believe there was a problem with the prescription Lin Fan had given. It's fine if you don't say, just sign here, surgery must be done now.
Doctor, wait a moment. Yang Linlin remembered Lin Fan's warning that her mother couldn't undergo surgery.
If this drags on, dangerous situations may occur.
Wu Yutong reminded.
At this moment, Lin Fan finally arrived.
Mr. Lin. Yang Linlin placed her hope in Lin Fan. With me here, nothing will happen. Let me check on Auntie.
Lin Fan went over to take her mother's pulse. There's not much of a problem, just take Auntie home.
You are also a doctor?
Wu Yutong looked at Lin Fan with a questioning gaze.
Yes, I am a doctor, and this patient is under my care now.
Wu Yutong replied angrily, you are not from our hospital, don't create trouble. And the patient's condition is very complicated, you cannot take her away.
If something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility. Did I ask you to take responsibility?
Lin Fan said, stop chattering, call your vice president out.
Do you still know my grandfather? Wu Yutong asked in confusion.
Of course, if you can't make the decision, call your grandfather over. Lin Fan lost his patience.
Alright, wait a moment.
Wu Yutong indeed had no way to handle this situation. She took out her phone and called her grandfather, Wu Qingsong. Vice President Wu Qingsong was in a meeting, but hearing the situation, he brought several doctors from the hospital with him.
Dad, why are you here? Seeing Lin Fan, Wu Qingsong blurted out Dad.
Wu Qingsong had white hair, calling a young man dad was incredibly absurd. Wu Qingsong approached Lin Fan respectfully.
Good son, help me handle the discharge procedures.
Lin Fan said.
Grandpa, you. Wu Yutong pointed at Lin Fan, then looked at Wu Qingsong again. Grandpa, are you confused?
I'm not confused, this is the miraculous doctor I mentioned to you this afternoon.
Wu Qingsong said seriously. He's the one who cured Zhou Baiwan's son?
Wu Yutong looked somewhat surprised.
If this matter hadn't happened in their hospital, she really wouldn't dare to believe it. It's him. Wu Qingsong affirmed.
Lin Fan turned his head to look at the several doctors behind him.
Didn't you say last night that you would call my grandfather? Did you?
The few doctors exchanged awkward glances.
Grandpa. Grandpa.
Although they called out, they were very unwilling.
After all, who could believe that Lin Fan could cure Zhou Baiwan's son? Grandpa, if you call this person Dad, then what should I be called? Wu Yutong asked her grandpa Wu Qingsong.
You should call Lin Fan great-grandpa.
Enough.
Lin Fan said, I didn't come here to listen to your family hierarchy. Hurry up and take care of the paperwork, and get a car ready.
This Wu Qingsong seemed to have gotten addicted to calling him Dad. Was there something wrong with his brain? Her granddaughter's IQ seemed to be negative.
This grandfather and granddaughter, who knows how they became doctors?
Okay, I will go take care of it right away. Wu Qingsong went out.
His efficiency in getting things done was indeed fast, and soon he found a car. In this way, Lin Fan followed Yang Linlin to her home.
Wu Qingsong and Wu Yutong followed along.
They were very curious about how Lin Fan would treat cancer.
Yang Linlin's house was rented and rather small.
Linlin, your house is too small, it's not convenient for Auntie to rest. Yang Linlin borrowed a lot of money to treat her mother's illness, and being able to rent a house was already quite good. Before Auntie's illness gets better, you should move to Jinhu community. Lin Fan had a house there, and moving Yang Linlin over wouldn't take up much space.
Mr. Lin, no need.
Listen to me, pack a few sets of clothes, and take Auntie over there now. I will go out to buy medicine, see you at Jinhu community shortly. Yang Linlin couldn't go against Lin Fan, so she had no choice but to take her mother over. Lin Fan drove out to buy medicine. When he arrived at Jinhu community, half an hour had passed. Lin Fan brought back a lot of medicine and taught Yang Linlin how to brew it.
Dad, can you really cure lung cancer?
Wu Qingsong came to Lin Fan's side and asked curiously. Lin Fan was speechless. This old fellow was getting better at calling him dad. This made Lin Fan feel like he was being taken advantage of.
Don't call me dad anymore. Okay, Dad.
Sorry, I can't change it right away. Then I will call you Divine Dr. Lin from now on. Lin Fan ignored Wu Qingsong. Almost an hour passed before Lin Fan finished brewing the medicine.
Divine Dr. Lin, was this patient also taking your medicine before? Why did this happen? Wu Qingsong showed curiosity. As long as it was a medical question, Wu Qingsong was interested. Since it's late-stage lung cancer, then strong medicine must be used.
The adverse reactions are normal, as long as you recuperate slowly in the later stage, it will get better.
Wu Qingsong suddenly understood. In that case, Divine Dr. Lin, can you show me the prescription? What are you thinking? This is my secret recipe.
Lin Fan needed to rely on this prescription to make money, so of course he wouldn't give it to Wu Qingsong.
I don't mean anything else, just pure curiosity. Since it's a secret recipe, then I won't look. Wu Qingsong said. After taking the medicine that Lin Fan brewed, Yang's mother looked a little better. Lin Fan checked and found that her condition was stabilizing. Lin, it's okay now. Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Yang Linlin said gratefully. I have to go back, call me if you need anything. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the grandfather and granddaughter and drove off alone.
It was already late at night.
There weren't many pedestrians on the street, it felt rather quiet. When Lin Fan was close to returning to the manor, he found Zheng Xiaoqing at the intersection, arguing with two young men. The two young men were about 20 years old, one fat and one thin, driving sports cars, looking like rich second-generation kids.
A Porsche 718. A Jaguar F-Type.
These were sports cars costing nearly $1 million, quite interesting.
Xiaoqing, what happened? Lin Fan stopped by Zheng Xiaoqing's side. Wow, a Koenigsegg 1:1. This car is too cool. The two rich kids stared at Lin Fan's Koenigsegg without blinking.
These two street racers are driving me crazy. Zheng Xiaoqing told Lin Fan the whole situation. In the past few days, these two spirited young men often came here to play with their sports cars.
You say playing is playing, but the key is the roar of the engine echoing.
It's very disturbing for people trying to sleep, especially late at night. Previously, Zheng Xiaoqing had already reported it to the police. It had quieted down for 2 days, but now these two guys are back again. Lin Fan listened to Zheng Xiaoqing and looked at the two spirited young men. You better not rev your engines here in the future, or the consequences will be very serious.
Lin Fan warned. Those two spirited young men didn't take Lin Fan's words seriously.
At their age, they fear nothing, especially since their families are quite wealthy.
Does your family live by the sea?
Why are you so nosy? The fat one said coldly.
Yeah, even the police don't care, how can you?
Lin Fan frowned and got out of the car.
Smack. Smack.
Lin Fan went up and gave them 2 slaps.
This is a warning, if I see you again, I'll smash your cars. The two were stunned and didn't expect Lin Fan to strike first.
They wanted to retaliate, but they were no match for Lin Fan. In just a few moves, he knocked them down.
Are you convinced?
Lin Fan dusted off his hands. However, the two spirited young men were still not convinced.
Not convinced, just because you fight well doesn't mean you have skills. Next time, we'll bring more people and see if you can still win.
Chapter 65, 12 billion for the land.
Feel free to bring whoever you want, by the way, I live not far from here. Whenever you gather enough people, you can come over any time.
Lin Fan wasn't afraid of them.
Fits like these clueless spirited young men just need to be taught a lesson.
The two spirited young men exchanged glances.
Let's race, if you can beat us, we'll accept you. Yeah, if you can win, we'll call you Big Brother. It seemed like they were just being stubborn. Why should I race with you? Xiaoqing, let's go home. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time on those two. Are you scared? How about a bet? If you win, those 2 cars belong to you. The fat one pointed at the Porsche and the Jaguar.
Lin Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Although the two cars added up to only around 2 million, how could he refuse something offered right to him?
Moreover, Lin Fan also wanted to take this opportunity to go enjoy the racetrack. Okay, I agree. The fat one said, I haven't finished yet. If you lose, you have to let us drive your Koenigsegg for a year. And you'll have to call us big brothers whenever you see us from now on. He knew that if it was the other way around, Lin Fan would definitely refuse. After all, that Koenigsegg was way too expensive. Letting them drive it for a year wasn't unreasonable. No problem, let's set a time. Lin Fan agreed. Those two actually thought they could drive his Koenigsegg for a year, they must be dreaming. It's late, how about tomorrow night at 9? See you at the Western City racetrack. Just don't stand us up. Lin Fan nodded, I will arrive on time. Wait, you haven't told us your name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, huh, the fat one said, I'll remember you. But you will regret it because you are sure to lose. I'm Qin Xiaoxing, a member of the Car God Club. Hearing this name, Zheng Xiaoqing immediately laughed out loud. Qin Xiaoxing? Beast? Your name is so funny. Zheng Xiaoqing laughed so hard that tears came out. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh too. Qin Xiaoxing clenched his fists, you all disrespect your opponents too much, don't you? Tomorrow, I will make you regret it. Wait, let me laugh a little longer. Zheng Xiaoqing couldn't stop laughing. What about you? What's your name? Zheng Xiaoqing looked at the other spirited young man. I'm Fan Tong. Rice bucket? I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. The two spirited young men were furious at this. I'll make you regret laughing, let's see if you can still laugh tomorrow. Fan Tong, let's go. They got in the car and drove away. Zheng Xiaoqing was still laughing. Are you done laughing? It's time to go back. Lin Fan helplessly glanced at Zheng Xiaoqing and got into the car. I wonder who named those two guys. Zheng Xiaoqing finally stopped laughing and returned to the manor with Lin Fan. A night passed. The next morning, it was time for the lottery again. System, draw. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a piece of land in the eastern district of Magic City. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn 13 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn the Qingnong book. The land Lin Fan drew was located in the core area of Magic City, still undeveloped, worth 12 billion. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement inside. It seemed he hadn't drawn something this good in a long time. System, looks like you still love me. Qingnong book? Isn't that a lost medical book? Lin Fan extracted the Qingnong book and took a look. Sure enough, this was indeed a medical book created by the ancient Huaxia, with some prescriptions of great research value. To call it a national treasure would not be an exaggeration. However, when Lin Fan acquired super divine medical skills, his medical knowledge encompassed all medical books. So this Qingnong book was of no use to him. If auctioned, it could definitely fetch over 5 billion. Of course, there were other options. That is to donate it to the museum and exchange it for a small flag. After breakfast, Lin Fan made a call to Zhao Yang. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? I have something very important, come here right away. Lin Fan wanted to get that piece of land developed as soon as possible. Mr. Lin, I'm not in Magic City right now, it might be evening when I get back. Zhao Yang was out of town for an event and wasn't in Magic City. Then send someone from the company over. Okay. Zhao Yang asked curiously, Mr. Lin, did something happen? I got a piece of land, after you come back, give me a development plan as soon as possible. Where is the land? Magic City, Eastern District. Zhao Yang suddenly realized something, his tone became excited. Eastern District? Is it that piece of land worth over 100 billion? Exactly. No wonder Zhao Yang was so excited. That land was too expensive, and Zhao Yang had thought about it before. But many real estate companies were eyeing that land, including 2 of the top 10 real estate companies in Huaxia, which would make it impossible for their Chufeng Group to compete. But now, Lin Fan had actually gotten it. Alright, Mr. Lin, I will work out a plan as soon as possible. The whole day, Lin Fan stayed at home. Finally, around 8 in the evening, Lin Fan drove off in that Koenigsegg. At the Magic City West Suburban Racetrack, Qin Xiaoxing and Fan Tong had already arrived. Behind them, there were several energetic young men. That guy isn't too scared to show up, is he? As the agreed time drew closer, Fan Tong became a bit impatient. Qin Xiaoxing laughed, no worries, we know where he lives. If he doesn't come, we'll go find him. Everyone watch, we will definitely win that Koenigsegg. Then, each of us can drive it for a day. Qin Xiaoxing and Fan Tong were confident. They were both members of the Car God Club,
and they had run this track nearly 100 times, so they were very familiar with it. With Lin Fan, there was no way he could win against them. Time passed, and a few minutes later, Lin Fan finally arrived in that Koenigsegg. As Lin Fan arrived, all eyes in the parking lot were drawn to him. Wow, that's a Koenigsegg. It's a Koenigsegg 1-1, only 6 in the world. It's my first time seeing a Koenigsegg 1-1, it's too cool. Hey, handsome, wanna hang out? Two girls in denim shorts walked up to Lin Fan's car. It seemed that those two girls were also into racing. Generally, girls who race are a bit wild, which can be seen from their outfits. I have an appointment. Lin Fan said. Are you here to race as well? Can you teach us? We actually don't understand much. The two girls were not willing to let Lin Fan off easily. There were too many sports cars in the parking lot, but not one could compare to Lin Fan's Koenigsegg. To drive such a luxury car, his identity must be extraordinary. At that moment, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong came over with their people. I thought you wouldn't dare come. Qin Shouxing sneered. Lin Fan got out of the car and didn't waste words. How do we compete? Do you see the racetrack here? From the starting point, whoever finishes 5 laps first, wins. The track here was built along the mountain, very steep. It seems like it's your first time here. Don't worry, we won't bully you. You can just drive your Koenigsegg. The acceleration of the Koenigsegg was quick, their Porsches and Jaguars couldn't compare. However, the track was full of curves, even if it could take off, it would be useless. This was precisely where Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong had their confidence. After all, they were already used to the track here. No need, for fairness, I will switch cars. Qin Shouxing glanced at the few people behind him. My friends here all have sports cars, you can choose one. Little brother, drive my friend's car. My friend has a BMW Z4. The two girls were very enthusiastic. However, Lin Fan only chose a Lotus Evora from Qin Shouxing's friends. Lin Fan went to register his information and then bought an insurance policy. There was no way around it, playing racing here was a very dangerous thing. Without insurance, the racetrack would not let Lin Fan in. Thus, Lin Fan drove to the starting point of the track with those two spirited young men. Lin Fan, if you lose later, don't say we bullied you. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong were very arrogantly confident. Lin Fan just smiled, as long as you don't back out. Qin Shouxing said, we won't back out. We will claim your Koenigsegg tonight. And if you lose, you have to call us brothers. Alright, let's talk, let's start. What a joke, Lin Fan was skilled at the art of drifting down Aquina Mountain. How could he possibly lose? It was said that a bet had been placed for this match, so many people came to watch. Who is that young man driving the Lotus Evora? I don't know, I've never seen him before. I think he's definitely going to lose. Although Qin Shou and Fan Tong are not that skilled, they are enough to deal with him. Finally, the race began. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong quickly stepped on the gas. The car sped forward. That guy's definitely going to lose. Qin Shouxing felt very proud as he glanced back. However, what surprised him was that Lin Fan did not come after them. Lin Fan's car actually remained motionless. What is he trying to do? Give up? Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong were both confused. No, he looks down on us. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong gritted their teeth and no longer cared about Lin Fan. They continued to accelerate. But the track was full of curves, and at a certain speed, they couldn't accelerate anymore. Especially when going around curves, they had to slow down. If they flew off the mountain, it would be disastrous. What is that guy doing? They thought this was a thrilling race. However, when seeing Lin Fan standing motionless, the spectators shrugged their shoulders. It seems he wants to give up. Little brother, go for it. We support you. The two girls were very active, cheering for Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan still did not move. Thus, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong finished a lap. When they returned to the start, they found Lin Fan still hadn't moved. The two exchanged glances and huffed coldly. Forget that guy, as long as we finish 5 laps, that Koenigsegg will be ours. When Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong were about to reach the top of the mountain, Lin Fan finally moved. Lin Fan tried the gas pedal a few times. The sports car roared with a booming sound. Lin Fan's car almost launched like a rocket. Accompanied by the sound of tires scraping against the ground, the Lotus Evora shot off like a rocket, rushing forward at high speed. Is this young man a professional racer? This starting method is so cool. Under Lin Fan's control, the Lotus Evora was incredibly fast. As he approached the corner, Lin Fan showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, Lin Fan kept accelerating. Is that guy looking for death? The onlookers were dumbfounded from afar. This wasn't just a car race, this was playing with life. However, the situation those spectators expected did not happen.
As he rounded the corner, Lin Fan executed a perfect drift and made it through the turn smoothly. Wow, that drift. I thought he was a rookie, but turns out he's a pro.
I'll give that drift 99 points, not a full score only to avoid making him arrogant. From Lin Fan's start to his drift, everyone could tell he was a skilled racer.
Oh no, Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong are in trouble. Xin Shaoxing's friends were secretly anxious.
With Lin Fan's speed, he would soon catch up. Looking at Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong, although they were nearing the end of their 2 laps, compared to Lin Fan's speed, it was hardly worth mentioning. In the turn not far from the starting point, Lin Fan caught up. Lin Fan overtook them directly while drifting, startling Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong.
This guy is actually a pro.
Lin Fan looked into the distance and quickly left Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong behind.
Don't worry, we're still a lap ahead of him.
Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong were encouraging themselves. Although they were in the lead, it was only because Lin Fan had intentionally let them go. Thus, by the middle of the 5th lap, Lin Fan completely overtook them.
Damn it, we're going to lose.
Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong were very anxious.
If this got out, how would they ever show their faces at the racetrack again? They didn't want to lose, so they could only accelerate.
As the next turn approached, Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong also tried to drift through the corner to catch up to Lin Fan.
Unfortunately, they didn't have Lin Fan's skills.
Their car went out of control. But they hit the brakes in time and, with a bit of luck, the car only skidded out of bounds and had a minor scrape. The car safely came to a stop. However, catching up to Lin Fan was now impossible.
I'm so mad, we actually lost.
Oh no, this car belongs to my sister, how can I go back and tell her I lost it to someone else? Xin Shaoxing was almost in tears.
He thought he could beat Lin Fan, but who could have imagined that Lin Fan's skills were so incredible?
On the other side, Lin Fan had successfully crossed the finish line.
That guy is just too amazing. Great job, young man.
The crowd erupted in cheers. I must say, Lin Fan's driving skills made everyone feel exhilarated. It was just like watching professional racers compete.
So cool.
Chapter 67 The Assassin. Upon reaching the finish line, Lin Fan slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the steering wheel.
The Lotus Evora executed a graceful drift and successfully parked in a nearby space.
I give this parking a full score.
People were still recording videos on site.
Wonderful, young man.
Can you teach us?
As Lin Fan got out of the car, 2 girls approached and gathered around him. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't come here to take on students.
Hey handsome, are you interested in joining our racing club?
Someone approached Lin Fan. The club consisted of people who enjoyed racing cars, and sometimes they'd come to the racetrack to compete.
Not interested. Lin Fan declined. Playing with these amateurs wasn't interesting at all. To be honest, even professional racers couldn't beat Lin Fan.
This was Lin Fan's first time here racing, but the track wasn't thrilling enough.
It couldn't fully showcase Lin Fan's skills.
After a while, Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong drove up looking dejected. They had lost the race, and their pride was hurt. The most crucial thing was that they had to give the car to Lin Fan. This was a $1 million sports car, just thinking about it made them ache. If they had known, they wouldn't have raced against Lin Fan. Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong got out of the car, neither of them said a word. You lost fairly, I dare say, none of the members of our club can compare to Lin Fan.
Someone stepped forward to comfort them.
Xin Shaoxing and Fan Tong were still looking gloomy.
You lost, hand over the car keys.
Lin Fan walked over, glanced at the car, and noticed the side of the car had been scratched. What a shame, I thought I could sell it for a good price, but now it's a huge loss.
Brother, I accept the defeat.
Fan Tong said in a negotiating tone, how about this, I'll give you 1 million, but you don't take the car, okay?
Fan Tong was used to driving his Jaguar and couldn't bear to part with it.
Now the side of the car was scratched, even if he sold it as a second-hand car, it wouldn't fetch $1 million.
No problem. Lin Fan agreed. After all, he had won 2 cars back and wasn't planning to drive them. Cash wasn't a bad option either. Okay, thank you, brother.
Fan Tong said with surprise. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Lin Fan's driving skills.
Then take out the 1 million. I don't have money right now. No money, and you're still talking nonsense? Hand over the car keys.
Lin Fan was furious.
After talking for so long, were you planning to write an IOU? Impossible. Fan Tong reluctantly handed the Jaguar's keys to Lin Fan. Brother, leave the car with you for now, give me 3 days, I'll raise the 1 million. Fine, I'll wait for you for 3 days, then bring the money to redeem the car. And your car keys?
Lin Fan looked at Xin Shaoxing.
Qin Shoxing said, "Brother, can you not take my car?" "What, you can't afford to lose?" "No." Qin Shoxing explained, "This Porsche actually belongs to my sister." "Are you kidding me? Now you're not admitting defeat?" "No, brother, 3 days later, I'll give you 1 million, but could you not drive away this car?" Qin Shoxing frowned, "Otherwise, when I go back, how do I explain it to my sister?" "That's your problem, I don't care." Lin Fan did not agree. Qin Shoxing leaned in close to Lin Fan and whispered, "How about this, I'll introduce my sister to you. Even if you give your sister to me, it's still not okay." Lin Fan could tell, this Qin Shoxing was a pitfall. Song Yuanshan pits his daughter, and this Qin Shoxing pits his sister. But Qin Shoxing didn't look great, probably his sister wasn't much to look at either. Lin Fan wasn't going to make such a losing deal. Qin Shoxing reluctantly handed the car keys to Lin Fan. 3 days later, we'll bring the money to redeem the car, brother, leave a phone number. Lin Fan left his phone number. "Brother, your driving skills are so amazing, how did you do it? With no women in my heart, driving naturally becomes divine." Lin Fan turned around, giving everyone a mysterious back view. "Brilliant, brilliant. Brother, from now on, we will learn from you." Next, Lin Fan found 2 drivers and had them drive the Porsche and Jaguar back to the manor. Lin Fan went out to have some late-night snacks, then drove the Koenigsegg back to the manor. But soon, Lin Fan noticed something was wrong. Someone was following him. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Fan saw a Santana following not far behind. The driver was a burly man, and there was another person in the passenger seat. The 2 men had cold, stern looks, not like ordinary people. Could they be assassins? Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless, he drove around the block twice. He could confirm that there were only 2 people. And their target was definitely him. "Looks like I need to hire a few bodyguards." Lin Fan had offended quite a few people, so it was normal for someone to be keeping an eye on him. He just didn't know who had sent those 2 people. Lin Fan could choose to call the police, but he didn't want to do that. So, Lin Fan drove toward the suburbs. He pretended not to notice and drove very slowly. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at a remote small road. "Brother, did that guy notice us?" "Doesn't seem like it, keep following." Lin Fan sped up. After creating some distance, Lin Fan stopped the car, immediately turned off the headlights, and shut off the Koenigsegg's engine. The guy disappeared. "Quick, follow him." The 2 had been mercenaries abroad, hired to take Lin Fan's life. Tonight is their chance. Lin Fan is out alone, and he must not be allowed to return alive. They saw Lin Fan's Koenigsegg parked, but by that time, Lin Fan had already vanished. "Damn it, that kid escaped. He can't have gone far, chase him." The 2 got out of the car, wanting to see which direction Lin Fan had run. But as soon as they got out, the man in the passenger seat was suddenly knocked out. He collapsed, unconscious. The man driving had a scar across his face, and seeing his companion down, he quickly drew a dagger. His movements were skilled. "What the hell is that?" Under the light, Lin Fan was holding a shiny golden object. Damn it, it was a brick. And it was a brick made of gold. Go to hell. The scarred man rushed forward, stabbing the dagger towards Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan remained unmoved. From the way his opponent moved, it was clear he had been trained. Lin Fan dodged the dagger and swung the brick. He didn't use a heavy strike because he still wanted to ask the scarred man some questions. The brick hit the man's face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. He fell to the ground, still trying to fight back. Lin Fan was quick, stepping on the scarred man's hand in one swift motion. "Tell me, who sent you?" The scarred man gritted his teeth and struggled fiercely. If they were just dealing with ordinary people, they would have succeeded long ago. Unfortunately, this time they were up against Lin Fan. "Not talking, huh? Then I guess I have to serve you with this brick." Lin Fan waved the golden brick in front of the scarred man's eyes. The scarred man didn't seem scared. "If you have the guts, just kill me." "Kill you? Dream on. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell the truth, I'll break your legs first." Although Lin Fan had him pinned down, the scarred man's eyes were still fierce. "Good." Lin Fan brought the golden brick down hard on the scarred man's knee. "Ah!" The scarred man let out a heart-wrenching scream, nearly passing out. The intense pain made his face go pale. "Still not talking? Then next, I'll smash your fingers." The scarred man hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so ruthless. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the job. "I admire you." Lin Fan coldly laughed again, bringing the golden brick down once more. "Don't hit, I'll talk." The scarred man was finally scared. But the brick still smashed down on his thumb. "Ah!" The scarred man screamed again. Lin Fan apologetically said, "Sorry, it can't be taken back."
The scarred man trembled all over. This guy was clearly doing it on purpose.
Now you can talk.
Lin Fan put the golden brick back into the system space and casually picked up the dagger from the ground.
The scarred man gritted his teeth, saying, "If I tell you, will you let me go? You have no room for negotiation right now. Of course, if you perform well, I might consider it."
The scarred man was silent for a moment before speaking.
"We were mercenaries abroad, now we're assassins." "Assassins? Is that all?"
Lin Fan had a disdainful expression.
"Someone offered us 50 million to buy your life." Lin Fan frowned. "My life is only worth 50 million? So cheap?"
Actually, these two assassins wanted to capture Lin Fan and then extort him. Unfortunately, they were no match for Lin Fan.
"Who is it?"
A killing intent flickered in Lin Fan's eyes.
Since the other side was playing hardball, Lin Fan wouldn't hold back. "It's Su Jiangwen." As expected. Last time at Yilanchuan, Lin Fan had beaten Su Jiangwen up. Then at the party, Lin Fan had struck him again. Su Jiangwen was definitely harboring a grudge. However, Lin Fan hadn't expected Su Jiangwen to play so viciously. Even hiring assassins. Since this was the case, they would both fear each other. Everything was orchestrated by Su Jiangwen.
"Brother, a debt has its source, you should go find Su Jiangwen."
"Death is not scary, what is scary is the process of dying."
The scarred man is now very afraid of Lin Fan, so he revealed everything. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said,
"You invite Su Jiangwen out and say that you have captured me."
Lin Fan gave the scarred man some instructions. The scarred man, of course, dared not disobey. He started to make a call.
"What's going on?" Su Jiangwen was still out drinking when he received the call from the scarred man and seemed a bit cautious.
This time, when sending an assassin to kill Lin Fan, Su Jiangwen did not want to leave any evidence.
"Su Xiao, I have already captured Lin Fan."
"You idiot, just kill him directly, why do you need to call?" The scarred man said, "It's like this, that Lin Fan is too timid, he is currently crying and begging for mercy."
"Su Xiao, that guy doesn't take you seriously, don't you want to see what he looks like before he dies?" Su Jiangwen was a bit tempted. If he just killed Lin Fan, it would indeed be unsatisfying. Moreover, it wouldn't resolve the resentment he held in his heart. "Where are you?"
"We are at an abandoned factory, it's very safe here, no one will find out."
"Good, I'll be right over." Su Jiangwen hung up the phone and immediately drove out. "Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, this is the consequence of provoking me. I really want to see you kneeling in front of me, repenting." Su Jiangwen felt joyful and accelerated his speed. "Brother, Su Jiangwen is coming out."
After finishing the call, the scarred man looked at Lin Fan.
"Well done. Can you let us go now?" the scarred man tentatively asked.
Lin Fan said nothing, leading the scarred man and the other unconscious assassin to a nearby abandoned factory. Not long after, the unconscious assassin also woke up. He was still not convinced and rushed over to attack Lin Fan. But soon, he was beaten into submission. As for the scarred man, he had already had a leg broken by Lin Fan and couldn't even stand up. If you don't want to die, it's best to stay quiet. The two assassins exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Half an hour passed, and the sound of a car engine came from outside the factory.
It was Su Jiangwen arriving. Su Jiangwen parked the car and cautiously looked around.
Seeing no one, he entered the abandoned factory.
"You did well, where is Lin Fan?" Seeing the two assassins, Su Jiangwen was already impatient. However, the two assassins had strange expressions and remained silent. "Are you mute now?" Su Jiangwen frowned. When he saw the scarred man sitting on the ground, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in Su Jiangwen's heart. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind Su Jiangwen. "Lin Fan, how could you?"
Su Jiangwen turned around and saw Lin Fan safe and sound, as if he had seen a ghost, his face losing color.
"You want to ask why I am fine, right?" Lin Fan sneered. "What are you doing? Hurry up and capture Lin Fan." Su Jiangwen ordered the two assassins.
However, the two assassins were unmoved.
"Sorry, they have been beaten into submission by me. Su Jiangwen, it's time to settle our scores." Lin Fan's voice was icy.
Su Jiangwen became frightened, his legs went weak, and he knelt right in front of Lin Fan.
"Lin Fan, this is all a misunderstanding. Let me go, I won't cause you trouble again." Su Jiangwen's voice trembled. "Let you go? Now that we have reached an irreconcilable stage, do you think I will let you go?"
If it were just a small dispute, Lin Fan would have just taught Su Jiangwen a lesson. However, this guy even hired assassins. Having come this far, Lin Fan would not show mercy.
No, Lin Fan, I don't want to die. Set a condition, as long as I can do it, I will agree." Su Jiangwen deeply regretted.
If he had known earlier that Lin Fan was this difficult to deal with, he would never have opposed Lin Fan.
Sorry, it's too late. Lin Fan, if you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you go. Su Jiangwen's face twisted. Take him out,
Lin Fan said to the killer. The killer was quick to act. The dagger plunged into Su Jiangwen's heart in an instant. Poor Su Jiangwen, he died with his eyes wide open. He never expected that he would die at the hands of the killer he hired himself.
Brother, Su Jiangwen is dead, so can we leave now? Don't rush, I want to ask, what do you usually do after you kill someone?
Lin Fan asked with a smile.
No need to do anything, we just leave, escape abroad, not even the police can find us.
The killer said proudly.
What if it's the kind that leaves no traces?
Lin Fan continued asking.
Brother, are you afraid the police will trace it back to you?
Then bring some gasoline over, burn this old factory down, that way there won't be any evidence left.
Very well, bring Su Jiangwen's car in.
Lin Fan nodded and gave the order. Worried that the killer might escape, Lin Fan stayed close by. So, the killer drove Su Jiangwen's sports car into the old factory, found a tube, and sucked out the gasoline from the tank. The old factory was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. Alright, now we just need to ignite the gasoline to destroy the scene. The killer took out a lighter from his pocket and smiled proudly. He was completely unaware that Lin Fan quietly pulled out a gold brick.
Bang! Bang!
Lin Fan knocked the two killers unconscious and tossed them into the old factory.
Sorry, you know too much. Come with Su Jiangwen, that way you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld.
Lin Fan ignited the gasoline.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, Su Jiangwen's sports car blew up.
The old factory collapsed, flames soaring into the sky. Fortunately, Lin Fan ran fast, or he would have been burned too. Lin Fan knew the police would arrive soon, so he drove the sports car back to the manor. A night without conversation. In the morning, Lin Fan got up.
System.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of limited edition Isle of Arran whiskey. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 20 million Huaxia coins.
Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering traditional Chinese painting.
The limited edition Isle of Arran whiskey, worth 40 million per bottle. The bottle is made of crystal, and most importantly, it is adorned with 8,500 diamonds and 300 rubies.
Extremely luxurious.
However, the mastery of traditional Chinese painting and the 20 million Huaxia coins did not bring Lin Fan much surprise. Lin Fan used the skill of traditional Chinese painting before going downstairs for breakfast. What Lin Fan did not expect was that shortly after breakfast, the police of Magic City came knocking. Mr. Lin, we need your cooperation on something, please come with us to the police station.
What happened?
Lin Fan knew it meant the police were suspicious of him.
Mr. Lin, did you go to the western suburbs last night?
Yes.
Lin Fan replied, I went there to take a drive, is there a problem?
We just need to ask some questions, Mr. Lin, let's go. Lin Fan got into the car with the 2 police officers. He understood that the police were just suspicious. If they had evidence, they wouldn't just take him in for questioning. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't scared at all, because the 2 killers were dead. No matter how much they searched, the police would never find evidence. Arriving at the police station, the police continued questioning.
Mr. Lin, you had a conflict with Su Jiangwen, right?
Yes. Lin Fan admitted, after all, this was something the police could easily find out. Su Jiangwen is dead, and he died in the western suburbs. Last night, the police arrived at the scene, extinguished the fire, and found 3 charred bodies. Through DNA comparison, they found one of them was Su Jiangwen. And since Lin Fan had also been to the western suburbs, he became a suspect.
Lin Fan pretended to be surprised. Su Jiangwen is dead? No way, didn't they say that good people don't live long and disasters last for 1,000 years? How did this disaster die?
Hearing Lin Fan's words, the 2 questioning police officers were speechless.
Mr. Lin, you seem very happy? Of course I'm happy.
No way, when I go back, I have to buy firecrackers to celebrate.
The 2 police officers. Mr. Lin, this is the city, you can't set off firecrackers.
Almost forgot.
Mr. Lin, what were you doing in the western suburbs last night?
Lin Fan shrugged, didn't I say?
Going for a drive.
The 2 police officers asked a few more questions but couldn't find anything out.
Mr. Lin, thank you for your cooperation, you can go now.
They had no evidence and couldn't keep Lin Fan locked up. Lin Fan walked out of the police station and met Su Kaidong, who was weeping. His son was dead, how could Su Kaidong not be heartbroken? This time coming to the police station, Su Kaidong was also there to cooperate with the investigation.
Lin Fan, it must be you who killed my son.
Seeing Lin Fan, Su Kaidong gritted his teeth. Lin Fan scoffed, Su Kaidong, food can be eaten in chaos, but words should not be spoken in chaos. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation.
No, it must be you.
Su Kaidong pointed at Lin Fan, angrily saying.
Your son was so arrogant, he had many enemies, it could be anyone who did it. I, Lin Fan, am a law-abiding citizen.
Lin Fan ignored Su Kaidong and hailed a taxi to leave.
Upon returning to the manor, Lin Fan did not go out again.
By noon, Zheng Xiaoqing also came back.
Lin Fan, did you see the news?
Zheng Xiaoqing asked as soon as she entered.
What news? Su Jiangwen is dead, I heard he was killed. This is good news. Wait, let's open some red wine to celebrate.
Lin Fan went to the study to get a bottle of wine.
Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Can't you be a little low-key? What if the police suspect you? Lin Fan laughed. I haven't done anything wrong, why be afraid?
Lin Fan really hadn't done anything wrong, because that Su Jiangwen deserved to die. In the evening, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from Zhao Yang.
Mr. Lin, the company is encountering a bit of trouble. If it were a small matter, Zhao Yang could handle it. But today's issue was too troublesome. Zhao Yang could only ask Lin Fan to step in. What's wrong?
It turned out someone was eyeing that piece of land in the Eastern District and wanted a piece of the pie.
I'm going to the company right now.
Lin Fan went to the garage and drove out in the Koenigsegg. He wanted to see who was so bold as to cause trouble at Chufeng Group.
20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the headquarters of Chufeng Group. Zhao Yan was already waiting. Mr. Lin.
The other party is very arrogant, they insist on participating in the development of that piece of land in the Eastern District.
If we don't agree, they won't leave today. Lin Fan's face was expressionless. Who is the other party?
The son of the chairman of Longjiang Group, named Zhang Guojun. No wonder, Longjiang Group ranks 9th among real estate companies in China, with a market value of over 100 billion. They had that kind of capital.
Let's go meet him. Zhao Yang took Lin Fan to the office.
On the office sofa, Zhang Guojun was lounging with one leg crossed, holding a cigar, puffing away.
Behind Zhang Guojun stood a sexy female secretary. Zhang Guojun was stroking the secretary's hand and laughing. Xiao Xiao, watch this, I'm going to nail this project. They must give it to us, even if they don't want to.
Leaning back in the office chair, he began to manicure his nails. Zhang Guojun frowned and said coldly.
Isn't the land in the East District going to be developed? Our Longjiang Group will invest 30 billion, when the project is completed, I want half of the profits.
Lin Fan smiled, as if mocking Zhang Guojun.
Do you know how much my land is worth? Of course I know, isn't it just over 100 billion?
Zhang Guojun's words were clearly intended to bully him.
Although Chufeng Group was already a big company, it still couldn't compare to Longjiang Group.
They had the confidence to bully others.
What if I don't agree? Lin Fan asked. Don't agree?
Zhang Guojun sneered, you should know that our Longjiang Group is ranked 9th among housing enterprises in Huaxia.
If you don't agree, do you think your project can continue?
Zhang Guojun began to threaten. Manager Zhao, escort our guest out. Lin Fan made his stance clear, not wanting to waste time on this matter.
Threatening, huh?
Lin Fan was not afraid. Young Master Zhang, please leave.
Zhao Yang said. What do you mean?
Zhang Guojun became angry, staring fiercely at Lin Fan.
Are you out of your mind?
I've made myself clear enough, get lost. Zhang Guojun's expression darkened, pointing at Lin Fan. You are the first person in Magic City who dares to say I'm out of my mind.
Then I'm honored.
Lin Fan shrugged, unfazed.
Do you know what happens if you offend me?
Lin Fan shook his head, as if Zhang Guojun in front of him was just a fool. Manager Zhao, have the security guards throw this person out. Lin Fan lost his patience. He had heard enough of such warnings. And the last person who warned him had already gone down to the underworld.
Very good, you have guts. Let's go.
Zhang Guojun's face turned ugly, and he left with his female secretary. Zhao Yang felt a bit worried, after all, Zhang Guojun was too powerful. Now Lin Fan had offended Zhang Guojun, and with Zhang Guojun's temperament, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily.
By the way, Manager Zhao, has the development plan for that land come out yet? Not yet, but we are working on it. Good, let me see it as soon as it's done. That day, nothing much happened. Soon, it was the next morning. System, it's time for the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a commercial street worth 2.8 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 25 million Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the 3-second real man potion.
A commercial street worth 2.8 billion? Not bad.
Ever since the Huaxia coins had decreased, Lin Fan wasn't picky anymore.
System, what on earth is this 3-second real man potion? Please, can't you avoid such strange things?
The system explained. The 3-second real man potion, as the name suggests, when used for love, the user can only last 3 seconds. This potion is colorless and tasteless, effective with just 1 drop, and there's no antidote after consumption. It is a must-have potion for pranks. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. This is too evil. Taking this potion means he could never enjoy the pleasures of being a man again, right? 3 seconds, and it would be over before it even started. System, you have become bad. You are getting more and more indecent. Lin Fan just wanted to get rid of this potion as soon as possible. If he accidentally consumed it, there would be no place to cry. Lin Fan complained a few times and went downstairs for breakfast, just in time to see young Lin. Lin, how is your mother's health? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. My mom is recovering well now. That's great. At this time, Zheng Xiaoqing also got up. She had worked late last night, so she was just waking up now. Lin Fan, there's something I forgot to tell you. There's a charity gala in Magic City tonight, you are also invited. Lin Fan replied, you can go on my behalf. If it were a matter of donating money, it was fine, but Lin Fan didn't want to socialize. Staying at home is so nice. Zheng Xiaoqing said, the charity gala has an auction segment. I saw a sapphire necklace that seems very similar to the one Shuer has. Hearing Zheng Xiaoqing say this, Lin Fan's interest was instantly piqued. Are you not lying to me? If there really is that sapphire necklace, no matter how much it costs, Lin Fan will definitely bid for it. After all, the gemstone necklace has the energy needed for system upgrades. Feeding the system well will also benefit Lin Fan's lottery draw. Look. Zheng Xiaoqing opened a web page. Not bad, this necklace does look very similar to the one Song Shuer has. Forget it, I will go take a look tonight. Lin Fan decided to check it out. If the necklace really does have the energy needed for system upgrades, that would be the best outcome. I want to ask, what do you need such a necklace for? Zheng Xiaoqing was very curious. I need the sapphire on the necklace. Xiaoqing, please keep an eye on it for me in the future, and be sure to notify me immediately if you find one. There will be a big reward. Okay, I will try my best. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded. That day, Lin Fan stayed at the estate. By evening, Zheng Xiaoqing returned from the company. Zheng Xiaoqing changed into a pure white evening dress, and her temperament instantly improved a lot. Lin Fan, since there will be an auction at the evening party, shouldn't you donate something? Lin Fan remembered the ancient painting he had drawn from the system last time. I have a painting by Su Wei from the Ming Dynasty called Flowers and Birds. Let's donate it. Lin Fan did not have a hobby of collecting, so donating the painting was fine. Good, then let's go. Then, Lin Fan drove off in the Koenigsegg. The charity gala was held at a 5-star hotel, where almost everyone of status in the Magic City was invited. As soon as Lin Fan parked the car, he saw someone. It was Zhang Guojun. At this moment, Zhang Guojun also saw Lin Fan, and his gaze was cold. Next to Zhang Guojun stood a middle-aged man. He looked like Zhang Guojun's father. Son, what's wrong? Zhang Baojing asked when he saw his son's expression was not good. Dad, that person is Lin Fan, the chairman of Chufeng Group. Zhang Guojun pointed at Lin Fan, gritting his teeth. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Baojing frowned. He had heard that when his son went to Chufeng Group to talk about cooperation today, he was directly thrown out by Lin Fan. This Lin Fan really did not want to drink the toast but wanted the punishment drink. Lin Fan, who is that person? Zheng Xiaoqing asked curiously. I don't know. Lin Fan just smiled. At this moment, Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun had already come to Lin Fan's front. I am Zhang Baojing, chairman of Longjiang Group. Chairman Lin, let's have a good talk. Zhang Baojing had a faint smile on his face. Chairman of Longjiang Group? Hearing the other party's identity, Zhang Xiaoqing was a bit surprised and felt a bit of pressure. This Zhang Baojing did not come with good intentions. What did he want from Lin Fan? However, Lin Fan's expression was very calm. I don't know you. Lin Fan certainly knew Zhang Baojing's purpose. He only wanted the land he had in hand. But Lin Fan was not easy to bully. If he wanted to cooperate, he could dream on. Zhang Baojing sneered, young people are too confident, sometimes it is not a good thing. I dare say, without our Longjiang Group's involvement, your project would not be able to proceed at all. Zhang Xiaoqing sensed a strong smell of gunpowder. It seemed that Lin Fan had already offended Zhang Baojing. This was not a good thing. After all, Zhang Baojing's status was there. Alright, let's wait and see. Lin Fan always had a faint smile on his lips, which made Zhang Baojing very angry. This young man clearly did not take him seriously. Zhang Guojun also spoke up. Lin Fan, we are giving you one last chance, don't be ungrateful. If you offend our Longjiang Group, do you know what the consequences will be? Zhang Guojun's expression was dark.
I really don't know. Xiaoqing, let's go. Lin Fan took Zheng Xiaoqing into the hotel.
Dad, he. Zhang Guojun's face turned red with anger.
Isn't he just the chairman of Chufeng Group? Don't be anxious, he can't be arrogant for long. Let's go in first.
Zhang Baojing had been operating in the Magic City for a long time, he had plenty of connections.
I can't believe I can't handle a small Lin Fan.
As soon as Lin Fan entered the hall, many people greeted him.
Since the last time Lin Fan attended the banquet, those people learned about his identity. Brother Lin, you finally came. Zhou Baiwan walked out of the crowd, approaching Lin Fan. Zhou Baiwan looked glowing, much more energetic than before.
It was the medicine formula Lin Fan gave him that worked. Lin Fan nodded in response. What surprised Lin Fan was that he did not see Su Kaidong. Of course, Su Kaidong was busy dealing with his son's funeral now. Speaking of Su Jiangwen, he was quite unlucky, he died, and his body almost turned to ash.
Not long after Lin Fan arrived, Zhang Baojing also came in. Zhang Baojing was also showered with flattery from many people.
On the other side, Zhang Xiaoqing was registering with that ancient painting. What Lin Fan wanted the most right now was that sapphire necklace. Unfortunately, it was not yet the auction segment, so he had to wait.
Good painting, good painting. Not far away, a large group of people gathered, cheering loudly.
The old guys from the painting association are painting.
Brother Lin, let's go take a look.
Zhou Baiwan was also very interested in traditional Chinese painting, so he pulled Lin Fan over.
Presently, I must say, this painting of yours is at least worth $1 million. You flatter me, you flatter me.
An old man with white hair humbly cupped his hands in response. In front of the old man, there was a freshly painted landscape. The colors of the landscape were elegant and slightly vague, which couldn't be done without decades of skill. The old man was the president of the painting association and was very famous.
This landscape painting, I will donate it. Anyone who likes it can bid on it later.
The old man called over staff members to register.
Director Zhang, I heard that you also have some expertise in landscape painting. Why don't you show us what you've got? Yeah, Director Zhang, let us see. Several people were flattering Zhang Baojing. Then I will embarrass myself.
Zhang Baojing smiled and stood up, picking up a brush.
Nearby, two young people helped Zhang Baojing change the rice paper.
Zhang Baojing thought for a moment and then started painting.
Sharp-eyed people could tell that Zhang Baojing was only half-skilled.
But there were many flatterers on the scene.
Impressive, impressive. No wonder he is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Even painting is so excellent. A few minutes later, Zhang Baojing's painting was finished.
Compared to the president of the painting association's work, Zhang Baojing's painting was completely soulless. However, this did not stop everyone from flattering him. Director Zhang, I'll offer 3 million, I'll buy this painting.
I think Director Zhang can also be called a master.
The president of the painting association had a not-so-good expression.
How could this garbage be called a painting? Could it be that everyone's eyes are blind?
But it's no wonder Zhang Baojing had such a big background.
Who would dare to go against Zhang Baojing? Dad, your painting style is becoming more and more proficient. Zhang Guojun smiled.
Facing everyone's flattery, Zhang Baojing felt quite proud.
A bunch of flatterers, if you ask me, this is just a pile of poop.
Lin Fan spoke up. Others needed to give Zhang Baojing face, but Lin Fan didn't have to. On the contrary, Lin Fan had a conflict with Zhang Baojing. He didn't mind stepping on him at this moment.
Who dares to say such a thing about Director Shang's painting? Everyone was angry, all looking at Lin Fan.
Zhang Baojing also looked at Lin Fan, his gaze icy. This Lin Fan actually dared to say in public that his painting was a pile of poop, too excessive. Zhou Baiwang, standing beside Lin Fan, was also stunned, not expecting Lin Fan to be so bold.
Brother Lin, this man is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Zhou Baiwang reminded.
Of course, if it were a matter of status, Zhou Baiwang actually wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Baojing. He was worried that Lin Fan would cause trouble for Zhang Baojing and would have a hard time in the future. What Zhou Baiwang did not know was that Lin Fan had long since offended Zhang Baojing.
Lin Fan stepped forward. He smiled. I said it. This is a pile of shit, is there a problem? The crowd showed dissatisfaction. Do you know what kind of person Director Zhang is? How dare you say something like that? Young man, I advise you to apologize properly to Director Zhang. Lin Fan's face remained calm. I'm just stating the facts.
Lin Fan, you're asking for death.
Zhang Guojun was furious.
Lin Fan, this guy, was constantly opposing them, it was too much. You don't understand painting at all, stop spouting nonsense here.
Let me say something. Zhou Baiwang stood by Lin Fan. In my opinion, this painting really isn't much. It's Zhou Baiwang. How could he speak for Lin Fan? You don't know? I heard that Zhou Baiwang's son was cured by Lin Fan. The crowd started to gossip.
As for those sycophants, once they recognized Zhou Baiwang, they were all too scared to speak. When Zhou Baiwang stood up, Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun were also stunned. They never expected Zhou Baiwang to be so close to Lin Fan.
Now, dealing with Lin Fan would be a lot harder. You say I don't understand painting? Very well.
Lin Fan took a piece of rice paper and spread it on the table. Then, he picked up a brush. Lin Fan's movements were quick, like flowing water. As the outline of the landscape painting gradually took shape, the onlookers were stunned.
This is...
Lin Fan's movements were skilled.
3 to 4 minutes later, a mesmerizing landscape painting was completed.
The mountains in the painting stretched endlessly, with white mist swirling around, giving an intense visual shock.
This is what a painting is.
Lin Fan put down his brush.
This. Looking at the vivid landscape painting on the table, the crowd was dumbfounded. The contrast between the real and the abstract in the painting made people feel as if they were there. Even the president of the Painters Association sighed in defeat. Wonderful, wonderful. The president of the Painters Association quickly walked over, looking at the painting with trembling hands. The landscape painting in front of him had a powerful artistic atmosphere, and even if he practiced for a lifetime, he would never reach this level. Damn it! Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun's faces looked very bad.
Indeed, compared to Lin Fan's painting, Zhang Baojing's painting was just a pile of shit.
No, it wasn't even worth that. Lin, my brother, impressive.
So you're also a painter, truly hidden talent. Zhou Baiwang admired the landscape painting Lin Fan had made.
I'll offer 30 million. Lin, my brother, sell this painting to me. I'll offer 40 million.
Tang Yixing suddenly stepped out of the crowd and greeted Lin Fan.
Tang Yixing, you don't understand painting, don't try to fight me for it. Zhou Baiwang frowned. Who said I don't understand painting?
Lin, my brother, this painting has a grand composition, and the brushwork is powerful.
I want to take it home for collection. Tang Yixing didn't have any intention of backing down. Lin, my brother?
Why do you also call Lin Fan Lin, my brother?
Zhou Baiwang felt a little surprised. No, both of you, don't try to fight me for this, I'm an old man.
The president of the Painters Association spoke up, I'll offer 50 million.
Young man, sell me this painting.
Even the president of the Painters Association said so one could imagine that the painting was truly worth that much money. And there was no exaggeration at all.
I'll donate this painting, and later, it will be auctioned. The highest bidder wins.
Lin Fan handed the painting to Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing was still in shock, looking at the painting in front of her, showing a bitter smile.
She couldn't understand how Lin Fan could have so many talents.
He was a master doctor, and now, he was also a master painter. This man was so mysterious.
Humph. Lin Fan, you have guts.
Zhang Guojun, unable to save face, turned and walked away with Zhang Baojing.
Of course, I have guts. Whether you do or not is another matter.
Lin Fan sneered, planning to test the 3-second true man potion on Zhang Guojun.
At banquet time, everyone sat down.
Lin Fan and Zhou Baiwang sat together. Waiter, bring a glass of orange juice for the lady next to me. Lin Fan called the restaurant server.
Okay, please wait a moment. Hey, Lin Fan, I don't drink orange juice.
Zhang Xiaoqing said.
Don't talk. Zhang Xiaoqing was confused, not understanding what Lin Fan was trying to do. A few minutes later, the restaurant's waiter brought a glass of orange juice.
Lin Fan took out a 3-second real man potion and put a drop into the orange juice.
Zhang Xiaoqing did not notice.
Sorry, beautiful lady, this lady beside me said she doesn't want it.
Please take the orange juice to the gentleman at table 25.
Lin Fan called the waiter back and pointed to Zhang Guojun not far away.
Just say it's a special gift from the lady beside me.
Lin Fan pulled out a few 100 yuan bills and placed them in the waiter's hand.
Okay.
The restaurant waiter took the money and did as Lin Fan said.
Lin Fan, what are you doing? Why say it's from me? If it causes a misunderstanding, that would be bad.
Zhang Xiaoqing did not want to be entangled by a rich second generation like Zhang Guojun.
Don't worry, that guy won't bother you anymore.
After drinking the 3-second real man potion, it is likely that Zhang Guojun will view women as disasters from now on. On the other side, the waiter had already delivered the orange juice to Zhang Guojun.
Sir, a lady over there ordered an orange juice for you. Zhang Guojun asked, who?
With Zhang Guojun's family background, he usually has plenty of women coming to him, so he wasn't surprised. The waiter pointed to Zhang Xiaoqing beside Lin Fan.
Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqing, Zhang Guojun's eyes lit up.
After all, Zheng Xiaoqing is also a beauty with a score of 9.5.
But wasn't that woman brought by Lin Fan? Why would she take the initiative to send him orange juice?
Zhang Guojun thought for a moment and felt that Zheng Xiaoqing must have taken a liking to him, and he suddenly smiled. If he could get Lin Fan's lady, Lin Fan would surely be furious.
Tell her thank you for me.
Zhang Guojun took the orange juice and took a sip while winking at Zheng Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing also saw it.
However, she did not pay any attention to Zhang Guojun. Psycho.
Zheng Xiaoqing cursed in her heart and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Soon, it was time for the charity gala's auction segment.
Detection of mysterious energy.
Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind.
As expected.
Lin Fan was a bit excited. This trip was not in vain. It seemed that the necklace also contained the energy needed for the system to upgrade. At first, the auction was for antiques, which Lin Fan was not interested in.
After half an hour, the sapphire necklace was finally brought up. Next, we will auction a necklace. Starting bid is 6 million.
Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000.
Many people thought it was just a necklace, so no one bid. 650,000. Finally, someone placed a bid. Xiaoqing, help me bid.
Lin Fan said to Zhang Xiaoqing. If Lin Fan bid, Zhang Guojun might follow suit.
This was not the result Lin Fan wanted to see.
Zheng Xiaoqing nodded.
7 million. 7,100,000.
After a few rounds of bidding, the sapphire necklace was won by Zhang Xiaoqing for 9 million. This amount of money was nothing to Lin Fan. As long as it could allow the system to upgrade, everything was negotiable. When the auction was about to end, the landscape painting Lin Fan created was also brought up. Next, we will auction a landscape painting created by the chairman of Chufeng Group.
Chapter 73 an 80 million painting.
Starting bid is 10 million, each bid must increase by no less than 100,000.
Now, please place your bids.
As soon as the host's words fell,
the president of the Painters Association stood up.
I bid 50 million.
The old man had his eyes set on Lin Fan's painting, so how could he miss such a good opportunity? 50 million? The venue stirred with excitement. People began to discuss it.
This old man actually was willing to put out 50 million.
Some people also had their eyes on the painting, but as soon as the price reached 50 million, how could they continue to bid? Many people shook their heads and chose to give up.
I bid 55 million.
Zhou Baiwang also made a bid. He has a hobby of collecting ancient paintings. To be honest, the landscape painting created by Lin Fan can definitely be considered top-notch. I offer 60 million.
Tang Yisheng spoke up. That painting is so beautiful, and it's from Lin Fan's hand.
Tang Yisheng must get it no matter what.
60 million and 100,000. The president of the Painters Association gritted his teeth and shouted again.
This price is already his limit.
If Tang Yisheng and Zhou Baiwang raised the price again, he would have no way to go on.
70 million. 75 million.
Tang Yisheng and Zhou Baiwang seemed to be battling it out.
Each bid was higher than the last. I offer 80 million. Zhou Baiwang refused to back down.
Tang Yisheng wanted to say something, but at this moment, Lin Fan spoke up.
That's enough.
Brother Tang, if you like it, I'll paint one for you another day.
But about the price. Lin Fan definitely wouldn't do it for free. I offer 100 million. Tang Yisheng was not short on money either. Alright, it's settled then.
In the end, Zhou Baiwan won the painting for 80 million. As for the president of the Painters Association, his face was full of heartache.
After the charity gala ended, the president approached Lin Fan. Young brother, may I ask who your master is? I am self-taught.
Lin Fan replied.
The old man didn't quite believe it. Self-taught? How is that possible? Young brother, can I take you as my master?
The old man put aside his status, sincerely wanting to learn painting from Lin Fan.
Sorry, I don't take apprentices. With that time, wouldn't it be better for me to go have fun? Hearing Lin Fan say this, the old man left in disappointment.
Zheng Xiaoqing went to the restroom and, when she came out, encountered Zhang Guojun.
Miss, what should I call you?
Zhang Guojun said with a smile, walking up to Zheng Xiaoqing. Zheng Xiaoqing frowned. Alright, this Zhang Guojun has his eyes on her. All because of Lin Fan.
It doesn't matter if you don't say, let's go have a meal together. I have a project worth several hundred million that I want to discuss with you. Get lost. Zhang Xiaoqing's expression was cold as she bypassed Zhang Guojun and walked away. Zhang Guojun was dumbfounded. Just now at the banquet, this Zhang Xiaoqing even brought him a glass of orange juice. How did she suddenly turn hostile? Does she want to play hard to get?
Zhang Guojun thought hard but didn't dwell on it any longer.
Lin Fan successfully got the sapphire necklace and couldn't help feeling excited.
Thus, Lin Fan and Zhang Xiaoqing returned to the mansion.
Xiaoqing, take some time tomorrow to bring back a few bodyguards. Money is not an issue.
Now Lin Fan's assets were increasing, making him easily eyed by others. Although Lin Fan had the ability to protect himself, he didn't want to act too often.
Okay, I'll get it done as soon as possible.
Lin Fan held the sapphire necklace, eager to return to his room.
System, upgrade for me. The sapphire necklace emitted a dazzling light.
Soon, the sound of the system echoed.
System is upgrading. 25%. 45%. 65%. 85%. System upgrade successful, reaching version 3.0.
From today, the host's chance of drawing good items is increased by 10%. Lin Fan was stunned.
System, is there really no reward? There isn't. Lin Fan.
Very well, then I'm curious what good items I can draw tomorrow.
Lin Fan took a hot shower and went to bed to rest. A night quickly passed.
Ding, congratulations host for drawing 80% shares of Huaxia Pharmaceutical. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 3.5 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations host for drawing chess proficiency. Huaxia Pharmaceutical, a pharmaceutical company valued at 70 billion. In Huaxia, it can also be considered reputable. Originally, Lin Fan planned to open a pharmaceutical company, he didn't expect to draw it today.
3.5 billion Huaxia coins?
Lin Fan thought he heard wrong.
After the system upgrade, he actually became this wealthy? Host did not hear wrong, it's indeed 3.5 billion. System, you indeed didn't let me down.
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. As for that chess proficiency skill, it didn't really help Lin Fan.
Because Lin Fan usually didn't like playing chess much. What a leisurely time, playing some games would be great.
At around 11, Zhang Xiaoqing called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the bodyguard issue is settled, now we need to match 2 cars, what do you think?
You decide, let's leave it at that for now.
Lin Fan was still playing the game.
Don't hang up yet, the chef at the manor is on leave today. I booked a table at the restaurant, do you want to come out? Lin Fan asked, what's up? Did you suddenly invite me to eat today?
Zhang Xiaoqing explained, my brother has a day off today, I'm treating him to dinner, do you want to join?
Sure, send me the location, I'll head out shortly.
At noon, Zhang Xiaoqing arrived at the restaurant first. Zhang Xiaoqing hadn't sat long when her brother arrived.
Sister.
Zhang Xiaoqing's brother was tall and thin, wearing thick glasses, looking somewhat shy.
He had just graduated and was now working in the Magic City.
Zhang Ming also brought a woman along. The woman was his girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoqing stood up and looked at the woman next to Zhang Ming.
Brother, this is your girlfriend Han Wenwen, right?
Han Wenwen was tall, beautiful, with a score of 9 out of 10. Honestly, Zhang Ming usually seemed foolish, Zhang Xiaoqing couldn't imagine her brother finding such a pretty girlfriend.
Zhang Ming nodded. No need to be polite, just sit.
Zhang Xiaoqing said to Han Wenwen.
Han Wenwen didn't say anything, sat down, and lowered her head to play on her phone. Brother, I heard from Mom that you want to get married first?
Zhang Ming showed a difficult expression. His girlfriend was pregnant, and he had to marry her. However, the other side demanded a bride price of 500,000, which made him feel troubled.
Their family wasn't rich, 500,000 was an astronomical figure. Han Wenwen spoke, 500,000 is just the bride price. Zhang Ming, if you want to marry me, you also need to buy a house in the Magic City and a car.
I won't live in the countryside with you in the future. Zhang Ming said with a bitter face, Wenwen, I just graduated and don't have that much money.
Then I don't care.
Han Wenwen picked up a cup from the table and took a small sip of water.
Isn't your sister wealthy? You can ask her for help. Han Wenwen knew Zhang Xiaoqing's salary was relatively high.
Zhang Xiaoqing explained, I studied abroad before and borrowed a lot of money, I'm just getting it paid off. Wenwen, discuss with your family to see if the bride price can be lowered.
As for buying a house, you need to give my brother some time. Han Wenwen remained expressionless. Sorry, I can't wait. Suddenly, the atmosphere became a bit awkward.
Zhang Xiaoqing continued, actually, you can rent a place first.
Rent? That won't do. Now that Zhang Ming and I are getting married, shouldn't you, as the sister, help a little?
Zhang Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. She did want to help, but where could she find so much money?
Do you think houses in the Magic City are priced like cabbage?
At that moment, Lin Fan arrived as well.
Sorry, I'm late. Xiaoqing, this is your brother, right?
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's first impression of Lin Fan was that he seemed a bit foolish. Zhang Xiaoqing nodded and introduced, my brother's name is Zheng Ming.
This is Han Wenwen, my brother's girlfriend. Han Wenwen only glanced at Lin Fan and then continued to play on her phone. Sister, is this brother-in-law?
Zheng Ming asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at her brother, he is my boss. Lin Fan, chairman of Chufeng Group.
So you are my sister's boss, really young.
Hearing Zhang Xiaoqing say this, Han Wenwen also raised her head, looking at Lin Fan with interest.
She didn't expect Lin Fan's status to be so high.
He was actually the chairman of Chufeng Group. Chufeng Group, a real estate company valued at 200 billion.
This Lin Fan was indeed a big tycoon.
He was far superior to her boyfriend, Zheng Ming. No, there wasn't even a comparison. If only Lin Fan were my boyfriend.
Han Wenwen thought.
I heard from your sister that you are also working in the Magic City, what do you do? Lin Fan looked at Zheng Ming.
I do programming, just a programmer.
That's also good. If Lin Fan hadn't gotten the system, he might have been just a programmer.
Lin Fan, I'm doing a live stream. If you have time, come support my live room. Han Wenwen smiled brightly.
Sure, I'll definitely support you when I have time. Lin Fan was just being polite. The feeling Han Wenwen gave Lin Fan was not good.
Moreover, the perfume she wore was a bit too strong. Everyone is here. What do you want to eat?
Just order. Zhang Xiaoqing pushed the menu to the center of the table. Han Wenwen was not shy about it and ordered several signature dishes. After all, Zhang Xiaoqing was treating, so she didn't care about it. While Zhang Xiaoqing and Zhang Ming were chatting, Han Wenwen kept winking at Lin Fan. This made Lin Fan feel speechless. He felt this woman was unreliable. Just like Lu Qian's crowd. But after all, she was someone else's girlfriend, so Lin Fan couldn't say much. Suddenly, Han Wenwen felt dizzy.
Wenwen, what's wrong?
Zheng Ming supported Han Wenwen, asking with concern.
It's nothing, just a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaoqing suggested, why don't you let Lin Fan take a look? He's a doctor. Lin Fan is still a doctor? Han Wenwen instantly became interested.
Lin Fan, you need to check me properly.
Put your hand up.
Han Wenwen nodded and placed her hand on the table for Lin Fan to feel her pulse. Lin Fan actually had super doctor skills, so all of Han Wenwen's secrets were revealed to him. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenwen, his brows tightening more and more. This woman had a chaotic personal life and had actually had several abortions in the past. And now, the child in her belly also had problems. Most importantly, Lin Fan discovered that Han Wenwen had hidden illness. Clearly, this was a woman with a story. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, coughed lightly, not knowing how to speak.
Lin Fan, how is it? Didn't you go to the hospital for a checkup?
Zheng Ming and Han Wenwen shook their heads. It was probably because Han Wenwen was afraid that Zhang Ming would discover her problems, so she hadn't gone to the hospital. Lin Fan, Wenwen has been feeling dizzy these past few days.
Is she sick?
Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and said, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup. Zheng Ming was oblivious and didn't know he was taking the fall.
Wenwen, listen to Lin Fan.
Zhang Ming said worriedly.
No need, why go to the hospital? I've just been a bit undernourished lately. Han Wenwen had no intention of going to the hospital.
Because if she was examined, she would have no secrets left.
I'm going to the restroom.
Lin Fan found an excuse and came outside the restaurant, simultaneously sending a text message to Zhang Xiaoqing.
Come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't know what Lin Fan wanted but still went out. Lin Fan, what's wrong?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, your brother suddenly found such a beautiful girlfriend.
Don't you think there's something wrong? What problem?
Zhang Xiaoqing replied, don't underestimate my brother. He may seem foolish, but he's smart. I'm sorry, I can't see where he's smart.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
Then my brother is just a fool with foolish blessings.
What a phrase, foolish blessings. Unfortunately, there were no fools here. Let's put it this way, I think your brother's girlfriend is probably a rich lady.
The Chinese language is profound, but Zhang Xiaoqing didn't catch on.
Isn't that better?
If that's the case, then my brother is climbing high.
If I have to borrow money, I need to gather enough betrothal gifts for my brother. Lin Fan. Alright, as long as you like it.
After all, this is just your family matter.
I've said what I needed to say.
Lin Fan spread his hands, feeling helpless.
Then let's go back to eat. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I won't accompany you.
Lin Fan had completely lost his appetite now. By the way, tell your brother that his girlfriend has a terminal illness.
Hurry and go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Fan turned and left. You're not joking, are you? Zhang Xiaoqing knew Lin Fan's medical skills were exceptional and asked worriedly. I'm not in the mood to joke.
Lin Fan headed to the parking lot, driving away in that Koenigsegg. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqing returned with 8 bodyguards. At the same time, 2 business cars were also arranged.
Mr. Lin.
The 8 bodyguards stood at the door, exuding strong presence, and saluted Lin Fan. Lin Fan assessed the bodyguards and nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Xiaoqing, make some time to visit Hengtian Pharmaceutical tonight. Zhang Xiaoqing said, what? You bought Hengtian Pharmaceutical too? Chapter 75 Robot Little Baby. Not exactly a purchase, I hold 80% of Hengtian Pharmaceutical shares. Lin Fan said. Zhang Xiaoqing was surprised. Really? How many companies do you even have? Now Zhang Xiaoqing was already overwhelmed with work.
You'll know in the future.
Lin Fan couldn't answer this question, so he just left a mystery.
Are you trying to exhaust me to death? How about this, give me Lin Lin.
Zhang Xiaoqing said unhappily.
What do you want Lin Lin for? Xiaoqing, do you have that kind of special hobby?
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoqing with a strange expression.
What are you thinking?
Zhang Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan.
What I mean is, let Lin Lin follow me from now on.
She's quite smart and hardworking, it's a pity for her to be a maid in the manor.
Alright. Lin Fan agreed. The next morning.
Ding, congratulations host for drawing Robot Little Baby. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 1.45 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 1 billion Do coins.
Robot Little Baby?
Lin Fan recalled the mechanical dog he drew last time.
But this robot is named Little Baby, could it be a cute creature? 1.45 billion cash. That's alright.
But when he heard about 1 billion Do coins, Lin Fan was speechless. This Do coin is a virtual currency used only on the Douyin live broadcast platform.
System, can't you just give me cash? System, extract the robot. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, a girl in a pink short skirt appeared in the room.
The girl looked sweet with very fair skin, especially her big sparkling eyes, which were particularly charming.
Hello master, I am Robot Little Baby.
What surprised Lin Fan was that Little Baby's voice was actually a lowly voice.
Wow, you are a robot?
Lin Fan looked at Little Baby in disbelief and went over to pinch her rosy cheeks.
Is this really a robot?
She was even smoother and softer than a person's face.
That's right, Little Baby is a robot. But Little Baby was not made with Earth's technology.
Little Baby's body is mechanical, while the exterior is made of realistic materials. So, to look, Little Baby seems quite similar to a real person. They say Lolas have 3 strengths: soft voice, gentle body, easy to push down.
System, can't you reward me something real?
Little Baby reminded, Master, 3 years starting with the highest death penalty, let's understand.
Lin Fan. Looks like you are quite smart. Little Baby, what else can you do? Little Baby can do everything, from cooking meals to protecting the master. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, so you're really powerful? Come, let's have a contest.
Master, your combat power is about 2,000, while Little Baby is as high as 30,000, so you are not Little Baby's opponent. Lin Fan believed it, even though he was pretty strong.
But he definitely couldn't beat the robot.
Very well, then you will stay by my side from now on, of course, you don't have to follow me when I bathe or sleep.
Little Baby, try changing to a mature woman voice. Okay, master.
Little Baby immediately changed her tone. Mr. Lin, it is now 7:34 in the morning, it's time for you to get up and eat breakfast. Little Baby's voice was very pleasing, but when it changed to a mature woman's voice, Lin Fan felt it was odd. Mainly because Little Baby's appearance is a lowly, so it felt a bit mismatched. Forget it, you'd better switch back to your original voice.
Okay, master.
Lin Fan got up to brush his teeth, while Little Baby prepared a towel nearby. After brushing and washing, Lin Fan brought Little Baby to the hall on the first floor.
Lin Fan, who is this?
Seeing Lin Fan come down with a beautiful girl,
Zhang Xiaoqing felt very curious. Oh, this is the maid I just found, named Xiaoying.
From now on, she is only responsible to me, so you don't have to worry about her. While eating breakfast, Zhang Xiaoqing occasionally glanced at Xiaoying, her expression strange.
Xiaoying, how old are you this year? Xiaoying did not answer, just looked at Lin Fan.
She was seeking Lin Fan's opinion.
Why are you so curious?
It's not that, Lin Fan, I see she seems a bit young, you must not go down the path of crime.
Zhang Xiaoqing kindly reminded. Lin Fan found it amusing.
You talk too much, finish eating and hurry to work.
Does Xiaoying not eat?
Zhang Xiaoqing was like a curious baby.
She is on a diet.
Lin Fan casually made up an excuse.
A robot still needs to eat, are you joking? Zhang Xiaoqing stopped asking questions, and after finishing breakfast, left the estate.
Not long after breakfast, Lin Fan also received a phone call.
Big brother, it's Fantong. I've scraped together $1 million, I'm here to redeem the car. Lin Fan asked, is your brother coming too?
He ran into some trouble, I'm not too clear. Qin Shouxing lost the car to Lin Fan, and now his sister knew about it, and Qin Shouxing's sister was throwing a fit.
Lin Fan said no more, sending the estate's location to Fantong. Half an hour later, Fantong arrived by taxi.
Big brother, your house is really big. Fantong came alone, entering the estate and feeling amazed.
Although he was a rich second generation, he couldn't compare to Lin Fan. Where's the money? Lin Fan got straight to the point. The money is in the bank card, I'll transfer it to you right now.
Fantong took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Fan.
Alright, get the car and drive away.
Lin Fan received the money and returned the Jaguar sports car key to Fantong.
Fantong didn't want to leave yet. Big brother, can I treat you to a meal? No time.
It's like this, big brother, I want to learn driving skills from you. After the race, Fantong was impressed by Lin Fan's driving skills.
Not teaching. Alright, then I'll be leaving. Fantong felt bored and left.
Not long after Fantong left, Qin Shouxing also came. However, Qin Shouxing did not come alone, he brought along a short-haired beauty. Sister, this is the place. Don't talk later, I'll help you regain your honor. It's so infuriating that my Porsche sports car was lost by my brother. Qin Shouxing was very afraid of Qin Lan, shrinking his head, not daring to say anything. The two were stopped by the estate's security at the entrance.
After informing Lin Fan instructed the security to let them through.
Qin Lan quickly walked into the hall, imposing, while Qin Shouxing followed behind. Big brother. Qin Shouxing looked at Lin Fan, who was sitting on the sofa.
You are Lin Fan, I heard your driving skills are amazing.
Qin Lan looked Lin Fan up and down, biting her teeth. Lin Fan looked up, also looking at the short-haired beauty in front of him. It has to be said, Qin Shouxing's sister indeed had some beauty. But wait, they have the same genes, why does Qin Shouxing's sister look so good? Chapter 76 Princess Taiping. Good looking as she is, but Qi Lan's figure is, just okay. It's not that my driving skills are amazing. It's that your brother is too weak. Lin Fan said with a smile. Beside him, Xiao Ying was giving Lin Fan a massage.
Did you bring the money?
Qin Lan took out a bank card, there is 1 million in here.
But I want to gamble with you. If you can win me, I'll give you my Porsche sports car.
But if you lose, you have to spit out this 1 million.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, why should I compete with you?
Since going to the racetrack once, Lin Fan felt there was nothing new about it.
Moreover, Lin Fan didn't want to bully women. Qin Lan said, because I'm not convinced.
I won't race with you, I'll play chess with you instead.
How about that?
Lin Fan felt this woman was too annoying.
Since you want to give away money so badly, then let's fulfill your wish. Xiao Ying, do you know how to play chess? Xiao Ying glanced at Qin Lan, Master, I don't want to bully her. Xiao Ying is a robot. A lot of information is stored in the brain. Chess is just a piece of cake for Xiao Ying. Even if a 128-core computer battles Xiao Ying, it might not win. Did you hear that? Even my Xiao Ying doesn't want to bully you. You all.
Qin Lan was infuriated.
Do you know who I am?
Brother, tell them. Qin Shouxing said, my sister is a national chess master and has won the national individual championship 3 times. In terms of ranking, my sister is also in the top 5. Also, my sister is known as the most beautiful woman in the chess world. Brother, don't compare with my sister, you can't beat her. Qin Shouxing specifically reminded. Qin Lan pulled Qin Shouxing's ear, eating from both sides, are you helping me or Lin Fan?
A chess master?
Hearing this from Qin Shouxing, Lin Fan became a bit interested. Okay, today I will meet you, first declare, no crying if you lose.
But I don't have chess here. I have. Qin Lan was prepared and immediately took out a box of chess. Qin Lan set up the chess on the table. The chess game began. Come on, one game for the win or lose.
Qin Lan smiled, when it came to chess, she rarely feared others. Today, she would do anything to help her brother regain face. Qin Lan played the red pieces first. At the beginning, Qin Lan made a common opening move, the cannon on the first line. Of course, she did not take Lin Fan seriously.
Lin Fan leaned back in the chair, lazily playing on his phone. He didn't even need to think while playing chess.
After all, Lin Fan was also skilled in chess.
Xiao Ying, I want to eat grapes. Okay, master. Xiao Ying placed the washed grapes into Lin Fan's mouth. Still master, you all.
Xinlan thought of something and felt her cheeks burning. She shook her head violently, driving away those dirty thoughts, and focused on the chess game. At first, Xinlan was very relaxed. But slowly, Xinlan began to feel pressure. Because, with Lin Fan's arrangement, Xinlan realized she was actually at a disadvantage. After all, she was a national champion. Would she really lose like this? Xinlan wanted to turn the tide, frowning and thinking hard. Lin Fan ignored Xinlan, munching on grapes and playing on his phone. Unfortunately, after thinking for more than 10 minutes, Xinlan still couldn't come up with a way to turn the tide. She was flustered. Beautiful girl, are you still going to play? According to the rules of chess, you have already lost. Indeed, looking at the position, Xinlan had already lost. Xinlan didn't expect to lose and panicked. This game doesn't count, I wasn't ready. That's no fun. Xinlan gritted her teeth and played dirty. Let's play best of 3, come again. Lin Fan found it amusing. Sure, anyway, I have nothing to do, so let's just play. In that case, I will let you have 5 pawns. Lin Fan pushed his 5 pawns off the board. You will regret this. Xinlan let out a cold laugh. The second game began. Although she was on guard, as the layout progressed, Xinlan found herself still at a disadvantage. If she lost to a chess expert, that wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that Lin Fan didn't even have a ranking on the chess leaderboard. Xinlan's pieces were being captured one by one. 20 minutes passed. Sorry, you lost again. Lin Fan said with a smile. Doesn't count, let's do it again, best of 5. Also, let me have 2 more cannons. Xinlan was almost in tears from anxiety. Lin Fan had no words. Beautiful girl, letting me give you a handicap is just better than letting me win. Are you playing dirty? I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Fan stood up. Alright, I admit defeat. Xinlan felt heartbroken and transferred 1 million from her bank card to Lin Fan. That Porsche is also yours. Lin Fan smiled upon receiving the money. That's more like it. No, I still want to compete with you. Xinlan gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept. Do you still have money? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Haha, you're still addicted to competing. I have no money left. Xinlan thought for a moment and said, alright, if I lose again, I will stay and be your girlfriend. Oh my, sister, you aren't joking, are you? Xin Shouxing beside her was stunned. You want to be my girlfriend? Lin Fan shook his head. What's wrong? Am I that bad? Besides, I was just careless earlier. If I take it seriously, I might not lose. Xinlan refused to accept it. You should know, many people are after me, Xinlan. Lin Fan looked Xinlan up and down. Sorry, but I really don't think much of you. I don't know where you get your confidence. No curves in the front, no curves in the back, that tiny A cup is laughable. Xinlan was infuriated and screamed. Ah! Lin Fan, how dare you say I'm fierce? Lin Fan dug at his ear and looked at the ceiling. You said that yourself, I didn't say anything. Lin Fan, I remember you. This time, Xinlan was truly angry to the point of tears, turning around and running out of the manor. Xin Shoushang gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Bro, you're the first one to make my sister cry. Why don't you just subdue her? Lin Fan replied, I don't like princesses, you can get lost too. Bro, I'm leaving now. Xin Shoushang turned around and left, chasing after Xinlan. Today, the Magic City was not very peaceful. A lot of reporters rushed to the city center hospital. Because just now, the hospital announced that a patient with late-stage lung cancer miraculously recovered. And that person was naturally young Lin Lin's mother. After taking the second prescription from Lin Fan, young Lin Lin's mother was completely healed. And it was Lin Fan who announced the examination results. As soon as the news broke, it caused an uproar. Chapter 77, Causing a Stir. Deputy Director Wu, I heard your hospital cured a patient with late-stage lung cancer. Is that true? Several reporters arrived at Wu Qingsong's office. It is true, but that patient was not cured by our hospital's doctors. We only announced the examination results. The reporters questioned, with today's medical technology, we can only prolong the survival of late-stage lung cancer patients. Deputy Director Wu, do you know what this means when you announce this result? Wu Qingsong stated, this is a fact. We have already published the examination results online. If you don't believe it, you can go check. Lucia continued to ask, you said the patient was not cured by your hospital, so may I ask, who has such amazing medical skills? No comment. But you will find out soon enough. Wu Qingsong was very annoyed because after the announcement, reporters from all major media outlets swarmed to him. Among them were some from abroad. And everyone held a skeptical attitude.
After all, with today's medical conditions, we still cannot completely cure cancer.
However, the Magic City Central Hospital suddenly announced this news, making it hard not to cause a stir.
Deputy Director Wu, can we see the patient? Not yet.
Wu Qingsong refused. Then he found an excuse to send those reporters away.
Dr. Lin, I have done as you instructed. Wu Qingsong called Lin Fan. Well done, I owe you one. Lin Fan had already seen the reports online.
To be honest, this was the effect he wanted. It was like promoting the upcoming drug launch.
You're too polite, Dr. Lin.
But now many reporters have come to the hospital, I'm afraid it will affect your friend. Lin Fan said, since the examination is done, you can bring Lin and her mother back.
Forget it, I'll go personally.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and set off for the hospital. Wu Qingsong was busy with his own work when suddenly, a doctor came to find him.
Deputy Director, it's not good. Someone is causing trouble in the hospital. What happened? Wu Qingsong frowned.
You should go take a look.
Wu Qingsong stood up and went out with the doctor.
In the hospital room where Yang Linlin's mother was. At this moment, it was in chaos. Yang's mother was healed, and today they came for an examination with her daughter.
This took them most of the day.
And the result, of course, was a cure. They had planned to go back, but unexpectedly, several fierce-looking individuals directly approached them.
You brat, you still owe us 100,000 yuan. Come with us.
A few people wanted to take Yang Lin and her mother away, but the hospital doctor naturally wouldn't allow it.
Yang Lin is Lin Fan's friend.
If something happened at the hospital, they would have no way to explain to Lin Fan.
I don't know you. Yang Lin looked a bit scared.
In fact, she really didn't know these people at all.
Let alone owe them money.
You brat, thinking you can owe us money and not pay, hurry up and come with us.
The few people rushed over, wanting to take Yang Lin away.
No one noticed that there was a young man in a suit standing outside the door. That person was Zhou Haifeng. At this moment, Zhou Haifeng was leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette.
When he learned that the cured patient was in this ward, Zhou Haifeng immediately rushed over with people.
That's right, he wanted to obtain the prescription for curing lung cancer. The so-called debt was just their excuse.
They wanted to take Yang Lin away and then ask for the prescription.
Zhou Haifeng's father's pharmaceutical company was worth over 50 billion, and once he obtained the prescription for curing lung cancer, a tenfold increase would be no problem. This shows how huge the value of this prescription is.
Stop. Wu Qingsong came over with the hospital security.
Old man, don't meddle in other people's business, one person warned, pointing at Wu Qingsong.
He is our deputy dean.
I don't care who you are, this is a hospital, and you can't make trouble. Wu Qingsong had the hospital's security behind him, so he had some confidence. The two sides were at a standoff. At this moment, Zhou Haifeng, tossing away his cigarette butt, walked into the ward.
Wu Qingsong, you better not interfere with what's going on here. Zhou Haifeng warned. Who are you?
Wu Qingsong squinted his eyes.
My father is the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical, Zhou Yuzhong. Zhou Haifeng declared his identity. What? The chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical?
The doctors did not expect that Zhou Haifeng had such a big background, and they were a bit scared.
Wu Qingsong was also taken aback.
I don't care who you are, all I know is this is a hospital, and you can't cause trouble.
You're asking for trouble.
Zhou Haifeng was furious and ordered, take her away.
At that moment. Smack.
Lin Fan entered the ward and directly gave Zhou Haifeng a crisp slap.
Young Master Zhou.
The few people rushed to Zhou Haifeng's side, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng was stunned by the slap, slowly raising his head.
Lin Fan, it's you again.
Zhou Haifeng hated Lin Fan deeply, his eyes filled with anger. It was this guy who had stolen his goddess, Song Shuer. Now, he came to meddle again. Zhou Haifeng felt a stinging pain in his face and, unable to hold back his anger, wanted to retaliate.
Smack.
As soon as Zhou Haifeng raised his hand, Lin Fan slapped him again. He lost his balance and fell to the ground.
Beat him up. Zhou Haifeng, embarrassed and furious, ordered those around him. You'd better not act, or I'll beat you all together. Lin Fan.
With Lin Fan's arrival, young Lin finally stopped feeling so scared. She moved behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan gave Yang Lin a reassuring look and turned to Zhou Haifeng again.
Zhou Haifeng, you dare to touch my people, are you tired of living? Zhou Haifeng frowned. He miscalculated. He didn't know that young Lin was Lin Fan's.
However, he had to get revenge for those two slaps.
What are you all waiting for? Beat him up. I'll pay for the medical expenses.
Lin Fan smiled.
Want to fight?
Lin Fan clapped his hands. Immediately, 8 bodyguards in suits rushed in from outside the ward.
Come on, let's see who has more people. Once those bodyguards appeared, Zhou Haifeng's people were frightened. Because Lin Fan's bodyguards were tall and clearly trained professionals. How could this continue?
Zhou Haifeng knew that he had just taken 2 slaps for nothing and gritted his teeth.
We're leaving. Zhou Haifeng's expression darkened as he led his people out of the ward. Getting slapped twice was a humiliation for Zhou Haifeng. He vowed to get revenge. Young Master Zhou, what should we do now? Investigate for me.
I want to know where Yang Linlin has been in the past half month.
The prescription is very important to Zhou Haifeng, no matter the cost, he must obtain it. As for dealing with Lin Fan, that can wait. Zhou Haifeng left the hospital. Dr. Lin, luckily you arrived in time.
The deputy director sighed in relief.
Now it's all fine, everyone can leave. Wu Qingsong asked the hospital security to go away. Linlin, are you okay?
Lin Fan looked at Yang Linlin.
Yang Linlin shook her head. How could Zhou Haifeng cause trouble for you?
Lin Fan felt this was not so simple.
Yang Linlin asked in confusion, I don't know, those people came in and said I owed them money and wanted to take me away.
Hearing Yang Linlin say this, Lin Fan suddenly figured it out.
I understand now, Zhou Haifeng must have come for the prescription.
Lin Fan's prescription can cure lung cancer, and Zhou Haifeng's father runs a pharmaceutical company, they definitely want the prescription. After all, the temptation of that prescription is huge. If I had known this, I should have beaten Zhou Haifeng up earlier. 2 slaps would have been a good lesson for him.
Linlin, you're not safe right now, you should move to the manor to stay. No need, Mr. Lin. It's okay.
Lin Fan was concerned about Yang Linlin, and he also didn't want his prescription leaked. Thus, Lin Fan took Yang Linlin and her mother back to the manor. Time passed quickly, night fell. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaoqing returned as well. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the hall and noticed that Zhang Xiaoqing didn't look happy.
Xiaoqing, what's wrong?
Zhang Xiaoqing looked at Lin Fan with a strange expression. Just now, her brother broke up with his girlfriend. The reason was that this morning, Han Wenwen suddenly fainted, and after arriving at the hospital, Zhang Xiaoqing's brother learned all of Han Wenwen's secrets. Zhang Xiaoqing also realized now the true meaning of Lin Fan's words about the young lady from a wealthy family.
It's better to break up, there are many fish in the sea. Looks like your brother is still saved.
Lin Fan said with a smile. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Zhang Xiaoqing felt the same way. If after knowing Han Wenwen's secrets, her brother could still accept her, that would be hopeless. Zhang Xiaoqing sighed and took out her phone.
Xuer is live streaming today, aren't you going to support her? She's live streaming? On what platform? Lin Fan asked curiously. Douyin.
Lin Fan used to be a fan of Song Xuer and really liked her songs. Immediately, Lin Fan opened the Douyin app. When he saw the account had 1 billion Ducoin, Lin Fan muttered a few times.
Why reward with Ducoin, of all things? Why not cash?
Lin Fan found Song Xuer's live streaming room and clicked in. The popularity in the livestream wasn't high since Song Xuer hadn't appeared publicly in a long time.
Xuer, where have you been these past 2 years? I heard you were banned, is that true?
No, I heard Xuer got married. Seeing the bullet comments, Song Xuer showed a bitter smile on her face.
These are all rumors. Song Xuer explained.
Song Xuer is making a comeback, she has a concert next month.
Live streaming is also to promote the concert. Xuer, I haven't heard you sing in a long time, can you sing a song? Sure, which one would everyone like to hear? Song Xuer was very easygoing. A big thanks to Su Xiao from Yanjing for sending the Carnival *10. Thank you for the gift, Su Xiao from Yanjing, thank you. One carnival costs 3,000 Huaxia coins, and even if the platform takes half, Song Xuer can still receive 1,500. Song Xuer didn't expect that live streaming could be so profitable. No wonder so many people are doing live streaming now.
As Su Xiao from Yanjing sent 10 carnivals, he quickly became the top contributor.
Xuer, when are you coming to Yanjing? I can treat you to dinner. It seems this user named Su Xiao from Yanjing is a wealthy person. Moreover, he also wants to woo Song Xuer. Sorry, I won't be going to Yanjing anytime soon. Song Xuer said. The other parties started sending gifts again. From Yanjing, Su Xiao sent Carnival *10 in Song Xuer's livestream. From Yanjing, Su Xiao sent Carnival *20 in Song Xuer's livestream.
Just like this, from Yanjing, Su Xiao directly sent 200,000 gifts in Song Xuer's livestream. This shocked Song Xuer as well.
Xuer, please sing Deep Autumn for me. Su Xiao from Yanjing sent a bullet comment.
Song Shuer was about to say something. At that moment, she saw a strange ID enter the livestream.
You still owe me 4 million entered the livestream.
Upon seeing this name for the first time, Song Shuer froze.
Why does it feel like this name is deliberately reminding her? Is it that guy, Lin Fan?
Welcome, you still owe me 4 million to the livestream. Shuer, I want to hear you sing Early Summer. Lin Fan also sent a bullet comment.
Bro, do you understand the order of things? Su Xiao from Yanjing got angry.
Bro, queue up, everyone is waiting for Shuer to sing.
Exactly, he's the top supporter, you should wait.
Lin Fan moved his fingers. You still owe me 4 million, sent Carnival *10 in Song Shuer's livestream. You still owe me 4 million, sent Carnival *20 in Song Shuer's livestream. In less than half a minute, Lin Fan sent 100 carnivals. He was promoted to the top supporter.
Wow, another rich guy has arrived. Rich guy, can we be friends?
Thank you for the gifts, you still owe me 4 million.
Song Shuer smiled bitterly.
Now she could be sure, this person had to be Lin Fan. With so many gifts sent, the popularity of Song Shuer's livestream also increased.
Who is this beautiful woman? So familiar. Not well informed, huh? This is Song Shuer. Got it, I used to listen to her songs back in the day. Bro, are you deliberately opposing me? Do you really want to compete for the top? Su Xiao from Yanjing was unhappy.
However, Lin Fan did not respond to him.
How about this, let's have a competition. Whoever becomes the second top supporter today will never enter Shuer's livestream again, how about that? Su Xiao from Yanjing was not convinced. Looks like there's a good show to watch. The audience in the livestream was excited to see the drama unfold.
When these two made their moves, it was tens of thousands in rewards, ordinary people could only watch the fun.
Alright, let's do it. Lin Fan agreed.
Anyway, his dough coins were won, so it wouldn't hurt to give them all away.
Isn't who he gives to important? Giving them to Song Shuer is also nice. Lin Fan, are you in the livestream? Song Shuer sent a message to Lin Fan.
I'm here, just getting ready to compete with that guy.
Even if you're rich, you can't spend like this. Song Shuer advised.
Lin Fan screenshot his Dogecoin account and sent it to Song Shuer.
When she saw Lin Fan's Dogecoin balance, Song Shuer was speechless. Big brother, are you showing off your wealth? Chapter 79 Send you a word, roll. Su Xiao from Yanjing sent Carnival *10 in Song Shuer's livestream. Su Xiao from Yanjing had already started sending gifts.
He was trying to get Song Shuer's attention, but Lin Fan's appearance disrupted his plan.
This cannot be tolerated. So, you want to see who has more money, huh? Come on.
Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the messages Song Shuer sent and started sending gifts. The most expensive gift on Douyin seemed to be the carnival. Otherwise, Lin Fan really wanted to send out 1 million all at once.
The popularity of Song Shuer's livestream began to soar. What's going on? Newcomers to the livestream were baffled.
They could only see two people crazily sending gifts.
Big brother, did your money just fall from the sky? When Su Xiao from Yanjing sent 60 more carnivals, the speed of his gifts started to slow down. Because he didn't have much money left.
Looking at Lin Fan again, he was still sending like crazy. Soon, Lin Fan sent 500,000 cash. Lin Fan stopped, he noticed that Su Xiao from Yanjing had fallen silent.
This guy ran away? That's no fun, why run if you couldn't win? Thank you to Su Xiao from Yanjing. Thank you, but you still owe me 4 million. Thank you both for your gifts.
Song Shuer felt that she wouldn't need to hold concerts anymore. Every day, she could just go live and get so many tips. The viewers in the livestream kept tagging Su Xiao from Yanjing, but no response from him. It seemed that he really had escaped from the livestream. After all, he talked big at first but ended up defeated. How could he still have the face to stay in the livestream? Top brother, let's be friends. Big brother, are you Shuer's husband? The viewers in the livestream started to tease. Seeing more and more viewers in the livestream, Song Shuer felt quite happy. I'm sending a few red envelopes in the livestream, hope everyone doesn't think it's too little. And I hope everyone can support me more in the future. Song Shuer immediately sent out 20,000 in red envelopes.
Whoa, I got 180. The host is generous. Thank you, a batch of 8 treasures. Lin Fan continued to send a few gifts one after another.
Only after Song Shuer ended the livestream did Lin Fan go take a shower and sleep.
The night quickly passed. System, lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Veneno. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 1.4 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Gulfstream G550 private jet. Although he won a Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million, Lin Fan was not too surprised. After all, he had already won too many luxury cars. 14 billion Huaxia coins were also pretty good.
Whoa, system, even a private jet came out?
Lin Fan checked online and found that a Gulfstream G550 private jet was worth 326 million.
Nice, it would be convenient for long trips in the future.
Lin Fan got dressed, got up, and went to the hall.
Yang Linlin also stayed in the mansion last night. Everyone sat together for breakfast.
Zheng Xiaoqing was looking at her phone when suddenly she saw a news headline.
Lin Fan, look. What's wrong?
Honghu Pharmaceutical announced last night that they developed a drug to cure lung cancer. Lin Fan took the phone to have a look and found it was true. This information was also on the front pages of several news platforms, causing quite a discussion.
Lin Fan frowned.
The first thought that flashed through his mind was that his formula had been leaked. Zheng Xiaoqing was silent for a moment and said, "I don't really believe that Honghu Pharmaceutical can develop a drug to cure lung cancer." Lin Fan shook his head. "No, since they dared to release the news, it must be true.
Moreover, I suspect they got my formula."
This can't be possible," said Zheng Xiaoqing.
"Lin Fan, that formula is known only to you."
Lin Fan shook his head again. "No, Lin took my formula to buy medicine. Since it was used to buy medicine, the pharmacy people must have seen the formula.
As long as Zhou Haifeng went to the pharmacy, he could find out about the formula."
Yang Linlin felt guilty. "Mr. Lin, it's all my fault."
Lin Fan smiled. "It's okay, they only got my first formula. Relying on just one formula cannot cure lung cancer. Instead, it will cause a lot of trouble.
Just wait, there will come a time when they regret."
Hearing Lin Fan say this, Yang Linlin felt a bit better.
Zheng Xiaoqing asked, "Lin Fan, when do you plan to arrange for your drug to hit the market? Getting a new drug to market requires complex clinical trials, so it is quite troublesome." However, Lin Fan planned to take a shortcut.
"Soon." Lin Fan smiled.
Now Lin Fan also had a pharmaceutical company, so producing the drug was easy. The key was to process the paperwork for the drug to be listed. After breakfast, Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin went out. Lin Fan specially arranged for 2 bodyguards to follow Yang Linlin. Lin Fan stayed in the mansion, and around 9 o'clock, the mansion's security found Lin Fan.
"Mr. Lin, there's a man outside named Zhou Yuzhong who says he wants to see you." "Zhou Yuzhong? I don't know him."
The security guard said. "He claims to be the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical."
"Chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical?" Lin Fan remembered. That man should be Zhou Haifeng's father.
However, Lin Fan couldn't understand why Zhou Yuzhong came here at all. They took Lin Fan's prescription, and now they even dared to come back.
"Let him in."
Lin Fan planned to meet Zhou Yuzhong to see what he was up to.
Soon, Zhou Yuzhong came in.
What surprised Lin Fan was that Zhou Yuzhong brought his son Zhou Haifeng with him. Zhou Haifeng had a sly smile on his face. It was obvious that he was proud of obtaining the prescription for curing lung cancer. Previously, Zhou Haifeng did not know that the prescription was created by Lin Fan. Last night, he checked some information and found out that Lin Fan was actually a divine doctor. To be honest, Zhou Haifeng was indeed very surprised. However, it didn't matter. After all, he had already gotten his hands on the prescription.
Now, the stock of Honghu Pharmaceutical was skyrocketing. "Hello, Dr. Lin."
Zhou Yuzhong greeted Lin Fan. "Previously, my son offended Dr. Lin several times.
Please do not take it to heart. Just say what you need to say, I'm busy."
Lin Fan disliked dealing with such people.
Dr. Lin is really straightforward. "Let's put it this way, I want to cooperate with you,"
Zhou Yuzhong said directly.
"How do you want to cooperate?"
Lin Fan asked with interest. Zhou Yuzhong said, "Now that I have obtained the prescription for curing lung cancer, I also know that it came from Dr. Lin.
So, from the profits brought by the prescription, I will give you 10%. Dr. Lin must have many good things in hand. Why not share them and earn money together?"
Lin Fan picked up a clean apple from the table and took a bite.
"I have a word for you. Get lost."
These two dare to come and talk about cooperation. They really have thick skin. They even promised Lin Fan 10% profit. It's ridiculous for them to say that.
Zhou Yuzhong was unhappy inside but didn't show it.
"Son, it seems Dr. Lin is still angry with you. Hurry and apologize to him."
Zhou Yuzhong gave Zhou Haifeng a meaningful glance.
If an apology could win Lin Fan's cooperation, that wouldn't be bad.
"Lin Fan, I'm sorry."
Zhou Haifeng bent down in front of Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng could still tell which was more important. As long as Lin Fan agreed to cooperate, they would have endless money. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Haifeng and suddenly smiled.
"Since you are here to apologize, is that all the sincerity you have?"
Lin Fan was very clear about the tricks in their hearts.
"Dr. Lin, then you can propose a condition." Zhou Yuzhong said. Sure, have your son kneel down and apologize to me.
Lin Fan inconspicuously continued eating the apple.
Lin Fan, don't go too far.
As expected, Zhou Haifeng was provoked, and his face instantly darkened.
That prescription is already in our hands, and we won't give you a penny. Lin Fan sneered, you might as well give that 10% profit to a beggar. Zhou Yuzhong's face also didn't look good. Dr. Lin, so there is nothing to discuss?
Lin Fan said, we can talk, but first show me 50% of Honghu Pharmaceutical shares to show your sincerity.
You're asking for too much. Dr. Lin, you will regret this.
Getting 50% of Honghu Pharmaceutical shares was impossible. Since they couldn't negotiate, Zhou Yuzhong also stopped wasting time.
Son, let's go.
Both of their faces were unattractive as they hurried out of the manor.
Dad, this Lin Fan is asking for trouble.
After all, he is young, being hot-headed is normal.
Don't worry, he can't defeat us.
Zhou Yuzhong sneered. Now, the stock price of Honghu Pharmaceutical was rapidly soaring, which was the result they wanted. Moreover, they had already applied for a patent for the prescription. Even if Lin Fan also had the prescription, it would be useless. The two left with smiles on their faces, getting into the car and driving away.
Not long after they left, Lin Fan also changed into a new outfit.
Xiaoying, come with me to the hospital.
Okay, master. Xiaoying didn't ask. Following Lin Fan to the garage. Lin Fan drove off in the Pagani Huaxia.
The reason for not taking the Koenigsegg was that Lin Fan wanted to try different feelings every day.
Sure enough, there was still a Lamborghini Veneno in the system space.
Once I draw a few more cars, I can drive a different one every time I go out, without repeating. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and the little baby arrived at the Central City Hospital. Many doctors in the hospital recognized Lin Fan and greeted him.
Dr. Lin, why are you here? Vice Dean Wu Qingsong was still working and greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Dr. Lin, let me make you a cup of tea.
No need, I'm here for something serious. Lin Fan waved his hand.
What is it? Please tell me, Dr. Lin. If he could help Lin Fan, Wu Qingsong naturally would not refuse.
My lung cancer treatment drug, I want it on the market, can you help me think of a way?
I want to get it on the market as soon as possible. Wu Qingsong shook his head.
Others might not know the complexities of new drug approvals, but Wu Qingsong certainly did. For a drug to go from development to market, 2 to 3 years is already considered fast.
Dr. Lin, I'm just the vice dean of the hospital. I'm afraid I can't help with this. Wu Qingsong showed a troubled expression. Is there really no other way?
Wu Qingsong thought for a moment and said, your drug is a bit special, once released, it will be a blessing for lung cancer patients. If we apply, it should take about a year to get it on the market.
A year? Too slow. I want it on the market next week.
Lin Fan now owned a pharmaceutical company, so producing this wasn't a big deal.
Absolutely impossible. Wu Qingsong shook his head again. How about this, Dr. Lin?
I have a few friends in the Pharmaceutical Association.
I can introduce you to them. And they have some influence in the medical field. Maybe they have a way.
Lin Fan nodded, all right.
I'll contact them as soon as possible and bring them to see you tonight.
However, Dr. Lin, I seem to have heard that Honghu Pharmaceutical has also developed a drug that can cure lung cancer.
Lin Fan said coldly, they only got my prescription. That's too much, Dr. Lin. I'll hire the best lawyer for you, we must sue them.
Lin Fan waved his hand, no need, let them be proud for a while, they'll come looking for me eventually. Zhou Yuzhong and Zhou Yuzhong think that by getting the prescription, they can count their money until their hands hurt.
Actually, the trouble has just begun.
As for the skyrocketing stock price, that's just a bubble, there will always be a day of collapse.
All right.
Wu Qingsong thought of something and said, by the way, Dr. Lin, I have a patient here who is quite strange.
Can you take a look for me?
I've been a doctor for decades and have never encountered such a thing.
Wu Qingsong handed Lin Fan a hospital examination report.
It's like this, that patient finishes quickly every time he does that.
That is, it ends before it even begins. Wu Qingsong didn't know how to describe it. The key is, they couldn't find any problems in the examination. Do you really need to ask me about such a small problem?
Lin Fan took a casual look and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the name on the examination report.
Indeed, it was Zhang Guojun.
That guy drank Lin Fan's 3 wonderful True Man potion, it's no surprise he's in trouble.
The key is that once this potion is taken, it's irreparable. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Fan smiled and asked, is that patient in the hospital?
I'll go take a look.
Still here, I'll take you over right now.
That patient had some status, even some of the hospital's attending doctors couldn't do anything, so he was sent to Wu Qingsong. Before long, Wu Qingsong brought Lin Fan to a ward. Zhang Guojun was lying on the hospital bed, looking haggard. Beside him, Zhang Guojun's female secretary was feeding him. "Young Master Zhang, I've brought a divine doctor for you, let him take a look," Wu Qingsong said. "Lin Fan?" Seeing Lin Fan, Zhang Guojun was furious. "Zhang Guojun, we meet again." Lin Fan had an uncontainable smile on his face. This guy, wasn't he just fixated on his land? He really had his day today. "Lin Fan, what the hell are you doing here?" Zhang Guojun didn't want Lin Fan to make a fool of him. "I'm a doctor, of course, I'm here to treat you." Lin Fan flipped through the examination report and said solemnly. "In your case, I suggest an operation." Zhang Guojun's face turned red. "Lin Fan, you just came here to mess things up." "An operation? How could something like that be done just like that?" I can't believe Lin Fan would say something like that. "Mess things up?" Lin Fan laughed. "Vice President Wu, tell him, am I not a doctor?" Wu Qingsong nodded and said to Zhang Guojun, "Mr. Lin is a divine doctor. Since Dr. Lin says so, there must be a reason." "How about?" Zhang Guojun furiously said, "I see that you guys are deliberately targeting me. I'm discharging, I'm not getting treated." Zhang Guojun felt he had lost his only dignity. A difficult illness that was hard to talk about, and now his rival Lin Fan knew about it. So angry. Zhang Guojun was very confused because his body was still fine before. Just 2 days ago, suddenly there was a problem. And no one could find any fault. "Zhang Guojun, let me put it this way, the only way to treat your illness is to cut it out." Lin Fan tried hard not to laugh. This guy Zhang Guojun, didn't he want to compete with him? Let's see who can laugh till the end. "Lin Fan, stop scaring people here, my matter with you is not over." "We'll see." Zhang Guojun did not believe Lin Fan's words. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and stormed out of the ward. He felt he could no longer stay there with any face. Lin Fan returned to the manor with Xiaoying. Until after 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Qingsong arrived with several old men. These old men were also doctors, very influential in the medical association. Hearing that Lin Fan was a divine doctor who could cure lung cancer, they were very interested in him. "Let me introduce, this is the president of the medical association, Huang Shixiang." Wu Qingsong introduced Lin Fan one by one. "Little brother, I heard your medical skills are remarkable, very good, we can exchange medical issues when we have time," Huang Shixiang said with a smile. Talented young people like Lin Fan were who they all wanted to meet. Lin Fan got straight to the point. "I have a matter I'd like your help with, I don't know if Vice President Wu has told you." "Don't worry, if you can help me with this, I'll thank you properly." Huang Shixiang and the others felt troubled. Although they were influential in the medical field, with many disciples throughout China, they really couldn't help with drug approval procedures. The main problem was that if a new drug didn't go through clinical trials, no one could guarantee there wouldn't be any issues. And if there were issues, the impact would be massive. No one could bear that responsibility. Huang Shixiang said, "We've heard about it. But I'm sorry, we can't help with this. However, since your prescription is so effective for lung cancer, it could actually be tried on a small scale, delaying the market launch." Lin Fan shook his head. He knew very well that only by getting the drug on the market could the benefits be maximized. How much money could be made with a small-scale trial? "I know this isn't easy, so here's the deal, if you can help me with this, I will give you something." "What thing?" Everyone exchanged curious glances. Lin Fan took out the Qing Nang book he had drawn from the system and put it on the table. "This is... God, this is actually Hua Tuo's Qing Nang book." Seeing that yellowed medical book, the old men trembled with their hands. Huang Shixiang picked up the Qing Nang book and started flipping through it. "President, is this real?" Huang Shixiang, suppressing his excitement, shook his head. I can't be sure. After all, this book has been lost for a long time. Let's not talk about whether the book is real or not, but the prescriptions recorded in it are of great research value. If this book is real, it is not an exaggeration to say it is a national treasure. Lin Fan, where did you get this book? You don't need to care about the origins of this book, what I can tell you is, this book is 100% genuine. This prescription seems useful for me, let me take a look. Several old men rushed to see the Qing Nan book. Lin Fan saw this and walked over, snatching it back in one move. "If you all can help me get things done, this book is yours." This Qing Nan book was not very useful to Lin Fan. Even if sold at auction, it would probably only fetch a few billion. But if it could lead to the market launch of the medicine, then the money Lin Fan could earn would not be just a few billion. No, Lin Fan, even if you give us this Qing Nan book, we wouldn't dare to take it. This is a national treasure, they wouldn't dare to accept it. To them, just being able to see the content is already very satisfying. Also, the information recorded in this medical book has great research value. Once made public, it will surely cause a sensation.
Lin Fan, let us see it again, okay? You haven't helped yet, and you want to see the book? Dream on.
Lin Fan was not that foolish. If he couldn't trade this book for the market launch of the medicine, he would rather throw it in the trash. No, Lin Fan, this book is extremely important for the Chinese medicine community. I suggest you donate it.
Yes, there are many long-lost prescriptions in this book. If you donate it, it will definitely save many people.
Lin Fan was speechless. These old men actually wanted to use moral pressure.
Lin Fan said, if my medicine can be launched, wouldn't that also save many people? No, this cannot be equated.
Yes, your medicine can be launched, it just needs time. Lin Fan put the Qing Nong book away and turned around.
Since that's the case, you all can go.
When my medicine is launched, I will take out the Qing Nong book again.
No, Lin Fan, let's negotiate.
Huang Shixiang and the others were still unwilling to leave.
If Lin Fan's medicine was launched a year later, would they have to wait a year?
That was too long, they couldn't wait.
How about this, Lin Fan, you lend us the book for a few days. We will do our best to find a way for you. No way.
Lin Fan refused. This Qing Nong book was a bargaining chip, Lin Fan wouldn't easily lend it out.
Everyone leave, I want to sleep. Since these old men couldn't help, Lin Fan didn't want to entertain them anymore.
Huang Shixiang and the others rolled their eyes.
Brother, it's only a little past 8, what kind of sleep is this?
The beautiful nightlife has just begun.
Can't you find a better excuse for leaving?
Huang Shixiang and the others were silent. Clearly, they found Lin Fan was not easily fooled. To get the Qing Nong book, it seemed they had to do something for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, give us one day, we will give you an answer by then.
To see the Qing Nong book, Huang Shixiang and the others planned to use their connections.
Okay, I'll wait for you for one day. Then we take our leave.
Lin Fan, take care, don't lose the Qing Nong book. Before leaving, Huang Shixiang kindly reminded him.
Chapter 82 Chufeng Group is finished. The next morning,
Lin Fan got up and stretched. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 60% shares of Wanzhong Bank. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.4 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering hacking skills.
Wanzhong Bank?
Lin Fan could never have imagined that he would draw a bank. In Huaxia, most banks are state-owned enterprises, private banks are very rare.
The bank Lin Fan drew, Wanzhong Bank, is a private bank.
Although it is not yet listed, its valuation has already reached 80 billion. Lin Fan held 60% of the shares, which is equivalent to 48 billion.
Oh my gosh. Since activating the system, this is the first time Lin Fan has drawn something so valuable. I love it.
Since the system was upgraded to version 3.0, the amount of Huaxia coins drawn has also increased. And the fluctuation is not as big as before.
Hacker proficient? Let me use it. No matter if it's useful or not, just use it first.
As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a flood of information about hacking skills surged into his mind. Lin Fan was in a good mood today. After all, he had drawn something good early in the morning. While he was having breakfast, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from Zhao Yang.
Mr. Lin, something big has happened. What happened?
Zhao Yang said, our project in the East District is blocked, and several companies in the Magic City suddenly announced that they would cancel their cooperation with us.
Now the project cannot proceed. Lin Fan frowned. Without guessing, it was definitely Zhang Baojing's doing.
That guy couldn't grab Lin Fan's land, so he wanted to do this kind of small trick behind his back.
Lin Fan smiled, those companies that refuse to cooperate with us will be blacklisted from now on.
With Lin Fan's current identity and status, he wasn't worried about not having companies to cooperate with Chufeng Group. At this moment, the most important thing was to take down Zhang Baojing. Zhang Baojing relied on being the chairman of the 9th-ranked real estate company in China, acting recklessly. It was time to teach him a lesson.
As for Zhang Group, leave it to me.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and picked up Zheng Xiaoqing's notebook.
Lin Fan, what are you doing with my laptop? Zheng Xiaoqing was eating breakfast.
Just borrowing it, what's the password? Now that Lin Fan had hacking skills, he could naturally crack Zheng Xiaoqing's password. But it would take some time, so it was quicker to just ask her directly.
I can't let you use it, I have very important materials in it. What if I lose them?
Zheng Xiaoqing's eyes darted around, eager to snatch back her laptop.
Could it be you have?
Lin Fan gave Zheng Xiaoqing a meaningful look.
What are you guessing?
I don't have those things in my computer.
You knew what I was going to say before I even finished?
Zheng Xiaoqing stammered.
Lin Fan said, I'm just borrowing your laptop, I promise I won't look at your materials, okay? Zhang Xiaoqing reluctantly entered the password.
Lin Fan ignored her and downloaded a few tools to start hacking into Longjiang Group's headquarters computer.
Don't let my computer get infected, Zhang Xiaoqing cautioned. With Lin Fan's current skills, silently intruding into Longjiang Group's computers was naturally easy.
This was unexpected. Lin Fan discovered many secrets of Longjiang Group. It turned out that Longjiang Group was in serious crisis and was already insolvent. With a market value of over 110 billion, Longjiang Group had debts as high as 130 billion.
The reason this wasn't reported was that Longjiang Group had manipulated their financial reports. From the financial reports, Longjiang Group seemed to have no issues.
Lin Fan also hacked into Zhang Baojing's personal computer and found that this person had many secrets as well. Zhang Baojing knew that his company was about to go bankrupt, so he was secretly transferring assets. All of this was to leave himself an escape route.
Interesting. Zhang Baojing, this time you're going to be finished. Why are you smiling so smugly? Zhang Xiaoqing asked curiously. Lin Fan did not reply and copied the debt information of Longjiang Group. Xiaoqing, I'm giving you a task. Write an article titled Shock.
Longjiang Group is insolvent, chairman is cashing out.
These are the materials, and the rest you can play around with. Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes widened. Lin Fan, what do you want to do? Spreading such information could land you in jail. This is your task, don't dawdle, I will only give you half an hour.
Zhang Xiaoqing looked helpless, but still followed Lin Fan's instructions. While editing, Zhang Xiaoqing read through the materials. In the end, Zhang Xiaoqing was also shocked.
Lin Fan, is all this information true?
Once this information was made public, it was hard to imagine what kind of waves would appear in the market.